Chapter 101. He got fierce. You killed government officials? Wang Rukai asked immediately upon entering. Yes, we killed them, Yangbin nodded calmly. Hey, why were you so impulsive? You've gotten yourself into big trouble. Mayor Ma is furious about this and has issued a citywide warrant for your arrest, Wang Rukai said with a pained expression. However, Yangbin could tell from the slight upturn of his lips that he was actually gloating. Let them issue a warrant, Yangbin said indifferently. But the sheer scale of the official warrant surprised him. It seemed his guess was right, the government might have changed. This is an official warrant. Aren't you afraid? Yangbin's nonchalant attitude immediately made Wang Rukai speechless. They want to arrest me, what can I do? Yangbin said helplessly. You can't do anything, but I can, Wang Rukai said impatiently. Your plan isn't to join your Wang family, is it? Yes, as long as you join the Wang family, I'll guarantee your safety. Wang Rukai patted his chest. Looks like your Wang family has considerable influence. Absolutely. Alright, I'll think about it. Captain Yang, I hope you can recognize the situation. There's not much time for you to consider now. If you don't make a decision soon, the officials might arrive tomorrow, and then you're finished. This is the apocalypse. All the surveillance equipment is ineffective. They won't find us so quickly, unless you go and report us. Yangbin squinted at Wang Rukai. How could I? I'm not that kind of person, Wang Rukai said righteously. Alright then, you can go back now. I'll seriously consider joining your Wang family, Yangbin said. You. Wang Yueming wanted to say something, but Wang Rukai stopped him. Alright, we'll head back now. I hope Captain Yang will think this over carefully, because you really don't have much time left. With that, Wang Rukai left with his men. He knew he couldn't rush things. Now that the other side had relented, things were easier. Brother Bin, why didn't you just kill them all? Zhong Yuansen asked, puzzled. Yeah, Brother Bin, if they report to the authorities, wouldn't we be exposed? Zhao Kun also looked confused. They won't, at least not in the short term. Not only will they not, they'll even find a way to cover for us, Yang Bin chuckled. They're determined to get us. How could they let us be arrested by the authorities? That makes sense. It seems keeping them around might be a good idea. I didn't expect the authorities to go to such lengths. Brother Bin, what do we do next? Let's wait and see. While our strength is still considerable, we can't ignore firearms. A direct confrontation with the authorities is definitely not an option. However, the authorities might not be able to mobilize a large force. Their main task right now is rescue. If Mayor Ma were to launch a major operation to arrest us, the military might not cooperate. Judging from the scale of the military's rescue efforts, the military leaders shouldn't be colluding with the government. But we can't pin our hopes on others. We'll leave first thing tomorrow morning, bring plenty of food, and no one will come back until everyone reaches level 5. Should we stay outside? Yes, it's time to leave our comfort zones and put some pressure on ourselves. Okay. On the other side, Brother Kai, do you think they'll agree? Wang Yueming asked skeptically. They have no way out. Joining the Wang family is their only option, Wang Rukai laughed. I was worried about how to get them over here, but this is such a pleasant surprise. Tell my dad to keep an eye on the base. If anything happens, let us know immediately. We can't let them get arrested by the authorities. Okay. In a room in the survival base, Uncle Lu, is this for me? A tall, beautiful woman stared wide-eyed at the crystal in Lu Yang's hand. I've thought about it, and this is most suitable for you. If you can advance to level 5, with your abilities, perhaps we can have a chance to kill this level 6 zombie, Lu Yang said earnestly. But, aren't high-level crystals supposed to be allocated through discussions with the government? If we discuss the allocation, then this crystal will definitely go to the government. Right now, we need to deal with that level 6 zombie as soon as possible, so this crystal can't be given to the government. The only way I can think of to deal with that level 6 zombie right now is to use your abilities. Your dad and I have been comrades in arms for so many years, and I've watched you grow up, so this crystal is most suitable for you. But, no buts. Just consider it helping your uncle. After you advance to level 5, go out on a mission with the rescue team tomorrow. The rescue can't continue unless this level 6 zombie is dealt with. Okay, but I'm not sure how much of a difference I can make in dealing with a level 6 zombie, Lin Yifei said helplessly. It's alright. As long as you can control it for even a second, the snow leopard's barret can blow its head off. Okay. Lin Yifei nodded, then took the crystal from Lu Yang and swallowed it. Shortly afterward, Lin Yifei reached Tier 5. The next day, as soon as it was light, Yang Bin and the others went out. This time, their goal was for everyone to reach Tier 5, while Yang Bin's goal was the peak of Tier 5. This meant they would need at least 10 more Tier 5 crystals, a considerable amount of pressure. However, pressure breeds motivation. Their strategy remained the same: hunting in the wilderness, finding a high-rise building in the commercial district to search for Tier 5 zombies, and then attacking once found. However, Yangbin planned to stop hunting in the wilderness once the others reached Tier 5 and instead go directly to residential areas or neighborhoods to aggressively kill Tier 5 zombies. While hunting in the wilderness was safer, there were fewer zombies, and naturally, fewer Tier 5 zombies. They only found a few after a whole day. Residential areas have a high concentration of zombies, which also means a higher chance of encountering a Tier 5 zombie, making them incredibly difficult to kill. However, if everyone were Tier 5, then even killing a Tier 5 zombie amidst thousands wouldn't be impossible. This time, because of the official wanted notice, Yangbin was determined. He climbed to the rooftop, activated his true sight, and scrutinized every detail. After searching the area without finding anything, they immediately went downstairs to the rooftop of another building to continue their search. This relentless effort allowed them to collect 6 Tier 5 crystals on the first day. Yangbin immediately distributed the crystals to the others, making their entire team Tier 5. That night, instead of returning home, the group spent the night on a rooftop. Chapter 102: The Corpse King of Guang. The next day, Yangbin led the group directly to a large residential complex. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the number of Tier 5 zombies had increased significantly. They found 4 Tier 5 zombies in this complex. However, these 4 Tier 5 zombies were all upstairs, while thousands of zombies surrounded them downstairs. As soon as the group approached, the zombies pounced on them. Yangbin gave the group a look, and then they formed a circle, pretending to struggle against the zombie attacks. Tier 5 zombies are usually quite formidable. If they discover you're too strong, they might not come out. Therefore, they pretended to struggle to lure it into attacking. Sure enough, after a while, the Tier 5 zombie upstairs, seeing that its minions hadn't managed to kill them, secretly came downstairs, blended into the horde of zombies, and slowly approached the group. To be honest, if Yangbin hadn't possessed true sight, he wouldn't have been able to spot the Tier 5 zombie hiding in the horde. That guy was too cunning. Just as the Tier 5 zombie approached the group, preparing to launch a sneak attack, a rock suddenly appeared out of nowhere and smashed directly into its head. The Tier 5 zombie reacted quickly, dodging to the side just as the rock was about to hit it. However, Yangbin's barbell struck precisely in the direction it had dodged. Bang! Without any surprise, it was dead in one blow. Yangbin quickly pulled out the crystal. Let's go, next one. Then, the group fought their way through the zombie horde, heading towards another Tier 5 zombie. Now all of them were Tier 5, making them fearless against an attack from thousands of zombies. In this way, the group spent over 2 hours killing all 4 Tier 5 zombies in the residential area, then left the area and headed to the next one. Yangbin consumed all 5 crystals, instantly elevating his strength to the peak of the 5th rank. After reaching the 5th rank, 9 crystals of the same level are needed to reach the peak. Upon reaching the peak, Yangbin's strength exceeded 3,000 kilograms. Normal peak 5th rank strength is around 2,500 kilograms. Yangbin gained an extra 500 kilograms of strength through cultivation, bringing his total to over 3,000 kilograms. What does this strength mean? An ordinary car weighs just over a ton, meaning Yangbin could lift it like a toy. Correspondingly, his speed and physical strength also increased significantly. With his current physical strength, he should have no problem withstanding ordinary submachine guns and assault rifles. However, the authorities still possess high-powered weapons, so Yangbin remained somewhat wary. But he believed that at this rate, firearms would soon become completely ineffective against him. In another residential area more than 10 kilometers away from Yangbin and his group, a rescue team of over 3,000 people was conducting rescue operations within the residential area. Just as they finished their rescue and were preparing to leave, tens of thousands of zombies suddenly appeared from all directions, surrounding the entire residential area. Then, these zombies directly breached the residential area's walls and charged towards the troops. "They're here," Lu Yong said gravely. This time, he personally led the team, his purpose being to confront this level 6 zombie. Beside Lu Yong, Lin Yifei, dressed in military uniform, also had a tense expression. "Prepare for battle," Lu Yong shouted. Instantly, over 3,000 soldiers formed ranks and unleashed a furious barrage of fire on the charging zombies. Under the terrifying barrage, zombies fell in droves. However, these zombies were fearless, continuing their frenzied charge towards the ranks. Soon, 7 or 8 Tier 5 zombies suddenly leaped from the houses behind them and pounced on the group. These veterans, under orders from above, had no choice but to become warriors, each displaying incredible bravery. Fortunately, the soldiers were already familiar with the zombies' fighting style. Soon, a group of peak Tier 4 warriors directly confronted the Tier 5 zombies. The rest maintained their firepower, ensuring that other zombies could not get close. This time, they were well prepared. Although the number of zombies was large, they were not enough to break through the defenses. Seeing more and more zombies fall, they still hadn't achieved any significant results. Suddenly, a black figure leaped from another building and instantly charged into the crowd. All the bullets struck it without any effect. In the blink of an eye, the figure plunged into the crowd and began a frenzied slaughter. Neither third-tier nor fourth-tier warriors could stop it in the slightest. Where it passed, corpses littered the ground. Anyone it caught was instantly torn to pieces. A sixth-tier zombie. Lu Yong watched the zombies rampage through the crowd, his face ashen. This zombie was indeed ridiculously strong. Lu Yong glanced at Lin Yifei beside him. Lin Yifei nodded gravely. The sixth-tier zombie seemed to be targeting Lu Yong and his group, cutting its way towards them. As it approached Lu Yong, the warriors beside him fearlessly rushed towards it. However, even though they were all at the peak of the fourth tier, they were still far too weak against a zombie king at the Guang realm. However, their desperate efforts weren't entirely in vain. They at least managed to slow down the enemy's advance. Just then, a glint flashed in Lin Yifei's eyes, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. In an instant, a thick layer of ice formed on the zombie's body, freezing it in place. At that very moment, the sound of a sniper rifle rang out from a nearby rooftop. Bang! The powerful bullet from the Barrett pierced the zombie's head. However, the zombie's head didn't smash open like a watermelon. Instead, a large hole was punched in it. Roar! The zombie roared, glaring fiercely at Lin Yifei, before quickly fleeing into the distance. Don't let it get away! Lu Yong shouted. Countless warriors frantically rushed towards the zombie. However, even severely wounded, the Guang zombie king was not so easy to kill. After losing over 100 warriors, it still managed to escape. Seeing this, Lu Yong sighed deeply. He failed to kill it this time, and next time, if the zombie was on guard, it would be even more impossible. This time, he truly felt the terror of this zombie. Perhaps it shouldn't be called a sixth-tier zombie anymore, but rather a zombie king. Lin Yifei swayed, watching the disappearing figure, feeling utterly helpless. That attack had used almost all her energy to barely freeze it for a second. She couldn't keep it alive any longer. The final glance the zombie gave her sent a chill down her spine. It seems I should stay indoors as much as possible until this zombie is dealt with, Lin Yifei thought to herself. With the departure of the Guang zombie king, the other zombies quickly retreated. Finally, the battle ended after leaving behind tens of thousands of zombie corpses, as well as 2 level 5 zombie corpses. Similarly, the warriors also suffered over 300 casualties in this battle, mostly killed by the Guang zombie king, with the remainder killed by level 5 zombies. This battle made the warriors realize clearly that perhaps the era of firearms was coming to an end. Chapter 103 Unlimited Wealth. Yang Bin and his team were still killing Tier 5 zombies. Although Yang Bin was already at the peak of Tier 5, the others were only just reaching Tier 5, and the shortage of Tier 5 crystals was still very significant. It takes 9 Tier 5 crystals to go from Tier 5 to its peak, so for 6 people, that's over 50 more Tier 5 crystals needed. Sure enough, the larger the team, the more resources were required. Therefore, Yang Bin always adhered to a better to have less than more mentality. If he really wanted to expand, he could easily have hundreds of people, but that wouldn't be very meaningful. Not only would it require a lot of resources, but it would also be difficult to manage. More people meant more ideas, which could easily lead to internal conflicts, like Tang Weiwei's team. Therefore, Yang Bin's expectation for the Starfall squad was no more than 10 people. If they really wanted to build a force in the future, the members of the Starfall squad would each form their own teams, and he would just act as the overall commander. For now, it was actually quite good with just the few of them. Today, they were basically spending their time searching for and killing Tier 5 zombies in various neighborhoods. Suddenly, they realized that the residential area was actually quite suitable. The number of zombies wasn't as terrifying as in the residential area, but there were more than in the commercial area. They went to several residential areas in succession, encountering level 5 zombies in almost every one. Although killing them was troublesome, it was much more efficient than hunting in the wild. After killing 2 more level 5 zombies in another residential area, Yang Bin led the group to continue searching for the next one. After walking for more than 10 minutes without finding another residential area, they unexpectedly saw a house surrounded by zombies. Yang Bin's eyes lit up. Usually, this meant there were level 5 zombies inside. However, when he activated his true sight and looked at the group of zombies, he froze, because among the zombies below, he discovered 3 level 5 zombies. Level 5 zombies are just guarding the gate? Could the zombies inside be? Yang Bin suddenly felt his breathing quicken, and quickly looked into the house. Under his true sight, the room was laid bare. He quickly saw a woman in a black dress lying on a bed. A woman? Yang Bin was utterly bewildered. So many zombies guarding a woman? However, Yang Bin soon noticed something unusual. The woman had a hole the size of a thumb in her head, a hole that pierced right through her skull, and blood was still flowing. Then, Yang Bin saw a cherry-sized red crystal inside the woman's head. Yang Bin's face lit up with ecstatic joy. A 6th tier zombie, or rather, a Guang realm zombie. Yangbin had initially thought there weren't any 6th-tier zombies yet, and he figured he wouldn't be able to advance anytime soon. But unexpectedly, a 6th-tier zombie appeared before him, and a severely injured one at that. This overwhelming wealth made Yangbin almost unable to believe his eyes. He checked several times before he finally accepted it was real. However, looking at the 4,000 or 5,000 zombies below, including 3 level 5 zombies and hundreds of level 4 zombies, Yangbin's expression turned serious. No matter how difficult it was, this zombie had to be killed. If you don't eat the meat that's been delivered right to your mouth, you'll probably be struck by lightning. Brother Bin, are there any level 5 zombies in that house? Chen Hao asked in a low voice. Level 5? That's too small. There are level 6 zombies in there, Yangbin said eagerly. Level 6? Everyone stared wide-eyed at the building in the distance. Isn't that a Guang realm expert? At this moment, everyone was in an uproar. Boss, can we handle it? Of course. We have to, no matter how difficult it is. Okay, boss, tell us how to fight. You guys lure the zombies down below, Hazi and I will go around to the back and try to climb up and kill that Guang zombie. But you guys have to be careful. This group of zombies is quite strong. There are 3 level 5 zombies and hundreds of level 4 zombies, so this battle will be very difficult. That's strong? Yeah, so you guys better stay with your backs against the wall to avoid being attacked from both sides. You just need to hold them off. Hazi and I will come back to support you once we've dealt with them. Okay, action. As Yangbin finished speaking, Zhao Kun and the others charged directly towards the group of zombies. Yangbin and Chen Hao, however, remained hidden behind a house. The appearance of Zhao Kun and the others enraged the group of zombies, who immediately pounced on them without hesitation. The group quickly reached a nearby house, leaned against the wall, and began frantically killing the charging zombies. Although 2 were missing, they still had 5 members. 5 level 5 combatants were still quite strong, and they could hold their own for a while. Yangbin nervously watched the Guang zombies upstairs. It merely glanced at the sound below and ignored it. It was severely injured and needed to recover. Seeing this, Yangbin breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid the creature would escape. Then, Yangbin carefully led Chen Hao around to the back of the house. The zombies here had all been drawn to Zhao Kun and the others. The 2 jumped onto a second-floor window, tore open the security bars, and squeezed into the room. They then cautiously made their way to the 3rd floor. Yangbin pointed to a room and gave Chen Hao a look. Chen Hao nodded, put down the barbell, drew a fire axe from his waist, and vanished from the spot. Seeing Chen Hao was ready, Yangbin tightened his grip on the barbell, then kicked the door open and rushed inside. The zombie in the room instantly sprang from the bed, glaring angrily at Yangbin. Yangbin showed no mercy, raising the barbell and swinging it towards the zombie's head. The zombie quickly raised its hand to block the barbell. However, it underestimated its injuries and underestimated Yangbin's strength, being knocked back several steps and crashing into the wall behind it. Yangbin quickly followed up, preparing to strike again, but the zombie kicked him first. Yangbin quickly held the barbell in front of him. Bang! With one kick, Yangbin flew through the air. He landed on the ground and quickly got up, staring at his opponent in shock. This guy, even with such a serious injury, is still so fierce. What would he be like in his prime? Yangbin muttered a curse, then swung the barbell at his opponent again. This time, however, the zombie seemed prepared, grabbing Yangbin's barbell directly. Then, its other hand swiftly reached for Yangbin's neck. Just then, as if instinctively sensing danger, the zombie quickly released Yangbin's barbell and dodged to the side. Thud! Blood splattered everywhere. Although the zombie reacted quickly, Chen Hao still managed to slash a deep wound on its neck. As the zombie looked back, Chen Hao vanished again. The zombie frowned deeply. It hadn't expected someone to be hiding in the room. The wounds on its head and neck were weakening it. These 2 wounds were fatal. Even a zombie with extremely tenacious vitality couldn't withstand them. It knew that if this continued, it might die. Then, the zombie decisively rushed towards the window. However, Yangbin was already blocking the way. Humph, I knew you'd try to run away. Chapter 104 Guang Realm. Seeing Yangbin blocking the window, the Guang zombie flew into a rage and lunged at him. Yangbin, his face grim, gripped the barbell and swung it down at the zombie's head. The zombie dodged the blow with a swift movement, then kicked Yangbin to the ground, before smashing through the window and attempting to escape. However, Yangbin, lying on the ground, reacted quickly, grabbing the zombie's leg and pulling it back. The zombie, enraged, opened its blood-red maw and lunged at Yangbin. At this moment, Chen Hao, who had been waiting for an opportunity, struck again, bringing his axe down on the zombie's head. Unfortunately, he failed to split the zombie's head in 2, the axe became wedged in its skull. The zombie was severely injured again, its claws tearing 5 deep, bone-revealing wounds into Chen Hao's chest before he could retreat. Then, it kicked Yangbin away with its other foot and jumped towards the window again. Chen Hao, enduring the pain, imitated Yang Bin, grabbing her leg and pulling her back. The zombie was cursing under its breath. You think my leg is so easy to grab? Just as it was about to grab Chen Hao's head again, Yang Bin pounced and pinned it down. Then, he pulled the axe from its head and swung it down hard on the zombie's head again. Roar! The zombie roared, trying to break free. But Yang Bin and Chen Hao held it tightly, and the heavily injured zombie couldn't escape. Then, Yang Bin grabbed the axe again and swung it down once more. This time, the axe drove deep into the zombie's head. The zombie's resistance finally weakened. Yang Bin dared not take any chances and pulled out the axe to strike again. They only stopped when they had almost cleaved the zombie's head in two. And at that moment, the zombie finally stopped moving. Phew! Both of them let out a long sigh of relief. Killing this zombie was incredibly difficult. Luckily, Yang Bin had called Chen Hao along, otherwise, he might have been killed by the zombie alone. The difference between the 5th rank and the Yao Guang realm was truly enormous. Then, Yang Bin quickly pulled the crystal from the zombie's head. Looking at the purplish-red crystal in his hand, Yang Bin's face showed excitement. Although difficult, it was worth it. So this is a Yao Guang realm crystal? It's definitely different. Chen Hao was equally excited. Brother Bin, eat it quickly and see what's different about the Yao Guang realm. Okay. Yang Bin nodded and then swallowed the crystal. Soon, a massive amount of energy merged into his body. This energy was far greater than all the energy he had experienced before. The first star in Yang Bin's mind, Yao Guang, finally lit up completely. As this star illuminated, Yang Bin's consciousness seemed to enter a void. In this space, countless points of light, like fireflies, filled the entire area. Where is this? Yang Bin was completely bewildered. This space contained nothing but countless points of light, all around was pure darkness. Yang Bin dared not move, fearing that the slightest movement would plunge him into an abyss of eternal damnation. Looking at the points of light before him, Yang Bin habitually activated his true sight. However, upon activating it, Yang Bin's eyes widened in disbelief. These points of light were actually various superpowers, or rather, special abilities. Ice spikes, fireballs, lightning, wind blades, extreme speed, all sorts were present. Could it be a benefit of lighting up a star? Everyone who lights up a star can randomly acquire a special ability? Yang Bin was somewhat excited. If that were the case, reaching the Yao Guang realm wouldn't be as simple as just improving physical attributes. Perhaps the Yao Guang realm was the true beginning of evolution. The previous stages were merely about strengthening the body. Only by truly reaching the Yao Guang realm could one possess powerful abilities. Superpowered individuals, on the other hand, awakened their abilities prematurely, making them exceptions. At the Yao Guang realm, the advantage of superpowered individuals wasn't as significant. However, superpowered individuals were born with an extra ability, so their advantage still remained. Yang Bin deactivated his true sight and looked again, only to see rows of white dots of light, unable to discern what ability each dot represented. So, everyone else gets random access, but I get to choose? Yang Bin exclaimed excitedly. Although he had many questions, he couldn't worry about that now. He needed to find an ability he liked first. Yang Bin activated his true sight again, diligently searching through the dots of light. These abilities all seemed basic, but each one was a game changer for ordinary evolved beings. With so many dots of light, Yang Bin was dizzy and overwhelmed, completely unsure of which to choose. After a while, Yang Bin suddenly felt a pulling force, as if trying to drag him out of the void. Yang Bin's heart tightened, he knew he didn't have much time left. He had already mentally prepared a few options. If time ran out, he would choose one from these. Any one of these items would be enough to double his combat power. However, Yang Bin still wasn't satisfied. He glanced one last time at the distant point of light, and suddenly his eyes lit up. That's it. Yang Bin stared intently at the point of light, unsure of his next move. Fortunately, just then, the point of light moved, then swiftly flew into Yang Bin's forehead. Immediately afterward, a wave of dizziness washed over him. When Yang Bin opened his eyes again, he was still sitting in the same room. Chen Hao looked at him anxiously. Brother Bin, you're finally awake. You scared me to death. Seeing Yang Bin open his eyes, Chen Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Has it been a long time? Yang Bin asked, puzzled. It wasn't long, only about 5 minutes, but anyone would panic if you kept your eyes closed and completely still. Oh, only 5 minutes? That's fine. Yang Bin breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely worried that time would be different in that void space. If it had lasted 10 days or half a month, Zhao Kun and the others down there would probably have devoured even their corpses. How is it, Brother Bin? What's it like in the Yao Guang realm? Chen Hao asked curiously. The Yao Guang realm, it feels completely different. Yang Bin exclaimed with some emotion. Sensing the situation in his mind, sure enough, something seemed to have changed. He knew that this was the skill he had chosen later. At the same time, Yang Bin also sensed a change in his own supernatural ability. My ability has improved too. Yang Bin was somewhat surprised, but not unexpected. He had guessed that reaching the Yao Guang realm would cause a change in his ability. However, the void space was something he hadn't anticipated. He could sense the change in his ability and roughly knew its purpose. Yang Bin activated his true sight eye and looked at the table beside him. As he concentrated his mental energy, the table slowly flew up. It really is object manipulation. Yang Bin thought to himself. He'd have to test it later to know how strong this ability was. Chen Hao, standing beside him, stared wide-eyed at the suddenly flying table. Bin, brother Bin, the table flew. So what if it flew? Don't make a fuss. It's just one of the abilities I've upgraded, Yang Bin laughed. Let's go down and help Zhao Kun and the others first. I'll explain everything in detail after we've dealt with these zombies. The changes in Yao Guang realm are quite significant. Okay. Chapter 105. Are you trying to kill me? Below, Zhao Kun and his companions were still struggling to hold off the zombie onslaught. With 3 level 5 zombies now involved, their situation was dire. Zhao Kun, Huwen Liang, and Zhong Yuansen were fighting 3 level 5 zombies, while Lao He and Xiaohao were being mobbed by a large group of level 4 zombies. The group had long been scattered, each covered in wounds. It wasn't that they couldn't defeat the level 5 zombies, but they were surrounded by them. They had to contend not only with the level 5 zombies but also with the zombies around them, leaving them all severely suppressed. Yang Bin and Chen Hao, seeing this, were startled and rushed to help. However, they were behind the zombies. To provide aid, they would have to fight their way through. But with 4,000 or 5,000 zombies, breaking through was no easy feat. By the time they reached them, Zhao Kun and the others would likely have already given up. Just then, Yang Bin suddenly vanished. Immediately afterward, a figure suddenly appeared behind the level 5 zombie fighting Zhao Kun, smashing its head open with a single blow. This sudden turn of events left Zhao Kun dumbfounded. Staring at Yang Bin, who had suddenly appeared before him, Zhao Kun was momentarily speechless. Chen Hao, watching from a distance, also stared wide-eyed. Is this another new ability of Brother Bin? So cool! Yang Bin smiled at the dazed Zhao Kun. Don't just stand there, go help Lao He and the others. Okay. Zhao Kun nodded and immediately rushed towards Lao He and the others. Although he had many questions, he knew now wasn't the time to ask. Zombies swarmed towards them from all sides, but Yang Bin casually swept his barbell, sending all the charging zombies flying, knocking down a swarm of them behind him. Having reached the Yao Guang realm, his strength exceeded 5,000 kilograms, making him far too powerful for these zombies to approach. Casually picking up the crystal from the head of the 5th-tier zombie, Yang Bin looked towards Huwen Liang. Huwen Liang was in similarly bad shape, but he was likely healing himself while fighting. Anyway, Yang Bin noticed that Huwen Liang's injuries were the lightest among the group. Yang Bin's figure vanished again, instantly appearing beside the 5th-tier zombie fighting Huwen Liang, and easily dispatched it with a single blow. Brother Bin, you. Huwen Liang's eyes widened. Don't ask yet, go to Lao He and the others. Okay. Huwen Liang didn't hesitate and quickly rushed over. Yang Bin retrieved the crystal and was preparing to help Zhong Yuansen. However, at this moment, Zhong Yuansen had already dealt with his opponent. Combat-type ability users are indeed different. Then, the group regrouped, and with Yang Bin's immense strength, they let everyone out of the zombie horde. Go! Then, they quickly fled into the distance. The zombies chased after them frantically, but suddenly, a car parked nearby flew up and crashed into the zombies. Bang! The car collided head-on with the leading zombies, knocking down many behind it. When they got up, the group was long gone. Inside a room, everyone collapsed on the floor, too exhausted to move. Huwen Liang began treating them. Liangzi, here, these 2 crystals are for you. Yang Bin handed Huwen Liang 2 crystals he had just acquired. He had also fought, and after the battle, he still had to heal everyone. He was the hardest working person in the group. It was the same when there were only 3 of them. Huwen Liang always healed them before treating himself, often collapsing from exhaustion. Therefore, Yang Bin cared deeply for Huwen Liang, repeatedly trying to find him a wife. Zhong Yuansen also took out a 5th-tier crystal from his pocket and handed it to Huwen Liang, saying, Liangzi, here. No one objected to giving Huwen Liang the crystals first. He was practically everyone's savior. Without medical facilities, Huwen Liang was like an angel. Huwen Liang didn't stand on ceremony. The more his strength increased, the stronger his healing abilities would become. Now it wasn't just 2 or 3 people, there were 6 or 7 to treat, a heavy task indeed. Besides Yang Bin, who was unharmed, Chen Hao was also severely injured. That attack from the Yao Guang zombie had almost disemboweled him. For over an hour, Huwen Liang repeatedly treated everyone, resting and healing them, finally managing to heal all the serious wounds. The smaller wounds, with the recovery abilities of a 5th-tier evolved being, would heal on their own in no time. Brother Bin, tell me quickly, what's so different about the Guang realm? Chen Hao asked impatiently as soon as his wounds were healed. Yeah, boss, what happened when you suddenly appeared behind the zombie? Did you gain a new ability? The others also looked at Yang Bin with curiosity. Yang Bin smiled and then explained what had just happened to everyone. So, in other words, once we reach the Guang realm, we can also gain special abilities? Zhao Kun asked excitedly. There are all sorts of special abilities in the void space. What kind of ability you get depends entirely on luck. However, it seems like they're all pretty basic superpowers. I guess maybe there will be more powerful superpowers in the next realm. Boss, how come you're so lucky? You got a top-tier superpower like teleportation all at once. Chen Hao asked curiously. Although this superpower doesn't have offensive power, it's extremely useful for escaping, chasing, and ambushing. For a basic superpower, it's practically perfect. You guys can only choose one randomly, but I'm different. I can see what superpower each light point represents, so I can choose for myself. Yang Bin laughed. Hearing Yang Bin's words, everyone felt terrible, their eyes filled with jealousy. I'm realizing now, Brother Bin, your superpower is a bug, it's too overpowered, Chen Hao said sourly. The others nodded seriously. The longer they interacted with their boss, the more they felt the power of his superpower, it seemed useful everywhere. Luckily, Brother Bin's ability doesn't have offensive capabilities, otherwise we wouldn't be alive, Zhong Yuan sighed. You're too quick to judge. The car that suddenly flew up when we left was Brother Bin's doing. His ability can attack now too, Chen Hao said calmly. Object manipulation? Yes. Yang Bin nodded. Are you trying to kill us? Everyone was speechless. Boss, does that mean that when a superhuman reaches the Guang realm, their abilities change? Zhong Yuan asked excitedly. Yes, superhumans will possess two abilities, and their abilities will be enhanced. So, even at the Guang realm, superhumans will still be stronger. Great! I'm really looking forward to my ability changing. Zhong Yuan exclaimed excitedly. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang also looked expectant. Zhao Kun and the other two looked rather dejected. I thought reaching the Guang realm would make me like superhumans, but I didn't expect I'd still be inferior. Zhao Kun shook his head helplessly. Don't be discouraged. I have a guess. If this guess comes true, it might allow you to possess superhuman abilities before reaching the Guang realm. Yang Bin patted Zhao Kun on the shoulder. Really? Zhao Kun and the other two looked at Yang Bin with delight. Of course it's true. Great, thank you, boss. Don't be too happy yet, it's just a guess, it still needs to be verified. It's okay, having hope is better than having no hope. Yeah. Chapter 106 Robbed. The group had originally intended to return to Jinghe Garden, but it was too late, so they had to spend another night outside. They found a building nearby with a rooftop and went straight there to sleep. October nights in Xinjiang were already quite chilly, but their constitutions weren't particularly sensitive to the cold. Enjoy life when it's time to enjoy it, and endure hardship when it's time to endure it. The apocalypse isn't something to be sentimental about. Lying on the cold floor, they slept until midnight, then opened their eyes to look at the stars. After a short while, Yang Bin suddenly noticed a significant increase in his absorption of spiritual energy. Moreover, even without looking at the stars, he was automatically absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. He could feel the Guang star in his mind flickering, seemingly absorbing spiritual energy. Could it be that lighting up a star automatically absorbs spiritual energy? Yang Bin wondered. After thinking for a moment, Yang Bin went down from the rooftop and into his room. He began to observe again. As expected, even inside the room, spiritual energy still flowed in, though not as much as on the rooftop. This was likely because the spiritual energy of Earth became more active after the Big Dipper appeared. At this time, the stars in one's mind would automatically begin to rotate, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. However, without illuminating the stars, automatic absorption was impossible. When Yang Bin and the others concentrated on the Big Dipper, they were using its power to obtain the surrounding spiritual energy. This allowed them to increase their strength even before illuminating the stars. However, this method could only improve physical attributes, not cultivation levels. It seems that after reaching the Guang realm, humanity has truly begun autonomous cultivation. Perhaps we won't need crystals to advance anymore. However, crystals can greatly increase the speed of advancement. After all, relying on this kind of nightly cultivation, advancing one level in 10 days to half a month is already quite good. But with enough crystals, advancing several levels a day is easy. In any case, the Guang realm is the true beginning of humanity's transformation. Humanity will finally no longer need to rely entirely on zombie crystals to improve. Yang Bin thought to himself. He returned to the rooftop. Yang Bin looked intently at the stars in the sky. At this moment, he felt even more spiritual energy flowing into his body. Indeed, lying on the rooftop and cultivating while looking at the stars is the fastest way. Although he could absorb spiritual energy while lying in bed at home, it was much slower than on the rooftop. After looking for a while, Yang Bin frowned again. He discovered that some of the spiritual energy flowed into the stars in his mind, then used the stars to feed back energy and improve his physical attributes, but some of it still only flowed into his body and didn't enter the stars in his mind. He closed his eyes and sensed it. Yang Bin quickly discovered that the spiritual energy absorbed autonomously by the stars in his mind entered those stars before being fed back into his body. However, the spiritual energy he obtained by gazing at the stars in the sky, drawing upon the power of the Big Dipper, simply entered his body, bypassing the stars in his mind. It was like one being internal and the other external. It seems the energy I gain from stargazing only improves my physical attributes, not my cultivation level, Yang Bin mused, stroking his chin. That seems pretty good. The physical enhancement I get from stargazing is still independent, it's like using the power of the stars to train my body. Not bad, this is great. Although my cultivation speed might not be faster than others, my physical attributes will be stronger than others within the same realm. Brother Bin, what's wrong with you tonight? You're pacing back and forth, talking to yourself. Chen Hao, standing beside Yang Bin, asked curiously. Hee, I've discovered a key point. Keep it up, guys. Once you reach the Guang realm, you'll be able to cultivate and improve your realm independently. Really? The others immediately perked up. Yeah, but we still need to keep stargazing, it will be our greatest asset. Alright. The next morning, Yang Bin and the others got up early, heading back while searching for 5th-tier zombies. They'd been away for 3 days, they still needed to go back and check. Yang Bin's advancement to the Guang realm significantly boosted their team's overall strength. With his current strength, he wouldn't be afraid even if the military came. With teleportation at his disposal, he wouldn't be afraid of artillery fire, he could simply teleport over and destroy it. This is why Yang Bin chose teleportation as his ability. Other skills might enhance his attack methods, but they wouldn't be very useful against the authorities, at most just killing more people. However, teleportation is a spatial ability, and it consumes a lot of resources. The farther the teleportation distance, the greater the consumption. With Yang Bin's Guang realm strength, he could only teleport a maximum of about 300 or 400 meters, any further and he would get dizzy. For short distances, he could teleport about 4 or 5 times consecutively, which was generally enough. After walking for about 10 minutes, Yang Bin spotted a tier 5 zombie in a horde of zombies. There were about 2,000 zombies in this horde, and everyone was preparing for a battle. Yang Bin smiled and simply vanished from the spot. Then everyone saw Yang Bin suddenly appear in the middle of a group of zombies, casually smashing one's head with a barbell. He then swiftly extracted the crystal from the zombie's head, and his figure vanished again, returning to the group. Gulp. Everyone swallowed hard, their expressions incredibly varied. Just, that's simple. Of course, it's just a level 5 zombie, one hit and it's done. Yang Bin smiled. Brother Bin, you're really a bit freakish. That's what you call taking the head of an enemy general from among 10,000 troops as easily as taking candy from a bag, Zhao Kun exclaimed. Haha, at this rate, we can have as many level 5 crystals as we want from now on. Old Hei said excitedly. You're overthinking it. This teleportation consumes a lot of energy, we can't use it all the time. But it's still useful in situations like this, at least it reduces the time we spend killing zombies. Let's go, it's time to go back. Because they were quite far from home this time, it was already afternoon when they got back. However, when they arrived home and saw the scene, their faces turned ashen. Their house had been ransacked. The entire living room was a mess, clearly the result of a major battle. The target of the battle was obvious, Little Orange. They were always the ones robbing others, they never expected to be robbed themselves. Little Orange! Little Orange! Yang Bin shouted around. But there was no response after a long time. Everyone, search. Okay. The group began searching every room. However, they searched the entire villa but couldn't find Little Orange. Yang Bin's face darkened completely. If anything happens to Little Orange, whoever it is, I will kill you. Chapter 107. You've lost your chance to argue. Brother Bin, could it be those people over there? Chen Hao suddenly asked. Yang Bin nodded, he also suspected it was them. They hadn't returned for several days, and the other side must have thought they had escaped, so they came to loot their supplies. Yang Bin went up to the balcony and activated his true sight to look in that direction. Soon, Yang Bin found Little Orange in a small iron cage in the backyard. It was lying in the cage, barely alive, clearly having suffered a lot of abuse. It seemed the other side wanted to tame it. Very well, I've kept you around for so long, it's time to get rid of you, Yang Bin said coldly. Then, Yang Bin went downstairs and led the group towards the villa. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor of the villa, Wang Rukai watched the group approaching, a cold smile playing on his lips. I thought you guys had run away, but I didn't expect you to come back. But it's better that you're back. Since you tried to persuade me to play tricks on you, it seems I'll have to use force. Afterwards, Wang Rukai went down to the living room, sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, lit a cigarette, and waited leisurely for Yang Bin and the others to arrive. Every time, he was the one who went to their house, and he was always asked for a gift. This time, it was finally their turn to come to him. As for worrying about their strength, he might have worried before today. But yesterday he finally cultivated a 5th tier zombie, so he's now 5th tier, and an extremely powerful 5th tier ability user. According to information from the survival base, even officially, there are only a dozen or so 5th tier evolved beings. With his abilities, he's practically invincible among those of the same tier. Therefore, he has enough confidence that he fears no one now. Behind him stood Wang Yueming, Wang De, and Wang Er, all at the peak of the 4th tier. Besides them, there were more than 10 other 4th tier evolvers in the room. With such a lineup, they could practically roam freely even in the survival base. Soon, footsteps sounded outside. A smile appeared on Wang Rukai's face. Xiao Ming, greet the guests. Remember to ask them for a visiting gift. Okay. Wang Yueming walked towards the door with a smile. He was always being asked for a visiting gift, and the face of that skinny guy, as thin as a monkey, always made him angry. This time, he could finally vent his anger. Wang Yueming stood behind the door, waiting for the other party to knock. He had already planned how he would berate the other party. However, just then, bang! The sturdy security door suddenly flew out, directly hitting Wang Yueming and knocking him to Wang Rukai's feet. Then, 7 figures casually walked in through the door. Everyone in the room was completely dumbfounded. Something wasn't right. Why aren't you playing by the rules? Wang Yueming pointed at Yang Bin and the others, his face contorted with rage. Wang Rukai's smile turned ashen. He hadn't expected them to dare break in like that. Yang Bin walked straight to the sofa opposite Wang Rukai and sat down. Chen Hao and the others stood behind Yang Bin. You broke into my house and stole something? Yang Bin looked at Wang Rukai, his voice devoid of any emotion, utterly flat. Wang Rukai took a deep breath, extinguished his cigarette, and looked at Yang Bin and his group, saying, I've always been very polite when I visit you. It's quite impolite of you to just barge in like this. That's because you're a coward. Now you just need to answer, did you steal from me? Captain Yang, I've always admired your strength and wanted you to join my Wang family, which is why I've been so polite. But that doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. Wang Rukai's face darkened. Today, you dared to kick down my door. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, you won't be leaving this house alive. As Wang Rukai finished speaking, the men behind him instantly surrounded Yang Bin and his group. Yang Bin shook his head. Alright, you've lost your chance to argue. Then he pointed at Wang Rukai, kill everyone except this one. As Yang Bin finished speaking, Chen Hao and the others swiftly attacked, striking the men surrounding them with their clubs. The group reacted swiftly, their tang swords slashing fiercely at Chen Hao and his companions. However, the difference in strength became immediately apparent upon contact. More than 10 people couldn't even last a minute against Chen Hao and his group before being crushed to death by the barbell. 5th tier? All 5th tier? Wang Rukai's eyes widened, nearly jumping off the sofa. Wang Yueming beside him and Wang Da and the others behind him stared at them with equally disbelief. Even though they had never underestimated their opponents, they still hadn't imagined that all of them were 5th tier. The entire Star City government only had a dozen or so 5th tier individuals. How could 7 of them be all 5th tier? Unfortunately, no matter how much they disbelieved it, the facts were undeniable. Except for Yang Bin, who remained seated on the sofa, the other 6 were genuine 5th tier evolved beings. Take the young master away. Wang Yi shouted to Wang Yueming, then he and Wang Er pounced on Yang Bin. To catch the thief, first catch the leader. If they could control Yang Bin, the young master would have a chance to escape. However, their plan was good, but reality was cruel. A tang sword suddenly flew up from the ground, instantly slicing across their necks. Before they could even reach Yang Bin, they collapsed to the ground. Wang Yueming was terrified by this sight. Wang Rukai's expression also changed drastically. You really are a superhuman. He had suspected it before. If he weren't a superhuman, how could his strength have increased so quickly? Then, Wang Rukai's entire right arm transformed into a black metal arm. He stared directly at Yang Bin and said, I admit I underestimated you, but do you think victory is assured just like that? As a fellow 5th tier user, I fear no one. Since you're also an ability user, dare to fight me? Fight me? Yang Bin shook his head. You're not qualified. Ah Sen, play with him. Okay. Zhong Yuansen stepped forward and stood in front of Wang Rukai. You look down on me? Wang Rukai frowned. Yeah, I've never even given you a second glance. Since that's the case, then I'll kill him first. Let's see how long you can keep up this act. After speaking, Wang Rukai threw a punch at Zhong Yuansen. Zhong Yuansen grabbed a barbell and swung it back at him. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Zhong Yuansen staggered back a few steps, the barbell in his hand bending. Seeing this, Chen Hao and the others widened their eyes. No wonder Brother Bin said the other's ability was strong, and he hadn't been willing to kill him. Now it seemed he wasn't just talking, he really was strong. Humph, what are you? You dare to fight me? Wang Rukai said arrogantly. Zhong Yuansen threw away the barbell and cracked his neck. Your mouth is really annoying. As he finished speaking, a dirt spike suddenly emerged from under Wang Rukai's buttocks with incredible speed. Ah! A scream rang out, and Wang Rukai jumped 2 meters high. The blood stains on the dirt spike indicated, this is anal penetration. Everyone unconsciously clenched their buttocks and quietly moved away from Zhong Yuansen. Chapter 108 Sixth Order. How is that possible? Wang Rukai collapsed to the ground, clutching his buttocks, his face pale. The pain was something only those who had experienced it could truly understand. His metal right arm returned to its normal form. You're a superhuman too? Wang Rukai stared at Zhong Yuansen in shock. Are superhumans rare? Zhong Yuansen said calmly. Can you even handle it? If you can, get up and continue. If not, just admit defeat. You claim to be invincible among your peers, but you can't even withstand a casual blow from me. Wang Rukai gritted his teeth and struggled to his feet. You just ambushed me. You really think you're my match? Wang Rukai was a tough guy. He endured the excruciating pain of his buttocks being ripped open and swung his metal arm at Zhong Yuansen again. This time, he was constantly watching his step, to avoid being ripped open again. Feeling something amiss beneath his feet, he instantly dodged to the side. A spike of earth suddenly shot out from where he had been standing. Humph, trying the same trick again? Wang Rukai sneered. Brother Kai, watch out. Wang Yueming suddenly shouted. However, it was too late. A boulder suddenly appeared, and by the time Wang Rukai reacted, it had already smashed into his back. Puffed. Wang Rukai spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsed to the ground, and stared at Zhong Yuansen in horror. Zhong Yuansen shook his head. You're really weak. You, puffed. Hearing Zhong Yuansen's words, the usually arrogant Wang Rukai spat out blood again, his vision blurred with anger, and he fainted. Everyone was speechless at this sight. Was he really that easily discouraged? This guy probably hasn't been out killing zombies before. Yang Bin shook his head. His superpowers were strong, that was undeniable, but the key was that this guy had almost no combat experience. If he had more combat experience, with his abilities, he might not lose to Zhong Yuansen. This is what they call a hothouse flower. The Yuan family was probably worried about him, so they prepared the crystals for him and even caught the zombies for him. He could improve almost entirely from home. But the result of this kind of improvement was that his combat power was a complete mess, a waste of such a good ability. Wang Rukai fainted, leaving only Wang Yueming standing in the living room. When Yang Bin and the others looked at Wang Yueming, he immediately burst into tears and knelt on the ground. Big brothers, uncles, grandpas, it's not my fault. I'm just a follower, please spare me. Don't you guys think this guy looks familiar? Yang Bin asked, puzzled. I had that feeling the first time I saw him, like I'd seen him somewhere before, Huan Liang said, also puzzled. This guy looks a bit like Wang Yuehao, Chen Hao suddenly said. Oh, now that you mention it, it does look quite similar, Yang Bin said, suddenly realizing. You know my brother? Wang Yueming asked in surprise. Judging from your age, you must be university students, right? Are you my brother's classmates? Yes, that's right, Yang Bin smiled. That's great. Since you're my brother's classmates, we're friends now, so there's no need for all this fighting, right? Wang Yueming was now trying to cultivate any connections he could to increase his chances of survival. Who is Wang Yuehao? Zhao Kun asked, puzzled. The one who cheated on Huzi, Huan Liang chuckled. Oh, Zhao Kun and the others immediately understood. Wang Yueming's expression froze. He thought he could build a connection, but it seemed he'd walked right into a trap. Huzi, this guy's yours, Yang Bin said. Chen Hao nodded, said nothing, grabbed the barbell, and walked towards Wang Yueming. Don't kill me. I know a lot about the Wang family. I even know where their secret base is. The Wang family is very powerful. You've messed with them, even if you're both at the 5th level, you won't escape. Then you don't need to worry about it, Chen Hao said coldly, then smashed Wang Yueming's head with a single blow. Seeing this guy reminded him of Wang Yuehao, and thinking of Wang Yuehao brought back memories of Lu Xie and their 3 years together. So, it's best to kill him as soon as possible. Brother Bin, what do we do with this guy? Zhong Yuansen looked at Wang Rukai, who was lying unconscious on the ground. Drag him to the backyard, rescue Xiao Ju Zi, and then lock him up. I need to do experiments tonight. Okay. Upon arriving at the backyard, they immediately saw 2 huge iron cages. One contained a level 3 zombie, and the other a level 4 zombie. Next to it, there was a smaller iron cage, and Xiao Ju Zi was currently trapped inside, covered in wounds. Seeing Yang Bin and the others enter, Xiao Zhuzi immediately opened his eyes filled with surprise and joy. The group quickly opened the iron cage, rescued Xiao Zhuzi, and then locked Wang Rukai inside. Hu Wenliang immediately began treating Xiao Zhuzi's wounds. Yang Bin stroked Little Orange's head. "You've suffered." He was a little puzzled. Little Orange hadn't seemed to have much trouble following him. Why hadn't it submitted despite being mistreated like this? What he didn't know was that Little Orange had only just begun to develop sentience. Because its previous owner had become a zombie, it longed for a new master, which was why it had become theirs. Little Orange had its own principles. Having chosen to follow them, it wouldn't submit to anyone else. Animals, like humans, come in all shapes and sizes. Some are fierce, others gentle. Some animals, after mutating, will kill their masters, while others will fight desperately to protect them. Little Orange was very docile before its mutation, but unfortunately, its owner had become a zombie, otherwise, it would definitely have been a devoted cat. Under Hu Wenliang's treatment, Little Orange quickly recovered completely. At this moment, Wang Rukai also woke up. Upon realizing his predicament, he was immediately enraged. The esteemed young master of the Wang family, locked in a dog cage. If word got out, the Wang family would be utterly disgraced. "Let me out now, or you'll all die." "Shut up. One more shout and I'll lock you in the zombie cage," Yang Bin said coldly. Wang Rukai immediately fell silent. "What do you want to let me go? If you let me go, you can have anything you want: money, women, supplies, or crystals. Just name your price, and the Wang family can provide it all." "I want a 6th-tier crystal. Does your Wang family have any? That's why I look down on you. All you do is brag all day, you have no real strength. You're just spouting nonsense. Don't even mention the Wang family, even the official authorities don't have any 6th-tier beings. I dare say there aren't any 6th-tier evolvers in the entire world right now. Is that so?" Yang Bin smiled, then grabbed the cage holding the 4th-tier zombie, lifted it up along with the zombie, and moved it to the side. Wang Rukai's eyes nearly popped out of his head in shock. All the iron bars of this cage were solid, weighing a full 4 or 5 tons. They had been carrying it in and assembling it by a group of people. Yet, now, the other party had simply lifted it up along with the zombie inside. "Sorry, I am a 6th-tier being." Yang Bin smiled, then led his group away, leaving a stunned Wang Rukai behind. He wasn't worried about Wang Rukai breaking free. Given his current injuries, he was lucky to be alive. Wang Rukai watched Yang Bin's retreating figure, muttering to himself. 6th rank. How is that possible? Chapter 109: Seizing Superpowers. Boss, that ability. As soon as they returned to the living room, Zhao Kun asked impatiently. "I'll try it tonight, but I'm not sure if it'll work," Yang Bin said thoughtfully. Zhao Kun nodded excitedly. To be honest, he really liked Wang Rukai's ability. It was incredibly powerful. If he could become completely metallic in the later stages, he'd be an invincible killing machine. If Wang Rukai fought Zhong Yuansen again, then Zhong Yuansen would definitely be the one getting utterly crushed. Midnight. The Big Dipper reappeared. Yang Bin and the others didn't go to the rooftop to look at the stars, but instead went to the backyard. At this moment, Wang Rukai was curled up in his dog cage, looking pitiful. This young Master Wang, who had grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth and was born at the peak of his life, never dreamed that this day would come. Hearing footsteps, Wang Rukai looked up at Yang Bin and the others. "You've locked me up but haven't killed me, you must be afraid of the Wang family. Since that's the case, just state your conditions. There's no need to drag this out. Someone from the Wang family will be here tomorrow morning, and then you won't be able to escape." "Heh, you're quite confident. Too bad, you guessed wrong. The reason we haven't killed you is because we need to keep you alive for experiments." "Ah Sen, bring him out." "Okay." Zhong Yuansen opened the iron cage and pulled out the still confused Wang Rukai. "Kill him. You can't kill me. I'm the eldest young master of the Wang family. If you kill me, you won't escape," Wang Rukai shouted. However, no matter how loudly he shouted, it was useless. Zhao Kun acted immediately, smashing his head open with a single blow. Wang Rukai's voice stopped abruptly, and his body slowly fell to the ground. Yang Bin activated his true sight, staring intently at Wang Rukai's corpse. A moment later, a white speck of light floated out from above Wang Rukai's head and quickly flew into the air. Yang Bin reached out to grab it, but his hand passed right through the speck of light. "Just as I expected," Yang Bin thought to himself. He then focused intently on the speck of light, controlling it with his mind, and slowly made it fly back. "It works," Yang Bin said, a hint of excitement in his eyes. Meanwhile, everyone else looked at Yang Bin blankly, wondering what he was doing. However, they dared not make any movement, afraid of interfering with Yang Bin. "Zhao Kun, lie down." "Okay." Zhao Kun lay down on the ground without hesitation. Yang Bin controlled the speck of light, slowly guiding it towards Zhao Kun's brow. Soon, the speck of light reached Zhao Kun's brow and then merged into it. Seeing that the speck of light didn't reappear, Yang Bin breathed a sigh of relief. He saw countless specks of light in the void, each representing a different supernatural ability. He had been wondering if every superpower would turn into points of light. That's why he speculated that when a superpowered person died, their power would also turn into points of light. If so, could these points of light also merge into the minds of others? Unexpectedly, it actually could. Boss, is it ready? Zhao Kun looked at Yang Bin nervously. Yes, try concentrating and imagining your arm turning into metal. Okay. Zhao Kun stood up and tested it according to Yang Bin's method. In an instant, Zhao Kun's right arm transformed into a glowing black metal arm to everyone's astonishment. It really works. Zhao Kun's eyes widened, his face trembling with excitement. Heaven knows how much he wanted superpowers. His boss told him he could try, but he hadn't held out much hope. After all, it was such a fantastical thing. But unexpectedly, it actually worked. Brother Bin is awesome. Boss is awesome. Everyone exclaimed in admiration. This time, it wasn't flattery, but genuine praise. What they considered a pipe dream had actually been accomplished by their boss. Besides awesome, they really didn't know what else to say. They couldn't see the light, they only saw their boss tinker around for a while, and then Zhao Kun possessed Wang Rukai's superpowers. It was practically a miracle. Boss, Zhao Kun looked at Yang Bin, speechless for a moment. Alright, no need for thanks. We're a team. If you're stronger, we're stronger too. Yang Bin patted Zhao Kun on the shoulder. Yeah. Zhao Kun nodded firmly. Boss, then we. Lao He and Skinny Monkey quickly sidled up, looking at Yang Bin expectantly. Since this method works, our Starfall team definitely needs to be full-fledged ability users. Yang Bin smiled. Yay! The two jumped up excitedly. However, before you two become ability users, don't advance to the Yao Guang realm. I suspect that if you reach the Yao Guang realm, this method might not work. Even if it does, your abilities will be a level lower, because at the Yao Guang realm, there's an opportunity for advancement. Boss, it's okay. As long as we become ability users, advancing later is fine. The two were quite philosophical. The Yao Guang realm was still a long way off. Okay, let's go to the rooftop to look at the stars. We can't waste this time. Alright. The success of this experiment made everyone extremely excited, especially Zhao Kun. He finally possessed a superpower, and an incredibly powerful one at that. He no longer had to envy others. This feeling was truly exhilarating. After spending the whole night stargazing on the rooftop, everyone gained something, but the biggest gain was for Little Orange, which advanced to the 5th rank tonight. Now everyone was truly at least at the 5th rank. Just as everyone was preparing to go home to sleep, Yang Bin unexpectedly saw a 5th rank zombie emerge from among the group of 4th rank zombies in the yard. What a coincidence. This cage is nice, I can take it. Yang Bin smiled, instantly appearing in the yard, kicking down the yard wall, then carrying the iron cage towards his home. Everyone stared speechlessly at this scene. They felt that Brother Bin was becoming more and more like a bandit. Remember to loot all the supplies from that villa. Yang Bin's voice came through. It's confirmed, they're bandits. Yang Bin placed the iron cage in his yard. He had returned because he was used to this place, and also because the other side was full of corpses, and he was too lazy to clean it up. However, Yang Bin also understood that they probably wouldn't be staying here much longer. Wang Rukai was dead, the Wang family was absolutely furious, and their retaliation would likely be imminent. Moreover, with Wang Rukai dead, the Wang family would definitely report their whereabouts to the authorities, who would then intervene. Therefore, killing Wang Rukai was essentially stirring up a hornet's nest. But Yang Bin still killed him. It's the apocalypse, there's no need to be timid. He wasn't arrogant enough to think he was invincible, but he wasn't afraid of them either. If things got really bad, they could just move to another place. In a world teeming with zombies, what could even the authorities do to them? Chapter 110 Conflict begins. The next morning, while Yang Bin and the others were still catching up on sleep, the villa where Wang Rukai lived was in complete chaos. The death of the eldest son of the Wang family in their own villa was an event that would shake the entire Wang family. Wang Rukai was the heir to the Wang family, and also a superhuman. The Wang family had high hopes for him, not sending him to the survival base but allowing him to continue his carefree life at Jinghe Garden. They even helped him build cages and capture zombies, allowing him to easily advance his level. However, the Wang family never imagined that Wang Rukai would be killed in their own villa. Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, Wang Xian, the leader of the Wang family this time, felt dizzy. This was a disaster. Who dared to kill even the eldest son of the Wang family? Manager Wang, could it have been a zombie? Little Karami whispered from the side. Are you blind? How can zombies kill people and their bodies remain so intact? These are all single-hit headshots, it's obviously a human act, and they used club-like weapons to smash the heads. Wang Xian roared. Club-like weapons? Wang Xian suddenly paused, then looked towards the villa not far away. From any angle, the people in that villa were the prime suspects. Yesterday, the young master had just looted their supplies, and today he suffered this calamity. The entire enemy team used club-like weapons, and the mutated cat they had captured was gone. It was impossible to deny that they were responsible. Wang Xian quickly climbed to the rooftop and looked towards the villa, wanting to see if the people there had returned. He immediately spotted the iron cage in the villa's backyard. Now, there was no doubt. It really was you. You dared to kill the young master of the Wang family, you're all dead. Wang Xian said grimly. Go back and inform the patriarch immediately. After saying this, Wang Xian led his men away from the villa quickly. The survival base. The survival base has changed drastically. While the military was frantically clearing out the surrounding zombies, the survival base was also expanding rapidly. The walls were now several kilometers long, the area had increased more than tenfold, and the population had exceeded 100,000. The daily consumption of over 100,000 people was an enormous figure. Unlike before, all industries had ceased operations. Except for those involved in infrastructure construction, everyone else was basically just sitting and waiting to be fed. Under these circumstances, a hierarchy quickly emerged within the survival base. At the top were naturally the high-ranking officials and those with powerful backgrounds. They lived in the high-class areas and had no worries about food or drink. Next were the advanced evolved individuals. They frequently went out to hunt zombies and could always scavenge for food, so they generally didn't have to worry about going hungry. Following them were those who could be used by the base, such as construction workers and plumbers. The base was in dire need of rebuilding, and these people were needed by the authorities, so they received some compensation, mostly food. Those who performed well could even earn crystals. Next were the ordinary people, lacking strength and skills, who basically relied on government aid to survive. These people lived a very difficult life. Due to food shortages, the authorities had reduced the amount of food from 2 steamed buns per meal to 2 steamed buns per day, basically just enough to keep them from starving. These people, initially overjoyed at their rescue, never expected to face such a predicament. But what could they do? At least they wouldn't starve in the survival base. Without it, they simply couldn't survive. They had already missed their best opportunity to kill zombies. Most of the zombies outside were now tier 3, with tier 2 being rare. They were just ordinary people. How could they fight them? What else could they do but stay in the survival base? Lu Yang had considered trying to get more food for these people, because he felt they brought back plenty of supplies every time they went out to clear out zombies, making this unnecessary. However, this was Ma Zongguo's responsibility, and Lu Yang had brought it up several times, only to be rejected by Ma Zongguo. Ma Zongguo's reasoning was straightforward. They couldn't just look at the present, they had to consider the future. The supplies they brought back might last a month, but could they last a year? As a leader, he had to think long-term. Lu Yang was speechless after being confronted, and ultimately the matter was dropped. 2 steamed buns a day wouldn't kill anyone, but they weren't enough to fill one's stomach, especially for those with large appetites. The feeling of hunger was unbearable. Many people began actively seeking work, making labor incredibly cheap. As long as there was food, someone could work for you all day. Some women were forced to sell their bodies for food, and their targets were the evolved humans, because they had plenty of food. Moreover, if they caught the eye of one, they might be able to stay by his side, thus escaping hunger forever. Therefore, the powerful evolved humans lived quite comfortably in the survival base. But this was something they earned through their own efforts. When most people dared not venture out to kill zombies, they dared to take that step. This step was fraught with peril, but having survived, they deserved the treatment they were entitled to. Many complained about the unfairness of fate, unaware that it was all due to their own choices. If they had been braver back then, perhaps things wouldn't have turned out this way. They might be dead already. In the living room of a detached house in the center of the survival base, Wang Zhenhong was discussing something with Ma Zongguo. Just then, someone rushed in. Wang Zhenhong frowned. Didn't I say that no one is allowed to approach here without my permission? Master, something terrible has happened. Wang Xian said anxiously. What can't we talk about after we're done? Young master is dead. What? Wang Zhenhong jumped up and grabbed Wang Xian by the collar. What did you say? Young master is dead. He died in the villa at Jinghe Garden, along with Wang De and Wang Er. More than 10 people in the villa are all dead. Wang Xian said with a grief-stricken expression. How could this be? Wang Zhenhong staggered back 2 steps. Akai is already at level 5, and everyone else in the villa is at level 4. How could they possibly be dead? Could it be that a large number of zombies have stormed into Jinghe Garden? Ma Zongguo guessed from the side. No, it was deliberate. Wang Xian stated definitively. What? Wang Zhenhong grabbed Wang Xian's collar again, staring intently at him. Are you sure? I'm sure, and I already know who killed the young master. Who? It was that group of people living in Jinghe Garden. Impossible. There were only 7 of them. How could they possibly kill Akai and the others? The young master and the others had their heads smashed with clubs or similar weapons, and those people's weapons were barbells. The young master ransacked their house the night before last, and then this happened yesterday. Besides, I even saw the young master's iron cage in their yard. 7 people, and the weapons were barbells. You're not talking about the group I've been hunting, are you? Ma Zhongguo squinted. This, Wang Xian looked at Wang Zhenhong, unsure whether to speak. That's right, it's them. At this moment, Wang Zhenhong no longer concealed anything, he wanted those people dead. It really is them. I say, Patriarch Wang, why didn't you tell me sooner? If you had told me sooner, perhaps young Master Wang wouldn't be dead. Chapter 111 The Fangs of the Starfall Squad. It was past 9 in the morning when Yangbin finally got out of bed. After several days of sleeping outdoors in the open, he slept soundly on the luxurious Simmons mattress back in the villa, so he slept a little longer. Going downstairs, he found Zhong Yuansen and Zhao Kun busy preparing breakfast. Hey, you two so early? Yangbin asked, somewhat surprised. Boss, I didn't sleep much, I was too excited, Zhao Kun said sheepishly. Suddenly gaining the powerful superpower he'd always dreamed of, it was impossible not to be excited. Yangbin nodded in understanding, then looked at Zhong Yuansen. And you? Someone woke me up early to spar, Zhong Yuansen said with a resentful look. Who won? Yangbin asked, also curious. His punches were really fierce, one punch almost crippled me, Zhong Yuansen said helplessly, clutching his chest. That Wang Rukai is an idiot. Such a good ability is a complete waste on him. Old Sen's rock is just a matter of one punch. Once you get close, Old Sen can't withstand it at all, Zhao Kun said excitedly. That's because you know Old Sen's moves well. If you didn't, you might get stabbed in the butt too. However, in terms of combat strength, Kun's ability is indeed purer. After his arm turns into metal, his punches become much more powerful. If you get close, you really can't withstand it. But Old Sen's ability is more versatile. He can ambush, attack, and even turn into an earthen wall for defense. So you can't simply say which ability is stronger, you can only say that each has its own advantages. Yeah, his earth spikes are really annoying. When fighting him, you have to be careful down there all the time, one wrong move and your butt is in danger. Hey Old Sen, can you stop being so sneaky? Always stabbing people in the butt, Zhao Kun complained. The goal of battle is to kill the opponent. There's no such thing as dark or light in it. Any method that kills the opponent is a good method. Conversely, what's the use of light if you get killed yourself? Zhong Yuansen's understanding was quite insightful. Sen is right. No wonder you're a seasoned veteran. Any method that kills the opponent is a good method. Yeah, I understand. I was just venting. Zhao Kun nodded. Call them down for breakfast. Okay. Not far from Jinghe Garden, a row of large trucks pulled up. Soon, groups of evolved individuals got out of the trucks. These people were the forces secretly cultivated by the Wang family. Wang Rukai's death had thoroughly enraged the Wang family. They no longer cared about concealing their strength and directly mobilized a large number of evolved individuals. Besides the Wang family members, Ma Zhongguo also sent some people to help. They were now in a cooperative relationship, so naturally, they needed to show their support. A large group of people got out of the car and quickly rushed into the Jinghewan residential area, surrounding one of the villas. Inside the villa, the 7 members of the Starfall squad were sitting around the dining table eating breakfast. Brother Bin, what's the plan for today? Chen Hao asked. Let's stay home today. There's bound to be a big battle. The Wang family will probably be here. It's time to show the true colors of our Starfall squad. Otherwise, any Tom, Dick, or Harry will dare to plunder our place, Yangbin said coldly. But, boss, what if they have powerful firearms? Zhong Yuansen asked worriedly. You're all at the 5th rank. Ordinary rifles and submachine guns aren't much of a threat to you. If they have high-powered weapons, I'll take them out immediately. The Wang family is just a clan, so it's not surprising they have firearms. But they probably don't have high-powered weapons. These things are usually only available to the military, so don't worry too much. Alright, then I'm going to go all out. I just awakened my ability, and I'm looking forward to a good fight, Zhao Kun said excitedly. You're unlikely to have a smooth ride. Don't use your special ability against the Wang family. They should know about Wang Rukai's ability. If they see it, they'll inevitably guess a lot. Some things can't be revealed now, Yangbin said seriously. Okay, Zhao Kun nodded helplessly. Just then, a commotion of footsteps suddenly came from outside. They're here. The group exchanged glances. Yangbin immediately activated his true sight and looked outside. He saw 700 or 800 people rushing towards their villa. Some of these people were carrying melee weapons, while others were carrying submachine guns. Among them, there were 2 5th-tier evolved beings, 2 or 300 4th-tier evolved beings, and the rest were mostly at the peak of the 3rd tier. Yangbin carefully surveyed the area but didn't find any high-powered weapons, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Since there were no high-powered weapons, things would be much easier. At this moment, a large group of people immediately surrounded the villa to prevent the people inside from escaping. Wang Zhendong, the head of the Wang family, and Shen Hong, Ma Zhongguo's second secretary, were both staring intently at the villa. "Are you sure they're still inside?" Shen Hong asked. "Yes, we're sure. We have people watching. We saw figures moving around inside not long ago, but no one has come out yet," Wang Zhendong confirmed. He didn't dare underestimate this woman. Ma Zhongguo had several secretaries, yet he had only allowed her to advance to the 5th rank. This spoke volumes. Given Ma Zhongguo's character, he certainly wouldn't have prioritized her advancement just because she was beautiful or strong in some way. This woman definitely had extraordinary abilities. "Since we're sure, let's not waste any more time. Let's break down the door," Shen Hong said. Wang Zhendong nodded, preparing to order the door to be broken down, but at that moment, the door opened by itself. 7 figures slowly walked out. In an instant, all the gun barrels were pointed at them. "Wow, Jinghe Garden's quite lively today," Yangbin chuckled, completely unconcerned about the hundreds of gun barrels. Seeing Yangbin and his group appear, Wang Zhendong's face darkened completely. Shen Hong, standing to the side, frowned. These people were too calm. Their calmness made her uneasy. "Did you kill my nephew, Wang Rukai?" Wang Zhendong demanded coldly. Even with irrefutable evidence, he still wanted a definitive answer. "Wang Rukai? Is that the idiot in that villa?" Yangbin pointed to the villa in the distance. "Yes." Wang Zhendong gritted his teeth. "Oh, we did kill him. That idiot wasn't very bright. He actually came to my house to steal things, so we had to kill him," Yangbin said calmly. Hearing Yangbin admit it, Wang Zhendong was instantly enraged. "Very well, since that's the case, then you can all go and die with Kair. Kill them." As soon as Wang Zhendong finished speaking, those holding submachine guns immediately pulled the triggers. Rat-a-tat-tat. Countless bullets rained down on the group. Just then, a wall of earth suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking all the bullets. Then, a huge rock crashed down, killing several people instantly. A superhuman. Seeing this, both Wang Zhendong and Shen Hong's expressions changed. However, something even more shocking soon happened. Yangbin, who had been standing at the door, had somehow appeared in the crowd, sweeping his barbell around him and snapping more than 10 people in half at the waist. Could it be another superhuman? This person is definitely more than just a 5th-tier being. Shen Hong's face was extremely solemn, her unease growing even stronger. Chapter 112. What's with the slut? Yangbin's sudden appearance in the crowd threw the group into a panic. Those nearby were forced to put away their submachine guns and switch to melee weapons to fight Yangbin. But could they really hold their own? If a 5th-tier cultivator fighting a 4th-tier cultivator was an overwhelming victory, then a cultivator at the Guang realm fighting a 4th-tier cultivator was a pure dimensional reduction attack. Keep in mind that a peak 4th-tier cultivator only has 1,500 kilograms of strength, while a Guang realm cultivator starts with 5,000 kilograms. Without any fancy moves, a single blow from Yangbin's staff was more than these people could withstand. There were no casualties, contact meant certain death. Meanwhile, Chen Hao's figure appeared out of thin air beside a group of people, immediately joining the battle. Already at the peak of the 5th tier, he was equally ferocious. Following this, Zhong Yuansen put away his earthen wall and rushed into the crowd with Zhao Kun and the others. They took some bullets along the way, but it didn't have much of an impact. Just as Yangbin had predicted, at the 5th rank, they were no longer concerned with ordinary firearms. As they charged into the crowd, the battle commenced. Humans fight differently than zombies. Zombies' attacks are relatively simple, mostly consisting of clawing and biting. Human attacks are more varied, and these people were well equipped, primarily with military knives, making the fight far from easy. However, humans are also more vulnerable to pain and have more weaknesses than zombies. A barbell strike doesn't necessarily have to be aimed at the head, a simple blow to the body is enough to incapacitate them. Zhao Kun and his group were seasoned veterans, and with their formidable strength, they carved a bloody path through the crowd. Wang Zhendong and Shen Hong were speechless with shock. They're all at the 5th rank. How can these people be so monstrous? Watching their painstakingly trained elites being slaughtered like wheat, Wang Zhendong's face turned ashen. He never expected these people to be this strong. In that case, they couldn't be allowed to live. Secretary Shen, let's make our move too. They're separated now. If the two of us at level 5 attack simultaneously, we can definitely take them down one by one. Wang Zhendong looked at Shen Hong beside him. All right. Shen Hong nodded, drawing a specially made dagger from her waist, her eyes coldly sweeping over the group on the battlefield. Wang Zhendong also drew his military dagger, then charged ahead towards the seemingly weakest, skinny one. However, after he charged out, Shen Hong, who had just been full of fighting spirit, quietly retreated. This is your Wang family's business. I'm not going to throw my life away, Shen Hong thought to herself. Admittedly, the two of them at level 5 attacking simultaneously, along with the level 4 evolved being beside them, could indeed take them down one by one, but there was still a level 6 among them. How could they possibly take them down? That's an unsolvable problem. It better retreat quickly, or we'll be done for. When Wang Zhendong rushed into the battlefield, he discovered that Shen Hong hadn't followed. He quickly looked around and his face darkened. Damn it! That bitch tricked me. Wang Zhendong cursed angrily, but he didn't have time to cause trouble for her now. Besides, she was one of Mayor Ma's men, and he didn't dare. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and continue charging towards Skinny Monkey. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly rushed out of the villa like lightning, pouncing on Wang Zhendong and scratching his face. Instantly, 4 bloody claw marks appeared on Wang Zhendong's face. Wang Zhendong looked over in horror and discovered it was an orange cat the size of a tiger. Damn it, a cat dares to join the fun? I'll kill you. Burning with rage, Wang Zhendong grabbed his bayonet and slashed at the little orange cat. However, the 5th tier little orange cat was incredibly fast, and there was no way he could hit it. The little orange cat darted through the crowd, and Wang Zhendong hacked and slashed for ages without even managing to cut a hair on the cat, while killing 2 of his own men. As a result, the Wang family members all retreated when they saw him approaching, their eyes filled with resentment. Second Master Wang, we're already in a difficult situation, can you please stop causing trouble? After a while, Wang Zhendong finally reacted and quickly stopped. However, while he stopped, Little Orange wouldn't. She kept scratching at him, and soon Wang Zhendong was covered in cuts and bruises. The poor second master of the Wang family was driven to the brink of collapse by a cat. On the other side, Yang Bin had been observing the entire battlefield while fighting. When he saw Shen Hong leave, a cold smile curled at the corner of Yang Bin's lips. Since you've come, you think you can just leave? You're really not taking me seriously. He might not care much if someone else left, but this woman couldn't leave. Seeing that the others were safe, Yang Bin killed 4 or 5 more people with a single blow, then vanished instantly. Everyone around stared in disbelief at this scene. Where did she go in the middle of the fight? On the other side, Shen Hong quietly withdrew from the battlefield and then ran out of the residential area. She had to return as soon as possible to inform Mayor Ma that a 6th tier evolved being had appeared in Star City. This was extremely important. A 6th tier evolved being would completely illuminate a star, resulting in a significant increase in strength. The military's repeated defeats at the hands of that 6th tier zombie demonstrated that 6th tier was on a completely different level from 5th tier. They had initially assumed the official forces were far ahead and hadn't paid much attention to these independent individuals. But unexpectedly, she had actually seen a 6th tier evolved being today. This completely shattered Shen Hong's understanding. Even the official forces didn't currently possess any 6th tier evolved beings. Therefore, she had to inform Mayor Ma immediately. However, just as she was about to step out of the Jinghaewan residential complex, a figure suddenly appeared and blocked her path. Upon seeing this figure, Shen Hong tensed up completely. Beautiful lady, where are you going? Since you're here, why don't you come in for a cup of tea? Yang Bin looked at Shen Hong with a smile. I don't think I need tea. I have something to do and need to go back. I'll have it next time I come, Shen Hong said awkwardly. Don't wait for next time, it's this time. Let's go, Yang Bin said, reaching out to grab Shen Hong. Shen Hong's face darkened, but she quickly changed to a pitiful expression. Little brother, don't be in such a hurry. There are 7 grown men there, how could I, a weak woman, dare to enter so easily? How about we find a place, just the 2 of us? You can do whatever you want, what do you think? Slap. Yang Bin slapped Shen Hong to the ground. Just go when I tell you to. What are you doing, acting all slutty? Shen Hong covered her face, staring wide-eyed at Yang Bin. You. What your tricks won't work on me. Since you won't cooperate, I'll just have to knock you out and drag you back. Yang Bin finished speaking and swung his hand toward Shen Hong's neck. Shen Hong naturally wouldn't give in easily, and instantly thrust the dagger in her hand towards Yang Bin's waist. Unfortunately, her resistance was useless against Yang Bin. Yang Bin grabbed her wrist, then squeezed hard, and the dagger slipped to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Yang Bin delivered a chop to Shen Hong's neck, knocking her unconscious. Then, he picked her up and headed home. Chapter 113. Should we? When Yang Bin returned to the battlefield carrying Shen Hong, the fighting was still raging. Chen Hao and his companions had sustained numerous injuries, largely due to the sheer number of their opponents, including several 4th tier evolved beings. Especially the dozens of peak 4th tier evolved beings, who posed a significant threat. While a 5th-tier evolved being could easily defeat a 4th, a sufficient number of 4th-tier evolved beings could easily overwhelm a 5th tier. If it weren't for their daily stargazing, making them considerably stronger than the average 5th-tier evolved being, and the long barbells they wielded making it difficult for their opponents to get close, their injuries would have been far more severe. Numbers can be crucial at times. However, Yangbin firmly believed that as one's strength grew, the advantage of numbers diminished. For example, against these 3rd and 4th-tier weaklings, injuries were practically non-existent. Getting within 2 meters of him was considered a feat. Fortunately, everyone was used to injuries. As long as they weren't killed, Huan Liang was there to heal even the most severe wounds. So even injured, they remained courageous. This was the courage Huan Liang instilled in them. On the other hand, the Wang family had already lost 200 or 300 people, and the remaining members were beginning to feel fear. They were human, not zombies. Seeing those around them fall to the ground one by one naturally filled them with dread. Upon returning, Yangbin immediately focused on Wang Zhendong, who was locked in combat with Xiao Ju Zi. As the head of the Wang family, he certainly couldn't let him return. Yangbin tossed Shen Hong aside, then instantly teleported behind Wang Zhendong and smashed his club down on the man's head. Wang Zhendong, already completely outmaneuvered by Xiao Ju Zi, hadn't even understood what was happening before Yangbin sent him to meet his nephew. A dignified 5th-tier evolved being, the second in command of the Wang family, fell to the ground, utterly bewildered. Perhaps even in death, he never imagined that coming to avenge his nephew would lead to his own demise. Wang Zhendong's death threw the already demoralized Wang family into complete panic. Likely led by an unknown person, the group suddenly scattered and fled rapidly into the distance. The pursuers chased them all the way to the entrance of the residential complex, killing dozens more before stopping. With hundreds of people, they couldn't possibly capture them all if they wanted to escape. Killing that many was already quite an achievement. In this battle, the Wang family lost half its members, including their second-in-command, a devastating defeat. Wang Zhenhong will likely be devastated when he receives the news. He was planning to make a name for himself in the apocalypse, but his plans were thwarted before they even began. When Chen Hao and the others returned to the villa, they found a woman with a perfect figure lying in the middle of the living room, while Yangbin sat on the sofa, deep in thought. "Brother Bin, are you lonely?" Chen Hao asked Yangbin with a strange look. "What? Lonely?" Yangbin didn't immediately understand. "Stop pretending, we all know." Huan Liang also revealed a meaningful smile. "You guys are talking about this woman." Yangbin finally reacted. "This is for Monkey." "For me?" Skinny Monkey stared at Yangbin with wide eyes. How about it, want it?" "No, Brother Bin, this is a bit too sudden. Let me think about it." Skinny Monkey stared at Shen Hong on the ground, his expression shifting. He actually preferred women with a more innocent look, but this woman was undeniably pretty. Should he just take her? No, that's too beastly. Just as Skinny Monkey was struggling internally, Yangbin gave him a sharp rap on the head. "What are you thinking? I'm asking if you want her special ability." Everyone was stunned, realizing they'd misunderstood. "I knew it. Brother Bin wouldn't be that kind of person." Brother Bin, what kind of ability does she have?" Skinny Monkey asked excitedly. "Finally, it's my turn? A seductive kind, it can make people feel like they're in heaven." Yangbin smiled. This." Skinny Monkey's excited expression froze on his face, and everyone else stared wide-eyed in astonishment. "Boss, are you sure Skinny Monkey can use this ability?" Zhao Kun's expression was a little strange. Skinny Monkey was indeed fair-skinned and thin, but he wasn't effeminate. "Yeah, boss, this can only be used by women, right? How can a grown man like me make someone feel like they're in heaven?" Skinny Monkey's face darkened. "Who says you can't? This ability doesn't restrict gender. Maybe it'll work even better on men, after all, men understand men better. Let me tell you, this ability allows you to fight beyond your level. If you don't want it, I'll give it to Old Black. Old Black is a bit dark-skinned, so the effect might not be as good as yours." "Brother Bin, don't try to fool me. This thing really allows you to fight beyond your level?" "Of course. As long as you can charm your opponent, they'll be at your mercy. If I didn't have the true side-eye, I might have been tricked by her," Yangbin frankly stated. "Now that you mention it, it really is powerful. The key is, I'm a grown man, and it's a miracle I haven't made her throw up, let alone bewitch her. When you use your power, you'll be seen as a stunningly beautiful naked woman. Think it over carefully. If you want her, I'll keep her until tonight, if not, kill her now. This woman is on the enemy side, she can't be an ally." Hearing Yangbin's words, Skinny Monkey fell into deep thought. The others didn't disturb him. This power was hard for any man to accept. However, encountering a power user was rare, who knew when the next one would come along? And as Yangbin said, this power, if used well, was truly powerful. Defeating a stronger opponent wasn't difficult. Skinny Monkey pondered for a long time, then looked up again and asked softly, using this power doesn't require any seductive poses, right? Puffed. Hearing Skinny Monkey's words, Old Black, who had just taken a sip of water, spat it out, and the others almost burst out laughing. Yang Bin suppressed a laugh and said, no need. Of course, if you add some, the effect might be even better. Skinny Monkey thought for a while, then finally gritted his teeth and said, okay, I'll take it. Alright then, lock this woman up and transfer her powers tonight. Okay. The Skinny Monkey nodded, then walked over to grab Shen Hong. However, at that moment, Shen Hong suddenly opened her eyes and looked into the Skinny Monkey's eyes. The Skinny Monkey abruptly stopped moving, then stood motionless. Shen Hong quickly rolled over, grabbed the Skinny Monkey, and a dagger, which had appeared in her hand, was pressed against his neck. Don't move. Chapter 114 Departure. Shen Hong's sudden attack was swift and decisive, so swift that even she admired herself. However, to her utter bewilderment, seeing her dagger pressed against Skinny Monkey's neck, not a single person in the room showed any sign of tension, not even a slight change in expression. She had initially thought that capturing a hostage would give her a chance to escape. But, what was going on? Weren't they afraid she'd kill him? Or was he simply disliked in this house? How's it going, Monkey? Her ability is pretty good, isn't it? Yang Bin smiled at Skinny Monkey. Indeed impressive. Skinny Monkey nodded sincerely. Although he'd only been stunned for 2 seconds, in a battle between experts, victory or defeat is often decided in a second or two. And now, in just 2 seconds, he was a hostage. You still have the mind to chat? You're a hostage now, don't you have any awareness of being a hostage? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Shen Hong roared. What's wrong with these people? Do they think I wouldn't dare kill? What she didn't know was that Yang Bin and his group didn't think she wouldn't kill, rather, she simply couldn't kill anyone in front of them. They had countless ways to rescue Skinny Monkey. Whether it was Yang Bin's manipulation of objects, Chen Hao's invisibility, or Zhong Yuanson's ground spikes, they could all instantly incapacitate Shen Hong. Even if she actually slit Skinny Monkey's throat, Guan Liang was still there. Unless she could directly cut off Skinny Monkey's head. But clearly, Shen Hong couldn't do that. Beautiful lady, be gentle, you're hurting me, Skinny Monkey frowned. Just now, in her agitation, Shen Hong had increased the pressure on her hand. Shut up. You're a hostage now, you have no right to speak. Shen Hong snapped. What's wrong with being a hostage? Don't hostages have human rights? Let me tell you, you'd better treat me well. Tonight I'll leave you a whole corpse, otherwise I'll strip you naked and throw you into a zombie horde. Do you think I can't kill you? Come on, try killing me. Shen Hong was about to collapse. What kind of perverts had she encountered? Then, Shen Hong looked at Yang Bin and said, please let me go, okay? I'm not from the Wang family. You're not from the Wang family? Yang Bin frowned. If you're not from the Wang family, what are you doing here? I'm Mayor Ma's secretary. Mayor Ma sent me here to assist the Wang family. You've already offended the Wang family, so you probably don't want to offend the authorities too. If you let me go, I'll go back and talk to Mayor Ma and ask him to stop interfering in this matter. How about that? Shen Hong said hopefully. It's nothing. Mayor Ma already issued an arrest warrant for us, so killing you or not makes no difference. It's different. You only killed someone insignificant. Mayor Ma only issued the warrant because of official pressure. But I'm different. I'm Mayor Ma's right-hand man. If you kill me, Mayor Ma will be furious, and it won't be as simple as just issuing a warrant. Right-hand man? In your personal life, I guess. It doesn't matter. We've already offended him, what's one more lice? Let him come if he wants to, Yang Bin said calmly. Hearing Yang Bin's words, Shen Hong's heart trembled. She hadn't expected Yang Bin to be so arrogant. Then Shen Hong tightened her grip. Since she couldn't escape, she'd take someone down with her. Thump! A muffled sound rang out. Chen Hao's figure appeared behind Shen Hong, putting away his barbell and shaking his head as he looked at Shen Hong lying on the ground. I actually admire this woman's courage, daring to take someone hostage in our house. Skinny Monkey, you've set a precedent. You're definitely the first member of the Starfall squad to be taken hostage by a woman. I wasn't paying attention for a moment, but her ability is indeed a bit hard to defend against. Skinny Monkey said somewhat awkwardly. TCH, don't explain, a noob is a noob. Old Black said disdainfully. Once I learn this ability, you guys better watch out, or I'll make you do striptease in the streets. Brother Bin, should I just kill her? We don't need this ability anyway. Yeah, I think so too. Old Heng nodded in deep agreement. The thought of being seduced by Skinny Monkey and forced to do striptease in the streets sent chills down his spine. This ability is too evil. Alright, stop fooling around. Skinny Monkey, take this woman with you and kill her tonight. Okay. Brother Bin, can't the ability be transferred if we kill her during the day? The others asked, somewhat puzzled. I'm not entirely sure, but it's very likely not possible. I feel like we need to kill her under the illumination of the Big Dipper so that the ability can turn into specks of light and fly into the sky to be absorbed by the Big Dipper. If we kill her now, the ability will likely dissipate immediately. Although this was just Yang Bin's guess, he felt it was highly probable. Having finally encountered a superhuman, they naturally weren't going to gamble, it was just a matter of waiting a few more hours. Alright, everyone go back and pack your things. We should leave. Although he spoke casually to Shen Hong, Yang Bin certainly wouldn't dare disregard the authorities. Putting aside everything else, they couldn't withstand a few long-range artillery pieces from the other side. Ma Zongguo would issue an arrest warrant for killing someone insignificant. Killing this woman would be perfectly normal for Ma Zongguo to bombard them with artillery. Even so, Yang Bin had no intention of releasing the woman. Releasing her would be tantamount to compromising with the other side. Doesn't my brother Bin have any pride? Besides, killing this woman would give their team another superhuman. How could they possibly release her? It's just running away, right? It's not like they can't escape. Hearing that they had to leave, everyone showed expressions of reluctance. It was indeed very comfortable staying here. Without hesitation, they quickly began packing. They didn't have much stuff, and finished packing in no time. It was a pity they couldn't take all the supplies in the room. They could only take some dried dog meat, bottled water, bread, and the like to eat on the way. Yang Bin went to the backyard, killed all the zombies in the iron cage, and then dismantled the cage into pieces and tied them up. He planned to take this thing to his next stop. This thing was actually quite good for raising zombies. He was also planning to raise zombies. However, he didn't want to raise low-level zombies. He wanted to cultivate zombies at the Yao Guang realm. Although this iron cage couldn't hold a Yao Guang realm zombie, he could break the limbs of a 5th-level zombie, throw it inside, and kill it after it reached the Yao Guang realm. Although the process might be slower, it was still better than them searching for it. After finishing, Yang Bin carried the iron cage and led the Starfall squad away from Jinghe Garden. This forced departure left the Starfall squad members feeling resentful. Ultimately, their strength was still insufficient. Chapter 115 Official Actions. What? Zhen Dong is dead too. In a room in the middle of the survival base, Wang Zhenhong suddenly stood up, staring at the people below in horror. 7 or 800 third and 4th tier evolved beings, half of them killed? Didn't they say there were only 7 of them? Yes, only 7. The person below whispered. 7 people? 7 people beat you all like this? Are you all just sitting around doing nothing? Wang Zhenhong was now furious beyond measure. The successive killings of his son and brother had almost driven him mad. Master, there were 6th tier evolved beings among them. 6th tier? How is that possible? Wang Zhenhong's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Even his Wang family and the authorities didn't have any 6th tier evolved beings. How could those few people possibly have 6th tier evolved beings? It's true, sir, those people not only have 6th tier evolved beings, but also several superhumans. The weakest among them is 5th tier. We were no match for them at all. Wang Zhenhong fell silent. Although he didn't want to believe it, he knew very well that the other party wouldn't lie. How could someone reach 6th tier so quickly? Wang Zhenhong muttered to himself. This battle caused huge losses to the Wang family and was a resounding slap in the face to Wang Zhenhong. What he found even harder to accept was that while they thought they were far ahead, someone had already reached 6th tier. Equally shocked as Wang Zhenhong was Ma Zongguo. At this moment, Ma Zongguo was also furious in his room. He had originally thought that sending Shen Hong over would allow him to find someone who could be salvaged, but unexpectedly, she herself had perished there. Shen Hong was one of the few superhumans under his command, and she was incredibly loyal to him. Losing such a crucial and capable assistant naturally enraged Ma Zongguo. Fine, so you really think you can act with impunity just because it's the apocalypse? You don't even respect the authorities anymore. Ma Zongguo roared. Tell Commander Liu when he gets back that I need to speak with him. Yes, sir. After Liu Yang led a large group of soldiers to escort a group of survivors back to the survival base, he heard the report from his subordinates and, somewhat puzzled, came to Ma Zongguo's residence. Mayor Ma, you wanted to see me? Deputy Commander Liu, you're back just in time, please have a seat. Liu Yang sat down on a stool, somewhat puzzled. Deputy Commander Liu, how's the rescue operation going lately? It's going fairly well. Since that level 6 zombie disappeared, the soldiers haven't suffered any more heavy casualties. However, the number of survivors is dwindling. Sometimes we can't find more than a few in a whole day, Liu Yang said helplessly. That's normal. It's been so long since the apocalypse, the number of survivors is bound to decrease. By the way, the tier 6 zombie you injured hasn't shown up since? Ma Zongguo asked. No, Liu Yang shook his head. We've been searching along the direction she fled for several days, but still haven't found any clues. Is it possible someone else picked her up? Mayor Ma, why are you so concerned about that Tier 6 zombie? Did something happen to her? Yes, we encountered a Tier 6 evolver at Jinghe Garden, Ma Zongguo said gravely. A Tier 6 evolver? Lu Yong stood up in shock. He knew best how terrifying a Tier 6 zombie was. A single Tier 6 zombie had inflicted heavy losses on them, even with its head smashed open, it still managed to escape. Who has the strength to kill a Tier 6 zombie? Lu Yong asked in astonishment. A few lawless young people, Ma Zongguo said in a deep voice. If I'm not mistaken, you guys severely injured the Tier 6 zombie, and they just happened to pick it off. That's quite possible, Lu Yong nodded. Well, if they were just picking up scraps, it wouldn't be a big deal, they were just lucky. But this group is ruthless and vicious. Once they gained power, they became lawless and killed indiscriminately. Just yesterday, they murdered Wang Rukai, the eldest son of the Wang family, and dozens of others living in the Jinghe Garden Villa. Today, when the Wang family went to confront them, they also suffered a brutal fate, with hundreds of members of the Wang family killed. Ma Zongguo said angrily. How could they be so ruthless? Lu Yong frowned. Yes, these people are a cancer. We can't let them continue to run rampant like this. So, I'd like to ask Deputy Division Commander Lu to take men to Jinghewan and bring them back. Mayor Ma, you know we're under immense pressure with our rescue efforts lately. There are still many survivors in Xinjiang waiting for rescue, we simply don't have the extra resources. Deputy Division Commander Lu, I understand your hardship, but these people are no less threatening than zombies. They completely disregard our official duties. If we let them continue to grow stronger, we might not be able to handle them. With their ruthless nature, they will definitely be a disaster for Xinjiang. Lu Yong frowned, pondered for a while, and nodded. Alright, I'll take some men to check it out. But unless they're idiots, they've definitely left by now. We might not be able to find them. It's alright. Check if they've left any clues. I believe with your military's reconnaissance capabilities, even if they've escaped, you'll find them. Okay. Lu Yong nodded helplessly, then took the information from several people and left the room. Back at his residence, Lu Yong began mobilizing manpower and weapons. 6th tier evolved beings, they're not so easy to deal with. He had to be well prepared. Commander, I feel that the group Mayor Ma mentioned is very likely the same group we encountered last time, Song Tylan whispered to Lu Yong. I guessed it too. Do you think they're the type to kill indiscriminately? They're not indiscriminate killers, but they're definitely not soft-hearted either. If you offend them, they really are capable of killing hundreds, Song Tylan said solemnly. Hearing Song Tylan's words, Lu Yong nodded. Commander, to be honest, those people won't be easy to catch. Are we really going? I know, but there's no other way. Since we agreed, we have to at least put on a show. Alright, have everyone get ready. We'll depart in half an hour. Yes, sir. Damn it, what's going on? Do you think I'm that free? Lu Yong complained. Uncle Lu, I'll go too, Lin Yifei said, walking up to Lu Yong. Lu Yong thought for a moment and nodded. It's good that you're coming. If we really run into them, your ability can be crucial. Sigh, I hope they run away. I really don't want to fight a 6th tier opponent again. Chapter 116 I'm going to kill, and you can't stop me. After leaving Jinghe Garden, Yang Bin and the others headed away from the survival base. It wasn't that they were afraid of the authorities, but rather that they were still somewhat wary. If it were just Yang Bin alone, it wouldn't matter, he had teleportation abilities, and the authorities couldn't do anything to him. However, Chen Hao and the others couldn't completely ignore the authorities yet, so they needed to develop their abilities cautiously for a while longer. Once Chen Hao and the others reached the Yao Guang realm and awakened their second superpower, their team would see a significant improvement. At that time, perhaps they wouldn't need to be wary of their opponents. Along the way, Yang Bin carried the iron cage, the skinny monkey carried Shen Hong, and the others carried large and small bags, leading the way. Because the iron cage was too heavy, they couldn't drive, so they had to walk. Fortunately, their strength was considerable. Although there were zombies everywhere along the way, they posed little threat to them. As long as they weren't surrounded by thousands of zombies, with their strength, they had nothing to fear. Occasionally, when encountering a 5th tier zombie, Yang Bin would drop the iron cage, teleport over, and kill it, then retrieve the crystal and return. He could kill zombies while traveling. When Lu Yong led his men to Jinghe Garden, they found it deserted. Lu Yong had already anticipated this outcome. No one would stay here indefinitely unless they were an idiot. Looking at the large pile of corpses at the entrance, Lu Yong crouched down to examine them, standing up after a while. These are all 3rd and 4th tier evolved beings. If I'm not mistaken, the Wang family tried to kill them but were killed in return. Given the Wang family's style, it's highly likely, a leader said. What a waste of time. This is a feud between the Wang family and the other side. Why drag us into it? Don't we have enough trouble already? Lu Yong complained. Commander, should we still give chase? You few go check the surroundings. Just make a show of it. We'll say they're too good at counter-surveillance and we don't know where they've gone, Lu Yong said to his trusted men. Okay. Soon, the men searched the surroundings, while the others ransacked the room. A short while later, the men returned to their group, their faces full of exasperation. What happened? They just walked away so brazenly, leaving tracks everywhere. Anyone with even a little reconnaissance knowledge could find them, let alone us, one of them said helplessly. Don't they have any counter-surveillance awareness? Maybe. They just didn't even notice. Then, should we still give chase? Damn it, none of them are giving us a moment's peace, Lu Yong grumbled. There were quite a few of Ma Zongguo's spies in the group. If he went back like this, it would definitely reach Ma Zongguo's ears immediately. Let's chase after them, Lu Yong said helplessly. Then, the main force chased after Yang Bin and the others in the direction they had left. Along the way, fresh zombie corpses were everywhere. It would be hard to find an excuse not to find any. Around noon, Yang Bin and the others climbed to the roof of a building, eating while searching for fifth-tier zombies. He placed the iron cage below, blocking the stairwell. It actually worked quite well. Just as the group was enjoying their meal, Yang Bin's eyes suddenly narrowed. What's wrong, Brother Bin? The military is here, Yang Bin said in a deep voice. If there was anyone he least wanted to face, it was definitely the military. Not only because they were strong and well-equipped, but more importantly, because the military had been involved in rescue operations for some time. They were different from the government officials, they were a group of truly respectable people. Therefore, he didn't really want to fight the military. However, ultimately, their positions were different. The other side had to obey orders, while he naturally didn't want to be captured and taken back. Chen Hao and the others' expressions changed upon hearing Yang Bin's words. Brother Bin, do you think they'll discover us? Hu Wenliang whispered. They've already chased us this far, do you think they won't find us? Then, should we fight? No rush, they're well prepared. Mortars, heavy machine guns, high-powered sniper rifles, they have them. If it really comes to a fight, I'm fine, but you guys will be in great danger. Let's go downstairs first. You guys hide. I'll go deal with them. Okay. Soon, everyone went down to the 5th floor and hid. If a fight broke out, they could just jump off this floor. They wouldn't be buried alive by the building collapsing. Meanwhile, Lu Yong and the others had already seen the iron cage below, knowing they were upstairs. Lu Yong's face showed hesitation, unsure whether to fire. Their opponents were just a group of students. They'd been attacked on their doorstep. What was wrong with fighting back? However, the orders from above made it very difficult for him. Just as Lu Yong was contemplating whether to act, a figure suddenly appeared before them. Everyone was startled by the sudden appearance of the figure, and immediately pointed their weapons at him. Yang Bin paid little attention to the weapons, instead looking at Lu Yong, who stood at the front, and asked directly, "Here to arrest us?" Lu Yong stared at the young man who had suddenly appeared before him, his face filled with shock. The other party had appeared before him silently. If the other party had attacked him just now, he would likely already be a corpse. Thinking of this, Lu Yong broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing the other man remain calm despite facing thousands of gun barrels, Lu Yong couldn't help but admire him. He didn't know if this guy had extraordinary courage or was simply fearless. Lu Yong waved his hand, signaling the men behind him to lower their guns. "You're Captain Yang, right?" "Yes. Truly a young hero. Your strength has reached this level so quickly," Lu Yong exclaimed in admiration. "Just luck. You guys aren't bad either. To deal with a few students like us, you mobilized over 1,000 people, even bringing in mortars," Yang Bin laughed. "Captain Yang, I'm sorry, I had no choice. I believe you're not indiscriminate killers. If you come back with us, I'll find out what happened. If it wasn't your fault, I guarantee you'll be fine," Lu Yong said earnestly. Yang Bin shook his head. "You can leave. I don't want to fight you. You might think you're well prepared, but if we really fight, all of you leaders will die. How arrogant. Do you really think our military is made of clay?" A burly, dark-skinned man behind Lu Yong said angrily. "I don't mean to look down on you, but if I want to kill, you can't stop me," Yang Bin said calmly. The man wanted to speak, but Lu Yong stopped him. He believed Yang Bin's words. From the fact that the other party had appeared before them silently, he knew that if the other party wanted to kill, they really couldn't stop him. Lu Yong looked at Yang Bin, his face hesitant. Then, he secretly glanced at Lin Yifei beside him, wanting to know if she had any way to control the other party. However, at this moment, Yang Bin spoke again. "You don't need to look at her. Before she freezes me, I have countless ways to kill her." Chapter 117. Your whole family are criminals. How did you know about my superpower? Lin Yifei stared wide-eyed at Yang Bin. "Not only do I know your superpower, but I also know you don't look fat, but you're actually quite well endowed," Yang Bin chuckled. At this moment, a series of voices came through Lu Yong's earpiece. "Sniper number 1 is in position, target locked, awaiting orders." Sniper number 2 is in position, target locked, awaiting orders. There are more people upstairs, obstructing the view. Gunner is in position, ready to fire at any time. Hearing the voices in his ear, Lu Yong hesitated. He knew that once the order was given, it would be a fight to the death. Actually, he hadn't really intended to kill them from the beginning. His reason for following them here was mostly out of curiosity about this group. After witnessing their strength, he was even less inclined to become their enemy. If they were truly the kind of people who indiscriminately killed, he would kill them without hesitation. But all signs pointed to the Guang family as the likely instigator, and they didn't seem like indiscriminate killers. Soldiers could die at the hands of zombies, but they couldn't be allowed to lose their lives for someone's personal grudges. Thinking this, Lu Yong suddenly waved his hand. Go back. Commander, this. The people behind him were dumbfounded. They had finally made it here. Why were they leaving before the fighting even started? Commander Lu, have you forgotten why you came here? The murderer is right in front of us, and you want to go back? A young man frowned. The military was under immense pressure for rescue efforts, and Ma Zongguo hadn't been idle either. He had arranged for many people to be sent to the military side, ostensibly to assist in the rescue, but their true purpose remained unknown. This young man was one of the people Ma Zongguo had sent, named Su Hui, currently serving as political commissar. Political Commissar Su, the fighting is none of your business, Lu Yong said coldly. Commander Lu, I'm just reminding you, don't forget why you came. How are you going to explain this to Mayor Ma? I don't need to explain myself to anyone. Go! Lu Yong finished speaking and was about to leave with his men. Commander Lu, you're protecting a criminal. Su Hui roared. Criminal my ass. A voice suddenly rang out, and then, to everyone's horror, they saw Su Hui's head shatter like a watermelon. Yang Bin put away the barbell. You're the criminal, your whole family are criminals. Everyone stared at him wide-eyed. No one had expected him to suddenly attack. You! Lu Yong opened his mouth, momentarily speechless. Don't look at me, this guy framed me and tried to attack me. I was acting in self-defense. Self-defense my ass. I was just about to leave, but you had to cause trouble. Do you think I'm having too much fun? Lu Yong cursed inwardly. His expression kept changing, but finally he gritted his teeth. Let's go. He turned and left immediately, afraid of any further trouble. Yang Bin watched the other man's retreating figure thoughtfully, then shouted loudly. Commander Lu, let me give you some advice. Things aren't like they used to be. Human nature is selfish, don't be blindly loyal. Lu Yong paused for a moment, but quickly continued walking. He wasn't stupid, he knew some things all too well, but the situation was already incredibly dire. The military and government couldn't afford any more conflict, or Xinjiang would be finished. Right now, he was only thinking about killing as many zombies as possible and rescuing as many people as possible. Everything else could wait until the higher UPS arrived. He firmly believed that the country would find a way to resolve this disaster. Human nature is selfish, but some things have to be done. The people trust the military because, at any time, the military will always stand before the people, becoming their protector. Ma Zongguo might have his own selfish motives, but at least he managed the survival base well, allowing him to focus on rescue efforts. Only through cooperation between the military and government could more people in Xinjiang survive this disaster. However, the thought of facing Ma Zongguo again gave Lu Yong a headache. This time, not only did they fail to capture him, but Su Hui also ended up here. Ma Zongguo was probably furious. Sigh. Lu Yong sighed and quickly left with his men. Watching the main force depart, Chen Hao and the others jumped down and went to Yang Bin's side. Brother Bin is awesome. He made them retreat without a fight just with his words. Chen Hao flattered him without reservation. Yang Bin shook his head. It's not that I'm amazing, it's just that Commander Lu never intended to fight us. Oh? It seems the authorities aren't all in cahoots. Boss, if a fight really breaks out, can we win? Zhao Kun asked. No, except for me, you'll probably all be dead here. Really? Everyone looked surprised. They had consistently outpaced other evolved beings, which had unconsciously instilled in them a sense of superiority. Even when facing the authorities, they had never been afraid, because they were confident in themselves. I just observed carefully. They have more than a dozen snipers deployed around the perimeter, all using extremely powerful sniper rifles. Because they are scattered, even if I teleport, I can only take out 2 or 3 at most. The rest could be blown to bits at any moment. Add to that the heavy machine guns and mortars, and your chances of escape are slim. No wonder you came alone first, boss, and revealed your teleportation ability. So you wanted to intimidate them. Zhong Yuansen said admiringly. On one hand, if a fight really breaks out, I will immediately control the leader and make them let you go first. As for me, they can't catch me. Yang Bin smiled. His teleportation ability gave him enough confidence, otherwise, he would have panicked in this situation. Okay, as expected of the boss. But boss, they were about to leave, why did you still kill them? Weren't you afraid of angering them and having them attack us directly? Old Hei asked cautiously. That guy's words were too rude, I couldn't hold back, Yang Bin said awkwardly. However, that guy isn't with that Commander Lu. He wouldn't risk his life for someone like that. Commander Lu knows very well that even if they win a fight, they'll suffer heavy losses, so he doesn't dare to act rashly. Boss, you're really sharp-minded, Zhong Yuansen said admiringly. Alright, stop flattering me. Pack up, let's go. Okay, boss, where are we going? Find a nice neighborhood, continue living in the villa. It's the apocalypse, we can't skimp on ourselves. Alright. Chapter 118 Another base. Lu Yong led his troops back, deep in thought the entire way. Commander, are you thinking about how to explain this to Mayor Ma? A deputy whispered behind him. Yes, Su Hui's death is a bit troublesome, Lu Yong said helplessly. If you ask me, we should just go it alone. Why stay with them? Exactly. I always feel Mayor Ma has a lot of self-interest involved, another person whispered. We'll talk about that later. Right now, our mission is to do our best in rescue efforts, while his mission is to restore production as quickly as possible. Unless they commit any fundamental errors, the military and government should try to avoid internal strife. All right. The deputy sighed helplessly. Uncle Lu, I think you should be careful with Mayor Ma. Not everyone thinks like you, Lin Yifei suddenly said. Lu Yong hesitated for a moment, but then nodded seriously. Okay, I understand. After the troops returned to the survival base, Lu Yong went to see Ma Zongguo and explained the situation. Lu Yong had expected Ma Zongguo to fly into a rage, but after hearing his words, Ma Zongguo remained surprisingly calm. Alright, I understand. You can go back now. Okay. Lu Yong left Ma Zongguo's office, somewhat puzzled. After he left, Ma Zongguo's face darkened completely. It seems there's no need to stay. A moment later, a knock sounded at the door, and Wang Zhenhong, the head of the Wang family, entered. Head of the Wang family, the matter we discussed can be carried out now, Ma Zongguo said directly. It should have been done long ago, but the Wang family suffered heavy losses yesterday, perhaps. 3 fifth-tier crystals. Good, leave this to me, absolutely no problem. Wang Zhenhong patted his chest and assured him. Remember, don't leave any evidence. Don't worry, it definitely won't affect you. Meanwhile, after several hours of travel, Yang Bin and his group found another residential area nestled against the mountains and beside the water. This was Ziyuan, another top-tier residential community in Xinjiang, also filled with luxury villas. However, when they arrived at the community gate, they discovered that the perimeter wall appeared to have been renovated, covered in barbs. Furthermore, 4 people were standing guard at the gate, and the community was bustling with activity. Yang Bin activated his true sight and scanned the area, discovering that there were over 1,000 people inside. Clearly, this place had been turned into a small survival base. Just as Yang Bin hesitated about whether to move to another location, the guards at the gate spotted them. Brother, here for refuge, one of them called out. Yang Bin hesitated for a moment, then placed the iron cage on the ground and led the group over. You accept survivors here? Yang Bin asked curiously. Of course, our captain said that with the apocalypse, everyone is struggling. Saving as many as we can, another replied. You have that many supplies? Supplies? We can go find more if we run out. With our team's strength, are we afraid we won't find supplies? Brothers, you're really lucky to have escaped here. Once you enter our Zihu base, you'll be completely safe. Yang Bin nodded. It seemed that someone had indeed begun establishing a survival base and expanding their influence. What do we need to do inside? Yang Bin asked. Nothing much. If you dare to go out and kill zombies, then go with us. You'll get crystals distributed later. If you're too scared to kill zombies, you can do other things inside the base. Anyway, once you're inside, you'll be completely free. You won't have to worry about being eaten by zombies or starving to death anymore. Come on, I'll take you to see the captain. Our captain is a very good person. He saved many of us here. And let me tell you a secret, our captain is a 5th-tier ability user. He can sweep away any zombie. So you can rest assured here. An ability user? Yang Bin's eyes flashed. Yeah, lightning-type ability. It's incredibly powerful. I saw the captain kill a 5th-tier zombie with a single bolt of lightning. That scene was so cool. The man's face was full of admiration. Yang Bin and the others were led by him, somewhat bewildered, towards a villa in the middle of the residential area. Along the way, they encountered many people, both men and women, who showed no surprise at seeing the newcomers, clearly indicating that this kind of thing happened frequently. Soon, the group arrived at the villa's door. The man knocked and said, Captain, some newcomers have arrived. Would you like to take a look? The doors unlocked. Come in, a voice came from inside. Okay. The man opened the door and led Yang Bin and the others inside. In the living room, 5 people were sitting on the sofa discussing something. As the newcomers entered, they all looked at them curiously. "Captain, these are them," the man whispered. "Good, thank you for your hard work. You can go now," said a young man in his late 20s sitting in the middle. "Okay." The man quickly left the room, closing the door behind him. At this moment, both sides were sizing each other up. The people inside were sizing up Yang Bin and the others, while Yang Bin and the others were also sizing up the people inside. To Yang Bin's surprise, all 5 people in the room were 5th-tier evolved beings, including one lightning-type ability user. "They're quite something," Yang Bin thought to himself. The leader stood up and approached Yang Bin and the others. "Don't be nervous, everyone. Now that we're here, we're brothers. I'm the captain, Xiao Han. May I ask your names?" "Yang Bin, these are my teammates," Yang Bin introduced. "It seems you're all evolved beings too. May I ask what tier you've reached?" "I'm 4th tier, and they're 3rd tier," Yang Bin replied casually. "That's very good. May I ask where you're from?" "From another neighborhood. I didn't expect there to be a survival base here." "Haha, that's right. This place is no worse than the official survival base." "You've come to the right place," Xiao Han said proudly. But building a base in Star City like this, are you trying to go against the authorities?" "Brother, what are you saying? The authorities build their own, we build ours, we don't interfere with each other, there's no question of going against each other," Xiao Han said awkwardly. "Look at you, so cowardly despite your ambition. What great things can you achieve?" "Brother, let's not discuss this now. It's getting late. I'll have someone arrange accommodations for you." "Okay, we need a detached villa, preferably a large one." "Brother Yang, you might not know, but there are over 1,000 people here. There are only so many villas in the complex, and almost everyone is full. Everyone else has to stay in temporary accommodations." "Is this villa only occupied by a few of you?" "Yes." "Then why don't you guys find somewhere else?" Chapter 119 Too Righteous. "Damn it! Who do you think you are, expecting us to make room for you?" Before Xiao Han could speak, a young man stood up abruptly, drawing his 2-meter-long broadsword. He was clearly enraged by Yang Bin's words. These people who came here seeking refuge were grateful, but these guys, they came and immediately tried to rob their villa. This was intolerable. Xiao Han quickly stopped him. "Ah, Jay, have you forgotten what I told you? We're brothers here, don't pull out your knives so easily." "Captain, we treat them like brothers, they treat us like enemies. Sit back," Xiao Han said sternly. Seeing Xiao Han's anger, Ajie reluctantly sat back down, but his gaze towards Yang Bin and the others was very unfriendly. The others felt the same way, clearly very unhappy with Yang Bin and his group. "Sorry, brother, he's being rude, but we really can't give you this place. How about this, you can stay in the temporary accommodations for now. If you behave well later, I'll arrange for you to move into the villa, okay?" Yang Bin looked at Xiao Han with some surprise. In this apocalyptic world, a base leader was being so polite to a group of newcomers. "You're putting me in a difficult position." Originally, he wanted to come in to see if there was a way to transfer his abilities to Lao Hei after hearing there was a lightning-type ability user here. "But if you're being so polite, I'll feel awkward about taking action." After thinking for a moment, Yang Bin spoke again. "I want this place. Damn it, are you never going to stop? Believe me or not, I'll cleave you in two with one stroke." Ajie, who had just suppressed his anger, suddenly flared up again. "Ajie." Xiao Han scolded, then thought for a moment before looking at Yang Bin again and saying, "How about this? This villa is quite big. Let's squeeze in a few of us and leave 4 rooms for you. What do you think?" "Captain." Ajie wanted to say something, but Xiao Han stopped him with a look. Yang Bin looked at Xiao Han speechlessly. Even after all this guy could still remain calm. His composure was too good, no wonder his subordinates admired him so much. "You seem like a good guy. Want to consider joining our team?" Xiao Han looked at Yang Bin, completely bewildered. "We're discussing where to stay, and this train of thought is a bit too much for me to follow. Who the hell do you think you are? Asking our captain to join your trashy little team? How dare you say that?" Ajie couldn't hold back any longer and stood up again. However, before he could finish speaking, a figure rushed forward and kicked him. Ajie, a seasoned veteran, quickly clenched his fist and punched the opponent's foot. Bang! A deep sound rang out. Fist and foot collided. Chen Hao stood still, while Ajie was kicked 4 or 5 meters away. "I've tolerated you for a long time. If it weren't for your captain being a decent person, you'd be dead already," Chen Hao said calmly. "Peak 5th rank?" Everyone in the room instantly stood up, staring wide-eyed at Chen Hao. Ajie is already at the 5th rank. To kick Ajie that far, the only possible opponent is a peak 5th rank. But peak 5th rank? Even their captain hasn't reached that level yet. What makes him think he can do this? Xiao Han looked at Chen Hao with surprise and displeasure. Everyone, I've always treated you with courtesy. Isn't it inappropriate to resort to violence? He wasn't worried. Although he wasn't at the peak of the 5th rank, he was a lightning-type ability user with extremely strong combat power, so he naturally wouldn't fear ordinary 5th rank evolved beings. Sigh, I didn't want to either, but this guy's mouth is too foul. I can only teach him a lesson for you, Chen Hao said, shrugging. My man, if anyone should be disciplined, it's me. It's not your place. You need an apology. Xiao Han's voice, which had been polite just moments before, turned cold. Oh, quite protective of your own, but I'm protective of my own too. My men are none of your business to tell them what to do, Yang Bin said calmly. Captain Yang, are you trying to make an enemy of us? An enemy? Not quite. You may have some strength, but you're not strong enough to be our enemy. Then I'd like to see Captain Yang's strength. Xiao Han finished speaking and assumed a fighting stance. Yang Bin shook his head, his figure flashing, instantly disappearing from the spot. Bang! A dull thud rang out, and Xiao Han's figure flew out, crashing into a corner. Captain, you attacked from behind. The others glared angrily at Yang Bin. Puffed. Xiao Han spat out a mouthful of blood, staring at Yang Bin in horror. 6th rank? Only he knew how powerful that kick was. The opponent had clearly controlled his strength, but even that kick far exceeded the 5th rank. It could only be from a 6th rank evolved being. How is this possible? Hearing Xiao Han's exclamation, the others stared at Yang Bin in disbelief. How could there possibly be a 6th tier evolver at this time? Xiao Han struggled to his feet and then cupped his hands in a gesture of respect to Yang Bin. Thank you, Captain Yang, for sparing my life. He knew very well that if the opponent had used their full power, he would definitely be dead. He felt he wouldn't even have the ability to retaliate. Although he hadn't used his special ability yet, he knew that even if he did, the result would be the same, his ability wouldn't hit the opponent. Sigh, with your personality, it seems I need to reconsider whether to let you join our team, Yang Bin shook his head. It wasn't that Xiao Han's personality was bad, but rather that he was too upright, which didn't fit their team's style. He didn't know whether bringing someone like that in would be a good thing or a bad thing. After all, they sometimes acted somewhat ruthlessly, and if this guy couldn't go along with it, it would be a problem. Hearing Yang Bin still bringing up the matter of him joining the team, Xiao Han felt helpless, but he wasn't as averse to it as he had initially. After all, he was a 6th tier evolver, he had the qualifications. However, he had no intention of joining another team. He was doing well here, why join someone else's? At this point, the others didn't dare to speak either. 6th tier. That was enough to completely suppress their tempers. Upon reaching the 5th rank, everyone could clearly feel that the 6th rank was a completely different realm, with a dramatic shift in strength. The captain couldn't even hold his own in a single exchange with the opponent. How could they dare to speak? Thank you for your kindness, Captain Yang, but I'm doing fine here. I don't plan to join any other teams right now, Xiao Han said softly. You mean here? To be honest, there's no point in developing here. The authorities are rapidly expanding outwards. Once they expand this far, you'll either be absorbed into their ranks or get bombarded. In the end, you'll all be doing all the work for someone else. Don't look at me like that. I'm telling the truth. We almost got bombarded just now. Alright, pack up and move to another villa. This villa is temporarily requisitioned for the next few days. We'll return it to you after we leave. Bye. Ajie wanted to say something, but was quickly silenced by someone else covering his mouth. Okay, let's move now. Xiao Han was quite decisive. After discovering that the other party had a 6th tier evolver, all the difficulties seemed insignificant. Soon, the group packed their things and left the villa. Chapter 120 The Kindness in One's Heart. Watching the group leave, Yang Bin's eyes showed a conflicted expression. He was genuinely undecided. Lightning-type abilities were undoubtedly among the top elemental abilities, and he desperately wanted them. However, getting Xiao Han to join the Starfall squad might be troublesome, and he wasn't sure if Xiao Han's personality was suitable for the squad. Actually, there was another way: kill Xiao Han and have old Hei steal his abilities. But Yang Bin had a good impression of Xiao Han, and he couldn't bring himself to do it. He was ruthless, but not a demon who killed indiscriminately. He had his own bottom line. Forget it, let's stay for a couple of days and see. Yang Bin shook his head helplessly. On the other side, these people are too arrogant. Captain, let's gather all the evolved humans and show them who's in charge here, Ajie said, looking displeased. It's no use, Xiao Han shook his head. The other side isn't just a 6th tier evolver, but also a superhuman. That attack just now was definitely a spatial ability. No matter how many people there are, it's useless. Then we can capture the others, another young man said. Any one of them is at the peak of the 5th tier. Do you think the others are any less powerful? So we're just going to be kicked out obediently? What else do you want? They're already being merciful by not killing us. In this apocalypse, haven't you seen enough ruthless people? They probably won't stay here forever. Let's just stay with Xiao Gang and the others for a few nights. Okay. That evening, food was being cooked in a huge factory within the base, and the people in the base lined up to get their meals. Even at Xiao Han's behest, someone came to the villa to invite Yang Bin and the others to dinner. Yang Bin declined the invitation. They had brought plenty of food, it would last them for several days. Standing on the rooftop, looking at the peaceful scene below, the group was somewhat moved. It has to be said, Xiao Han is a really good person, and the base management is quite good too. Yang Bin is certain that the living conditions of the people in this base are far better than those in the official survival base. After all, the official base has too many people, and the consumption of resources is extremely high, so it definitely needs to be controlled. Brother Bin, why don't we let him go? Hu Wenliang whispered. Since Yang Bin's reprimand last time, he hadn't said such a thing to Yang Bin in a long time, but this time, he was truly moved. From the smiles on these people's faces, it was clear that Xiao Han had managed this base very well. This time, Yang Bin didn't reprimand Hu Wenliang, because he was also moved. It's been almost a month since the apocalypse, and they've witnessed too much of the dark side of humanity. Seeing this scene suddenly was truly moving. Yang Bin thought for a moment, then nodded, okay, we'll leave tomorrow. Although he was ruthless, he wasn't a bad person at heart. Let this beautiful memory remain in our hearts. While superhumans are rare, you can always encounter them. That night, Yang Bin had Skinny Monkey deal with Shen Hong, then transferred Shen Hong's superhuman abilities to Skinny Monkey. At this point, all 7 members of the Starfall squad, except for Old Black, were superhumans. In terms of strength, Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang are already at the peak of the 5th tier, and Zhao Kun has already consumed 4 5th tier crystals. He should reach the peak of the 5th tier tomorrow. Now, 5th tier zombies aren't as rare as they were at the beginning, killing about 10 a day is still achievable. After watching the stars all night, the group slept for another 4 hours and got up at 9 o'clock in the morning. They packed their things and went straight out. Just as they stepped out, they ran into Xiao Han and his group walking towards them. Seeing Yang Bin and the others carrying backpacks, Xiao Han asked curiously, "Are you guys preparing to leave?" "Yeah, we rested here late and slept well, so we won't disturb you," Yang Bin said with a smile. Now, Xiao Han and the others behind him were somewhat bewildered. This group was incredibly aggressive yesterday, they thought they wanted to take over the base. Why are they suddenly leaving today? Captain Xiao, take my advice. If you really want to establish a base and develop your influence, don't do it in the city. Go to a more remote place. You don't have the resources to confront the authorities yet. Yang Bin patted Xiao Han on the shoulder. Okay, thanks for the reminder. Xiao Han nodded seriously. Yeah, if you ever can't make it here, you can come find me. Although I don't know where I'll be on that day, I believe that by then, the Starfall squad will be known to everyone. The others looked at Yang Bin speechlessly. They'd seen narcissists before, but never one this narcissistic. But Xiao Han nodded seriously. I also believe that if that day ever comes, I'll go. How could someone who reached the 6th rank so quickly be anything less than capable? He was certain that even the authorities didn't have any 6th rank evolvers at this point. Captain Yang, can I ask you a question? Go ahead. Will there be a big change after reaching the 6th rank? Yes, a big change. Your strength doubles, and you randomly awaken another ability. So, the 6th rank shouldn't be called the 6th rank, but rather the Yao Guang realm. Yao Guang realm. Xiao Han and the others stared wide-eyed. No wonder. Xiao Han sighed. No wonder he was completely helpless against them yesterday, the difference between the 5th and 6th ranks was so vast. Alright, let's go. I hope you all survive. Yang Bin waved and led the Starfall squad away from the base. Watching their retreating figures, the people behind Xiao Han were all puzzled. Captain, what do you think they mean? They were so domineering yesterday, but today they're like completely different people. They haven't even mentioned having you join their team again. Xiao Han shook his head. I don't know, maybe they think I'm not suitable. Alright, tell everyone to pack their things. We're moving in the next couple of days. Captain, are we really going to listen to him? He's right. We don't have the resources to fight the authorities right now. If they find out about us, we'll either be absorbed into their ranks or wiped out. The authorities won't allow a situation of warlordism. Okay, moving so many people is going to be a huge undertaking. There's nothing we can do, we're the weaker party. Perhaps the real era of fierce competition will come when no one is afraid of firearms anymore. Chapter 121 The Tragedy of Lu Yong. After leaving the base, Yang Bin and his group called Xiao Ju Zi back, then continued their search for lodging, carrying the large iron cage. The cage was heavy and cumbersome, but they had to carry it to cultivate the Yao Guang realm zombies. Consider it exercise. The Yao Guang realm is a major dividing line, and it's estimated that it will be extremely difficult for zombies to break through. For so long, apart from the one they killed last time, they haven't encountered any more Yao Guang realm zombies. Many powerful individuals are currently stuck at the 5th rank and unable to advance, which benefits Yang Bin. The Yao Guang realm allows for autonomous cultivation, and the longer it drags on, the greater Yang Bin's lead will become. However, as time goes on, there will definitely be more and more Yao Guang realm zombies. But killing Yao Guang realm zombies is no easy feat. Frankly speaking, unless you're an extremely powerful ability user, you can only use human lives, specifically the lives of 5th rank evolved beings. Lower rank evolved beings are useless. Of course, if they could kill even one Yao Guang realm zombie, the entire team would be truly powerful. If a team had a Yao Guang realm evolver, dealing with Yao Guang zombies would be much easier. After all, even if someone isn't a superhuman, once they reach the Yao Guang realm and gain superpowers, dealing with zombies of the same level wouldn't be difficult. Currently, we haven't seen any zombies with superpowers. Yao Guang realm zombies are only physically stronger and more intelligent, they don't have many other advantages. I wonder if we'll encounter zombies with special abilities in the future. If so, I wonder if consuming crystals would grant us those special abilities. However, even if a zombie with special abilities does appear, whether we can defeat it is another question. In a residential area more than 10 kilometers away from the survival base, after a fierce barrage of fire, the zombies in the residential area have been mostly eliminated. Squads of soldiers began climbing into the buildings to search for survivors and also to look for supplies. Most people turned into zombies on the first day of the apocalypse. If no other survivors visited the room, it was still possible to find quite a bit of stuff. After all, zombies don't eat these things. Soon, soldiers came down carrying large and small bags of supplies, which they then loaded onto the vehicle. These weren't all food, there were also many daily necessities, items that were also scarce in the base. However, despite the large number of soldiers, there were no survivors. The further they went, the fewer survivors they found. They were already used to this. "Commander, we've found 3 survivors." Several soldiers coming down from another building reported excitedly. Behind them were 3 men with disheveled hair and shabby clothes. They looked no different from the survivors they usually encountered during rescues. 3 is pretty good, Lu Yong nodded. The 3 survivors, upon seeing Lu Yong, were moved to tears of gratitude and immediately knelt down. "Thank you, Commander. Thank you, Commander. Don't mention it. As soldiers, it's what we should do." Lu Yong quickly went over and helped the 3 up. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Just as Lu Yong reached out to help the 3 up, they instantly pulled out daggers from their pockets and stabbed at Lu Yong. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Although Lu Yong quickly retreated after realizing something was wrong, he was still too slow. One of the 3 was a 5th-tier evolved being. The instant Lu Yong retreated, the opponent's dagger had already pierced his chest, the strike precise and aimed straight for his heart. "Commander!" Everyone around paled and frantically rushed towards them. The others immediately tried to subdue the 3 attackers. However, the 3 had already slit their own throats after completing their task. By the time they arrived, they were already dead. "Commander, how are you? Quickly, take the commander back to base. Contact base immediately and have them gather all the doctors." A group of people rushed over and immediately tried to lift Lu Yong into the vehicle. However, Lu Yong stopped them. "It's no use. I know my own condition. Even before the apocalypse, I can't be saved." "No, Commander, there must be a way. Hold on, we'll be back at base soon. Don't waste your energy. Listen to me. After I die, Zhao Hu, you'll be in charge of everything in the unit. Continue the rescue. Don't clash with the government. We'll talk about everything when the higher UPS arrive. Rescue my ass. I guarantee these 3 guys are definitely connected to Ma Zongguo. I'm taking the brothers back right now, tearing down the survival base, and killing the treacherous Ma Zongguo." Zhao Hu was furious. Cough. "Zhao Hu, you're not even listening to me. Commander, obey orders." "Yes, sir." "As for whether he's involved, don't make any judgments without evidence. We'll talk about everything when the higher UPS arrive." "Okay." Zhao Hu nodded, his eyes red. A crowd surrounded Lu Yong, their eyes bloodshot. "Zhao Hu, do me a favor." Lu Yong weakly looked at Zhao Hu. "Commander, please tell me. Fi Fei's father was my comrade in arms. Before he died, he entrusted her to me. While I'm gone, please take care of her for me. She's a young girl, it's too dangerous for her in the apocalypse." "Don't worry, Commander, I will never let anything happen to Miss Linear." Then I'm relieved." Blood trickled from Lu Yong's mouth. Feeling his life slipping away, his face showed relief, reluctance, and regret. "I'm sorry, Commander, I ultimately failed to liberate Xingqiang. I wonder if you'll scold me when I go down." Then, Lu Yong's eyelids slowly closed. When the last glimmer of light disappeared, there was only endless darkness. "Commander!" Everyone knelt on the ground, weeping loudly. Lu Yong was the deputy division commander. He was always kind to his subordinates. His death was a major blow to the military. After a long while, Zhao Hu had Lu Yang's body moved to a car, and then drove back to the survival base. Upon returning, he saw a large crowd gathered at the entrance, with Ma Zongguo standing at the very front. Seeing the troops return, Ma Zongguo was the first to rush forward, his face filled with immense grief. I heard that Division Commander Lu. Stop whining. Don't you know what happened to our division commander? Zhao Hu said coldly. Commander Zhao, I'll take your words as ramblings from excessive grief, but this is a one-time exception. You. Zhao Hu was about to explode when someone behind him quickly grabbed him. Commander, calm down. Have you forgotten what the division commander told you? Humph. Zhao Hu snorted coldly, bypassing Ma Zongguo and carrying Lu Yang's corpse into the survival base. After everyone left, a smile curled at the corner of Ma Zongguo's lips. Without Lu Yang, the survival base could slowly be completely under his control. Chapter 122 Encountering the Yao Guang zombies again. In a room at the survival base. Commander Zhao, how did Uncle Lu die? Lin Yifei stared at Lu Yang's corpse, her face icy cold. He was ambushed, Zhao Hu said in a deep voice. He then recounted the events to Lin Yifei. I suspect Ma Zongguo sent people to do this, but those three committed suicide, so there's no way to verify it. Zhao Hu was furious. Did you interrogate the soldiers who brought those three down? Those are all soldiers from the 2nd Regiment. They shouldn't have any problems. They didn't expect these three to be suspicious. After all, we rescue quite a few survivors every day, we can't possibly check everyone thoroughly. Let's still interrogate them, Lin Yifei said. They brought the men directly to Uncle Lu. While it's not necessarily wrong, I still suspect something's fishy. Given Ma Zongguo's cautious nature, he'll likely have someone pull strings to ensure things go smoothly. Hearing Lin Yifei's words, Zhao Hu pondered for a moment, then nodded. You're right. I'll go get them right now. Zhao Hu quickly left the room. Lin Yifei's eyes slowly reddened as she looked at Lu Yang's corpse. Why are you all so stubborn? My dad was like that, and so are you. I warned you, why didn't you take it to heart? Not long after, Zhao Hu returned to the room, his face incredibly grim. Those men. I can't find them. Lin Yifei nodded, not particularly surprised, clearly having already guessed the outcome. I think Ma Zongguo did this. I'm going to kill him right now. Zhao Hu stormed out. Don't go. Going there will play right into his hands. What do you mean? He's the highest leader in Star City now. You have no evidence. If you openly attack him, even if he kills you on the spot, it'll be for nothing. He'll quickly regain control of the military. Kill me? A cunning old fox? I can't beat him. No, he's already at the peak of the 5th rank. While you're risking your lives outside every day to rescue people, he's been rapidly expanding his power within the base. Nobody knows how strong his forces are now. If you act rashly now, you'll only get yourself killed. Uncle Lu entrusted the troops to you before he died, so you have to shoulder that responsibility. Don't act impulsively. Then what should we do? Take your men and leave. We'll establish our own power base. We'll come back when we're strong enough. At that time, we won't need any evidence. We can kill him and no one will dare say anything. Okay. Zhao Hu nodded firmly. He had long wanted to leave and start his own business, but his superiors had always disagreed. Now, this was a perfect opportunity to escape. Zhao Hu quickly left to make arrangements. Lin Yifei, however, felt somewhat heavy-hearted. Leaving it sounded simple, but was incredibly difficult to execute. Ma Zongguo would definitely be wary of this and wouldn't let them leave easily. Furthermore, the weapons Uncle Lu brought back were all inside the base, taking them away would be virtually impossible. Even if they left, surpassing the established base in strength would be incredibly difficult. Looks like, we need outside help. A defiant figure flashed through Lin Yifei's mind. Perhaps, we could talk to him. Meanwhile, Yang Bin and the others walked and killed zombies as they went. By lunchtime, Zhao Kun and Zhong Yuansen had both reached the peak of the 5th tier. Perhaps due to the increased number of 5th tier zombies, they had killed more than 10 5th tier zombies in just one morning. These previously particularly difficult to kill 5th tier zombies didn't even have a chance to escape from Yang Bin now. He basically teleported over and finished them off with a single blow, no matter how many henchmen they had. Therefore, once Yang Bin saw them, their fate was sealed. After finishing their meal on the rooftop, Yang Bin habitually activated his true sight and looked around. He then spotted what appeared to be a building on a mountaintop in the distance. Focusing his gaze, Yang Bin's eyes lit up. Holy crap! A mountaintop villa. That's it. Come on, brothers, we've found a place to stay. Where? Where? The group perked up immediately. There are several large villas on that mountaintop. That place will be incredibly comfortable. A mountaintop villa? That's a dream come true. The group was thrilled, quickly packing their things and heading in that direction. They encountered remarkably few zombies along the way, which puzzled them. However, they didn't think too much about it at the moment, they were focused on their new home. However, when they arrived at the foot of the mountain, their faces fell. Holy crap! How come there are so many zombies here? Yeah, this isn't a residential area. We hardly ever see anyone here. How did so many zombies come here? The group looked bewildered. Yangbin was also puzzled, but he quickly realized something, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Brothers, we might have run into something big. Something big? Could it be a Yao Guang zombie? The men's eyes widened instantly. Yangbin nodded. There are at least tens of thousands of zombies on this mountain. This isn't a residential area, there couldn't possibly be that many zombies here. They must have been gathered here, and for tens of thousands of zombies to gather, it has to be a Yao Guang zombie. Haha, great. Let's get them. Hearing about Yao Guang zombies, the men instantly became excited, like seeing a naked woman. However, looking at the dense swarms of zombies on the mountain, they hesitated. However, how could they fight so many zombies? Let's kill them slowly. We finally encountered a Yao Guang zombie, we have to fight it no matter how difficult it is, Yangbin laughed. Actually, with their current strength, apart from 5th tier zombies, ordinary zombies couldn't pose much of a threat to them. However, when people are exhausted, and there are too many zombies, they can wear them down eventually. Therefore, even though they were confident in their abilities, they were still apprehensive when facing tens of thousands of zombies. Boss, how do we fight? Everyone looked at Yangbin. Lure them down and fight them. Fighting from up there is disadvantageous to us. Okay, get ready, I'll lure them down. After speaking, Yangbin headed straight up the mountain, while the others prepared for battle. There were no buildings nearby, so there was no way to use the walls for cover, they had to fight their way through. Yangbin climbed the ladder up the mountain, but he hadn't gone far before the zombies above spotted him. With a roar, a dense swarm of zombies pounced on Yangbin. Holy crap! Have you no shame? So many of them? Chapter 123. The Yao Guang realm is just so cool. On the open grassland, swarms of zombies roared madly. A closer look revealed 7 people frantically swinging barbells in the center, killing the surrounding zombies. The ground beneath their feet was littered with zombie corpses. Standing atop the thick layer of corpses, they had created a strategic advantage despite initially lacking one. More and more zombies were being killed, and the men's arms were already numb. This time, the number of zombies was simply overwhelming. Fortunately, there were 7 of them. Those who couldn't hold on could take a break in the middle. Huan Liang had to retreat to the back every now and then to heal the others. Injuries were inevitable in this situation. Thankfully, Huan Liang was there, otherwise, fighting tens of thousands of zombies would have been impossible. Of these zombies, 10% were Tier 2, 70% were Tier 3, 20% were Tier 4, and a dozen or so Tier 5 zombies were hiding among them. Tier 2 and 3 zombies posed little threat to the group, but Tier 4 zombies, especially in large numbers, could be dangerous. The most dangerous Tier 5 zombies were the least of their concern. Yangbin would kill any Tier 5 zombie that approached immediately. His telekinesis allowed him to easily kill Tier 5 zombies in the horde. Therefore, the others didn't need to worry about Tier 5 zombies. Phew, I can't hold on anymore. Lao He, take over my position, I need a rest. Chen Hao, who had held on the longest, also couldn't take it anymore and had to retreat to the middle. Okay. Lao He didn't hesitate and blocked the zombies coming from Chen Hao's direction. Hey Bin, couldn't we have lured them in one by one? Who can withstand all of them at once? Chen Hao complained. You think this is still the rooftop era? These zombies are all Tier 3 and 4 now. Once one is spotted, one shout and the rest come rushing out. How can you lure them out little by little? Sigh, okay, but with so many zombies, I don't know when we'll finish. Although they'd been killing for so long, the zombies still stretched as far as the eye could see. A sense of powerlessness rose among them. Tens of thousands of zombies, it was no joke. Let's take turns killing them. With Liangzi here, as long as we don't die, we'll eventually finish them all. Brother Bin, you haven't rested at all. Do you need a break? I'm fine. These zombies are just a wave of my hand for me. They won't take much effort. Yao Guang realm, that's awesome. Let's hurry and kill them. We have to finish them before dark, otherwise, it'll be dangerous in the dark. Okay, got it. The group rallied again and attacked frantically. Yangbin, meanwhile, activated his true sight eye once more, searching for Yao Guang realm zombies. He looked around but still couldn't see it. However, just as he looked towards the mountaintop, he noticed a figure silently watching them from the summit. Finally appeared? Yangbin's lips curled into a smile, then he looked at Chen Hao and the others. I'm leaving this to you guys. I'm going to kill the main culprit. Found the Yao Guang zombie? The group's eyes lit up immediately. Okay. Brother Bin, you should go quickly, we can still hold on. Yangbin nodded, then teleported away, reappearing at the foot of the mountain. It was still quite a distance to the summit. With his current strength, he couldn't teleport there directly, he had to climb up from the foot of the mountain. Fortunately, the zombies on the mountain had all fled down, so Yangbin made his way up without hindrance and quickly reached the summit. At this moment, the Yao Guang realm zombie hadn't left, seemingly waiting for Yangbin. Seeing Yangbin arrive, the Yao Guang realm zombie actually wore a contemptuous smile, seemingly mocking Yangbin's overestimation of his abilities. "Damn it, you, a zombie, dare to mock me?" Yangbin was immediately annoyed. The Yao Guang realm zombie looked almost identical to a normal person. Its face was no longer rotting, just somewhat pale and bloodless. Also, its eyes were blood red, which was likely a zombie's mark and couldn't be changed. To distinguish between a human and a zombie, just look at their eyes. The Yao Guang realm zombie licked its lips, then instantly pounced on Yangbin. Pretty arrogant. Yangbin snorted coldly, grabbed the barbell, and swung it down. Bang! The barbell slammed into the zombie's arm with a dull thud, sending it staggering back several steps. Yangbin's expression changed slightly, because he discovered that the barbell had deformed. Clearly, with his increased strength, the barbell was no longer able to withstand his full-force attack. Sigh, looks like I'll have to change weapons again. Yangbin sighed. He had already sensed that the barbell wasn't very effective when dealing with the Yao Guang realm zombie last time. He just got used to it and hadn't found a better weapon to replace it, so he hadn't changed it. However, at his level, finding a suitable weapon wasn't so easy. Yangbin reluctantly tossed aside the barbell, then kicked the charging zombie away. He immediately followed up, delivering a powerful punch to the zombie's head. His strength was now approaching 6,000, far exceeding that of a typical Yao Guang realm cultivator. While this zombie hadn't recently advanced to the Yao Guang realm, its strength was only around 5,002 or 3,000, slightly lower than Yangbin's. Facing Yangbin's fist, the zombie quickly raised its hand to block. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as the zombie was knocked back several steps. Yangbin pressed on, delivering another roundhouse kick to the zombie's head. The zombie again raised its hand to block. Yangbin's attacks were like a storm, giving his opponent no chance to breathe, every strike aimed at the head. Without weapons, his entire body was a weapon. Fists, feet, elbows, knees, the attacks came wave after wave. Although Yangbin had never studied Sanda, Chinese kickboxing, he watched a lot of television. The high-difficulty moves shown on TV were child's play for his current physical abilities. Yangbin didn't bother learning any fancy moves, his attacks were simple and direct, aiming for the opponent's head. Under his immense strength, the Yao Guang zombie was completely overwhelmed and had no chance to retaliate. Roar! The zombie roared, knowing it needed to escape the situation. When Yangbin launched another roundhouse kick, it took the blow head-on, then grabbed Yangbin's foot and bit down. Yangbin was startled. He quickly raised his other foot and kicked the zombie hard in the head, then broke free. Not bad, it can even fight back. Yangbin sneered, his fist slamming into the zombie's head again. At the same time, the barbell lying on the ground suddenly flew up, also aimed at the back of the zombie's head. Thump! Thump! Two muffled thuds rang out. The zombie had blocked Yangbin's fist, but had taken a solid blow. The zombie looked behind it, completely bewildered, only to see the barbell lying on the ground not far away. There was no one else. At this moment, its mind was filled with question marks. Chapter 124: The Real Assassin. Yangbin gave his opponent no time to consider, his fist slamming down again. The zombie had no choice but to abandon its doubts and meet Yangbin's fist. Similarly, it blocked Yangbin's fist, but was struck hard on the back of the head again. This blow was quite heavy, 2 hits caused it to bleed from the brain. The strength of a superpower is directly proportional to the user's own strength, and the power Yangbin displayed using his ability to manipulate objects was no weaker than his own physical strength. Having taken 2 solid hits, it would be strange if it didn't bleed. If the barbell hadn't been so flimsy, those 2 blows would have caused far more than just bleeding. This time, the zombie finally showed some fear, and then roared downwards. As his roar rang out, the zombies attacking Chen Hao and the others below suddenly went berserk, abandoning them and charging madly up the mountain. Thinking to call for reinforcements now? Too late. Yangbin smiled and launched another attack. He relentlessly pounded the zombie's head with his fists, while simultaneously using the barbell to deliver devastating blows. Caught in a pincer attack, the zombie was overwhelmed, its head wounds rapidly worsening, and its reactions becoming sluggish. Finally, Yangbin seized an opportunity and delivered a powerful punch to the zombie's head. The blow was devastating, shattering the zombie's skull. Immediately afterward, the barbell descended from above, plunging deep into the zombie's skull through the wound. The zombie's body froze in place, then slowly collapsed. Phew! Yangbin breathed a sigh of relief. You really need a good weapon, otherwise it's too tiring. With his strength, dealing with the Yao Guang zombie wouldn't have required this much trouble, but his weapon failed him at the crucial moment. Fortunately, combined with his supernatural abilities, he ultimately managed to kill the zombie. Hearing the zombies charging up below, Yangbin quickly pulled the crystal from a zombie's head and teleported down. When the horde of zombies reached the mountaintop, all they found was their leader's cold corpse. Countless zombies roared furiously at the sky. Then they pounced on the corpse of the Yao Guang zombie. Delicious. When Yangbin returned to Chen Hao and the others, he saw all 6 of them lying motionless on the corpses. If Yangbin hadn't had sharp eyesight, he might not have even found them. Good heavens, now I finally understand why some people could feign death and get away with it in ancient battles. You guys are practically one with the corpses. Brother Bin, you're back. How was it? Did you kill them? Seeing Yangbin return, the group quickly got up, looking at him expectantly. Aren't you worried I can't beat them? We're only worried about how horribly that zombie dies. Alright, let's go a little further away. If those zombies go berserk, they'll probably charge down again. Okay. Soon, the group arrived at a building. Yangbin took out the crystal and handed it to Chen Hao. Huzzy, you should advance first. Since the changes in the Yao Guang realm are so significant, it's essential to advance everyone to the Yao Guang realm first. Furthermore, the Yao Guang realm unlocks autonomous cultivation. Advancing them sooner will allow them to level up quickly. Okay. Chen Hao didn't refuse and excitedly accepted the crystal. He then sat cross-legged on the ground and swallowed it. Everyone looked at Chen Hao expectantly. Though there was envy, there was no jealousy. They all knew that as long as they followed their leader, they would soon have it too. Advancing to the Yao Guang realm was much slower than ordinary advancements. It took Chen Hao a full 5 minutes before he opened his eyes. How was it? What kind of ability? Everyone looked at Chen Hao with curiosity. Chen Hao sensed the changes within his body, then took out a dagger from his backpack. Soon, everyone saw a layer of black light surrounding the dagger. Chen Hao thought for a moment, then picked up a barbell bar nearby and sliced it directly with the dagger. The barbell bar broke silently, the cut clean. Holy crap! What the hell is that? Everyone stared wide-eyed at the scene, even Yangbin was shocked, then activated his true sight to look at Chen Hao. Under his true sight, Yangbin finally understood what Chen Hao's ability was. It was a kind of sharpness that could be attached to weapons, increasing their sharpness. This ability didn't sound very impressive, but seeing the effect, even Yangbin was a little envious. If he had such an ability, he wouldn't have struggled so much just now. Brother Hao, what kind of ability is that? It's amazing. Everyone looked at Chen Hao with burning eyes. I don't know either, I only know that this thing can make weapons sharper. Huzzy, you've struck gold. This ability is very strong. Yeah, I felt it too. Chen Hao looked excited. By the way, what changes have occurred to your ability? I'm not sure yet, let me test it. Then, Chen Hao vanished before everyone's eyes. Yangbin quickly activated his true sight and looked at him. Then, he saw Chen Hao stand up, his figure flashing as he appeared behind Yuan Liang, his speed so fast that even Yangbin was somewhat surprised. Bang! Chen Hao directly tapped Yuan Liang on the head, then quickly dodged. Damn it, you little rat, come out here, I'll beat the shit out of you. Yuan Liang said angrily, clutching his head. Hee, don't be angry, I was just doing a test. Chen Hao awkwardly reappeared. Yangbin was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. Huzzy, you can't reveal yourself when you fight anymore? Yeah, I think as long as my mental energy isn't completely depleted, or I don't get hit hard, I should be able to stay invisible indefinitely. And I've noticed my speed seems to increase a lot after becoming invisible. Holy crap, with those two abilities combined, you can kill whoever you want. Even those stronger than you will be doomed. Zhao Kun and the others' eyes widened in disbelief. For now, besides Brother Bin, I should be able to kill whoever I want. Chen Hao scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Can you stop saying such arrogant things with that embarrassed look? Damn it, are you trying to kill us all? Impressive! Yangbin exclaimed sincerely. He had a premonition that Chen Hao's name would become a source of nightmares for many people in the future. Alright, everyone, take a break, eat something, and then we'll continue killing those zombies. I just roughly estimated there are about 5,000 or 6,000 zombies left. Let's try to finish them off before dark, then we can sleep in the villa on the mountaintop tonight. Okay. Everyone nodded, then took out their food to eat. Half an hour later, the group set off up the mountain again. Now, with an additional Yao Guang realm expert, their strength had increased significantly, and the remaining zombies were no longer a threat. Chapter 125 Base Upheaval. Back on the mountain, the group rushed upwards. With 2 members at the Yao Guang realm, they were completely unfazed. Along the way, zombies relentlessly attacked them, but nothing could stop their advance. Yangbin and Chen Hao led the Starfall squad, charging towards the summit like sharp swords. Yangbin still wielded his slightly deformed barbell, while Chen Hao held a section of the barbell he had chopped off in each hand. This didn't affect their efficiency, in fact, it made them kill even faster. When the black light enveloped the barbell, Chen Hao's zombie killing speed became phenomenal. His hands moved rapidly, and zombies died instantly upon contact, drawing envious glances from everyone, including Yang Bin. Then, Yang Bin took the dagger from Chen Hao and wielded it swiftly through the zombie horde, repeatedly stabbing into the necks of the zombies. Seeing this, Zhong Yuansen also hurled huge rocks into the zombie horde. Zhao Kun, too, transformed into his metal arm, taking down zombies one by one with a single punch. The remaining people could only awkwardly watch their display. The skinny monkey, who had just gained his superpower, was itching to use it, but he couldn't very well use his charm on the zombies. So, the rest of them could only continue hitting the zombies with barbells. In less than half an hour, the group reached the mountaintop. Then a fierce battle ensued at the summit. The battle lasted until after 5 p.m. Except for 5 fifth-tier zombies whose limbs had been broken, all the other zombies were defeated. These 5 fifth-tier zombies were deliberately left behind by Yang Bin, naturally to raise a Yao Guang realm zombie. Let's go pick out a nice villa. There were only 8 villas on the mountaintop, each with a floor area of over 600 to 700 square meters, complete with a garden, courtyard, swimming pool, etc., and each one was extremely valuable. The air here is fresh, the environment is beautiful, and it's quite popular with the wealthy. The only downside is the inconvenient transportation. Even buying groceries requires a trip down the mountain. However, people who can afford to live in a place like this basically don't need to buy groceries themselves. Several villas were damaged to varying degrees, and the interiors were a mess, covered in blood. Clearly, these villas were occupied when the apocalypse broke out. Actually, the chances of survival in this kind of place are higher than in residential areas. Unfortunately, the people here weren't very lucky. A monstrous zombie appeared. To reach the Yao Guang realm so quickly, it's obvious this guy was already at the first level on the first day. These kinds of zombies were practically indiscriminate killing in the early stages before anyone could react. Even if there were any survivors inside, they were probably all killed by this guy. The group found a villa with slightly less damage, went inside, put their things down, tidied up the house, and then lay down on the sofa, too tired to move. Today was an incredibly strenuous day. We killed over 10,000 zombies, and everyone's completely exhausted. I'll check a few villas to see if there's any rice or anything. I'll cook you all a nice meal tonight. You guys rest for a bit, then go mine some crystals. This is all hard-earned, don't waste it. Okay. Everyone nodded. Boss, we already have enough crystals. Why do we need so many low-grade crystals? Zhong Yuansen asked, somewhat puzzled. This stuff is all energy. It should be useful later. Let's mine as much as we can. Okay. Huzzy, go down and carry the iron cage up to the backyard. While you're at it, throw those 5th-grade crystals in there too. Okay. After assigning the tasks, Yang Bin headed towards the other villas, wanting to gather the readily available resources first. These mountaintop villas, being far from the market, would definitely have plenty of food stored, especially daily necessities like rice and flour that are easy to store. Sure enough, upon entering the first villa, Yang Bin found 3 50-pound bags of rice, along with some cured meat, sausages, and dried vegetables in a separate storage room. Next, he found quite a few things in the other villas as well. However, 2 villas were spotless, suggesting the survivors inside had been alive for quite some time. Unfortunately, with the appearance of the Yao Guang realm zombies, there were no survivors left. Judging from the freshness of the blood in the villas, the people inside must have died a couple of days ago. All the supplies were moved back to the storage room of their villa, so they wouldn't have to worry about food for a while. Yang Bin then started a fire to cook. After dark, everyone returned carrying their bags and packs. Killing the zombies took 2 or 3 hours, and mining the crystals took more than 2 hours. So, with so few people, mining crystals was a major undertaking. That evening, everyone had a sumptuous dinner to celebrate moving into their new home. In the following days, Yang Bin led the Starfall squad to sweep through the surrounding area. Meanwhile, during these days, a major event occurred at the survival base. The military, led by Zhao Hu, broke away from the survival base. Ma Zongguo was furious and sent men to intercept them. A fierce battle ensued, resulting in heavy losses for both sides, but Zhao Hu ultimately led over 3,000 soldiers away from the survival base. With the military's departure, Ma Zongguo completely seized control of the survival base and began sweeping reforms. He issued an ultimatum to all evolved individuals within the survival base: join his ranks or leave. As a result, many evolved individuals unsure of their survival outside were forced to join. However, many evolved individuals seeking freedom or harboring ambitions chose to leave the base. Inside a house. Pack your things, let's go, Fang Sija said, slinging his backpack over his shoulder to Qin Wei. However, Qin Wei didn't move. Sija, I've thought it over carefully. I think it's safer for us to stay at the survival base. We have to be responsible for these 100-odd brothers, Qin Wei said earnestly. Fang Sija hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Understood. I'm leaving then. I hope all the brothers can survive. With that, he walked towards the door. Sija. Qin Wei quickly grabbed Fang Sija's arm. We've been brothers for so many years, why can't you stay with me? Fang Sija looked at Qin Wei and said seriously, do you remember what I said? If you join the government, I will leave. Why are you so averse to joining the government? What's wrong with joining? You'll have food and drink, and your safety will be guaranteed. In this apocalypse, isn't our goal to survive? Fang Sija shook his head, then removed Qin Wei's hand. We're on different paths, so we can't work together. Take care. With that, he walked towards the door again. You're just leaving like this? I guarantee you won't live more than 2 days. That's my fate. Soon, Fang Sija left without looking back. That idiot. Qin Wei said angrily. Chapter 126 Zombie Siege. With the changes occurring at the survival base, Star City seemed to have entered a delicate phase. Ma Zongguo consolidated his power within the survival base, turning all the evolved individuals into his own forces. Simultaneously, he began to win over the people, using the crystals he possessed to cultivate more evolved individuals. Those with discerning eyes could see his immense ambition. Perhaps he wanted to seize this opportunity to completely break free from the constraints of above and become a regional hegemon. After the apocalypse, while everyone else was in despair, he saw hope. Because if it weren't for the apocalypse, perhaps the anti-corruption campaign would have reached him. The apocalypse indirectly saved him. Therefore, from the very beginning, he secretly plotted, exploiting Liu Yang's single-minded focus on saving people, constantly eliminating dissidents and developing his own strength. Now, he finally had complete control of the survival base. As long as he continued to expand his power, even if the higher UPS came, they wouldn't be able to touch him. After all, things were different now. The mountains were high and the emperor was far away. Even the people in the capital couldn't control him. From now on, the entire Star City will be his. Meanwhile, Zhao Hu led the military to capture a large armed force headquarters, and then used it as a base to begin constructing city walls. Having fought their way here after a long march, the soldiers hadn't even had time to rest before starting construction. Lin Yifei watched the energetic soldiers, but her heart was heavy. Although they had escaped, they were ultimately far behind. Surpassing them was virtually impossible. With a massive base of over 100,000 people, Ma Zongguo would only grow stronger. Revenge would be too difficult for them. It seems we have no choice but to seek outside help. Lin Yifei sighed. Besides the military and government, those high-level evolved individuals who had left the survival bases also began establishing their own. In addition, some evolved individuals who hadn't even gone to the survival bases had already established their own bases. China is not short of ambitious people. Many want to make a name for themselves in the apocalypse. Especially some superhumans, who consider themselves the chosen ones, are destined to make a difference in the apocalypse. Star City is vast, with a permanent population of tens of millions. Nearly a month has passed since the apocalypse, and the number of survivors may be less than 1 million. Among these survivors, besides the official survival bases, shelters established by other superhumans have also taken in many. As for the survivors outside, they are almost negligible. Even with food, given the current strength of the zombies, hiding at home wouldn't guarantee survival. Therefore, the bases have become the only place to survive. Everyone understands this, so any evolved being with some strength gathers manpower to establish bases. Powerful evolved beings go out to hunt zombies and bring back crystals to give to ordinary people or lower-level evolved beings, allowing them to quickly improve, and then go out hunting zombies together. This virtuous cycle makes each base increasingly powerful. This is the law of survival in the apocalypse. But are the survival bases truly safe? There is a survival base located more than 10 kilometers from Xingyu Mountain. Because it was established early, it has now grown to a scale of more than 10,000 people. The founder of this base, Ming, was a fire elemental ability user, originally a useless young man. Unexpectedly, he awakened his abilities during the apocalypse. He then used his abilities to kill zombies and build a team. Slowly, ambition began to emerge, and he subsequently established this base. However, the scene within this base was completely different from the base where Xiao Han and his group were located. Perhaps because of his previous cowardice, Ming's personality became extremely domineering after establishing the base. Within the base, those who obeyed him lived well, receiving food, drink, and crystals to enhance their strength. Those who disobeyed him suffered terrible consequences. Murder and dismemberment were commonplace. Moreover, Ming was extremely lecherous. Every woman who entered his base, especially those who were somewhat attractive, was taken to his residence to be humiliated by him. If the woman cooperated well, she would enjoy a comfortable life afterward. If she displeased him, the consequences would be dire. Faced with this situation, the people within the base dared not speak out. Basically, those who shared his views were all strong. Those who disapproved of his methods were either killed or marginalized, unable to obtain resources. Meanwhile, inside a large room within the base, Ming and several high-ranking base members were playing a multiplayer game. Suddenly, a loud knocking came from the door. "Boss, something's wrong. A huge number of zombies are coming this way." So Ming frowned, then shoved the woman off him, put on his clothes, and went outside. "What's going on?" "A huge number of zombies are coming this way." "A huge number? How many?" "At least 20 or 30,000. Damn it, get everyone assembled on the city wall." Soon, all the evolved beings in the base arrived at the city wall, their faces grim as they looked at the dense swarm of zombies charging towards them. "What do we do, boss? What else can we do?" "Fight!" The zombies pounced on the front lines, and Ming unleashed a massive fireball, instantly burning several zombies to death. The others quickly sprang into action, armed with bows, crossbows, and guns clearly well prepared. However, their supplies were limited. After killing a few hundred zombies, they were pushed back to the wall by the onslaught. The zombies then began frantically ramming the walls. These concrete walls didn't hold for long, quickly breaching, and countless zombies surged in. A fierce battle erupted instantly. The base originally housed over 10,000 people, who should have been able to fight off 20 to 30,000 zombies. However, many within the base were only at the first or second tier. Marginalized due to their disapproval of Ming's methods, they couldn't obtain resources and thus couldn't advance. This meant that these individuals became cannon fodder the moment the zombies stormed in. The battle raged on, the entire base awash in blood, countless screams echoing through the air. Before long, the entire base was reduced to ruins. Ming and several high-ranking base members, relying on their peak 5th-tier strength, managed to hold out until the very end. Seeing the base utterly destroyed, Ming betrayed the high-ranking members and fled swiftly into the distance. Several 5th-tier zombies instantly gave chase. Meanwhile, the Starfall squad, who were killing zombies in the distance, heard the commotion and quickly rushed over. A short while later, they saw Ming fleeing. Upon seeing Yang Bin and the others, Ming's eyes lit up, and he quickly led the zombies towards them. "These idiots can help me hold them off for a bit." Chapter 127. Is this retribution? Yang Bin watched the man suddenly turn and run towards them, a cold smile playing on his lips. "This guy's come looking for death. Old hey, your superpower's here." "Superpower? Boss, you mean he's a superhuman?" Old Hey immediately became excited. He was the only one in the whole team who wasn't a superhuman, and he'd been desperately wanting one for ages. "Yeah, he's practically delivered himself to our doorstep, so we can't refuse, right?" Yang Bin smiled. "Absolutely. Boss, what kind of superpower does he have?" "Fire. Fire is great. I love fire." Old Hei's eyes lit up as he watched the man running towards them. Meanwhile, Ming was completely unaware of his predicament. Seeing that Yang Bin and the others hadn't run away, he became even happier. "Brothers, lend a hand. Let's deal with the zombies behind us together." Ming shouted to Yang Bin and the others. "These people must be evolved beings to be here. If they can hold them off for a bit, he can escape." No problem, Yang Bin smiled. "You guys go and take care of the zombies behind him." "Okay." The group nodded and immediately charged at the 6 pursuing zombies. 6 people, 6 zombies from start to finish. It took less than a minute. They quickly dug out the crystals and gave them all to Old Hay. After several days of sweeping, the rest of the Starfall squad had reached the peak of the 5th rank, except for Old Hay, who was still a few crystals short. These few crystals were just right. "Brother, you're truly my lucky star," Old Hay said to Ming with a smile. With this guy's arrival, not only did his ability have a solution, but his strength also increased to the peak of the 5th rank. What else could he be but a lucky star? Seeing how quickly the group had dealt with the pursuing 5th rank zombies, Ming was completely dumbfounded. He initially thought he'd encountered a few foes, but it seemed he'd run into a pack of wolves. Ming's expression shifted several times, but ultimately he realized he alone might not be a match for the 7 opponents. Although he was a superhuman, judging from their initial attack, these people were almost all at the peak of the 5th rank, and possessed extremely high combat power. If he fought, he would likely be killed. Thinking this, Ming quickly put on a smiling face. "Brother, it's my honor to be your lucky star." "Haha, you're truly a kind person." Old Hay laughed loudly. "You flatter me. Thank you for your help, brothers. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now." Ming cupped his hands in greeting. He felt it was best to leave as soon as possible. The way these people looked at him, like lambs to the slaughter, made him very uneasy. "Don't go, brother. How can you be my lucky star if you leave?" Old Hay quickly blocked Ming's path. He wasn't kidding, he'd finally found a superhuman. How could he let him go? "What do you mean?" Ming asked, puzzled. "Nothing, just stay put." "Gentlemen, I really have something to do." "What could a mere tool possibly have to do?" "Stay put. What do you mean? You think you've got me cornered?" "Yes." Old Hay nodded honestly. Ming's face immediately darkened. He was always the one bullying others, but today he was being humiliated like this. Did they really think he, Ming, was a pushover? Ming stretched out his hand, and instantly a ball of flame emerged from his palm. Ming changed the shape of the flame, an arrogant expression on his face. Now, do you all still think you can defeat me? Ming sneered. Ability users have a natural advantage. Most evolved humans would be afraid of them. However, to his dismay, the other party not only wasn't afraid of his ability, but even started commenting on it. Boss, is this ability really harmful? I feel like it'd be difficult even to use it for grilling meat. Old Hei looked at the flame in Ming's hand with disgust. There should be, after all, fire-type abilities are among the most damaging of elemental abilities. Who cares, let's get it first. Winter's coming soon, this thing should be good for making a fire. Hearing their discussion, Ming's face turned green with anger. Fine, you look down on me, huh? I'll kill you all. Ming finished speaking and flung the flame in his hand. The flame transformed into a fireball that flew towards Old Hei at incredible speed. Hee, let me feel the power of this fireball. If it's too weak, I won't take it. Old Hei showed no fear and swung his club at the fireball. However, the club passed right through the fireball without any resistance, and the fireball slammed into Old Hei's chest. Bang! Old Hei's body was thrown back, his clothes instantly turning to ash, his body charred black, even smelling delicious. If it weren't for Lao Hei's strong physique, that attack would have burned him to death. The difference between ordinary evolved humans and superhumans is truly vast. Although both were at the peak of the 5th tier, Lao Hei, who spent his days observing the stars, was naturally much stronger than Ming. However, even so, he was nearly crippled by Ming's fireball. Lian quickly ran over to treat Lao Hei, afraid that if he was too slow, he would be cooked alive. A bunch of ignorant fools, daring to look down on superhumans. Now you know how powerful they are, get out of the way. Ming said arrogantly. Not bad superhuman ability. Yang Bin nodded in satisfaction. Huzzy, break his arms and legs, but don't kill him. Okay. Chen Hao walked towards Ming with a smile. You dare to come again. Ming snorted coldly, and another ball of flame appeared in his hand, instantly transforming into a fireball that flew towards Chen Hao. However, before the fireball could even get close, Chen Hao suddenly vanished. The fireball slammed into the ground, burning a large crater. Ming's expression changed drastically as he watched Chen Hao disappear. A special ability user. He immediately brandished his tang sword wildly in all directions, trying to stop Chen Hao from getting closer. However, it was all in vain. Bang! With a dull thud, Chen Hao instantly broke Ming's arm holding the tang sword, leaving it hanging limply, the sword falling to the ground. Ming was in excruciating pain, cold sweat pouring down his back, but he immediately threw a fireball in the direction Chen Hao had attacked. Unfortunately, Chen Hao was already gone. Ming looked around in terror, his heart filled with fear. Sure enough, those with special abilities are more terrifying than those with elemental abilities. Bang! Another muffled thud, and Ming's leg was broken, forcing him to his knees. Ming gritted his teeth and threw another fireball, which again hit thin air. Soon, 2 more muffled thuds followed, and Ming's other arm and leg were also broken. This time, Ming could no longer hold back and screamed in agony. Chen Hao revealed himself and shook his head. Pathetic. Ming glared at Chen Hao, as if he wanted to devour him alive. Kill me if you dare, otherwise, if I escape, you'll all die. Don't worry, you can't escape, Chen Hao laughed. Meanwhile, Old Hei's injuries had been healed by Lian, and he quickly took out a set of clothes from his backpack and changed. He showed no signs of injury, on the contrary, his face was filled with excitement. Haha, this ability is pretty good, I'll take it. Ming's face was incredibly ugly. How did he end up running into such a group of freaks? Was this karma? Chapter 128, A Bountiful Harvest. Yang Bin ignored Ming and instead activated his true sight to look at the distant base. Such a large number of zombies couldn't possibly be without a Guang realm commander. He wasn't here because of Ming, he only came because of the large number of zombies. Ming was a complete accident. After searching for a long time, Yang Bin finally spotted a male and female zombie on the roof of a building in the base. Upon seeing these 2 zombies, Yang Bin's eyes widened. Both zombies were actually Guang realm cultivators. No wonder they could command so many zombies. Yang Bin had initially thought it was a 7th tier zombie, but it turned out to be 2 Guang realm zombies. This is awesome, Yang Bin exclaimed with delight. However, when he saw the tens of thousands of zombies in the distance, a sense of helplessness washed over him. Even he couldn't kill 2 Guang realm zombies among so many. A direct assault was practically impossible, it seemed assassination was the only option. Huzzy, if I asked you to go in there and kill a Guang realm zombie, could you do it? Yang Bin asked Chen Hao beside him. Chen Hao looked at the swarms of zombies in the distance, calculating for a long time before saying helplessly, perhaps I could, but I doubt I'd be able to come back. Then it seems we'll have to think of another way, Yang Bin said helplessly. Just then, the two zombies over there seemed to have noticed them, their blood-red eyes coldly staring at them. Yang Bin's eyes suddenly lit up, and he raised his middle finger at the two zombies, beckoning them. You, come here. The two zombies seemed to feel provoked, and then roared. Instantly, 20 to 30,000 zombies surged towards them like a tidal wave. Damn it, no sportsmanship. Yang Bin was startled. Carry him, run. Without hesitation, everyone took off running. It must be said, the Starfall squad's execution was remarkably strong. Yang Bin said run, and they all ran faster than rabbits. Seeing their speed, the two zombies knew their subordinates couldn't catch them, so they roared again and summoned their men back. However, a short while later, the group returned, the leader still making various provocative gestures towards them. The Guang zombies were proud and wouldn't tolerate such humiliation. They then personally led more than 10 fifth-tier zombies in pursuit. Seeing this, Yang Bin smiled. Zombies are zombies, they have some intelligence, but not much. He had planned to try a few more times, but he hadn't expected them to lose patience the second time. Brothers, we have work. All right, everyone perked up. Huzzy and I will deal with the two Guang realm zombies. You guys handle the other tier 5 zombies. Okay. Everyone nodded seriously. But Su Ming, perched on Lao Hei's shoulder, looked terrified. A bunch of lunatics. Even he could tell that the two zombies running at the front were definitely above tier 5. That meant the two in front were possibly tier 6 zombies. These lunatics were repeatedly provoking tier 6 zombies, they were practically courting death. But could you please not drag me along? You might not care about your lives, but I do. Although his limbs were broken, with the physical abilities of a 5th tier evolved being, he might recover after a while. Hearing the sound from his shoulder, old Hei seemed to suddenly realize something, immediately throwing Su Ming to the ground and then knocking him unconscious with a blow. He wasn't sure if an elemental ability user with broken limbs could still use their abilities, but he felt it was safer to knock him out. It would be troublesome if the kid attacked from behind. Soon, a group of zombies rushed forward. Yang Bin grabbed a barbell and swung it down at the leading male zombie. At the same time, a tang sword flew out from behind him, instantly piercing the zombie's neck. Ever since encountering the awkward situation of being unarmed when dealing with the Guang realm zombies, Yang Bin had specifically prepared a tang sword for emergencies. Moreover, using a sharp weapon was much more effective than a barbell when manipulating objects. On the other side, Chen Hao also immediately went invisible, searching for an opportunity. Bang! Yang Bin's barbell was once again blocked by the opponent's arm, deforming his new barbell. At the same time, the whistling tang sword was also blocked by another female zombie. Chen Hao went invisible, and both Guang realm zombies focused on Yang Bin. At this moment, the other 5th tier zombies also rushed over. Zhao Kun and the others immediately went to meet them, holding off more than 10 5th tier zombies a short distance away, allowing Yang Bin and Chen Hao to focus on dealing with the two Guang realm zombies. After blocking Yang Bin's attack, the two zombies quickly pounced on him. Fighting 2 against 1, Yang Bin remained calm, using the barbell to deal with the male zombie and his telekinesis ability to control the tang sword to deal with the female zombie, holding his own for a time. However, the Guang realm zombies were quite intelligent. The female zombie, annoyed that she was blocked by a weapon, didn't dodge or flinch when the tang sword thrust at her again, instead meeting the blow head-on with her body. The tang sword pierced her chest, the force of which forced her back several steps, but she grabbed the sword, making it impossible for Yang Bin to control it. However, before the female zombie could even feel triumphant, a sense of danger suddenly struck. She tried to dodge, but it was too late. A dagger plunged into her neck from the back, a single blow to the throat. Then the dagger was withdrawn and vanished instantly. The female zombie looked behind her with difficulty, but there was nothing there. Finally, she collapsed to the ground in despair. Beautiful! Yang Bin exclaimed. Chen Hao had clearly mastered the essence of an assassin. He doesn't strike unless it's deadly. This attack was perfectly timed. Seeing the female zombie fall to the ground, the male zombie roared and attacked Yang Bin like a madman. However, it was clear that neither zombie could defeat Yang Bin. One zombie couldn't possibly cause any real trouble, it was just raging in vain. A moment later, Chen Hao seized another opportunity and killed him with a single blow. Impressive! Yang Bin gave Chen Hao a thumbs up. It has to be said that after reaching the Guang realm, Hao Ziai's strength had undergone a qualitative leap. His sharp, powerful ability was too strong. He could kill a Guang realm zombie with a single blow, and combined with his invisibility, he was practically invincible. Hee, not bad. As long as I don't face you, Brother Bin, I'm confident I can kill everyone else with a single blow, Chen Hao said confidently. Don't be arrogant, you still need to practice more. Some people are very sensitive to auras, they might know your clothes just by looking, so, you need to learn to conceal your aura. Okay. The two quickly dug out the crystal. Then they helped Zhao Kun and the others deal with all the other Tier 5 zombies. At this moment, the zombies from the base were already rushing towards them. The group didn't dare linger. They dug out the crystal, carried some Ming on their backs, and quickly fled the scene. This time, the hall was huge, so they didn't go anywhere else and went straight home. Chapter 129. 2 more Yao Guang realm members added. Inside the mountaintop villa, Yang Bin handed 2 Yao Guang realm crystals to Hu Wenliang and Zhao Kun. The two accepted them without hesitation, their excitement palpable. Then, they sat down on the ground and, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, swallowed the crystals. 5 minutes later, they opened their eyes almost simultaneously. How was it? What kind of ability? The crowd eagerly crowded around. Zhao Kun stood up, somewhat helplessly saying, "Now I finally understand how awesome it is that the boss can choose his own ability. It's full of light spots, you have no idea what each one does, it's all about luck. Unfortunately, my luck wasn't great." "Then tell me what kind of ability it is." "Wind-based, its effect is to increase speed when using it." That's it?" "Yeah, how much exactly?" Yang Bin asked. "I don't know either, I'll go out and try it out." Zhao Kun finished speaking and went out, then ran a lap around the mountaintop before returning to the living room. "I tested it out, and using this ability makes me run about 20% faster than usual," Zhao Kun said somewhat helplessly. "That's not bad. Running faster means you can escape and chase people, what's wrong with that?" "Yeah, I think it's pretty good too. What's so good about it?" "It can't compare to Boss and Hazi at all." "You can't compare to Boss, his ability is self-selected, yours is random, how can you compare? As for Hazi, that's purely luck." "Okay, I think this ability is actually quite suitable for you. Your original ability doesn't lack damage, so pairing it with acceleration is perfect," Yang Bin said. "I'm more curious about how your original skills have changed." "Hee, speaking of which, I'm quite satisfied." Zhao Kun's previous disappointment vanished, his face full of excitement. Then both arms transformed into black metal arms, and then, spikes even grew from the metal arms. Zhao Kun clenched his fist, casually waving it a few times, a satisfied look spreading across his face. "I feel like I could smash a Yao Guang zombie to pieces with one punch now." Everyone swallowed hard, staring at the gleaming spikes on Zhao Kun's arm. Taking a punch from that thing would make him cry for a long time. Not bad, your damage is off the charts now. And the wind type ability just happens to enhance your agility. The two abilities are a perfect match. So there's no such thing as a good or bad ability, the best one is the one that suits you. Boss, now that you mention it, this ability really does suit me. Then I won't be so upset anymore. Liangzi, what about yours? My healing ability has changed a lot. Now I can heal you guys without even touching you. Hu Wenliang finished speaking and casually waved his hand. A white light landed on Lao Hei's shoulder, and a claw mark on Lao Hei's shoulder slowly disappeared before everyone's eyes. Both the healing speed and the healing effect have improved significantly. Everyone's eyes lit up at this sight. That's great. We won't have to get goosebumps from his touching anymore. Amazing. Now, can you heal everyone during battle? But I still need to figure it out. I'm not sure how much energy is needed for different degrees of injury. It's alright, you'll find out slowly. If all else fails, we can bring old Hei over as a guinea pig, Yang Bin laughed. Why me? Because you're the weakest right now. What's your new ability? Yang Bin asked. My new ability isn't very strong, but it's alright. At least I have some means of attack, Hu Wenliang smiled. Then, with a wave of his hand, a black light landed on the stone slab outside, and everyone saw a hole shot through it. Dark type? Yang Bin asked. Dark light of the dark element. Not bad, very penetrating. I think so too. It should be able to pierce the head of a Yao Guang realm zombie, but it consumes a lot of energy. It's okay, use it as a trump card. Haha, now our Starfall squad has truly risen to power. For Yao Guang realm cultivators, who dares to challenge us? Don't be arrogant, have you forgotten how we got here? Speaking of this makes me angry. Brother Bin, when are we going to wipe out the Wang family and that Mayor Ma? Skinny Monkey said angrily. It'll be about time when the three of you reach the Yao Guang realm. Some scores really need to be settled. The Wang family is fine, but Mayor Ma represents the government. If we kill him, will? Zhong Yuansen asked worriedly. Yang Bin glanced at him, then said seriously, Sen, you've been with the Starfall squad for quite some time now. I hope you remember, as a member of the Starfall squad, don't be timid or hesitant. Members of the Starfall squad have nothing to fear from anyone. Yes, Zhong Yuansen nodded. Alright, we've had a great day. We won't go out this afternoon. Take a good rest. I'll cook some good dishes. Huzzy, go get a few bottles of wine from the cellar. We'll celebrate properly. Okay. Meanwhile, official survival base. Ma Zongguo was enjoying his secretary's oral services in his office. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the office door, startling both of them. The secretary quickly stood up, grabbed some documents, and stood aside. Ma Zongguo quickly straightened his clothes and then said, "Come in." Soon, a soldier walked in. "Mayor, we've investigated everything you asked us to. Tell me." Commander Zhao Hu, along with the 1st and 3rd Regiments, has established a base at a large armed settlement in Minghu district. Tang Weiwei and her team have left Xinjiang. Their whereabouts are currently unknown. As for the team you were focusing on, aside from the older one, the rest are students from Zhongxiang Academy. Captain Yang Bin should have reached the 6th tier evolutionary level. The others are all 5th tier. Yang Bin is likely a teleportation type ability user, and the team also includes a stealth type special ability user and an earth elemental ability user. 7 people, 3 ability users. No wonder they were able to reach this level in less than a month in the apocalypse. And they were lucky, they just happened to find a tier 6 zombie that Lu Yong had crippled. Ma Zongguo tapped his fingers on the table. "Have you found out where they are now?" "Yes, they're currently staying in a villa on Xingyu Mountain." "Heh, they know how to enjoy life." "Notify Wang Zhenhong, we'll provide weapons, they'll provide manpower. This time, we can't let them escape again." "Yes, sir. By the way, how's the tier 6 zombie situation?" This morning, Commander Xiao found a tier 6 zombie in the Yulian residential area. Minister Zhang has already led heavy weapons and a group of tier 5 evolved beings to provide support. We must obtain the tier 6 crystals as soon as possible." "Yes, sir." "Alright, you can go now." "Yes, sir." Chapter 130 Lin Yifei's visit. The group, finally able to relax a bit, finished their meal and then the 7 of them gathered around a mahjong table and a card game table, playing enthusiastically, as if they had returned to the pre-apocalyptic era. Anyway, with Little Orange on lookout, it would immediately warn them if any zombies appeared, so they didn't need to constantly monitor the area. Besides, since they were on a mountain, the chances of zombies coming were slim. Meanwhile, at the foot of Xingyu Mountain, more than 10 people arrived and quickly headed up the mountain. Soon, the group reached the summit and was preparing to head towards the villa when suddenly, a tiger-sized orange cat appeared in front of them, blocking their path. A mutated beast. The group was shocked and quickly drew their weapons, ready for battle. "Put down your weapons, everyone. This should be their pet." "I remember they do have an orange cat," said a strikingly beautiful woman at the head of the group. Hearing her words, the group lowered their weapons, but still cautiously watched the orange cat before them. They had experienced the power of mutated beasts firsthand. They were virtually invincible among their peers. The leading woman cautiously looked at the orange cat and said, "Don't be nervous, we mean no harm. Is your master home?" The orange cat looked at the group before it meowed towards the back. Hearing the little orange cat's meow, everyone in the room stood up. Yang Bin activated his true sight and looked over, a strange expression immediately appearing on his face. "It's her. Not a zombie? No, it's the military. They still haven't given up? Do they really think we wouldn't dare kill them?" Everyone was furious. "We've moved here, and they still chased after us. There are only about a dozen of them. They don't seem like they're here to cause trouble." Yang Bin thought for a moment, then called out, "Let them in." Hearing Yang Bin's words, the little orange cat stepped back and then disappeared from everyone's sight with a few leaps. The group exchanged glances, all seeing shock in each other's eyes. Unexpectedly, there were such obedient mutant beasts. But this wasn't the time to think about that. Lin Yifei took a deep breath and walked towards the villa from which the sound had come. Arriving at the villa's door, Lin Yifei was about to knock when the door opened. It was Skinny Monkey who opened it. Although he was momentarily stunned to see the beautiful woman before him, he still habitually asked, "Did you bring a gift?" Lin Yifei hesitated for a moment, but reacted quickly, swiftly taking out 2 5th-tier crystals from her backpack and handing them over with some reluctance. "How about this? These were killed on the way here. They hadn't even used them themselves, originally intending to take them back for Zhao Hu and the others. But since the other party had asked, Lin Yifei took them out without hesitation. Lin Yifei knew very well her purpose in coming, so she adopted a very humble attitude. The soldiers behind her seemed to want to say something, but ultimately remained silent. As they left, the commander repeatedly emphasized that they should obey Miss Lin's orders in all matters. Therefore, even as they watched the other party present the 5th-tier crystal they so desperately desired as a gift, they ultimately dared not speak. However, the Skinny Monkey's words almost made them lose their composure. "This is it? You dare to offer this? You!" The warriors were about to explode, but Lin Yifei suppressed them. "I'm really sorry, this is the best we can offer," Lin Yifei said somewhat awkwardly. "Don't you have anything to eat, cigarettes, alcohol, or anything like that?" "Ah, yes, you should have said so earlier." A warrior behind Lin Yifei reacted quickly, instantly pulling out several packets of beef jerky and 2 packs of cigarettes from his backpack and handing them over. That's more like it. The skinny monkey contentedly took the beef jerky and cigarettes, ignoring the fifth-tier crystal. They no longer needed it. Seeing this, the group's expressions became extremely strange. Is this guy an idiot? The group entered the villa, but the scene before them left them dumbfounded. In the living room, 4 people were playing mahjong at a mahjong machine. At another table, 2 people were still holding tiles, while the person who had just opened the door quickly ran over to grab some, clearly playing do dizu, a card game. You guys sit on the sofa for a bit, I'll finish this round, Yang Bin said. Okay. Lin Yifei nodded, somewhat dazed. For a moment, she thought she had traveled back to before the apocalypse. The soldiers behind her weren't much better off, their expressions extremely exaggerated. We're teetering on the edge of death every day just to survive, and you're playing mahjong and do dizu at home? The difference is too great. If many of them hadn't seen Yang Bin before, they would have thought they were in the wrong place. I won. 13 orphans. Yang Bin's voice suddenly rang out, pulling them back to reality. Boss, did you use your superpower? No, I'm a man of principle. I say I won't, and I mean it. Impossible. How could you always have such a big beard if you didn't use your superpower? Exactly. You definitely used it. That's so shameless. Alright, a bet's a bet. You guys are covering my clothes, underwear, and socks for the next month. Okay, we have guests. Let's greet them first. After saying this, Yang Bin walked towards Lin Yifei and her group. At this moment, Lin Yifei and the others were looking at them strangely. Fortunately, Lin Yifei reacted well. Seeing Yang Bin approach, she quickly stood up. Captain Yang, I'm sorry to have disturbed you. It's alright, it's not a disturbance. We were just bored anyway. Tell me, what brings you all this way? Commander Liu, whom you met last time, is dead, Lin Yifei said in a low voice. Dead? Yang Bin raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. He wasn't killed by zombies, was he? No, he was ambushed and killed. We suspect Mayor Ma Zongguo is behind it. Did you kill him? No. Lin Yifei shook her head, somewhat helplessly saying, we have no evidence, and we're not strong enough. We're no match for him inside the base. Impatience. So, you've come to me wanting me to help you get revenge? Yang Bin asked calmly. No, we've broken away from the official base and brought our soldiers out. We've established our own base, and I'd like to invite you to stay with us. You won't have to worry about food or drink, and we won't restrict your freedom. We just hope to need your help in a future battle against the enemy, Lin Yifei said sincerely. You think your base is as comfortable as ours? Chapter 131 All set. Lin Yifei had been quite confident before arriving, but after seeing Yang Bin and the others' living conditions, she suddenly felt ashamed. However, Lin Yifei wasn't one to give up easily. To be honest, I can't find another person living as carefree as you in the apocalypse. But you probably won't stay here long. Even we can find your address, I'm sure Ma Zongguo can too. You have a deep-seated grudge against him. Knowing Ma Zongguo's character, I feel he'll definitely make his move on you again soon. This time, he'll be well prepared. He might not be able to do anything to you, but this place could very well be razed to the ground. You can't keep moving, can you? As long as you come to our base, I'll have someone arrange the best accommodations for you. It might not be as good as here, but at least you won't have to move around so much. Hearing Lin Yifei's words, Yang Bin didn't speak, but just looked at her intently. When Lin Yifei felt a little flustered by his gaze, Yang Bin finally smiled. They say women with big breasts are brainless, but you don't seem like that. To be honest, what you said makes sense, but unfortunately, I have no intention of going to any base. However, your words have reminded me. It seems I need to prepare in advance. We can't let them destroy this place. Aren't you worried at all? I know you're very strong, but the official heavy weapons aren't to be underestimated. At least for now, I don't think anything can withstand rocket launchers and cannons, and the official survival base has already brought back more than a dozen of these heavy weapons. Lin Yifei said seriously. Oh, there really are such things. Thanks for the reminder, but these things aren't enough to scare us, so let's not mention going to your place again. But you've got some nerve. So beautiful, yet you dare to bring so few people here. Aren't you afraid I'll do something to you? Yang Bin narrowed his eyes. I believe Captain Yang isn't that kind of person. TCH, I don't even believe it myself, why should you? Pretty ruthless, huh? Everyone's carrying high explosive bombs. If I did something to you, would you detonate them and take us all down with you? Lin Yifei's body stiffened, but she quickly recovered. Just leaving myself a way out. I apologize for the embarrassment, Captain Yang. Heh, ruthless enough. What's your name? Lin Yifei. Lin Yifei, not bad. Interested in joining the Starfall squad? Yang Bin joked. Okay. However, Lin Yifei nodded seriously. I was just kidding. Yang Bin said awkwardly. I took it seriously. Wait, What are you, a high-ranking military officer, doing in a small team like ours? I'm not in the military. It's just that Division Commander Liu and my father are brothers, and he promised my father he'd take care of me, so I've stayed in the military. Our team is all men. Aren't you, a beautiful woman, afraid of coming here? What's there to be afraid of? There are thousands of men in the military, and I'm still there. Yang Bin looked at Lin Yifei seriously. You're trying to deliberately get close to us and then bring us to your base, right? Let me tell you, honey traps don't work on me. I just genuinely want to be a member of the Starfall squad. Your life is enviable. It's rare for Captain Yang to invite me, it would be foolish not to accept. How about this, you become a reserve member first. Whether you can join the Starfall squad depends on your performance. You guys go back. I'll handle my own affairs with Ma Zongguo, I don't need anyone's help. If he dares to mess with me again, I'll kill him. There are over 100,000 people in the survival base, and he controls at least tens of thousands of evolved beings. How are you going to take him down? That's my business. You don't need to worry about it. Just focus on developing your own bases. Okay, I'll head back now, Captain. When you're officially promoted, just come find me at the Ming District Armed Forces Department. Lin Yifei finished speaking and left with her entourage. Yang Bin watched their retreating figures, his eyes narrowing. This woman was much smarter than Lu Yong. Brother Bin, this girl is much prettier than our school's beauty queen. Why don't you just take her on? Yang Bin shook his head. I'm a little unsure about this woman. I'll pass. Then why did you invite her in the first place? She's an ability user. I just casually mentioned it. Honestly, I was just joking. Who knew she'd take advantage of it? Boss, I think it's great to have a beautiful woman in our team. It's a bit boring with just a few grown men. Yeah, and this woman is pretty smart, plus she's a superhuman. She shouldn't be a burden. Let's talk about it later. I don't really understand this woman. Alright, let's go, let's continue playing mahjong. No superpowers allowed. Okay, I promise. The group played until midnight before heading to the backyard. By then, Ming was already awake. Seeing everyone arrive, he pleaded, "Please don't kill me. I'm willing to be your slave, and I'm a superhuman, I'll be a powerful asset to you." TCH, as if everyone has superpowers. Old Hei laughed. Alright, Old Hei, hurry up, we still need to go up to the rooftop to see the stars. Okay. Old Hei replied, then walked directly towards Ming. Die. Just then, a massive fireball suddenly appeared, hurtling directly towards Old Hei. Humph. Zhong Yuansen snorted coldly, and an earthen wall appeared in front of Old Hei, blocking the fireball. Immediately afterward, a ground spike pierced through the chest of Ming, who was lying on the ground. I was prepared for this, Zhong Yuansen sneered. As someone with elemental abilities, he naturally knew that even with broken limbs, one could still unleash their powers, it would just be a little more troublesome. Thanks, Old Sen, Old Hei said, looking at Zhong Yuansen. There's no need for thanks between us. Zhong Yuansen thought to himself, as long as you don't covet my ability. He couldn't forget the look Old Hei had given him back then, a look that seemed to want to slice him to pieces. Even after he joined the Starfall squad, Old Hei still seemed reluctant to part with his ability. Now that he finally had an ability he liked, Zhong Yuansen was naturally going to lend a helping hand. Soon, Yang Bin transferred Ming's fire elemental power to Old Hei. From then on, the entire Starfall squad consisted of ability users. After tossing Ming's corpse to the zombies, the group went up to the rooftop to look at the stars. Yang Bin had a feeling he was close to reaching the peak of the 6th rank, probably within the next few days. This time, he might be able to try self-cultivation to improve his realm. He was quite looking forward to it. Chapter 132, The light-blowing zombies have been cultivated. Just as the group was preparing to return to rest after stargazing, a sudden sound came from the courtyard below. Then, they saw a figure crash through the wall and run off at incredible speed. What the hell? Because it was too dark, no one could make out what the figure was. However, Yang Bin saw it clearly, and his face lit up with surprise. He hadn't expected that after raising it for so long, he had actually managed to raise a Yao Guang realm zombie. That's right, the one that had just escaped was one of the 5th-tier zombies he had kept in the iron cage. After so many days, one of them had finally broken through to the 6th tier. But he hadn't expected that this guy would recover from his injuries after breaking through to the Yao Guang realm and even break his iron cage. That was a bit too much. You guys go down and repair the iron cage, don't let the other zombies escape too. I'll go catch it. Boss, I'll go too. I'm fast, I can catch it. Zhao Kun volunteered. Having just advanced to the Yao Guang realm, he was eager for a fierce battle. Alright, I'll go hold it off first. You hurry up and follow, Yang Bin said, then vanished in a flash. Zhao Kun jumped off the roof and chased after the fleeing zombie. The others shook their heads and went downstairs to the backyard. They looked at the damaged iron cage with helpless expressions. Meanwhile, the zombie was running wildly, determined to escape this demonic place. Once it got back, it would gather a large group of henchmen and wipe out everyone here. These people were inhuman. They had broken its limbs and locked it in an iron cage. This revenge was inevitable. However, just when it thought it could escape, a figure suddenly appeared in front of it, blocking its path. Looking at this figure, fear flashed in the zombie's eyes. It was him who had broken its limbs. But then, remembering that it was now at the Guang realm, it suddenly felt confident again. Then, all his anger and resentment transformed into power, and he lunged at his opponent. "Oh, you're pretty cocky." Yang Bin raised his foot and kicked him back. "How dare you, a mere newbie who just advanced to the Guang realm." Although Yang Bin had rushed out without weapons, he was nearing the peak of the Guang realm, and with his extra strength, his power had already surpassed that of the peak. This zombie had just broken through to the Guang realm, and his strength was far inferior to Yang Bin's. Yang Bin kicked him, sending him rolling several times on the ground. However, this guy didn't seem to realize the difference in strength. He got up and lunged at Yang Bin again. Then, Yang Bin kicked him back again. After several such attacks, the zombie finally realized he was no match and quickly ran in another direction. However, he hadn't run far when he encountered Zhao Kun, who had arrived. Without a word, Zhao Kun transformed into his metal arm and threw a punch. Bang! The zombie was smashed to the ground by a single punch, its body riddled with holes. The spikes on Zhao Kun's arm were no joke. Haha, that felt good. Zhao Kun laughed loudly, then grabbed the zombie and began to relentlessly smash it, his iron fists delivering brutal blows. Yang Bin stopped, no longer attacking, and watched the scene silently with his arms crossed. Zhao Kun's ability was truly ferocious, even he probably wouldn't be able to withstand a single punch. The poor zombie had just broken through to the Guang realm and hadn't even had a chance to properly enjoy its zombie life before encountering two freaks and ultimately being brutally beaten to death. Impressive. Yang Bin gave Zhao Kun a thumbs up. "Boss, don't praise me. Everything I have is thanks to you. Without you, we might already be dead at school. No matter what happens in the future, even if you asked me to die, Zhao Kun, wouldn't even bat an eye." Zhao Kun said seriously. All right, stop with the sentimentality. We're living well, why would we die? Hurry up and dig out the crystal." "Okay." Zhao Kun quickly dug the crystal out of the zombie's head and then went to Yang Bin. "Boss, who should we give this crystal to?" Currently, only Lao He, Xiao Ho, and Zhong Yuansen and their team hadn't reached the Guang realm yet. "Who do you think should get it?" Yang Bin passed the question to Zhao Kun. Zhao Kun pondered for a moment, then said, "I think we should give it to Zhong Yuansen first. His ability is actually quite perfect. If he can reach the Guang realm, he should be able to give us a pleasant surprise." Yang Bin nodded. He had also been thinking of giving it to Zhong Yuansen. However, since Zhao Kun and the other two had joined first, although they might not say anything, they might inevitably have some thoughts. But since Zhao Kun had said so, it was easy to handle. "Okay, let's go back. You can give it to him later." "Okay." The two returned to the courtyard. At this time, Chen Hao and the others were still repairing the iron cage. This iron cage was made of very good material and was even thickened, which was why it could trap a fifth-tier zombie. Now that two bars were broken, and there were no welding tools available, it was still a bit of a hassle. Finally, the group had no choice but to straighten the two iron pillars and then wrap steel wire around the broken ends countless times. While it wasn't as sturdy as before, at least the fifth-tier zombie with its limbs broken couldn't get out. I didn't expect that guy could regenerate even after his limbs were broken. Zombies have incredible regenerative abilities. Yeah, why don't we just cut off the zombie's limbs? I don't believe they'll grow back. Cut them off, won't it bleed to death? Is there such a thing as bleeding out for zombies? Who knows? Even though it's a zombie, it's still a human that was transformed. So, should we cut them off or not? If we don't, and a few more Guang realm cultivators appear, this iron cage will be useless. Alright, stop worrying about it. This thing is only useful for now. Once everyone reaches the Guang realm, it'll be pretty much obsolete. You think this thing can hold Guang zombies? Yang Bin chuckled. Well, that makes sense. As long as the level 5 zombies inside can't get out, it's fine. Okay. Ah Sen, this is for you. Zhao Kun walked up to Zhong Yuansen and handed him the crystal. For me? Zhong Yuansen was a little surprised. He was the last to join the team, so he should have been the last to be upgraded. Well, I thought it would be better to give it to you first. Your ability is very useful. Thank you. Zhong Yuansen accepted the crystal with some gratitude. Then he sat down on the spot and swallowed the crystal with some excitement. Old black and skinny monkey didn't object either. Yang Bin's tactic of having Zhao Kun deliver the power to Zhong Yuansen was quite clever. Zhao Kun used to be the boss of Lao He and Xiaohao, and they had a very good relationship. Therefore, having Zhao Kun deliver it to Zhong Yuansen wouldn't raise any suspicions between them. 5 minutes later, Zhong Yuansen opened his eyes, a strange expression on his face. What's wrong? Everyone asked, puzzled. I fucking chose another Earth-type ability. Zhong Yuansen said, half laughing, half crying. Hearing his words, the others also looked on with bewilderment. His luck was truly unbelievable. You really have a knack for Earth-type abilities, no wonder you look so rustic, Lao Hei chuckled. Chapter 133 Zhong Yuansen's Supernatural Abilities. What kind of ability? Yang Bin asked. Earth armor, it's basically a layer of Earth elemental armor covering my body, which greatly increases my defense. Holy crap! The group, who had been teasing Zhong Yuansen, instantly became agitated. That ability is amazing. Everyone knew that a defensive ability like this was like having an extra layer of protection for their lives. Everyone would love it. How much power can it withstand? Yang Bin asked curiously. I don't know, I'll have to test it. Come on, let me test it for you. Zhao Kun immediately became interested. Okay. Zhong Yuansen stood up, and then a layer of earth yellow armor quickly covered his body. It's a bit ugly. Chen Hao said with some disdain. For something that protects you, I like it even if it's ugly. Old Hei's eyes lit up. I'm making my move. Zhao Kun casually threw a punch. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and only a layer of dust fell from Zhong Yuansen's armor, without even a crack. Zhong Yuansen himself didn't feel the slightest pain. Damn, that's pretty strong, Zhao Kun said, somewhat surprised. In that case, I'll have to go all out. With that, he threw another powerful punch. Bang! Another muffled sound, even more dust fell, but it still didn't break. This time, everyone's eyes widened. This wasn't just pretty strong, it was incredibly powerful. Finally, Zhao Kun's arm transformed into a metal arm, and he smashed it down again. This time, he finally shattered the armor. However, Zhong Yuansen inside was unharmed. Awesome! Zhao Kun exclaimed. The others also stared at Zhong Yuansen with burning eyes. This guy was a human meat shield. Not bad. Judging by this, ordinary Guang realm cultivators probably can't do anything to you. Below the Guang realm, you can just stand there and let them beat you up, Yang Bin laughed. Yeah, I think it's good too. I'll tank the damage for you guys when fighting zombies. Zhong Yuansen patted his chest and said, okay, by the way, what's improved in your original ability? It seems I can change the terrain, Zhong Yuansen said uncertainly. After saying that, Zhong Yuansen placed his hand on the ground, and then the ground beneath his feet suddenly rose up, forming a small hill. This time, it didn't seem to be like the earthen walls from before. The earthen walls from before would disappear if he didn't infuse them with energy. This time, it seemed to be a real small hill. Zhao Kun punched the small hill. Instantly, dust flew up, and although a large hole was blasted out, the small hill remained. Seeing this, everyone's eyes lit up. This meant that in unfavorable terrain situations, it was entirely possible to artificially create advantageous terrain. Haha, letting Asen advance first was definitely the right choice, Zhao Kun laughed. Yeah, Asen's ability is very practical, Yang Bin nodded affirmatively. By the way, Asen, the wall was damaged by that zombie just now. Can you repair it? No problem. Zhong Yuansen walked over, placed his hand on the ground again, and then, the damaged wall quickly returned to its original state, even appearing to be sturdier than the rest. Awesome! Now we don't have to worry about sleeping on the streets. If we really don't have a house, can Brother Sen build one right here? No problem. Awesome. Alright, today's been a string of good news. Let's go back and rest. We'll get up at 9:30 and continue killing zombies. Okay. The group excitedly returned to their rooms, unsure if they could actually sleep. The next morning, after breakfast, they went out to continue killing zombies. However, just as they were about to descend the mountain, they discovered a large gathering of figures below at least 1,000 or two. The group frowned. When did this place become so lively? Just as they were wondering who these people were, a loud sound suddenly rang out from below, followed by an object dragging flames as it flew towards them. Holy crap, what is that? Damn it! A rocket! Everyone suddenly realized what was happening. Zhong Yuansen immediately covered his entire body in earth armor, then stood in front of everyone, quickly releasing an earthen wall to protect them behind him. Faced with such a modern, high-powered weapon, even most of them, who were already at the Guang realm, felt a deep-seated fear. Yang Bin stared intently at the rocket. He knew very well that this wouldn't be enough to stop it. Once it landed, apart from a few Guang realm cultivators, Lao Hei and Skinny Monkey would likely die on the spot. Therefore, this rocket absolutely could not be allowed to land. Yang Bin concentrated, maximizing his object manipulation ability. Then, everyone noticed that the rapidly approaching rocket was slowing down, finally stopping in midair. Then, the rocket changed direction and flew downwards. Holy crap! Everyone's eyes widened, but they quickly guessed it was Yang Bin's doing and were overjoyed. Boss is awesome. Those below, whose faces had been smiling, suddenly turned terrified. How could this happen? Wang Hui, the leader of the Wang family, paled. Scatter! The crowd scattered frantically in all directions. Boom! The rocket hit the ground with a deafening roar, creating a huge crater. Those who hadn't managed to get far were instantly obliterated. That power was incredible, Chen Hao exclaimed. Luckily, boss was here, otherwise I'd probably be dead. Old He patted his chest, still shaken. Some people always like to die. Yang Bin said coldly. Let's go, down. Okay. The crowd was furious and quickly ran down the mountain. Bang! A sniper rifle shot rang out, and an armor-piercing round flew towards Yang Bin. At the critical moment, Yang Bin quickly tilted his head to the side, dodging the shot. Sniper! Be careful, Yang Bin said gravely. The opponent was too far away, and Yang Bin couldn't teleport to take him down. However, it was fortunate that the opponent was too far away, allowing him to react in time, otherwise, the sudden shot would have been difficult to dodge. And with this gunshot, it seemed as if a signal had been given. Bang bang bang. Gunfire rang out continuously, and powerful armor-piercing rounds rained down on them. Zhong Yuansen once again deployed an earthen wall to shield everyone behind him. Fortunately, his strength had increased to the Yao Guang realm, greatly enhancing the earthen wall's defensive capabilities. The enemy bullets couldn't penetrate it. Boss, what do we do? Everyone looked at Yang Bin. Huzzy, go invisible. You go kill the enemy sniper. I'll go down and destroy those high-powered weapons. Asen, you use your earth armor and the earthen wall to protect everyone as they descend. Once we're down there, it's their end. Yang Bin calmly devised a battle plan. Okay. Everyone nodded. Then, Chen Hao immediately went invisible and quickly ran downwards. Yang Bin also left the earthen wall and quickly ran downwards as well. Chapter 134 collapsed. Several snipers, seeing Yang Bin appear, pulled their triggers. Yang Bin instantly appeared more than 10 meters ahead, dodging all the bullets. He then quickly ran towards the crowd below. The distance was too great for him to teleport down directly. Meanwhile, the people below, undeterred, set up their rocket launchers again and fired another shot at the earthen wall erected by Zhong Yuansen. The rocket streaked across the sky, rapidly ascending. However, halfway through its flight, the rocket changed direction again, heading back down. Damn it! Wang Hui was furious. Take cover. The crowd quickly spread out, dropping to the ground. Boom! Another deafening explosion blasted a large crater in the ground, killing dozens more people. Holy crap, did that guy mod give us a fake? This rocket launcher is malfunctioning. Wang Hui was utterly devastated. How could it possibly change direction like that? On the other side, Yang Bin, momentarily distracted while controlling the rocket launcher, was instantly struck by 2 bullets. These weren't ordinary guns, they were high-powered sniper rifles, loaded with armor-piercing rounds. Even he couldn't withstand them. One bullet hit his shoulder, the other his chest. Both bullets penetrated deeply into Yang Bin's body, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. But this wasn't the time for cowardice. Gritting his teeth, Yang Bin dodged and weaved, charging downwards for a distance until he was only about 100 meters from the crowd below. Then, he decisively teleported. His figure appeared directly in the crowd below, and he began wildly swinging his barbell, quickly killing those around him. He's down. Kill him. Wang Hui, seeing Yang Bin descend, showed no fear. Immediately, heavy machine guns were brought out, unleashing a hail of fire at Yang Bin, completely ignoring those around him. That's ruthless, Yang Bin muttered, then teleported again into the crowd wielding heavy machine guns. He had waited until he was only 100 meters away before teleporting to avoid exhausting his mental energy, which would render him unable to teleport in this situation. Now, with some mental energy remaining, he could teleport again. Once in the crowd, Yang Bin instantly struck, killing all those wielding the heavy machine guns. A few blows from his club bent the long barrels of the machine guns. Damn it! Wang Hui cursed upon seeing this, then shouted to those behind him, attack. Soon, dozens of 5th-tier evolved humans wielding bayonets charged towards Yang Bin. Clearly, the enemy was well prepared. Unfortunately, they underestimated the Starfall squad. Dozens of 5th-tier evolved humans were indeed terrifying, but they were facing a bandit leader whose overall strength surpassed that of a peak 6th-tier individual. Yang Bin swung the barbell, sending several 5th-tier evolved beings charging forward flying. Then, with a rapid series of swings, these same 5th-tier evolved beings couldn't even get close. If this was the case for 5th-tier evolved beings, the surrounding 4th-tier evolved beings were even less of a threat. A touch of the barbell meant certain death. Meanwhile, Chen Hao quickly pinpointed the positions of several snipers. In stealth mode, he moved with incredible speed, quickly reaching a sniper behind him. A swift dagger strike sent the man's head slicing to the ground, clean and efficient. He then swiftly ran towards another sniper. One sniper after another fell to Chen Hao, dying peacefully, without sensation or pain. As the number of snipers dwindled, Zhong Yuansen and the others rushed down. This time, the Starfall squad revealed its truly terrifying side. Zhao Kun no longer concealed himself, his arms transformed into metal, and he furiously hammered at those around him. Blood splattered wherever he struck, and anything he hit exploded. His current ability was vastly different from Wang Rukai's. Even if the opponent saw him, they might not recognize him, and after so much time, even if they thought it resembled him, they wouldn't consider that possibility. Meanwhile, the ground suddenly collapsed, and more than 10 people instantly fell into a deep pit. Then, a giant boulder fell from the sky, covering them completely. Zhong Yuansen's move drew gasps of admiration from everyone. Hu Wenliang unleashed streaks of black light from his hand, piercing head after head. Having always been a healer, he finally possessed an offensive ability and was having a blast with it. His dark light was incredibly penetrating, often piercing through several people simultaneously. Old Hei's fireballs also danced everywhere. Having finally gained his ability, he was utterly reckless, quickly turning his surroundings into a massive firestorm. Only Skinny Monkey looked frustrated, his ability was somewhat ineffective at this moment. However, it wasn't unusable. Often, when opponents tried to attack him with weapons, a single glance from him would freeze them in place, allowing him to easily finish them off. Wang Hui was dumbfounded by this scene. Wasn't it said there were only 3 ability users? Wasn't it said there was only one 6th-tier revolver? What the hell was going on? Everyone was an ability user, and 6th-tier revolvers made up the majority. Damn it, I'll beat you up. This is basically sending me to my death. At this moment, he knew very well that the strength of this group was far beyond his expectations. They were simply no match for them. Wang Hui cursed the entire family of the person in charge of intelligence in his mind, then gritted his teeth. Retreat! The crowd immediately breathed a sigh of relief, then frantically fled into the distance. Faced with this group, they felt like lambs willingly walking into a wolf's den, utterly powerless to resist. You think you can come and go as you please? Do you really think this is your backyard? Yang Bin said coldly. Kill! Then the group immediately gave chase, relentlessly killing their opponents from behind. This time, they weren't going to let them off so easily. Ah Sen, wait a minute. What's wrong, boss? Zhong Yuansen, who was having a blast killing, heard Yang Bin's words and immediately ran over. Make a pit and bury these heavy machine guns and those 2 portable rocket launchers. We'll come back and take them home later. Okay. Zhong Yuansen nodded, then placed his hand on the ground, and the spot immediately collapsed, creating a huge crater. The 2 quickly lowered the heavy machine guns and 2 portable rocket launchers into the pit. Just then, Chen Hao ran over carrying several Barrett rifles. This one too, it's incredibly powerful. Great stuff. Yang Bin's eyes lit up. After putting everything down, Zhong Yuansen pressed the ground down again, and quickly, the pit was restored. Your ability is really useful, Yang Bin exclaimed. Haha, I think so too. Let's go, let's catch up. It's time to let the Wang family and that Mayor Ma know we're not to be trifled with. Okay. Chapter 135 Total Annihilation. On a main road, a large group of people were frantically fleeing. Behind them, 7 men pursued relentlessly, swiftly reaping heads. This time, Yang Bin clearly had no intention of letting them escape. Since they were here, they might as well stay. 7 men chasing and killing over 1,000 people. The scene was utterly outrageous. But that was the reality. This group had been terrified of being killed and had long lost the courage to fight Yang Bin and his men. Their only thought was to escape as quickly as possible. However, the sheer volume of people running created a tremendous amount of noise. Although they had cleared the path on their way here, the sheer volume still attracted many zombies. Soon, zombies appeared from all directions, swarming towards the group. The group's expressions changed drastically. With zombies blocking their path in front and the Grim Reaper behind, the situation was utterly dire. Finally, the group gritted their teeth and charged towards the zombies ahead. Clearly, in their minds, the 7 people behind them were far more terrifying than the zombies. The zombies and the crowd clashed instantly, the battle raging fiercely. The Wang family had sent quite a few strong individuals to deal with Yang Bin and his group, most of them at least at the 4th rank. Although these people were badly beaten by Yang Bin and his companions, it didn't mean they were without fighting power. Facing the large horde of zombies, they still displayed formidable strength. Back at the rear, Yang Bin and his group stopped, produced some sunflower seeds from somewhere, and leisurely watched the battle while munching on them. It was best not to get involved at this point. Those zombies didn't care who was on which side, they bit anyone they saw. Although they weren't afraid of the zombies, these zombies had been attracted by these people, and they didn't need to help the other side clear them out. I think the leader's knife is pretty good, sharp and sturdy. I'll get a new one later. I haven't dared to use my full strength on this barbell since reaching the Yao Guang realm, afraid it'll bend, Zhao Kun said, cracking sunflower seeds. Just use your fists. Why do you need a weapon? Using superpowers is too energy consuming, I can't keep using them. Yeah, not everyone is as strong as old Hei, he even managed to knock himself out. I couldn't help myself, old Hei said awkwardly. He had just gained his superpower and hadn't thought much about it, just doing whatever he wanted. He went too far, his vision went black, and he collapsed to the ground. Luckily, Zhao Kun rescued him immediately, otherwise he probably would have been chopped up. So, using superpowers is fun, but you still need to be careful. While the others weren't as ruthless as him, they were also expending a lot of energy, because they were basically using their superpowers throughout the battle. This time they were facing humans, not zombies, so everyone was showing off to some extent. Energy recovers incredibly slowly, so all of them were currently in a state of low energy, even Yang Bin. He hadn't used his powers much during the fight, but controlling the rocket to turn around and the continuous teleportation had still taken a heavy toll. Sigh, if only we could recover our energy by eating low-level crystals like Little Orange, Chen Hao sighed. Hey, maybe it'll work. Why don't you give it a try? Yang Bin suddenly said. We tried it before, it didn't work at all. Weren't we not at the Yao Guang realm before? Maybe things will be different when we reach the Yao Guang realm, like self-cultivation. That makes sense. I'll try it then. Anyway, we have plenty of crystals. Chen Hao finished speaking and took out a 4th-tier crystal from his backpack and popped it into his mouth. However, he suddenly froze, having initially paid no attention. Holy crap. It really works. Pfft, you're just kidding. Try it yourselves. Hearing his words, the group hesitantly took out a crystal from their backpacks and popped it into their mouths. Soon, their eyes lit up. Holy crap, it really does restore energy. Haha, now we can use our abilities without worry, no more worrying about running out of mental energy. Excitement immediately appeared on everyone's faces. Why didn't I feel it? Old Hei asked, somewhat frustrated. It should be at the Yao Guang realm. Before that, it's all about body training, only after the Yao Guang realm does true cultivation begin, Yang Bin said thoughtfully. Alright, but this doesn't restore much. 1 4th-tier crystal only restores half. Using crystals to restore is a bit extravagant, Huan Liang said with some heartache. Indeed, this thing should still be useful later. If there's no battle, it should just regenerate automatically. Yeah, but at least knowing this thing can restore gives me peace of mind. I won't have to worry about running out of mental energy during a fight. While Yang Bin and the others were chatting, the battle ahead was nearing its end. It has to be said that this group was quite strong, managing to wipe out the thousands of zombies that charged at them, but they also lost several hundred men. However, before they could even catch their breath, they saw the 7 guys who had been eating sunflower seeds earlier approaching them again. Are you really going to kill them all? Wang Hui looked at Yang Bin and the others, exasperated. Don't you think that's childish? You've come all the way to our hometown, and we're not allowed to fight back? Yang Bin sneered. We were in the wrong. I'll go back and tell the family head we'll never bother you again. Considering you haven't suffered any losses, could you please let us go? We can compensate you. Now it's not about whether you come looking for trouble or not, it's that you've already annoyed me. So, not only you, but the Wang family has no reason to exist. Hearing Yang Bin's words, Wang Hui wanted to retort, you. But he opened his mouth and ultimately didn't say it. Having witnessed the other party's strength, his belief had begun to crumble. Although the Wang family was powerful, they might not be a match for these few freaks. Wang Hui sighed inwardly and pleaded, everyone is struggling to survive in this apocalypse. There aren't many humans left. Can't you leave us a way to live? Back at Jinghe Garden, I already gave your Wang family a way to live. We've already moved so far away, yet you still insist on coming here to die. You can't blame anyone else. Kill them. As Yang Bin finished speaking, Chen Hao and the others attacked. After the recent replenishment, everyone's mental strength returned to its peak, and they all activated their supernatural abilities. The remaining hundreds, already in poor condition, were quickly wiped out by Chen Hao and his men's relentless attack. Only Wang Hui was left behind by Yang Bin. However, his face was now ashen. He never dreamed that leading 2,000 men out, even carrying heavy weapons, would end in total annihilation. Chapter 136 Wang Family Base. Why won't you kill me? Wang Hui stared at Yang Bin with bloodshot eyes. I'll still kill you, but I'll ask you a few questions first, Yang Bin said honestly. Do you think I'll tell you? I think I will. You're dreaming. You're going to die sooner or later anyway. Don't even think about getting any information from me. That's not up to you. Come on, monkey, use your charm. The skinny monkey beside him widened his eyes, then whispered in Yang Bin's ear, Brother Bin, it seems my ability can only be controlled for a short time. I'm not sure if it'll work. It'll work. You're stronger than him. Increase your control, and you should be able to control it for quite a while. Oh, I see. Then I'll try. The skinny monkey walked up, stared into Wang Hui's eyes, and activated his ability. Soon, a blank expression appeared on Wang Hui's face. What's your name? Yang Bin asked. Wang Hui. What's your relationship to the Wang family? I'm the cousin of the Wang family head. The group exchanged glances, all showing expressions of understanding. Where is the Wang family base? It's. A struggle flashed in Wang Hui's eyes, but under the skinny monkey's increased pressure, he became dazed again. In the Gulf town of Minghu district. Oh, so that's where it is. The skinny monkey said knowingly. You know about it? I know a little. I heard it's a place the rich like to go. Hey monkey, what are you researching all day? I just want to know about the lives of the rich. The skinny monkey said awkwardly. Just after the skinny monkey spoke, Wang Hui quickly snapped out of his daze. What's wrong with me? Nothing, you cooperated very well. Brother Bin, is there anything else I need to ask? Should I charm you again? Ask about the base. Okay, you, don't expect to get any more information out of me. After saying that, Wang Hui suddenly pulled out a dagger and slit his own throat. It has to be said, this guy is ruthless. Liangzi, heal him. Okay. Hu Wenliang nodded, casually waving his hand, and a white light landed on Wang Hui's neck. The wound on Wang Hui's neck healed at a visible speed, returning to normal in no time. Wang Hui was completely stunned. Are you devils? At this moment, Wang Hui felt an unprecedented fear of this group, a fear that penetrated his body and soul. It's not so scary to let someone die, it's the most terrifying thing. Good heavens, how could the Wang family have offended such a group of people? Yang Bin ignored him and instead looked at the skinny man, saying, continue. No, I'll tell you everything you want to know, please, just give me a quick death. At this moment, Wang Hui completely broke down. Wouldn't it have been better if you had cooperated earlier? Yang Bin smiled, then asked about the situation within the base and the Wang family, inquired about how to get there, and then helped him find his way out. Wang Hui felt relieved when he died. He had never wanted to die like this before. Zhao Kun picked up one of Wang Hui's oddly shaped knives and casually swung it around. Not bad, not bad. This thing is probably custom-made, the quality is good. The others also casually picked out a few weapons. It seemed the Wang family might have a business in this area. The weapons were indeed of good quality. Previously, everyone had been using barbells, which were incredibly satisfying to use, but after reaching the Guang realm, they felt less comfortable. Mainly because they dared not use their full strength, otherwise the barbell would easily bend. It wasn't that these weapons were stronger than barbells, the main issue was that barbells are blunt weapons, relying purely on brute force. If the force was too great, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. But these sharp weapons were different, they relied mainly on sharpness, with a smaller point of impact, so they required less force to withstand. After putting away their weapons, the group headed towards the Wang family base in the direction Wang Hui had indicated. They had heard Wang Yueming say that the Wang family base was quite powerful, and Wang Hui had also mentioned that there were many strong individuals inside, but they weren't sure of the specifics. However, being able to deploy dozens of Tier 5 evolvers at once is quite impressive. Led by Yang Bin, the group dodged wave after wave of large zombie hordes, quickly heading towards the Wang family base. After walking for over 2 hours, they finally arrived at Gulf Town. It must be said, the Wang family's choice of this location was quite clever. Lost in the bustling city center, they wouldn't face massive zombie attacks, allowing them to develop stealthily. Not long after entering Gulf Town, the group spotted a medium-sized base. Yang Bin activated his true sight and looked inside. The base likely housed tens of thousands of people, with walls over 4 meters high, covered entirely in spikes. Every few meters, there was a watchtower, with personnel patrolling with rifles. Each side of the wall was equipped with a heavy machine gun. It was unclear where they had obtained them. This Wang family base is something else, Zhao Kun remarked, frowning. There's no cover in front of the base, that heavy machine gun is a bit of a problem. This thing poses a threat even to those at the Guang realm. A few shots won't hurt, but too many will be too much. It's even more unbearable for those below the Guang realm. This thing isn't a big deal, I'll take it out later. Yang Bin wasn't too concerned about it. His worry was about the unpredictable dangers inside. Given the Wang family's situation, they definitely have high-powered sniper rifles. If they rush in and get surrounded, it'll be troublesome if the enemy has snipers set up on higher ground. With tens of thousands of people, once surrounded, it will be difficult for anyone except him and Chen how to break through. Moreover, there might be powerful ability users inside. A direct confrontation isn't a problem, but he's afraid they might ambush Lao He and the others. After all, the two of them aren't even at the Guang realm yet, and it would be very dangerous if they encountered an ability user of the same level. Sure enough, taking down a base with just the few of them isn't easy. But the Wang family has caused him trouble time and again. They must be eliminated, otherwise, the trouble will continue. After thinking for a while, Yang Bin looked at Chen Hao and said, Hazi, the two of us will go and take out these heavy machine guns first. I'll draw some fire first. You try to stay invisible. If you spot an enemy sniper, go and take them out. No problem. Okay, Try not to show yourself before their sniper makes his move. Don't worry, Brother Bin, I've got a backpack full of crystals. I can stay invisible until nightfall. You guys, wait until we take down the heavy machine guns before you move. Old black and skinny monkey, you two shouldn't go. You're not at the Guang realm yet, it might be dangerous for you to go in. Okay. The two nodded somewhat regretfully, but without any displeasure. The Starfall squad had long since developed a blind trust in Yangbin. If he said there was danger, then there was definitely danger. Remember, stay together and don't separate. Use your abilities to kill. Don't worry about wasting crystals, we have plenty. Alright. Okay, you guys wait here. Hazi and I are going first. Okay. Chapter 137 Attack the base. Chen Hao immediately used stealth to run towards the main gate of the base, while Yangbin circled around to the back. The two had agreed to each take out two. Soon, Yangbin arrived at the back gate. Before the guards could notice, he teleported to the side of a heavy machine gun, bent its barrel, and threw it off the city wall. Who goes there? With Yangbin's appearance, the guards quickly spotted him. Enraged to see him destroy the heavy machine gun, they grabbed their rifles and opened fire on Yangbin. Yangbin's tang sword flew out instantly, piercing the guard's neck. However, the gunfire shattered the base's tranquility. Soon, people from nearby rushed towards them. Yangbin ignored them, teleported away again, and quickly found another heavy machine gun. He teleported there again, destroyed this heavy machine gun as well, and then charged towards the onrushing people. Meanwhile, Chen Hao quickly arrived at a heavy machine gun and bent its barrel. A nearby guard stared wide-eyed at this. What's going on? This thing can bend by itself? Chen Hao ignored him, tossed the machine gun off the city wall, and headed towards another machine gun. Damn it! The guard rubbed his eyes, his face full of disbelief. A short while later, Chen Hao destroyed another heavy machine gun. After destroying the machine guns, Chen Hao went directly to the rooftop of a 7-story building and waited there. This building was the tallest in the base. If the enemy deployed snipers, they would definitely be at a high vantage point. He only needed to lie in wait. Meanwhile, Yangbin was already engaged in heated exchanges with the people inside the base. It must be said that the Wang family's development was quite rapid. In a short time, almost all the evolved beings in the base had reached the 4th tier, and there were also quite a few 5th tier evolved beings. Unfortunately, such combat power was still insufficient to deal with Yangbin. Yangbin wielded his barbell relentlessly, quickly killing anyone who approached. A tang sword flashed through the air, reaping heads. Combined with this, no one could get close to him. On the other side, Zhao Kun and his group, seeing the fighting had broken out inside, rushed towards the base. They quickly joined the battle. Zhao Kun's avatar, a metal arm, was a killing machine, leading the charge. Zhong Yuansen continuously buried people and altered the terrain to create obstacles, preventing them from forming an encirclement. Hu Wenliang unleashed beams of dark light, frantically killing anyone who approached. It must be said, using superpowers without restraint was truly exhilarating. Although using crystals to recover was a luxury, they had plenty of them. In a luxurious room in the center of the base, Wang Zhenhu, the third son of the Wang family and the current base manager, was wondering why Wang Hui hadn't returned yet. Just then, there was a rapid knocking at the door. What is it? Third master, it's bad. Someone has broken into the base. Wang Zhenhu's heart tightened, and he quickly opened the door. What happened? Third master, someone launched a sneak attack. They've damaged several of our heavy machine guns and are now wreaking havoc inside the base. Where are they? Over by the wall. Let's go. The two men quickly headed towards the wall. Soon, Wang Zhenhu arrived at the scene of the battle and saw a young man being surrounded and killed by thousands of people. No, it should be said that a young man was frantically slaughtering thousands of people. It's him. Upon recognizing the man's face, Wang Zhenhu's expression changed drastically, because this was their target. Since he was here, Wang Hui and the others had definitely failed. Thinking this, Wang Zhenhu's heart sank. Despite their thorough preparations, they still failed? Third master, besides here, there are a few others, but we've surrounded them too. However, they're too strong, they're probably all at the 6th rank, and they're all ability users. We can't do anything about them. What? All at the 6th rank? Wang Zhenhu's eyes widened. He knew the man before him was at the 6th rank, because he already was, but to say that everyone else was also at the 6th rank was hard to accept. Seriously, they're all tier 6, and all of them are ability users. Even we tier 5 evolved humans can't get close to them. It seems Wang Hui and the others are doomed. Wang Zhenhu sighed. Evolved humans of average strength can't handle them at all. Let the snipers handle them, use heavy sniper rifles with armor-piercing rounds. I refuse to believe we can't kill them. Dare to come to our base, I'll make sure you don't leave alive. Wang Zhenhu roared. Yes, sir. Soon, more than 10 people carrying sniper rifles ran up the buildings in the base, some to each building. Two of them went straight to the roof of the top building. At this moment, Chen Hao, who was idly watching the battle below, heard footsteps and a smile crept onto his lips. Finally, something to do. Soon, the two reached the rooftop and began assembling their sniper rifles. Judging by their practiced movements, they were clearly professional snipers. In no time, they had assembled the rifles and were aiming. "You two, you're pretty skilled." A voice suddenly rang out, startling the two so much their hands trembled. Before they could see who was speaking, they felt a sharp pain in their necks and then lost consciousness. After dealing with the two, Chen Hao curiously picked up the sniper rifle and began aiming with a practiced air. Bang! He pulled the trigger, and the bullet shot out instantly. The powerful recoil nearly knocked him to the ground. Fortunately, his skill was superior, and he didn't embarrass himself. He fired the shot out of curiosity, but more importantly, to alert Yang Bin and the others that the enemy sniper had been deployed. Below, an evolved human was trying to escape the battlefield when suddenly a gunshot rang out. A powerful armor-piercing round pierced through his rear end, exploding it. "Ah!" The man screamed in agony, cursing, "That's too ruthless. I just wanted to retreat a little, did they have to use a sniper rifle on me?" Hearing the sound of the sniper rifle, Yang Bin, Zhao Kun, and the others became cautious. Snipers in several other directions frowned upon hearing the gunshot. "What's going on? Isn't this alerting the enemy? Snipers rely on a single, decisive shot. How could they fire without certainty?" But this wasn't the time for complaining. The group aimed at their target again. Bang! Soon, one of them fired. Zhao Kun, who had been observing his surroundings during the fight, suddenly saw a flash of sparks from a distant building. His heart tightened, and he instinctively raised his arm to shield his head. Clang! A piercing metallic clang rang out as a bullet struck Zhao Kun's arm, scattering sparks. Zhao Kun staggered back a step, his arm feeling numb, but thankfully unharmed. "Be careful, guys, that bullet is pretty powerful," Zhao Kun said gravely. "Okay." Chapter 138 Chen Hao plays with a sniper rifle. Zhong Yuansen, fully armored, stood in front of the two. "I'll hold them off, you guys kill." "Okay." Soon, the three of them were back in the fight. Only then did they understand why their leader had told them not to split up. Splitting up would have been dangerous for the three of them. On the rooftop, Chen Hao quickly locked onto the sniper who had fired. Seeing that the opponent was on the opposite window, he immediately set up another sniper rifle and aimed. Moving targets were difficult to hit, but stationary targets were worth trying. Moreover, the distance between the two sides wasn't far, and the targets were crystal clear under the scope. Aim, fire. Bang! Another shot rang out, and the sniper who was still aiming at Zhao Kun and his group below was instantly blown to the head. The Barrett sniper rifle, equipped with armor-piercing rounds, shattered his skull with its powerful force. "Yay! Headshot!" Chen Hao exclaimed with some delight, "Looks like I have the potential to be a sniper." However, his joy quickly faded. He didn't seem to know how to load the gun. Fortunately, although he had never handled a sniper rifle before, he had watched TV and, after some trial and error, finally figured it out. This gunshot once again enraged the other snipers. Who the hell fired that? They were all in different buildings and didn't know what was happening, nor that three of them were missing. They were scattered in various locations to better snipe the enemy. It was fortunate they were spread out, otherwise Chen Hao would have wiped them all out. Now, scattered in different locations, Chen Hao couldn't pinpoint their exact locations before firing, he could only act after they fired. This meant that Yang Bin and his group below were still in danger. At this moment, Yang Bin and his group were killing while constantly keeping a watchful eye on the surrounding high-rise buildings. Fortunately, they were all with their backs to the city wall, so they didn't need to worry about what was behind them, only about what was in front. The sound of a heavy sniper rifle firing is deafening, but if you only dodge after hearing the sound, it's too late, the bullet travels faster than sound. Therefore, you must constantly watch and react swiftly the moment you see a spark. Yang Bin was rapidly racking up kills when suddenly a glint appeared in his eye. He instantly activated his true sight and saw a large bullet hurtling towards his head with lightning speed. Yang Bin grabbed the barbell and swung it. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, and the bullet was shot down by Yang Bin. On the fifth-floor window, a man stared wide-eyed at the scene, feeling completely numb. Damn it, sniper bullets can be shot down? However, before he could even process what was happening, a gunshot rang out, and he was quickly taken down as well. In Chen Hao's words, whoever dared to fire died. At this moment, the other snipers also sensed something was wrong. 1 or 2 shots are fine, but 3 shots fired randomly is a problem. Could there be a spy? The snipers were somewhat worried, but they still had to do their job. Bang! Another heavy sniper shot rang out, this time hitting Zhong Yuansen in the head. It has to be said, the Wang family snipers were quite skilled, they were almost always aiming for the head. Zhong Yuansen kept moving, yet the enemy managed to hit him accurately in the head. That takes real skill. The earthen armor on Zhong Yuansen's head was breached, but the bullet's power weakened, leaving a shallow wound. Wen Liang immediately waved to treat it. That bullet was really powerful, Zhong Yuansen said, still shaken. Yeah, the main problem was not knowing which direction they were firing from, otherwise, with our skills, we could have dodged it. We can only wait for Hezi to take care of these snipers. You guys try to stay behind me, I can still hold on. After saying this, Zhong Yuansen covered his head with the earthen armor again. Before the sniper who fired could even be surprised by the enemy's aggression, another shot rang out, and his head exploded. Chen Hao's position was the highest point in the entire base, offering excellent visibility. He could quickly pinpoint the enemy's location as soon as they fired. Another one taken down. I wonder how many snipers are around, Chen Hao muttered to himself. I'm getting better and better at using this sniper rifle. Meanwhile, the remaining snipers felt a chill run down their spines. They had all seen the sniper who had just fired suddenly get a headshot, and when they looked towards the source of the gunfire, they found only 2 sniper rifles, no one in sight. This instilled fear in them, and they dared not fire again. Suddenly, the gunfire ceased. Wang Zhenhu below was furious. What are these snipers doing? They fired so many shots and didn't kill a single person? I don't know, probably missed. After all, 6th tier evolved beings aren't that easy to kill. Tell them to speed things up, or our men will all be wiped out. Third Master, should we let Wang handle it? The steward suddenly suggested. Wang Zhenhu frowned. Wang's abilities are strong, but he's only at the peak of the 5th tier. These people are all 6th tier, going up there would probably just be suicide. We haven't used the crystal from the 6th tier zombies we trained last night, have we? Maybe. Wang Zhenhu gave him a cold look and said, this crystal is meant for Big Brother. Even I haven't dared to touch it, and you actually want to take it? I wouldn't dare, but it seems this is the only way in this situation. Otherwise, our base will be destroyed. They'll have to have the ability. We have over 10,000 evolved beings in our base, we can wear them down. Alright. The manager shook his head helplessly. Send someone to check on the snipers and tell them to act quickly. Yes, sir. Soon, gunfire resumed. The order came down, and they had no choice but to fire. However, both Zhao Kun and Yang Bin remained vigilant, constantly monitoring their surroundings. They reacted almost instantly to the enemy firing. Apart from Zhao Kun being shot in the thigh, all other bullets were blocked by Zhong Yuansen. Yang Bin, needless to say, had eyes like radar. Unless the enemy fired from behind, he could quickly spot them and deflect the bullets. As these snipers fired, their positions were exposed. Chen Hao quickly killed several snipers, and the remaining ones promptly put away their rifles and fled. Unfortunately, Chen Hao had already locked onto them, and then he stealthily pursued them. Soon, almost all the remaining snipers had perished at Chen Hao's knife. Chen Hao collected all their sniper rifles and took them to the rooftop. He then began to snipe from the rooftop. He discovered he enjoyed the feeling of sniping. Chapter 139 An Unexpected Joy. The snipers were almost entirely wiped out, leaving Wang Zhenhu's face extremely grim. He hadn't expected that there was still one person hiding in the shadows. He guessed who it was. There was an invisible ability user among them. But what could he do? The opponent remained invisible. He was completely helpless. Not to mention him, he couldn't do anything to those he could see either. This group was like an unkillable cockroach. They couldn't be killed even when surrounded by thousands. What he found most unacceptable was that they could use their abilities indefinitely, as if they had no end in sight. He had encountered 2 other ability users before, and both of them exhausted their abilities after only a few uses. These guys were using them indefinitely. It was too much. Was it just because they were 6th tier? Wang Zhenhu's expression was uncertain, but he finally gritted his teeth. Call Wang here. Yes. The manager nodded and quickly left. A moment later, he returned with a young man whose face was somewhat pale. Third Master. Wang, if I raise you to rank 6, are you confident you can ambush and kill them? Upon hearing rank 6, Wang's eyes lit up. Third Master, once I reach rank 6, let alone ambush, I can kill them head-on. I don't need you to fight them head-on, you just need to be able to ambush and kill them. No problem. Wang patted his chest and assured him. Alright, come in with me. After Wang Zhenhu finished speaking, he walked into the house behind him, and the steward and Wang quickly followed. On the rooftop, Chen Hao aimed at Wang Zhenhu for a long time, but couldn't find an opportunity to fire. He was, after all, a novice at sniping. Killing stationary targets was fine, but Wang Zhenhu kept moving around, making it impossible for him to aim. Damn it, if I can't snipe you, I'll have to slit my own throat, Chen Hao said irritably. He had already figured it out. This guy was the leader of the base. Killing him would cripple the base. Afterward, Chen Hao went downstairs and stealthily made his way to the room Wang Zhenhu had entered. Inside the room, Wang Zhenhu hesitated for a moment before pulling a crystal from his pocket. This was the 6th tier crystal he had obtained from the 6th tier zombie he had cultivated last night. He had originally intended to give it to his elder brother, but given the current situation, he had to use it first, otherwise, the base would be finished. Take this, don't disappoint me. Wang Zhenhu handed the crystal to Wang. Wang excitedly took the crystal, his face beaming with barely concealed excitement. 6th tier. There wasn't a single 6th tier in the entire base. I never thought I'd be the first to reach it. Don't worry, third master, once I reach 6th tier, all these people will die. Okay, eat it quickly. Thank you, third master. Wang nodded, then quickly picked up the crystal and popped it into his mouth. However, just then, a sudden pain shot through his hand. The crystal, along with his entire hand, vanished. Hee, it would be a waste to give you this stuff, a delighted voice suddenly rang out in the room. A figure appeared in the room, holding the crystal, his face beaming with joy. This was truly an unexpected delight. You! The 3 people in the room stared wide-eyed at the suddenly appearing figure. They never expected someone to follow them in. Ah, you're asking for death. Having his promotion opportunity snatched away, Wang was instantly consumed by rage. With a flick of his wrist, a transparent wind blade slashed towards Chen Hao. Holy crap! Chen Hao wasn't Yang Bin, he didn't realize this person was a superhuman, and his reaction was a bit too slow. The wind blade was too fast. By the time Chen Hao tried to dodge, it was too late. Poofed! The wind blade struck Chen Hao squarely in the chest, instantly leaving a huge gash. Hiss, that fucking hurts. Chen Hao gasped, surprised to be injured here. Luckily, this guy was only at the peak of the 5th rank. If it were a 6th rank, this attack wouldn't have been so painful. It seems I shouldn't underestimate anyone in the future. Then, Chen Hao instantly entered stealth mode. However, the dripping blood gave away his location. Wang unleashed another wind blade at Chen Hao. Chen Hao quickly dodged to the side, the wind blade grazing his body and striking the wall behind him, instantly splitting a crack through the entire wall. Pretty powerful, no wonder it hurt so much. Chen Hao muttered, then quickly approached Wang. Hurry up and help. Wang Zhenhu shouted, then he and the manager attacked Chen Hao. He knew very well that if he didn't intervene, he would only be waiting to die. Both of them were at the peak of the 5th tier, plus another peak 5th tier ability user. They should be able to hold their own. After all, the opponent's ability was only invisibility, which was now almost useless, so it should be easier to fight, right? However, they ultimately underestimated Brother Hao. Despite being Yang Bin's top henchman, Chen Hao was already a master of assassination. In stealth mode, Chen Hao was incredibly fast. Both men's attacks missed, and the manager felt a sharp pain in his neck before his head was severed. Chen Hao had only brought a dagger this time, but though short, it was deadly. He was like an assassin in the shadows. When he struck, it was fatal. The 2 men, seeing their manager's head instantly severed, were terrified and quickly ran towards the door. Chen Hao was about to give chase when a wind blade slashed towards him. Chen Hao had no choice but to dodge again. This bleeding is really annoying. Chen Hao tore open his clothes and quickly bandaged the wound to stop the bleeding for a while. Wen Liang wasn't there, so this was the only way he could handle it. Then, Chen Hao continued his pursuit of the 2 men. If you fucking get away, I'll change my surname to yours today. Chen Hao was furious. He'd been injured by a 5th tier ability user, who knew how Brother Bin would laugh later. Chen Hao, in his invisible state, was incredibly fast. He caught up with Wang and Wang Zhenhu after they'd only run a short distance. However, their reinforcements arrived just then. Over 100 men surrounded the 2. He's inside. Use your rifles to force him out. Wang Zhenhu shouted. A group of men quickly drew their rifles and opened fire on the entrance. After firing for a while, they still didn't see anyone. No one? Did they already leave? Wang Zhenhu frowned. Leave? Where would I go before I even killed you? A voice suddenly rang in Wang Zhenhu's ear. You! Wang Zhenhu was shocked. He tried to say something, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck, and then lost consciousness. Third master. Seeing Wang Zhenhu's body fall to the ground, everyone was horrified. Wang, standing nearby, paled drastically and quickly darted into the crowd. However, he hadn't taken 2 steps when he felt a sharp pain in the back of his neck, then everything went black, and he lost consciousness. I told you, besides Brother Bin, I can kill whoever I want. You think you can run away after hitting me? Dream on. Chapter 140 The Destruction of the Wang family base. After killing Wang Zhenhu and Wang, Chen Hao ran to find Wen Liang. His chest wound still needed Wen Liang's treatment. Meanwhile, on the Wang family side, with Wang Zhenhu's death, the evolved humans' morale plummeted. Soon, some began to abandon their attacks and run towards the base's exit. Already terrified from the initial attacks, Wang Zhenhu's death made them flee without hesitation. After some started, more and more abandoned their attacks and fled quickly. In no time, except for the Wang family's direct descendants, almost everyone else had escaped. The remaining direct descendants of the Wang family hesitated for a while before also fleeing. However, by then it was too late for them to escape. Although Yang Bin and his group didn't know who the direct descendants were, they only needed to kill those who fled at the back. In the end, Yang Bin and his group managed to kill 3,000 to 4,000 of the more than 10,000 people in the entire base. Those who fled early escaped, but not a single direct descendant of the Wang family survived. Now, the entire base was littered with corpses, not a single living person could be seen. Looking at the hellish scene they had created, everyone felt a sense of oppression. These weren't zombies, they were people. They hadn't expected them to have killed so many. Yang Bin sighed, "This is the apocalypse. If we don't kill, we'll be killed. To survive in this world, our hands must be stained with blood." Hearing Yang Bin's words, everyone nodded heavily. "Let's go, loot the base." Soon, everyone began searching the entire base. Every room, every basement, nowhere was overlooked. In no time, they had found piles of supplies, and even discovered thousands of crystals of various grades beneath the floorboards of Wang Zhenhu's room. Similarly, they discovered a deliberately constructed, deep pit within the base, surrounded by reinforced concrete and topped with a mesh of thick steel bars, with long, sharp spikes pointing downwards. Below were hundreds of zombies, ranging from 4th to 5th tier, all with their limbs broken. It must be said, the Wang family was quite skilled at cultivating zombies. The meticulous planning made Yang Bin somewhat ashamed. "Boss, why don't we just stay here? The supplies here are enough to feed us for a long time, and we have everything we need, so we don't need to look for anything else," said Skinny Monkey. "You think it's more comfortable here than where we live?" Not really, but this is a ready-made base. If we want to develop our power, we can just use it, right?" Yang Bin shook his head. "This place isn't suitable for building a base. Star City has a permanent population of over 10 million. Based on the zombie ratio we've seen so far, that means there are roughly 10 million zombies in Star City. That's a terrifying number. The zombies humans have killed so far are just the tip of the iceberg. Countless more zombies are scattered throughout every corner of Star City. The higher the zombies level, the higher its intelligence. A Yao Guang realm zombie can gather tens of thousands of zombies. It's not hard to imagine that a 7th-tier zombie could summon tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, of zombies. And those at higher levels are even more unimaginable. Don't be fooled by how well the official base is being built now. If a higher-level zombie emerges and hundreds of thousands of zombies attack the city, that official base will be finished. Then will humanity even have a chance to survive? Old Black's eyes widened. Yes, definitely. For humanity to survive, they have no choice but to temporarily cede the cities to the zombies and retreat to the countryside to establish bases. There are fewer people there, meaning fewer zombies, and there's land to cultivate, solving the food problem. Once humans reach the Yao Guang realm, combining crystal consumption with self-cultivation, their growth rate will absolutely surpass that of the zombies. Plus, Yao Guang realm humans all possess supernatural abilities, only then will humanity have the qualifications to fight the zombies. So, don't be greedy for bases in the cities, they'll be gone sooner or later. If we want to build power, we'll have to go to the countryside too. Besides, I need to seriously consider building power. Establishing power means considering many things, taking care of many people, and having endless worries. It might actually hinder our own growth. Unless we have exceptionally talented managers, we won't think about it for now. Alright, anyway, boss, we'll follow your lead. Everyone expressed their agreement. Well, once we've killed Ma Zongguo and everyone's reached the Yao Guang realm, we'll leave Xinjiang and go back to our hometown with Hezi and me. There are some things I need to confirm back there. A cold glint flashed in Yang Bin's eyes. Okay. Brother Bin, are we going to just kill Ma Zongguo like this? Hu Wenliang asked. You dare to think that way? It's different there than here. There are probably over 200,000 people there, and their weaponry is far superior to what we have here. If we really go like that, we won't even know how we died. Then how are you going to kill him? If a direct assault doesn't work, we'll assassinate him, right, Hezi? Yang Bin laughed. Hee, I'm good at that. Chen Hao said smugly. TCH, I wonder who just came up to me with this huge crack in their skin begging for treatment. Alright, you two stop bickering. Everyone, let's find a drivable supply truck in the base. Get a big one, load all the supplies onto it, and we're heading back. Okay. The group searched the base and finally found a few troop transport vehicles. They loaded them full of supplies and drove off. It wasn't that they didn't want to load more, but only Zhao Kun among them knew how to drive, so they could only load one. However, there were only 7 of them, and this one truckload of supplies would last them a long time. The return journey was quite quick because they had cleared the area. However, the truck stopped halfway through the journey because hundreds of zombies were chasing a human in the road ahead, blocking their path. Just as Yang Bin was about to deal with the human and the zombies, the fleeing person spotted their truck. Then, to Yang Bin and the others' surprise, the man decisively turned and ran in another direction. That's interesting, Yang Bin remarked, somewhat surprised. Most people in this situation would run this way as fast as they could. If they encountered a kind person, they would be saved. Even if they encountered someone who wouldn't help, they could at least divert the zombies' aggro and increase their chances of survival. But this person turned around immediately upon seeing them, without even hesitating, which surprised Yang Bin. Then, Yang Bin activated his true sight and looked at the person. What he saw surprised him even more. This person seemed familiar. Although he couldn't recall the name, he was certain he had seen him before, but couldn't remember him at the moment. Chapter 141 Fang Sija joins. Let's get to these zombies first, Yang Bin ordered. Okay. The group got out of the car and quickly charged towards the horde of zombies. The fleeing man stopped when he saw Yang Bin and his team. His eyes lit up when he saw them, and he sat down to apply medicine while watching them kill the zombies. This scene puzzled Yang Bin even more. Shouldn't a normal person run even faster when someone is holding off the zombies for them? Staying is practically suicide, and he couldn't believe someone who had survived this long wouldn't understand this basic principle. Several hundred zombies were no problem for Yang Bin and his team, and they quickly dispatched them all. Afterward, Yang Bin had Lao He and the others dig for crystals and clear the path, while he led Chen Hao and the others towards the man. Seeing Yang Bin and his team approach, the man stood up and bowed to Yang Bin. Captain Yang, thank you. Have we met somewhere before? Yang Bin asked, looking at him. Yes, I'm also a student at Zhongxiang College. We've met twice. Oh, I remember now, you're from Qin Wei's team. Hu Wenlian suddenly said from the side. Yes, my name is Fang Sija. I remember Qin Wei's team had over 200 people, how come you're the only one? Yang Bin also remembered at this moment. Fang Sija was silent for a moment before finally speaking. After leaving school, we went to the official base. Qin Wei joined the official team. I didn't want to join, so I left on my own. Hearing his words, Yang Bin was somewhat surprised and said, the official team is legitimate, joining the official team is the right choice. Why didn't you want to join? Fang Sija shook his head. If it were the official team, I wouldn't be so resistant, but now the so-called official team has long been corrupted. A person with extremely selfish motives is in power, joining would only make me cannon fodder. Yang Bin raised an eyebrow. This guy is very smart. To be able to run away from the official base to here, that's quite impressive. Fang Sija shook his head with a wry smile. 9 out of 10 chances of survival. I'm a little confused. Why did you turn around immediately when you saw our car instead of running towards us? Yang Bin asked again. In this apocalypse, humans are more terrifying than zombies. If these zombies were chasing me, I might have a chance to escape, but running towards humans means certain death. Then why didn't you run after we attacked? If I ran after you attacked, you'd be unhappy, and I'd still die. Yang Bin's surprise deepened. Those few words made him take the person before him very seriously. This guy is a real talent. Does that idiot Qin Wei even realize what he's lost? Thinking about establishing a base, he definitely needs someone to manage it, and he didn't want to be bogged down in a bunch of troublesome things. This person was absolutely perfect. Yang Bin smiled and asked again, where are you planning to go after leaving the base alone? Leave Star City, get away from the city, and develop slowly in the countryside. Yang Bin's eyes lit up. This guy's idea actually coincided with his own. You're only at the 5th rank. It's practically impossible for you to leave Star City alone. How about it? Interested in joining the Starfall squad? This was the first time Yang Bin had extended an olive branch to a non-superpowered individual. There was no way around it, this person was worth it. As for superpowers, weren't those things you could just acquire if you wanted to? You guys. Fang Sija looked at Yang Bin. Yes. Why do you want to recruit me? My strength is nowhere near yours. He had just witnessed their attack, most of them were at the 6th rank, and all of them were superpowered individuals, which had deeply shocked him. However, he didn't like to show his emotions on his face. He knew very well that before he came out, neither the official nor the military had a single 6th rank evolved being. However, this team of students, just like them, from Zhongxiang Academy, had actually reached this point with only 7 people, surpassing even the official ranks. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted by Yang Bin's offer, but he wouldn't blindly join just because he was tempted. He needed to understand his own value. I'm planning to set up a base back in my hometown, and I'm short of a manager. I think you're a good fit. If you join the Starfall squad, I'm planning to let you manage the base, Yang Bin said bluntly. Managing a base? You should be able to do that yourself, right? Having led the team to a point where they could crush the official forces, Fang Sija didn't believe Yang Bin couldn't manage a base. To be honest, I'm focused on strength and don't want to be bogged down in trivial matters. As for those guys, they're fine for fighting, but managing a base is a different story. Since you're pursuing strength, why bother building a power base? Isn't the current situation with just a small team fine? I'd like to, but these days, without some power, you're always getting bullied. Look, we were just living peacefully at home when someone came at us with a rocket launcher. We had no choice but to come and get revenge. If we had a powerful force, this kind of thing wouldn't happen. Is all this stuff in the truck supplies? Yeah, revenge, you have to bring back some local specialties too. You guys didn't just destroy some base, did you? More or less. Fang Sija pondered for a moment, then looked at Yangbin seriously and said, building a base is like becoming a king, something the authorities can't allow. If one day the authorities come down and want to take over a base, what will you do? Take over? They dare to dream of that. My base, let alone the authorities, even the heavenly king himself wouldn't be able to touch it. Yangbin said with unparalleled arrogance. But what if the authorities have heavy weaponry that we can't contend with? That won't happen. Even those at the Guang realm aren't particularly afraid of heavy weapons. When that day comes, not to mention anything else, the few of us will definitely have surpassed the 7th rank. At that time, if anyone dares to covet my base, I'll raze their lair to the ground. Fang Sija looked earnestly at Yangbin. Seeing his domineering gaze, a smile appeared on his face, and he extended his hand. Thank you for your trust, Captain Yang. I agree to join the Starfall squad. If a base is established in the future, I will do my utmost to develop it into the #1 force in the apocalypse. A flame seemed to burn in Fang Sija's eyes. In the apocalypse, how could someone like him be content with mediocrity? He had long wanted to make a name for himself in this world. Originally, he intended to assist Qin Wei and achieve great things, which was one of the reasons he repeatedly opposed joining the official organization. However, he never expected that Qin Wei would ultimately disappoint him, so he decisively chose to leave. Yangbin also smiled, then extended his hand to shake hands with Fang Sija. The Starfall squad welcomes you. Captain Yang, aren't you afraid I'll be two-faced? No, no one who joins the Starfall squad, unless they're a fool, wouldn't think of betraying us. You're smart, so it's even less likely. Of course, if you really betray us, with my strength, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I can still kill you. Fang Sija nodded, then said seriously, as long as what you say is the truth, Fang Sija, will follow you for life. Alright, from now on we're brothers. Chapter 142 Ready to take action. Back home, everyone unloaded the supplies, and Yang Bin and Zhong Yuansen went to the kitchen to start a fire and cook. With so many supplies they'd acquired today, they could have a big celebratory meal. Fang Sija was unsettled upon entering the villa. Even someone as intelligent as him was somewhat bewildered. Was this the apocalypse? Why didn't they sense any apocalyptic atmosphere here? The clean rooms, the mahjong machine in the living room, and the untidy playing cards on the table, everything testified to how carefree these guys were. It felt like everyone else was experiencing the apocalypse, while they were on vacation. Calm down. Chen Hao patted Fang Sija on the shoulder, mimicking Yang Bin's tone. The apocalypse? That's someone else's apocalypse. What does it have to do with the Starfall squad? A good someone else's apocalypse, indeed. The Starfall squad is different. A smile appeared on Fang Sija's face. Perhaps, this was the kind of team he had been looking for. Brother Hao, that crystal of yours. Old He approached Chen Hao, rubbing his hands together and looking at him with a fawning expression. Brother Hao, here, have some water. Tired? Let me massage your shoulders. Skinny Monkey brought over a glass of water, his face equally ingratiating. The boss had already spoken. Chen Hao could decide what to do with the crystal. After all, Chen Hao had obtained it through his own abilities. If it weren't for Chen Hao, they wouldn't have known about it, and might even have been in danger. From Chen Hao's wounds, they knew that Guy's abilities were quite strong. If he had reached the Guang realm, a sneak attack could have posed a significant threat. Therefore, Chen Hao did indeed have the right to distribute the crystal. Monkey knows how to handle things. Chen Hao said with a satisfied expression. Brother Hao, I'll buy you all your underwear this month. Old He said through gritted teeth. Playing this high. Skinny Monkey's eyes widened. So, dare to follow? You're ruthless. It's just a day or two earlier, is it really worth going all out? Skinny Monkey decisively backed down. He believed that with their strength, obtaining a Guang realm crystal would only take a day or two, at most a month's worth of underwear. That's too much. Hee, who told you to get your ability before me? To surpass you, I'm going all out. Old Black seemed to have gone all out. Haha, deal. This crystal is yours. Chen Hao said happily, then directly handed the crystal to Old Black. Hee, thanks, Brother Hao. Old Black quickly took the crystal, then sat down on the spot and swallowed it. The others tacitly surrounded him, looking at him expectantly. Fang Sija silently watched the scene. This team atmosphere made him feel very comfortable. He didn't ask any questions. He preferred to feel things with his heart and didn't like asking around. Some things you hear or see aren't necessarily true, only by feeling with your heart can you truly understand. He could understand many things from these people's unintentional actions and expressions. This team might really be worth following. 5 minutes later, old Hei opened his eyes, his face showing excitement. How was it? What kind of ability? It should be a dark type control ability. Who can help me test the effect? I'll do it. Zhao Kun asked, how do I test it? Brother Kun, just charge at me. Okay. Zhao Kun nodded and quickly charged towards Lao Hei. Just then, a pair of pitch-black energy hands suddenly appeared on the ground and grabbed Zhao Kun's feet. Zhao Kun almost fell to the ground. He tried to pull his feet away, but couldn't. A look of surprise appeared in his eyes. You've got some skills. He tried again, and finally managed to break free with great effort. Brother Kun, if this were a real fight, you'd be done for after I threw a few fireballs at you. Lao Hei said smugly. What, you've got a rebellious streak now? Want to fight? Let's see if your fireballs are fiercer or my fists are harder. A dangerous glint appeared in Zhao Kun's eyes. No, Brother Kun, you'll always be my brother. Thinking of the spikes on Brother Kun's fist, Lao Hei quickly backed down. By the way, what's the evolution of your ability? I gained a fire rain spell, which is equivalent to going from single target damage to area of effect damage. Lao Hei said proudly. Not bad. From now on, Lao Hei, you'll be our team's main damage dealer. Everyone was also pleasantly surprised. Finally, they had area of effect damage. This would make killing zombies much faster. Fang Sija also gleaned a lot of information from everyone's snippets of conversation, and his eyes were equally shocked. So there were such big changes after reaching level 6. The group chatted for a while longer, and Yang Bin and Zhong Yuansen had already brought the dishes to the table. Alright, stop chatting, come and eat. Okay. Everyone sat down around the table, 8 people, just enough for one table. Looking at the table laden with food, Fang Sija exclaimed, this life is truly luxurious. Not bad. Monkey, go get 2 bottles of red wine. Let's celebrate today and welcome Sija. Okay. After a satisfying meal, everyone played mahjong for a while before going home to rest. Late at night, the group took Fang Sija to the rooftop to stargaze. Fang Sija was quick to learn, he understood things immediately. Just a few words were enough for him to comprehend, and he didn't ask many questions. This made Yang Bin increasingly satisfied with him. Communicating with him saved a lot of trouble. After another night of stargazing, Yang Bin's strength had indeed reached the peak of the Guang realm. Feeling the surge of power within him, Yang Bin's face showed satisfaction. Next, he needed to see how long it would take to advance to the 7th rank. At the 7th rank, he would need to light up another star. The improvement would likely be significant. Glancing at the zombies in the courtyard and finding no new Guang realm zombies spawning, Yang Bin could only shake his head. They all went back to their rooms for a nap, and woke up promptly around 9 o'clock in the morning. Boss, what's the plan for today? At the breakfast table, everyone asked. Today, a few of you will go searching for Guang realm zombies on your own. Chen Hao and I will go to the official base. Are we making our move already? Yes, this matter can't be delayed any longer, it's time to resolve it. But, won't it be dangerous for just the 2 of you? It's safest for the 2 of us to go. If anything happens, we can leave. If you go together, you might not be able to get away. Okay, then boss, you guys have to be careful. Don't worry, no one can stop the 2 of us right now, Yang Bin said confidently. Chapter 143. This is the official base. Captain, are you going to the official base to take action against that person? Fang Sija suddenly asked. Yes, this guy has been wanted for me for so long, it's time to settle things, Yang Bin said calmly. Alright, since you've made up your mind, I won't try to dissuade you, but you still need to be careful. Recently, Ma Zongguo has been expanding his power through various means. He probably has tens of thousands of evolved humans under his control. Your portraits have been posted inside the base. Many people there should recognize you, so try to disguise yourself when you go in. Okay, Yang Bin nodded. There's a large building in the middle of the base, that's Ma Zongguo's residence. However, I don't know which room he lives in, and it's heavily guarded, they usually don't let anyone near. So, you might have some trouble taking action against him. Also, according to rumors, Ma Zongguo has 3 ability users with him. I don't know their specific abilities, but I've heard they're very strong. Even though you're all at level 6, you still need to be careful. Fang Sija, having spent time in the base before, knew a little about the situation. Having ability users, that's good. Yang Bin smiled. At least it's good for you. Fang Sija looked puzzled. You'll know when we get back. Yang Bin patted Fang Sija's shoulder, saying nothing more. Although Fang Sija was puzzled, he didn't ask further. After leaving home, the group split up. Yang Bin and Chen Hao headed to the official base, while the others searched for level 6 zombies elsewhere. Even without Yang Bin, it would be much more difficult for them to find a level 6 zombie. However, there are quite a few level 6 zombies now, and their features are quite distinctive. They'd be easily recognizable if encountered. With their current strength, killing them wouldn't be difficult. Meanwhile, Yang Bin and Chen Hao obtained a bicycle and rode towards the official base. The distance to the official base was quite far. The best way would have been by car, but Yang Bin wanted to drive, while Chen Hao was too afraid to ride with him. So, the two had no choice but to ride bicycles. After riding at full speed for over 3 hours, they finally reached the official base. The two abandoned their bicycles and began observing the situation at the official base. The official base had changed drastically, its area had increased more than tenfold, and the walls had been raised from 3 meters high to 5 meters. On the walls, squads of soldiers patrolled constantly, and every few meters there was a gun emplacement, with at least a dozen heavy machine guns on each side. As expected of an official base, the defenses are truly exceptional, Yang Bin remarked. Looks like a direct assault is really out of the question. Brother Bin, how about I just go in stealthily and take him out? Chen Hao whispered. Yang Bin thought for a moment, then shook his head. Let's go in and assess the situation first. Going in recklessly like this is too dangerous. Okay. Then, the two of them smeared their faces with dirt, making themselves unrecognizable. Anyway, there are plenty of people like that in the apocalypse. I'll teleport to that corner in a bit, then you sneak in and meet me. Yang Bin pointed to a spot that was a blind spot. Okay, Chen Hao nodded. The two quickly approached the base. As they neared the base walls, Yang Bin teleported inside. Chen Hao, on the other hand, became invisible and swaggered in through the main gate. Soon, they met up and headed towards a cluster of low-rise buildings. There were many disheveled people like them there. Once inside, no one would suspect them. Upon entering the buildings, both men frowned. The air was thick with a foul odor. The people inside wore clothes that looked like they hadn't been changed in ages, and they smelled terrible, as if they hadn't showered in a long time. Moreover, they were all emaciated, clearly malnourished, and their eyes lacked vitality. The two men exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. This was an official base? This was very different from what they had imagined. Yang Bin had guessed that the official base, with its large population, might have food shortages, but surely it shouldn't be this bad? The authorities had swept through many areas, supporting 100 or 200,000 people shouldn't be a problem. The arrival of Yang Bin and his companion didn't attract much attention from the locals. However, when they saw the backpacks on the two men's backs, many people's eyes lit up with greed. But seeing the weapons in their hands, they dared not approach. Two handsome men? Want some? Just one piece of bread each, a woman in her 20s said, swallowing hard as she looked at their backpacks. No need, Yang Bin said awkwardly. How about one loaf of bread for the two of us? Both of them were stunned. Was this stuff really that cheap? This woman wasn't particularly beautiful, but she wasn't ugly either. Before the apocalypse, she'd probably be worth at least 700 or 800. Have they really sunk to the point where one loaf of bread costs 2 people? Seeing that the woman wanted to continue pestering him, Yang Bin drew his tang sword, scaring her away. They walked for a while longer, encountering several more similar situations. The people here seem to be willing to do anything for food. Looks like Ma Zongguo has embezzled quite a bit, Chen Hao said coldly. Yeah, probably used to build up his own power base. He probably doesn't care much about ordinary people, as long as they don't starve. I'm starting to get impatient to kill him, Chen Hao licked his lips. Let's find him first. This area is probably inhabited by the so-called lower classes. To find him, we need to get closer to the central area. Okay. After saying this, the two walked towards the edge of the central area. They walked for a long time before reaching the outer edge of the area. There was a wall there, seemingly a boundary separating this area from another. Several people were guarding the entrance to the wall, presumably to prevent anyone from sneaking out. It'll be time to distribute food soon. I can have some fun with those women again, one of the guards said with a lewd grin. Aren't you afraid of exhausting yourself playing like this? What's there to be afraid of? We're evolved beings now, 7 times a night is nothing. What's the point of a submissive woman like that? It's much more satisfying to play with women who know how to resist. Yeah, speaking of which, haven't you dealt with that woman in lane 16 yet? Not yet. That woman keeps threatening to slit her own throat, but it'll be over soon. She hasn't been given food for 2 days, her son is about to starve to death. I'm sure she'll submit obediently today. Haha, to be honest, I used to distributing supplies, but now I like it more and more. Absolutely. This job is great, much more comfortable than those jobs where you go out to fight zombies and collect crystals. That's right. Yang Bin and his companion listened to the guards' conversation outside, their eyes flashing with cold light. This is the so-called official base. Ma Zongguo, you know the way to die. Chapter 144 Taking Action. To avoid alerting the guards, the two didn't attack them. Yang Bin activated his true sight and teleported to a secluded spot. Chen Hao followed, remaining invisible. This area was completely different from the previous one. The environment was much cleaner, the houses were spaced further apart, and the rooms were significantly larger. Yang Bin used his true sight to observe the inhabitants and found they were mostly young people, many of them evolved beings, though at a low level. Those living here were likely useful to the base, as their living conditions were quite different. From their appearance, it was clear they weren't starving. The two didn't linger in this area and continued towards the center. Throughout, Chen Hao remained invisible, while Yang Bin moved cautiously, frequently teleporting to avoid patrols. Their appearance wouldn't be a problem in lower-level areas, but here it felt out of place. If they were discovered, they would inevitably be questioned. Fortunately, with true sight and teleportation, Yang Bin successfully evaded patrol after patrol. Soon, the two arrived at another area closer to the center. This area was completely different. It consisted mostly of detached houses, all fully equipped. Yang Bin used true sight to observe and realized that the inhabitants were all evolved beings, and of considerable level. The lowest level was 4th-tier evolved beings. It was obvious they had all been recruited by Ma Zongguo. Their living conditions were far more comfortable than outside. They had plenty of food and drink, a balanced diet of meat and vegetables, and even fruit. Most importantly, they were served by servants, all of whom were of the opposite sex, meaning they could attend to both physical and emotional needs. Ma Zongguo knows how to win people over, Yang Bin remarked. Damn, who could resist the temptation of this kind of life? The two wanted to continue inside, but stopped helplessly. Inside, in the central area, there was a separate walled enclosure. Moreover, the security inside was incredibly tight. Yang Bin carefully surveyed the area, finding virtually no blind spots. In other words, if he were to teleport in, he would be detected immediately. Inside the walled area were 5 large houses, their luxury comparable to villas. Yang Bin activated his true sight and searched through the houses, room by room. Finally, he found Ma Zongguo in an office. Although Yang Bin had never seen Ma Zongguo before, this mayor of Xincheng City was a celebrity, frequently appearing on television. At this moment, Ma Zongguo was sitting at his desk reviewing documents. If you only looked at him like that, Ma Zongguo seemed like a conscientious and responsible leader. However, Yang Bin's true sight could see many things he shouldn't. For example, under his desk, a beautiful woman in black stockings and a uniform was serving him. This old guy really knows how to have fun, Yang Bin muttered. What's wrong, Bin Ge? Have you found his location yet? Chen Hao asked quietly. Found him, but it might be a bit troublesome. How so? You saw the situation inside this walled compound, the defenses are incredibly tight. Ma Zongguo is in the middle building. Dozens of peak 5th-tier evolved beings guard that building, and there are 2 more guarding his office door. Both of them are ability users. Ability users? What kind? One is light-based, the other water-based. The water-based one has offensive capabilities? I can't be sure if he has offensive capabilities, but I know this guy is pretty much your matchup. Why? Do I need to know why? If he gets you wet, you'll be exposed, right? Damn, that seems to be true. Yeah, and one more thing, that old guy Ma Zongguo is also at the Guang realm. He probably won't be so easy to kill. This guy's at the Guang realm too. Yeah, actually, that's not surprising. He's got so many evolved beings and powerful weapons, killing someone at the Guang realm isn't difficult for him. Brother Bin, do you know what ability he awakened? Wood-type entanglement. Oh, that's alright, not some kind of freakish ability. Alright, my foot. If you get entangled by him, the people inside can turn you into a sieve in a minute. Yeah, but it's okay. So what if he's at the Guang realm? As long as I get close to him, I'm confident I can take him down before he even has a chance to unleash his ability. Chen Hao said confidently. I believe that, but getting close won't be easy. There are a lot of infrared detectors inside. I'm not sure if your invisibility can evade those detectors. If you can't, you're in big trouble. Damn, is this old bastard so afraid of death? That's called being cautious. So what do we do now? Wait for him to come out? No, who knows if he'll even come out? And how long would it take to wait? How about this, you stay hidden and wait for your chance, I'll go in first to draw fire and destroy the detectors. Isn't that too dangerous? It's alright, I have teleportation, no problem. Okay. After agreeing on their plan, Yang Bin confirmed his location and instantly teleported inside the wall. Immediately afterward, his Tang sword flew out, destroying several nearby infrared devices. Enemy attack. As soon as Yang Bin acted, he was spotted. Immediately, alarms blared inside, and evolved humans rushed out from various corners, quickly surrounding Yang Bin. Not far away, heavy machine guns instantly pointed at Yang Bin. Far away, sniper rifles were also immediately pointed at Yang Bin's head. This reaction is much stronger than at the Wang family base, Yang Bin remarked. Who are you? How did you get in? A middle-aged man stared at Yang Bin. I'm here to see Ma Zongguo. Unauthorized personnel, get out of my way. Yang Bin said coldly. How dare you call Mayor Ma by his name? Arrest him, the middle-aged man roared. As soon as he finished speaking, the evolved beings surrounding Yang Bin rushed towards him. Yang Bin ignored them and teleported to the doorway of the house where Ma Zongguo was. However, by this time, all the peak 5th tier evolved beings surrounding the house were already guarding the entrance. Get out of the way. You're asking for death. These evolved beings clearly didn't realize the seriousness of the situation and charged directly at Yang Bin. Since that's how it is, then don't blame me. Yang Bin grabbed a barbell and swung it down, instantly killing the first few evolved beings. However, peak 5th tier evolved beings were still quite strong, and Yang Bin couldn't wipe out a large group like other evolved beings. There were 40 or 50 of them here. It would take some effort for Yang Bin to eliminate them all. Bang bang bang. The snipers in the distance immediately pulled the trigger at Yang Bin. Faced with dozens of snipers firing simultaneously, Yang Bin didn't dare to take a direct hit and quickly teleported away. Then, a group of evolved beings surrounded him again. At the same time, as the alarm sounded, countless evolved beings outside rapidly poured into the enclosure. In an instant, the entire central area was filled with evolved beings. Chapter 145 Whose Home Ground? Inside his office, Ma Zongguo, who was enjoying his services, frowned upon hearing the alarm. What's going on? Mayor, someone has broken into the central area, someone quickly responded from outside. How many? One person. One person. Just deal with them. Why ring the alarm? They say this person is a 6th tier evolver. And he can teleport. 6th tier? Teleportation? It's him? Ma Zongguo stood up, straightened his trousers, and walked out of the office. Go check it out. Mayor, that person seems to be looking for you. Perhaps you shouldn't go out. I'm afraid it might be dangerous, the guard at the door whispered. Just stay close to me. I'm also a 6th tier cultivator, and with the two of you, we're not afraid of him. I want to see what kind of magic this Yang Bin has, managing to wreak havoc on the Wang family like this. By the way, notify Wang Zhenhong and have him come over too. Okay. Outside. Yang Bin was now in a passive position. There were too many evolved beings inside the base. With the influx of evolved beings from outside, it was becoming quite congested. Moreover, there were a lot of snipers inside the base, forcing him to fire a couple of shots and then move to a different spot. Although he managed to kill a few with his Tang sword, there were still some further away that he couldn't reach. The continuous teleportation had taken a huge toll on him, and even consuming crystals couldn't replenish it. Consuming crystals provided a slow recovery, but his teleportation consumed a lot of energy, and using it too frequently meant he couldn't keep up with the recovery. Fortunately, Chen Hao had good eyesight. Seeing this situation, he immediately ran over and took out 2 snipers, then grabbed his sniper rifle and headshot one sniper after another. This guy's sniping skills are getting better and better. With the sniper threat gone, Yang Bin's situation improved instantly. He wasn't afraid of close combat anymore. Although there were many 5th tier evolved beings here, as long as they weren't at the Guang realm, they posed little threat to him. As for the heavy machine gun, frankly, they didn't dare use it. The room was full of their own people, using that thing would only kill their own. Stop! Just as the fighting was getting intense, a voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked over and saw that Ma Zongguo had somehow appeared at the doorway. The group of evolved beings quickly stopped fighting and retreated, but still surrounded Yang Bin. Seeing this, Yang Bin once again marveled at this guy's prestige. Yang Bin didn't attack again, put away his barbell, and smiled at Ma Zongguo. This guy actually dared to come out. He's got guts, I must say. You must be Yang Bin, Ma Zongguo said. Yes, that's right. Truly, a hero emerges from among the young. Ma Zongguo made no attempt to hide his admiration for Yang Bin. So, interested in joining the official team? If you join, you can choose any room you want. I guarantee you'll live very comfortably in the apocalypse. I believe that. You guys certainly live a very comfortable life. Yang Bin nodded earnestly. This base truly exemplifies the saying, behind the rich gates, meat and wine go to waste, on the streets, frozen corpses lie. People in the outer areas struggle to even feed themselves, while those inside live a life of luxury. So what do you mean? Having truly witnessed Yang Bin's strength, Ma Zongguo became completely focused on him. He was ambitious and naturally didn't want to let go of such a powerful subordinate. Shouldn't you ask why I'm here? Yang Bin still had a smile on his face. Although there's been some misunderstanding between us, there's actually no direct conflict. The real conflict with you is with the Wang family. How about this? I'll hand over the Wang family head to you to deal with. What do you think? Ma Zongguo? Wang Zhenhong, who had just arrived, overheard this and was immediately enraged. Patriarch Wang, you've come at the right time. This Captain Yang wants to see you. Ma Zongguo showed no embarrassment. The Wang family is finished, so Wang Zhenhong is useless now. If he could exchange Wang Zhenhong for such a powerful subordinate, that would be an absolute bargain. Yang Bin also glanced at Wang Zhenhong, having completely forgotten about him. Leaving the weeds unburied is a major taboo. At this moment, Wang Zhenhong ignored Ma Zongguo, his eyes fixed on Yang Bin. This was the man who killed his son, killed his brother, and destroyed their Wang family base. It could be said that the entire Wang family was ruined by this man. This hatred was irreconcilable. Unfortunately, it seemed that his current strength was insufficient to kill him. Then, Wang Zhenhong looked at Ma Zongguo. Mayor Ma, how about a deal? If you help me avenge him, the Wang family will be at your beck and call, including all the resources I possess. A look of hesitation appeared on Ma Zongguo's face. Your Wang family seems to have lost much of its power now, doesn't it? Although my Wang family's power has greatly diminished, I still have dozens of 5th-tier evolvers under my command, and I also have a considerable amount of crystals. I believe these are still very important to you. Wang Zhenhong clearly understood Ma Zongguo. Sure enough, upon hearing Wang Zhenhong's words, Ma Zongguo's expression changed. For him, as long as the benefits were sufficient, everything else was insignificant. Captain Yang, what do you think? Ma Zongguo looked at Yang Bin, secretly wanting both. I think you two are still dreaming. Where do you get the confidence to decide my life or death? Yang Bin smiled. Suddenly, a tang sword sliced through space with lightning speed, thrusting towards Wang Zhenhong. Beside Wang Zhenhong, a bodyguard-like man immediately intervened, his military bayonet slashing directly at the tang sword. The two clashed, the tang sword's powerful force deflecting the bayonet from the opponent's hand, the tang sword piercing directly into the opponent's chest. Then, the tang sword automatically drew, spun in the air, and thrust at Wang Zhenhong again. Protect the patriarch. Wang Zhenhong's bodyguards immediately stepped in front of him. Captain Yang, this is my home turf. Are you taking advantage of me like this? Ma Zongguo said coldly. Your home turf? Heh, where does your confidence come from? Yang Bin smiled, his figure vanishing instantly, appearing directly beside Ma Zongguo, and swung his club at him. At the critical moment, a shield of light suddenly appeared in front of Ma Zongguo. Bang! Yang Bin's barbell slammed into the light shield, shattering it instantly. However, most of the force from the barbell was absorbed, and the remaining force struck Ma Zongguo, knocking him back a few steps, but causing no real damage to the 6th-tier Ma Zongguo. Yang Bin glanced with some surprise at the white-clad light elemental ability user next to Ma Zongguo. This guy's ability is something else. Ma Zongguo's smile vanished, replaced by a grim expression as he stared at Yang Bin. Since you're so ungrateful, don't blame me. Kill him. Chapter 146. Go do what you're supposed to do. As Ma Zongguo finished speaking, the surrounding evolved beings charged at Yang Bin again. Yang Bin teleported to Ma Zongguo's side once more and swung his barbell again. However, Ma Zongguo was prepared this time. Several vines instantly appeared beneath his feet, enveloping him. Bang! The barbell struck the vines, snapping them in two, and Ma Zongguo staggered back several steps. Wow, you can use that. Yang Bin was somewhat surprised. He had to admit, Ma Zongguo was quite clever. At that moment, the attacks from the surrounding 5th-tier evolved beings also hit him instantly. Forced to retreat, Yang Bin had no choice but to teleport away. As soon as he dodged, he was instantly surrounded by evolved beings again. This guy, he's definitely not so easy to kill, Yang Bin sighed. Looks like I'll have to get a powerful offensive ability next time. Then, Yang Bin teleported directly to Wang Zhenhong's location, leaving behind a cryptic remark. It's up to you. Remember, leave that light-type ability user to Sija, don't kill him. Ma Zongguo, feeling something was amiss, suddenly felt a chill and instantly rolled to the side. Puffed! An arm flew high into the air. Although Ma Zongguo reacted quickly, his arm was still severed. Mayor! The surrounding people were shocked. There's an invisible ability user. Protect the mayor. Everyone immediately surrounded Ma Zongguo, their faces tense as they watched their surroundings. The water-type ability user raised his hand to use a water barrier. However, just as he made a move, a dagger suddenly pierced his neck. I was prepared for this. A voice rang in his ear, and then his body slowly collapsed to the ground. Kill! The surrounding evolved beings swiftly attacked. However, Chen Hao had already retreated. Brother, I'm the mayor of Xingcheng City, an official. Do you know how foolish your actions are? Ma Zongguo clutched his arm, looking around warily. But there was no response. I know you're acting under Yang Bin's orders. You can still stop now. Although it's the apocalypse, the authorities will soon regain control. You'll definitely be purged then. I advise you not to take the wrong path. If you stop now, I guarantee you'll be safe, and I might even make you a high-ranking person. Ma Zongguo continued his brainwashing. Your trick won't work on me. A voice suddenly rang in his ear. Ma Zongguo's hair stood on end instantly, and he quickly rolled to the side. Behind him, a dagger was aimed directly at his neck. At the critical moment, another white light shield appeared in front of Ma Zongguo, attempting to block the attack. Chen Hao seemed to have anticipated this. A black light suddenly emanated from his dagger, piercing the light shield without any resistance. Chen Hao's dagger instantly pierced Ma Zongguo's neck. Ma Zongguo's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined that he, who had just been so successful, would die here. He harbored countless ambitions, vowing to become a powerful ruler in this apocalypse, but he never expected to die before even achieving his goal. At this moment, his eyes were filled with endless resentment and regret. Why had he offended such a group of people? As Chen Hao pulled out the dagger, Ma Zongguo's body fell straight to the ground. The scene fell silent. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene. Mayor Ma is dead? Mayor Ma is dead. How dare he? Mayor Ma is the mayor of Star City. How dare he kill him? All the evolved beings looked bewildered. Mayor Ma is dead. What about what he promised us? What if the authorities come? Will we be implicated? He killed Mayor Ma. Don't let him get away. Otherwise, if the authorities blame us, you'll all be held responsible. A woman suddenly shouted. This woman was Mayor Ma's secretary, dressed in stockings and a business suit. Hearing her words, many evolved beings seemed to regain their resolve. Just as they were about to act, the woman who had spoken was decapitated. Now, these people hesitated again. Ma Zongguo was dead. What was the point of attacking now? Don't be afraid, everyone. He's just a coward who only dares to hide. Force him out, and we can definitely kill him and avenge Mayor Ma, shouted the light elemental ability user in white. However, as soon as he finished speaking, an arm flew off. If Yang Bin hadn't specifically instructed this person not to kill, he would have followed in that woman's footsteps. Chen Hao might not be as strong as the others in a group battle, but when it comes to killing, no one can stop him. Seeing this, the base's higher UPS who had wanted to incite others to attack fell silent. At this moment, they only thought about preventing the enemy from discovering him. The atmosphere in the room became extremely strange. Meanwhile, Yang Bin relentlessly pursued Wang Zhenhong, killing his way to his residence. By this time, all of Wang Zhenhong's bodyguards had been killed, leaving only Wang Zhenhong himself. Why? What did our Wang family ever do to offend you? Why must you be so ruthless? Wang Zhenhong's face was filled with resentment. Actually, I had no connection with your Wang family. It's all your son's fault for being so ignorant. It's not that I wanted to wipe you out, but as the head of the Wang family, you should understand that since we've already formed an enmity, we can't leave any future trouble, right? After saying this, Yang Bin finished off Wang Zhenhong with a single blow. Thus, the Xingcheng Wang family, which had held out for over a month in the apocalypse, was annihilated. After killing Wang Zhenhong, Yang Bin returned to the battlefield. Upon returning, he immediately spotted Ma Zongguo lying on the ground. After all, no one dared to approach within 3 meters of his corpse, making him easy to see. Impressive. Yang Bin gave Chen Hao, who was still invisible, a thumbs up. The people around didn't rush forward immediately after seeing Yang Bin, they were all somewhat bewildered. They had all witnessed Yang Bin's strength, going up against him would be tantamount to suicide. Ma Zongguo was already dead, who would want to die? Seeing their expressions, Yang Bin knew what they were thinking and then shouted loudly. We killed Ma Zongguo simply to avenge Deputy Division Commander Lu. Don't be so tense, go back to what you were doing. Who said Mayor Ma killed Deputy Division Commander Lu? Someone questioned. I said it, any objections? Yang Bin gave him a cold look. Immediately, the man fell silent. Mayor Ma is an official, aren't you afraid of being wanted by the authorities for killing him? Another person spoke up. Heh, you don't need to worry about that. Besides, Ma Zongguo doesn't represent the government. You'd be better off trusting the military, at least the military does real work. I'll have the military come and take over the base again later. Now, go back to what you were doing. The group hesitated for a moment, then some people started to leave. Hey you, don't go. Chapter 147 Killed and Finished. The light elemental ability user, missing an arm, had originally planned to leave with the other evolved humans. Upon hearing Yang Bin's words, he froze on the spot. He stole a glance at Yang Bin and, seeing that the other was indeed looking at him, felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Is there something you want me to do? Of course, there is. Yang Bin smiled. Huzzy, you watch him. I'm going to search Ma Zongguo's place. Although they already had plenty of supplies, as bandits, they couldn't possibly return empty-handed. Okay. Chen Hao responded, but didn't reveal himself. Instead, he approached the other man and whispered, You'd better not move. My knife is very fast, you felt it. The light elemental ability user was immediately too frightened to move. He really had felt it, that knife was incredibly fast. Yang Bin entered Ma Zongguo's place, using his true sight to search for items along the way. They only brought 2 people this time, so they couldn't carry much. Therefore, Yang Bin's target wasn't supplies, but crystals. Since he planned to build his own power, these things would definitely be indispensable in the future. Under Yang Bin's true sight, he quickly spotted a hidden compartment in Ma Zongguo's bedroom. Yang Bin easily opened the compartment and, sure enough, found a large quantity of crystals inside. This old guy really has a lot of stuff. Yang Bin looked at the crystals, his face showing surprise. There were more crystals here than they had collected over all this time, at least tens of thousands, including all levels except for those above rank 6. It has to be said, the government is the government, their speed in acquiring crystals is unmatched by others. This was after Ma Zongguo had trained so many evolved beings. Given more time, his power would probably be even more formidable. Luckily, I acted early, Yang Bin sighed. If this continues for a while, many more Yao Guang realm evolvers will definitely appear within the base. At that point, Yang Bin and his companions' attempt to kill Ma Zongguo with just the 2 of them will be nothing short of a pipe dream. Below the Yao Guang realm, everyone is merely practicing body cultivation, simply gaining more strength. But at the Yao Guang realm, it's true cultivation, almost everyone will possess supernatural abilities. Then, it will be impossible for them to fight a group alone. These crystals were all packed in a large sack, so Yang Bin didn't need to find another sack. He simply sealed it and took it with him. Besides the crystals, Ma Zongguo's house also contained a lot of food, drinks, and various medicines. Yang Bin couldn't conveniently take these things now, so he didn't bother. Afterward, Yang Bin tore down the Star City map hanging on the wall and took it with him. When Yang Bin came out of Ma Zongguo's house, many people saw the sack on his back. Fortunately, the sack wasn't transparent, so these people didn't know what was inside, otherwise, someone might have taken the risk. After all, a sack full of crystals was far too tempting. Anyone who got their hands on it could quickly organize a powerful force. Huzzy, take him, we're leaving, Yang Bin called to Chen Hao, then walked directly out of the base. Their purpose in coming here was to kill Ma Zongguo, and now that Ma Zongguo was dead, it was time to leave. As for the others, Yang Bin had no intention of killing them. Perhaps there were still some of Ma Zongguo's confidants among them, but Yang Bin was too lazy to waste time. He could let the military handle it later. The 2 men, each carrying a sack and each carrying a person, swaggered away from the base under everyone's watchful eyes. No one dared to stop them. Everyone had seen their strength, stopping them was tantamount to suicide. At this point, everyone was eager for them to leave quickly. Even some of Ma Zongguo's confidants chose to protect themselves and decisively severed ties with Ma Zongguo. Brother Bin, shall we go straight back? Chen Hao asked. It's still early. Let's go to the military base and have them take over. Ma Zongguo is dead. If the military doesn't come, this base will definitely descend into chaos, and the more than 100,000 survivors inside will have an even harder time surviving. Brother Bin, everyone says you're too ruthless, but I still think you're actually quite kind at heart, Chen Hao said with a smile. That depends on who you're dealing with. Remember, you must be ruthless to the enemy, otherwise it'll be hard to survive in the apocalypse. But don't lose your moral compass, or what's the difference between you and a zombie? It's just one more trip, but it might save more than 100,000 innocent survivors. Why not? But if you ask me to rescue them and lead them out of Star City, I won't do it, because that could very well drag us down. So, in the apocalypse, prioritize your own interests first. Only consider helping others if it doesn't harm your own interests. Understood. Chen Hao nodded seriously. You guys, can you stop talking for a moment? I need to be resuscitated, otherwise I'll definitely bleed to death. The light elemental ability user on Chen Hao's shoulder suddenly spoke. Shut up, you're a peak 5th tier ability user, you're not that easy to kill. Huzzy, bandage it up, this isn't a solution. Okay. Chen Hao tore the other's clothes to shreds and tightly bound the wound above the severed arm to stop the blood from flowing out. Then he hastily bandaged it and hoisted the other up again. Chen Hao took out a map, confirmed the location of the armed forces headquarters, and then the 2 ran in that direction. Both were carrying loads, so they couldn't ride bicycles, and had to run. However, after running for more than 10 minutes, the guy on Chen Hao's shoulder couldn't take it anymore. I'm saying, why don't you just kill me? At this rate, I'll probably be bounced to death before we even get there. No, you're still useful, Chen Hao said. Can't you find a car? Who can stand this kind of jolting? You're a level 5 ability user, you won't die from the jolting. How about we find a car? Yang Bin suddenly said. It's over 30 kilometers. Brother Bin, I think running is good, it's good exercise. Chen Hao whispered. Clearly, he had a psychological trauma. You should listen to your captain, the light elemental ability user spoke again, he was simply too shaken to stand it anymore. You'll regret this later. Chen Hao gritted his teeth. Finally, the group found a car by the roadside. The keys were conveniently still inside, so there was no need to search for them. Yang Bin put the sack in the trunk and then got into the driver's seat. Chen Hao tossed the light elemental ability user into the back seat, then sat down himself and immediately fastened his seatbelt. The car started quickly. Launch. Chapter 148 Military Base. On Manhwa Avenue, a car sped along, weaving in and out of traffic. This road had been cleared by the military several times, so there weren't many zombies, and it was relatively unobstructed. However, on such a clear road, this car drove as if it were surrounded by obstacles. The key was that despite swerving left and right, the car managed not to flip over and continued moving at a rapid pace. This was naturally thanks to the driver's exceptional skill. Actually, having learned from his previous experience, Yang Bin initially drove quite well. However, because of the high speed, he turned the steering wheel too sharply when dodging an obstacle, and the car never managed to get back on track, mostly swerving in an S shape. But Yang Bin, relying on his superior eyesight and the extremely fast reaction speed of a Guang realm expert, managed to keep the car from flipping over. Basically, he turned the steering wheel in the direction the car veered, but each time he couldn't control the force, causing the car to never return to a straight path. Despite this, Yang Bin drove with all his might. He actually loved driving, but before the apocalypse, he was too poor to afford a car. Now, he finally had his wish fulfilled. However, the two people in the back seat suffered, especially the light elemental ability user. Because he wasn't wearing a seatbelt, he was basically never in a seat after the initial brief moment, constantly in a semi-floating state, bumping into things. Brother, I regret it, I really regret it. Maybe we should just walk. At this point, the light elemental ability user was completely numb. Because he was missing his right hand, he tried to steady himself but couldn't, and could only drift with the car. Chen Hao didn't reply. He was gripping the seatbelt with one hand and the door handle with the other, ready to jump out at any moment. But surprisingly, under these circumstances, the car actually traveled for over 10 kilometers, finally managing to flip several times in the air and crash heavily to the ground at a sharp bend. The instant the car flipped, Yang Bin teleported out of the vehicle. Similarly, Chen Hao immediately unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the door, and jumped out. In the end, only the light elemental ability user silently endured it all. After a long while, the two finally lifted the car and pulled the light elemental ability user out. At this moment, the light elemental ability user was completely broken. While the physical injuries were nothing to a 5th-tier evolved being, the psychological damage couldn't be healed in a short time. Bro, let's walk. I can walk myself. You don't need to carry me. I won't run away. This is too damn torturous. Why didn't you say that earlier? Why not walk? Why did you have to take a car? Chen Hao complained. If this guy hadn't suggested it, Brother Bin probably wouldn't have even considered driving. He was equally terrified the entire way. Although even if the car flipped, it wouldn't cause him any real harm, given his Guang realm cultivation, it was still an instinctive fear. Yang Bin ignored their complaints and instead carefully analyzed his recent mistake. It was a habit of his, after a failure, he would analyze the reasons for it. The steering was too sharp. Be more careful next time, Yang Bin said seriously. Brother Bin, you're not planning to drive again, are you? Chen Hao asked, his eyes wide. Let's skip it today. We'll have to take the back road. This road isn't cleared much, it's hard to drive on. Maybe next time. There are still more than 10 kilometers left, we can run there. Hearing Yang Bin's words, Chen Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Yang Bin took the sacks out of the trunk and the group ran towards the armed forces headquarters again. This time, the light elemental ability user was much more cooperative. Chen Hao didn't have to carry them, he willingly followed the two. The two were naturally happy about this, after all, this guy couldn't escape from them. Yang Bin avoided most of the zombies they encountered along the way, only killing them when avoidance was impossible. Actually, there were very few scattered zombies now. Most zombies were gathered by nearby high-level zombies and concentrated in one location, so there weren't many zombies on the road. This gave many people the illusion that there were fewer zombies now. In reality, the zombies were now in large groups, making them even more terrifying. Yang Bin possessed true sight, allowing him to avoid large numbers of zombies beforehand. After running for another half hour, the three finally reached a large base. This was formerly an armed forces department, now converted into a base. While this base wasn't as large as Ma Zongguo's, it still housed 20 to 30,000 people. Clearly, the military's development was progressing rapidly. The military base gates were wide open, guarded by 4 soldiers standing ramrod straight. Yang Bin thought for a moment, then said to Chen Hao, "You stay here with him for a while, I'll go in and take a look." "Okay." Chen Hao nodded. Then, Yang Bin walked directly towards the base gates. The soldiers guarding the gates quickly spotted Yang Bin, and one of them strode up to him. "Are you a survivor who came here to seek refuge?" "Yes." Yang Bin nodded. Since he was already here, he also intended to go inside and take a look. He believed the military base wouldn't be like Ma Zongguo's. He wanted to see if there was anything he could learn from. He also planned to establish a base, so it was always good to observe more. Then please come over here and register your information. The soldier led Yang Bin to a table and handed him a form. Yang Bin glanced at the form. It contained personal information, where he lived before the apocalypse, whether he was an evolved being, and if so, what rank he was, etc. Yang Bin filled it out casually and handed the form back. The soldier took the form and went inside the base. He came out a short while later. Alright, go in. Someone will greet you inside. Okay. Yang Bin nodded and went directly into the base. Soon, a soldier approached Yang Bin with the form he had just filled out. Hello, you're Yang Bin, right? Yes. Please follow me. The soldier then led Yang Bin towards a group of houses. Along the way, Yang Bin carefully observed the people at the base. Since it was newly established, most of the people there were still involved in construction, and it was predominantly men. The women and elderly were doing needlework in their rooms. Judging from their condition, they weren't doing badly, at least they had enough to eat. Outside, many children could be seen playing, a clear indication that the military was completely different from Ma Zongguo's situation. Alright, you'll live here from now on, the soldier said, leading them to the door of a house. The house contained only one room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. It was fairly well equipped. Go to the central management office at the base tomorrow morning to register, and then you can collect a week's worth of rice and noodles. Since you're an evolved being, you can apply to join a combat team and go out with the main force to kill zombies. You'll receive 1 crystal you need every day. Every day? Yes, evolved beings of rank 4 and below who join a combat team will receive at least 1 crystal of the same rank every day. If you perform well, you might even get 2. For rank 5 evolved beings, it depends on their performance. It might be 1 every 2 days, or 1 every 3 days, since rank 5 crystals are relatively rare. Of course, rank 5 evolved beings can also choose to receive lower rank crystals, which they can get almost 1 or 2 every day. That's pretty good treatment. Yes, that's why I recommend you join a combat team. Although there are dangers, actually, following the main force reduces the danger considerably. Okay, I understand. Chapter 149 Military Operations. After the soldiers left, Yang Bin toured the entire base. Although Fang Sija would be in charge of the base from now on, he couldn't completely refrain from offering suggestions. That would make him seem incompetent. While the military base wasn't perfect, there were still many things worth learning. Yang Bin's tour yielded considerable insights. Afterward, Yang Bin headed directly to the central management office of the base. He wanted to see the supply distribution process. The base center was quite different from Ma Zongguo's. In Ma Zongguo's base, the central area was private. Here, the center served the people within the base. However, just as he arrived, a voice suddenly rang out beside him. Captain? Yang Bin looked over, somewhat puzzled, and immediately saw a stunningly beautiful face filled with surprise and delight. Don't call me Captain, you're not my team member yet. Didn't you say you'd let me be a substitute first? A substitute is still a team member, right? Calling you Captain is fine. Lin Yifei said excitedly. Captain, what brings you here all of a sudden? Did you decide to come here? I'll arrange the best accommodations for you right away. No, I'm not here to stay. I came to talk to you about something, Yang Bin said directly. We killed Ma Zongguo. Things are a bit chaotic at the base over there. You guys need to go and take over. You really killed Ma Zongguo? Lin Yifei's eyes widened, her face filled with shock. What's so surprising? I said last time that if he dared to mess with me again, I'd kill him. Unfortunately, the next day, that guy had the Guang family come with rocket launchers to bombard me. So, I had no choice but to kill him. This guy actually spoke of such a serious matter so casually? That was Ma Zongguo, the leader of the largest power in Xinjiang. How could this guy talk about it like killing a chicken? Lin Yifei stared intently at Yang Bin, seemingly trying to glean something from his eyes. However, she was disappointed. Yang Bin's gaze remained unchanged, still casual, as if killing Ma Zongguo was truly a trivial matter to him. Could you come with me for a moment? This is a big deal. I need to discuss it with Commander Zhao and the others, Lin Yifei said sincerely. You can go and discuss it with them. I won't go. I've delivered the message. Whether you go or not is up to you. I have to go back. Then, could you wait for me? I brought something. Hearing Lin Yifei's words, Yang Bin thought she felt bad letting him leave empty-handed after coming all this way. That's fine, Yang Bin nodded. This woman, she really knows what she's doing. Alright, go sit in the lobby over there for a while, I'll be right there. Okay, by the way, seeing how cooperative you are, I have a suggestion for you. If the military takes over the base, it's best to arrange for personnel to evacuate Star City as soon as possible. There are too many zombies in Star City, it can't be defended. Yang Bin suddenly said. Lin Yifei paused for a moment, then nodded seriously. Okay, I'll tell them. After speaking, Lin Yifei headed towards the central council chamber of the base, simultaneously instructing soldiers to immediately notify Commander Zhao and the others to assemble there. Ma Zongguo's death was absolutely sensational news. The military had to act swiftly. Upon arriving at the council chamber, Zhao Hu and several other military officials quickly arrived. Miss Lin, is there something important you urgently need us for? Zhao Hu asked immediately. Yes, very important. Ma Zongguo is dead. What? Everyone stared wide-eyed at Lin Yifei. Where did you get this information? Is it reliable? Zhao Hu asked seriously. The information should be reliable. He wouldn't come all this way to tease us with something like this, Lin Yifei said earnestly. Miss Lin, who are you talking about? Yang Bin, captain of the Starfall squad. It's him? Could it be that he's responsible for Ma Zongguo's death? Yes. Miss Lin, it's not that we don't want to believe you, but you and I both know that with tens of thousands of evolved beings at the official base, how could they possibly kill Ma Zongguo with just a few of them? Perhaps it was someone else, but I believe them, Lin Yifei said very seriously. Commander Zhao, what do you think? I naturally trust Miss Lin's judgment, but this matter involves a great deal. Miss Lin, is he at the base now? I want to see him and ask him directly. Zhao Hu said earnestly. He's at the base, but I asked him to come over just now, and he didn't. I guess he doesn't want to get too involved with you, so you'd better not go, lest you make him uncomfortable. I can guarantee this, it's absolutely true. He wouldn't stoop to using such an easily debunked lie to fool us. Then what does he mean by coming to tell us? He wants us to go and take over the official base. Because Ma Zongguo's death has thrown the base into chaos, if we don't take over quickly, the more than 100,000 survivors there could very well become victims. Hearing Lin Yifei's words, the group immediately became restless. Miss Lin, what do you mean? Take everyone and head over there immediately. Take over that base. It's more than 10 times larger than here, and the supplies are much richer. It's definitely better than here. Moreover, there are over 100,000 survivors there. That's the biggest resource. Ma Zongguo is too selfish. He only wants to cultivate his own power and hasn't cared much about those survivors. As long as we don't follow his old path and distribute crystals to those survivors to achieve universal evolution, that will be an extremely powerful force. That's true, but what if this is a hoax, a trap set by Ma Zongguo? Wouldn't we be walking into a trap if we took people there? An older leader frowned. Ma Zongguo doesn't have the ability to make him cooperate in this charade. I said I can guarantee this. Just listen to me, Lin Yifei said firmly. Okay, I believe Miss Lin, Zhao Hu said. Old Su, go and have someone call back all the teams clearing zombies outside. Battalion Commander Song, go and tell everyone at the base to pack their belongings and prepare to leave. Battalion Commander Zhang, take a reconnaissance team and head to that base immediately to gather information and also find out about the zombies along the way. Zhao Hu was a decisive man. Once he decided to do something, he would execute it immediately. Yes, sir. The men saluted and quickly left the council hall. Chapter 150. It's time for me to rejoin the team. After the others left, Lin Yifei looked at Zhao Hu and spoke again. Once you've taken control of the base over there, you need to arrange for the evacuation of personnel from Star City as soon as possible. He just specifically reminded us of the problem we were worried about before, and I think he's right. The number of zombies in Star City is terrifying. If higher-level zombies appear, they could very well summon hundreds of thousands of zombies to attack the city. At that point, we definitely won't be able to hold it. Yes, I've thought about that too. I'll start making arrangements. Zhao Hu nodded. Then he looked at Lin Yifei with a strange expression. From what you're saying, you're not planning to come with us? Yes, Ma Zongguo is dead, Uncle Liu's revenge has been achieved, and the captain has arrived. It's time for me to rejoin the team. You really intend to join them? Zhao Hu was somewhat puzzled. Could they be safer than the military? Yes, I pursue strength. I feel that only by following them can my strength improve the fastest. Lin Yifei's eyes held a longing. Did he agree? I'll find a way, Lin Yifei said somewhat awkwardly. Alright, since it's your choice, I won't try to persuade you anymore. They are indeed very strong. Joining their team would be a good thing. Although Commander Lu asked me to take care of you, you've actually been helping us all along. If one day you don't want to stay there anymore, you can come back to us. This will always be your home. Yeah, you guys be careful too. Don't end up like my dad and Uncle Lu. It's the apocalypse, you need to be flexible and think more about yourself and your men. Okay. On the other side, Yang Bin sat in the lounge, enjoying the service of the receptionist. Perhaps Lin Yifei had given him some instructions before leaving, because this receptionist was incredibly enthusiastic. Serving him tea and water, asking about his well-being, and chatting with Yang Bin about interesting things in the base, Yang Bin momentarily forgot that there were two people waiting outside. After a long while, Lin Yifei finally walked in carrying a large bag. Miss Linear. The receptionist greeted Lin Yifei quickly upon her arrival. Yes, thank you for your hard work. You can go back to your work now. Okay. Seeing Lin Yifei approach, Yang Bin also stood up. Did you bring the things? Yes, I brought them. Give them to me. No need, I can carry this little bit. What do you mean? Captain, I'm going to rejoin the team. Puffed. Yang Bin spat out the tea in his mouth. When did I say you were going to rejoin the team? I'm a reserve member of the Starfall Squad, so naturally I have to stay with the Starfall Squad. Captain, weren't you going to test me? How can I test you if I don't stay with you? Why do you still want to stay with us? Ma Zongguo is dead, and you don't need me to avenge you anymore. Once the military takes over that base, it will be the biggest power in Star City. Wouldn't it be better for you to live a life of luxury with the military? Yang Bin frowned. It's different. Lin Yifei shook her head. Soldiers are ultimately loyal to their country, and no matter how the world changes, that will never change. If one day, people from Kyoto come to take over the base, they will definitely cooperate, and I won't be able to stop them. But that's not what I want. What I yearn for is freedom, the pursuit of immense power, not being bound by rules and regulations. The life of the Starfall Squad is the life I long for. Freedom, a single-minded pursuit of strength. Offend someone and you kill them, without considering the consequences or needing evidence. Everything is decided by strength. Moreover, you only have 7 people, yet your strength is enough to crush the authorities. You definitely have extraordinary abilities. Following you, my strength will improve the fastest. Actually, I thought about joining you when I first met you, but I was afraid you wouldn't accept me, so I didn't dare to ask. That's why I agreed without hesitation when you suddenly invited me to join the Starfall Squad last time. Lin Yifei said somewhat shyly. Yang Bin finally began to seriously examine the woman before him. 20 years old, 1.68 meters tall, with a face that could easily surpass many A-list celebrities, and a superb figure. Such a woman, and so intelligent too, that's a bit too much. People say that when God opens a door, he closes a window. What's wrong with this woman? Did God get drunk and open both doors for her? Are you really planning to come with us? Yang Bin asked seriously. Yes. Lin Yifei nodded earnestly. Aren't you afraid I might do something to you? I've checked your files. Before the apocalypse, you were college students with no bad records. After the apocalypse, although you've been ruthless, you haven't done anything to bully men or women. No, you have bullied men, but not women. Alright, then you can come along for now, but you're still just a prospective member. Whether you can become a member of the Starfall Squad depends on your performance. Yang Bin said. It wasn't that he disliked Lin Yifei. This woman was beautiful, intelligent, and a superhuman. Yang Bin naturally wanted her to join. However, their team was all men. He wasn't sure if having a woman join was a good thing or a bad thing, so he could only let her come along and see. If there are no negative consequences, we'll officially appoint her later. Okay, thank you, Captain. Hearing Yang Bin's agreement, Lin Yifei's face immediately lit up with a smile. Let's go. With that, Yang Bin walked directly out of the base. Meanwhile, everyone inside the base was busy packing up. Along the way, many people who saw Lin Yifei greeted her proactively. It seemed she was quite popular within the base. On the 3rd floor of a slightly taller building inside the base, Zhao Hu and 2 other regimental commanders watched the two leave. They didn't see them off, afraid of making too much of a commotion and making Yang Bin uncomfortable. If the enemy could kill Ma Zongguo in a base with over 100,000 people, they could kill them in this base as well, so it was better not to bother with such formalities. Old Zhao, are you really that comfortable letting Miss Lin go with them? If something goes wrong, how will you explain it to Commander Liu? One of the regimental commanders asked. What can I do? She doesn't want to stay in the base. Do you think you can force her to stay? I just don't understand. The base is so safe. Why does she insist on going on this dangerous journey with those people? Who knows? Maybe that's just how young people think. Actually, these guys are quite strong. Following them might not be a bad thing. They are strong, but they're a bit ruthless. I heard they killed thousands of members of the Guang family, said the older leader. In this apocalypse, can you survive without being ruthless? If they weren't ruthless, would they be where they are today? Sigh, hopefully we won't cross paths in the future. Unless you're out of your mind, you wouldn't even consider going against them. Chapter 151 is back. Outside the base, Chen Hao leaned against a tree, quietly waiting for Yang Bin to return. Suddenly, he turned around and coldly asked, "Where are you going?" I'm going to the toilet." "Hold it in." "I can't hold it anymore, I'm going to poop in my pants." The light elemental ability user said with a mournful face. Then I'll grab a stick and stuff it in for you, then you won't be afraid. Chen Hao said, and actually broke off a branch from the tree and walked over. Never mind, I don't want to go right now. The light elemental ability user said awkwardly. Heh, if you try anything funny again, I'll chop off your other hand too. Hey, Brother Bin, you're back. Yeah, how are you? Are you alright? Yang Bin asked. What could possibly happen? This guy's a bit unreliable. If I wasn't worried about carrying him back later, I'd have broken both his legs. Brother Bin, she? Chen Hao suddenly noticed Lin Yifei following behind Yang Bin and looked at Yang Bin with some confusion. She's a reserve member, she can stay with the team for now. Chen Hao nodded, not asking further. It's you? Lin Yifei suddenly saw the light elemental ability user behind Chen Hao, and her face immediately darkened. What's wrong? Yang Bin asked, puzzled. This guy is Ma Zongguo's right-hand man. He tried to assault me at the base while Uncle Lu was out rescuing someone, but I almost froze him to death. You've got some nerve, kid. Chen Hao looked at him with a half-smile. The light elemental ability user's expression also changed upon seeing Lin Yifei. He hadn't expected her to be with this group. He initially thought they hadn't killed him because they valued his ability. At most, they'd just take him back to force him to join them. That didn't matter to him, as long as they weren't killed, joining anyone was the same. But Lin Yifei's appearance made him uneasy. This woman knew quite a bit about him. If she revealed everything, wouldn't he be finished? Sure enough, just as he thought this, Lin Yifei spoke. This guy isn't a good person. Why did you bring him along? Did you take advantage of his ability? You could say that. He's still useful. Let's take him back first. Okay. Lin Yifei nodded. Although she didn't like this person, since Yang Bin had said so, she wouldn't say anything more. It's a bit far from here. I'll go to the base and get a car, Lin Yifei said. Upon hearing that she was getting a car, both Chen Hao and the light elemental ability user's expressions changed. Chen Hao quickly asked, Miss Lin, can you drive? Yes. Oh, that's good. Let's get one then. Chen Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Bin looked at Chen Hao, somewhat speechless, and said, Am I that scary when I drive? You're a Yao Guang realm expert, why are you afraid of this thing? To be honest, I am. Lin Yifei returned to the base and quickly drove over in an SUV. Yang Bin tossed a sack of crystals into the trunk, and Chen Hao also tossed the light elemental ability user into the back seat. Having a car is definitely more convenient, at least you don't have to carry it all the time. Although most roads were blocked due to the apocalypse, the main roads were still clear. Lin Yifei drove, Yang Bin sat in the passenger seat, and Chen Hao and the light elemental ability user sat in the back. The car slowly left the military base. The journey was relatively smooth, they didn't encounter many zombies. The zombies were now in large groups, and few were seen wandering the roads. Occasionally, they encountered overturned cars or other obstacles, which Yang Bin easily tossed aside using his object manipulation. The group returned to the mountaintop villa in an hour. Upon arriving home, they found that Zhao Kun and the others hadn't returned yet. Yang Bin carried the crystal into the room, while Chen Hao broke the light elemental ability user's legs and locked him in the basement. Just find a room, we'll only be staying here for a couple of days. We'll be leaving Star City in a couple of days. Okay. Soon, Lin Yifei went upstairs with her backpack. Brother Bin, why did you suddenly change your mind and let her join us? Chen Hao asked in a low voice. It's not exactly a change of heart. I thought she only joined us to get revenge for her, but now I realize she genuinely wants to join. In that case, there's no reason to refuse. Her ability is absolute freezing, which will be a huge help to the team. My only worry is that there are a few of us grown men, and she's a woman. I wonder if she'll cause any trouble. Yang Bin said with some concern. What trouble could she cause? We're not the type to be unable to resist a woman. Chen Hao wasn't worried. Brother Bin, if you're really worried, just announce that you've taken a liking to this woman. I guarantee they won't dare to even glance at her. Don't spread rumors. Alright, it's getting dark. Those guys should be back soon. Let's go cook. Okay. At this moment, Lin Yifei also came downstairs. Captain, why don't you let me do it? You can. Yes, I've been doing it since I was little. Alright, then go ahead. For the first time, Yang Bin felt that letting Lin Yifei join was a wise decision. Finally, someone could help with the cooking. As dusk approached, Zhao Kun and the others finally returned. Hey, boss, you guys came back first? Seeing Yang Bin sitting on the sofa, everyone was immediately surprised. We came back as soon as we finished our business. Why are you so late? Yang Bin asked, puzzled. Ugh, don't even mention it. We got tricked by a Yao Guang realm zombie. Over 15,000 zombies ganged up on us all afternoon, and we almost died there, Zhao Kun complained. SIG told you to retreat, but you insisted on fighting. Zhong Yuansen plopped down on the sofa, clearly exhausted. It was Lao He who wanted to fight. Actually, I wanted to leave, Zhao Kun said helplessly. We went out to find zombies at the Yao Guang realm. We finally found one, how can we run away? Old He didn't see anything wrong with it. With your strength, over 10,000 zombies shouldn't be a problem, Chen Hao laughed. You make it sound so easy. Thousands of 4th tier zombies, hundreds of 5th tier zombies, and the rest were all 3rd tier. If we hadn't been using our abilities the whole time, we would have been done for long, Wen Liang complained. It was all thanks to me. I was so exhausted from using up all my crystals that I couldn't recover, I even fainted twice, Lao He said with a dark face. That's true. But you're the only one among us with area of effect attacks. It's good that you're back safe and sound, Yang Bin comforted him. Did you kill that last Yao Guang zombie? Hee, of course. After all that effort, how could we come back without killing it? That's good, not a loss, Yang Bin laughed. Chapter 152 Controlling the Beast. Brother Bin, this crystal is still yours. Wen Liang handed the crystal to Yang Bin. What's there to allocate? It's definitely for Monkey. Yang Bin smiled. I knew the boss would give it to me. Skinny Monkey happily took the crystal. We all know the boss will give it to you, but the boss giving it to you is one thing, and you using it yourself is another, understand? Zhao Kun said seriously. Understood, I didn't intend to use it myself. I only took it after asking the boss when I got back. Alright, don't be so serious. The Starfall squad doesn't have that many rules. Yang Bin said casually. Captain, I think some rules are still necessary. It would be better if you were in charge of allocating high-level crystals like this, to avoid conflicts. Fang Sija suggested. Yang Bin nodded, then looked at Skinny Monkey. Monkey, try advancing to the Yao Guang realm first. I'm really looking forward to your ability. Okay. The Skinny Monkey quickly sat down and swallowed the crystal. 5 minutes later, the Skinny Monkey opened his eyes, his expression strange. What's wrong? What ability? Wind element. Wind blade. That's not bad. I've experienced this ability before, it's very strong, Chen Hao said with deep feeling. I know about the new skill, but it's my original ability that seems to have gained a very strange power. What ability? I feel like I can control animals, the Skinny Monkey said uncertainly. Really? Everyone stared wide-eyed at the Skinny Monkey, even Yang Bin wasn't surprised. If it really was this ability, it would be quite terrifying. I'm not sure, but it should be. How about we ask Little Orange to try it? Won't something go wrong? We don't want to mess with Little Orange. This kind of control could easily damage her brain. Let's not use Little Orange for experiments. Let's go find other mutated beasts to try it on tomorrow, Yang Bin said. Okay. Skinny Monkey nodded. Damn, I didn't expect this ability to have such great potential. I should have tried to take it from you back then. Old Black looked at Skinny Monkey with envy. Beast taming. If you could control a whole bunch of mutated beasts, you could wipe out a city with a wave of your hand. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Hee, serves you right for looking down on it back then, Skinny Monkey said smugly. Special abilities are much rarer than elemental abilities, so their potential is naturally greater, Yang Bin said seriously. I've roughly figured some things out now. Abilities awakened before reaching the Yao Guang realm are innate abilities. These abilities have growth potential. Each time a star is lit up, it grows, perhaps increasing the strength of the ability itself, or perhaps giving rise to new things. For example, my true sight has given rise to object manipulation, the monkey's charm has given rise to beast taming, and the abilities of Zhao Kun and Chen Hao directly increase the strength of their original abilities. However, abilities chosen at the Yao Guang realm are acquired abilities. Perhaps skills would be easier to understand than abilities. This skill shouldn't be changeable, it's just one attack method. If I'm not mistaken, each time a star is lit up, you can choose a skill. The later the star, the stronger the skill you can choose. I've looked at most of the skills in the Yao Guang realm. They're mostly basic skills, like fireballs and wind blades. So, being weak in the Yao Guang realm doesn't mean you'll be weak later. Theoretically, everyone has 9 chances to choose their destiny. Even if the first few choices are trash skills, if you get lucky and choose an extremely powerful skill later, you can instantly take off. Yeah, boss, I think your guess is correct. Everyone nodded seriously. Holy crap, then boss, you're going to be a god? We can only rely on luck, but you get to choose directly, 9 times. That's like you can choose the best and most suitable skill for yourself every time. Old He stared wide-eyed at Yang Bin, his eyes practically brimming with envy. Hearing his words, the others also realized, their eyes filled with envy as they looked at Yang Bin. Don't look at me like that. As your captain, it's normal for me to be a bit strong, Yang Bin said shyly. Yeah, you're right. What's that burnt smell? Zhong Yuansen sniffed. Then everyone looked towards the kitchen. Sorry, I got so engrossed in listening. Lin Yifei suddenly realized what was happening and quickly ran back to the kitchen. Yangbin was talking about things she had never encountered before, so she was so absorbed in listening that she forgot about the food cooking in the pot. Boss, her. At this moment, everyone noticed that there was a beautiful woman in the house. Yeah, a new member. Haha, great. Our bachelor team finally has a female member, everyone exclaimed happily. Remember, just a member, don't think about anything else. Understood, we got it. Everyone nodded, but their gazes towards him were somewhat strange. Dinner's ready, everyone. At this moment, Lin Yifei brought out the dishes one by one, inviting everyone to sit down. Sorry, I was distracted and burned one of the dishes. I'll eat this one, you can eat the others, Lin Yifei said apologetically. Just throw it away if it's burnt. What's the point of eating it? We're not short of supplies here. Yangbin said, immediately dumping the burnt dish into the trash can. Lin Yifei nodded helplessly. As expected of the Starfall squad, they were really generous. Everyone sat down at the table and quickly started eating. They had indeed consumed quite a bit today. Miss Lin, your cooking is pretty good, almost as good as the boss's, Lao Hei mumbled. But honestly, isn't this a bit too little? I think we might not be full, Skinny Monkey said, as always. Sorry, it's a habit. I'll be more careful next time, Lin Yifei said awkwardly. It's been over a month since the apocalypse, and resource shortages are a problem everywhere. Who would have thought this place would be so well off? Brother Bin, when are we going back to our hometown? Chen Hao asked. Even though he knew it was likely bad news, he still wanted to go back and confirm. Let's wait a couple of days. Once they've all reached level 6, I should be close to level 7 by now. Then we'll leave. You're almost level 7? Lin Yifei looked at Yangbin in shock. Why are you making such a fuss? This is the Starfall squad, isn't this normal? Captain, what's the terrain like in your hometown? Is it suitable for establishing a base? Fang Sija suddenly asked. Our hometown is surrounded by mountains, and the entire county only has a population of 300,000, so it's actually quite suitable. Then shall we establish a base in your hometown? Yes, that's my plan. However, I visited 2 bases today and found quite a few problems. Building a base is fine, but we don't need too many people. Quality over quantity. More people mean more problems, and resources won't keep up. The resources I have right now can train 2,000 completely powerless people to 4th tier evolvers, so around 2,000 initially is enough. When we recruit, we'll only consider character, not ability. Understood. Okay, let's eat first. Sija, I have a surprise for you tonight. A surprise? Fang Sija's eyes showed some doubt, but more than that, anticipation. You'll find out tonight. Okay. Chapter 153. Everyone has superpowers. Late at night, in the backyard of the mountaintop villa, Chen Hao dragged the light elemental ability user out of the basement and threw him into the yard. The light elemental ability user's face was contorted, and he was cursing incessantly. Fang Sija and Lin Yifei watched this scene with puzzled expressions. Although Yangbin told Lin Yifei she was a prospective member, his bringing her back meant he had agreed to her joining, otherwise, he wouldn't have brought her back. Since she was a member, there was no need to hide it, that would only backfire. So, Yangbin had brought her along. Trust those you employ, don't employ those you don't trust. This was Yangbin's principle. Lie down, Yangbin said to Fang Sija. Oh. Although confused, Fang Sija quickly lay down on the ground. Once Fang Sija lay down, Chen Hao immediately finished off the light elemental ability user, thus freeing him. Then, Yangbin skillfully transferred the light elemental ability points of a light-based ability user into Fang Sija's body. Alright, feel it. Fang Sija stood up, looking at Yangbin with some confusion. Try to concentrate and create a light shield in front of you to protect you from damage. Hearing Yangbin's words, Lin Yifei's eyes widened immediately. Because Yangbin was referring to the ability of the person lying on the ground. Fang Sija was skeptical, but tried Yangbin's method. Soon, a light shield appeared in front of him. Fang Sija's eyes widened, and Lin Yifei covered her mouth, looking utterly incredulous. It can actually transfer abilities? So that's how it is. No wonder everyone in the Starfall squad is an ability user. Both of them were somewhat stunned. This was simply too unbelievable. Shocked, huh? It's basic stuff. You'll get used to it. Old Hei patted Fang Sija on the shoulder, trying to sound cool. Fang Sija was quick to recover, looking at Yangbin seriously and saying solemnly, Brother Bin, thank you. Don't thank me. You're a member of the Starfall squad, how can you not have superpowers? This is the Starfall squad's symbol. Yeah. Fang Sija nodded heavily. Although the other party spoke casually, he knew that bringing this light elemental superpowered individual back from the official base must have taken a lot of effort. He didn't say much, just silently noted it down. Yangbin tossed the light elemental superpowered individual's corpse to the zombie in the iron cage. The flesh and blood of evolved humans are highly nourishing for zombies, accelerating their evolution. The higher the level of the evolved human, the more nourishing it is. This is why zombies rush at humans without hesitation. Yangbin suspected that the reason a Yao Guang realm zombie had been created last time was likely due to the corpse of the fire-type ability user, because that corpse had also been eaten by these zombies. So he decided to feed this one to them too. Perhaps another Yao Guang realm zombie would be created tonight. After all, these zombies had been at the 5th tier for quite some time, many perhaps even at the peak of the 5th tier. Yangbin couldn't bring himself to capture innocent people to feed the zombies, but giving them useless corpses was no problem. Lin Yifei frowned, but didn't say anything. She wasn't stupid, she knew what to say and what not to say. Alright, let's go up to the rooftop to cultivate. Yangbin smiled, then led everyone up to the rooftop to look at the stars. The Starfall squad now had 9 members, all of them ability users, 7 of whom had already reached the Yao Guang realm. This lineup was more than enough to dominate at this stage. However, Yangbin understood that numbers could still be a decisive factor in many situations. As more and more people reached the Yao Guang realm, it would be unrealistic for them to fight against an entire base with only 8 or 9 people. Therefore, they still needed a power base. But Yangbin didn't want to become a laborer, spending every day farming crystals for the power base's development. That would definitely slow down his own progress. So, they needed a power base, but initially, the number of members couldn't be too large, and each one had to be a high-level evolved being, capable of self-sufficiency. He now possessed nearly 50,000 crystals of various tiers, including those obtained from the official base. These crystals could be used for initial development, further development would depend on their own efforts. He believed Fang Sija could manage it. Upon reaching the rooftop, the group lay down on the balcony to gaze at the stars. Lin Yifei, seeing this, didn't ask any questions but obediently followed suit. She found that the deeper she interacted with this team, the more unfathomable they seemed. No wonder the Starfall team's strength surpassed the official level, it wasn't accidental, but inevitable. After cultivating all night, Yangbin only gained 30 kilograms of strength from the starry body refinement, without any additional improvement. His strength was already at the peak of the 6th tier, so the lack of improvement wasn't surprising. However, although his strength hadn't increased, he had absorbed spiritual energy into his body. Yangbin guessed that he was accumulating power, preparing for his attempt to break through to the 7th tier. Lin Yifei was shocked as she felt the increasing power within her body. How had they discovered this cultivation method? However, she didn't ask. She knew that at this time, she should observe more and ask less. Yangbin activated his true sight eye and looked into the iron cage. A smile immediately appeared on his lips. Sure enough, another zombie in the iron cage had advanced to the Yao Guang realm. However, the 6th zombie had clearly learned from the previous one's mistake and didn't show it. He remained lying in the iron cage like the other 5th tier zombies. He was probably planning to escape after they left. Yangbin smiled, then led the group down to the outside of the iron cage. At this moment, the Yao Guang realm zombie was still lying in the iron cage, pretending to be weak and listless. Ah Kun, drag that zombie out, Yangbin said, pointing to the Yao Guang realm zombie. Okay. Zhao Kun nodded, his hands transforming into metal arms. He opened the iron cage, grabbed the zombie, and dragged him out. Just then, the Yao Guang realm zombie seemed to realize it had been discovered and instantly attacked, opening its massive jaws to bite at Zhao Kun's head. I was prepared for this. Zhao Kun sneered, punching the zombie directly into the ground. Immediately afterward, a spike shot out from the ground, piercing through the zombie's body, followed by a wind blade that instantly decapitated it. With the combined efforts of Zhao Kun, Zhong Yuansen, and the skinny monkey, the Yao Guang realm zombie was dealt with before it even had a chance to twitch. Haha, this crystal came so easily, old Hei laughed. Okay, Huzzy, take the crystal out and give it to Sija. Alright. Chen Hao walked over, his dagger covered in a layer of black light, easily slicing open the zombie's head and retrieving the crystal. He then handed the crystal to Fang Sija. Fang Sija took the crystal, his face displaying a complex mix of emotions. Following Qin Wei for so long, he'd ended up with nothing. He'd only joined the Starfall squad yesterday, and today he not only possessed superpowers but also a Yao Guang realm crystal. He was overwhelmed with mixed feelings. This time, he didn't say thank you, saying it again would be too formal. Chapter 154 Another Dimension. Back in the living room, amidst everyone's anticipation, Fang Sija sat cross-legged on the floor and used the crystal. 5 minutes later, he opened his eyes, his usually composed face now filled with ecstatic joy. Judging by your reaction, it must be an extraordinary skill, right? Yang Bin chuckled. Fang Sija rarely showed his emotions, for him to be showing this, it must be an exceptional skill. Yes. Fang Sija nodded excitedly. A spatial ability in independent space. What? Everyone stared wide-eyed at Fang Sija. Are you sure? Yes. How big? About 10 cubic meters. This space should expand as my strength increases, Fang Sija pondered. That's fantastic. Your ability came at the perfect time. Yang Bin exclaimed excitedly. They had wasted countless resources during this time because it was difficult to carry around. Yang Bin had been pondering whether he should look for a similar ability to another dimension next time he chose a superpower. Unexpectedly, Fang Sija directly chose this ability. He had to admit, his luck was truly amazing. Although this ability might not have offensive power and wouldn't significantly improve his personal abilities, it was absolutely indispensable for their team. Haha, Sija, I've known you had potential since you were a kid. You made a great choice with this ability. Old Hei laughed loudly. Everyone understood the importance of this ability. With it, they essentially had a mobile warehouse. No matter where they went, they wouldn't have to worry about running out of food. 10 cubic meters might not be a huge amount, but it could at least guarantee their supplies. What about your own ability? I've gained a light wave, a linear attack skill. Not bad, at least you have an attack capability now. In that case, only Yaifei hasn't reached the Yao Guang realm yet. Let's stay another day tomorrow, go out and look for Yao Guang zombies, and leave Star City the day after tomorrow. Okay. Everyone went back to rest. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, after breakfast, Yang Bin led everyone out to search for Yao Guang realm zombies. With Fang Sija's alternate dimension, everyone didn't need to carry heavy bags anymore. They could simply leave them in Fang Sija's alternate dimension, which was both convenient and safe. Everyone was once again amazed at how good this ability truly was. This time, Yang Bin leading the way was clearly much more efficient than Zhao Kun and the others searching aimlessly. Although there weren't many Yao Guang zombies yet, there were some. Yang Bin found a Yao Guang zombie when he climbed to the roof of the 5th tall building. Then, Yang Bin led everyone directly towards it. As their numbers and strength increased, the Yao Guang realm zombies posed no threat to them anymore. Even with tens of thousands of subordinates by his side, it was useless, they simply overpowered them. Unleashing their various supernatural abilities, the zombies fell like wheat being harvested. Seeing the situation was dire, the Yao Guang zombie tried to escape, but at that moment, a tang sword flew in with lightning speed, instantly piercing its neck. Yang Bin was now quite adept at using his telekinesis ability. The strength of this ability increased with his power, and most importantly, he could greatly increase his speed by amplifying his mental energy, making it impossible for opponents to react. The only downside was that he couldn't control multiple objects at once. That would probably have to wait until his next advancement. Yang Bin teleported over, retrieved the 6th tier crystal, and then used his object manipulation to kill all the 5th tier zombies. He then took the 5th tier crystal as well, and led the group away. He didn't bother killing the lower tier zombies, it was a waste of time. Once they reached a safe place, Yang Bin gave the 6th tier crystal to Lin Yaifei, telling her to use it on the spot. Lin Yaifei received the crystal in a daze. Before joining the Starfall squad, she had never imagined that obtaining a 6th tier crystal could be so easy. In just one day, the Starfall squad had given her so many shocks. Indeed, joining the Starfall squad was the best decision she had ever made. Lin Yaifei didn't stand on ceremony and immediately sat down, swallowing the crystal. Soon, the last member of the Starfall squad successfully advanced to the Yao Guang realm. Lin Yaifei's new ability at the Yao Guang realm was water-based, specifically water waves. Frankly, this skill wasn't very strong, it could only repel enemies in front of her, and was almost ineffective against stronger opponents. However, the water elemental energy generated by this ability was drinkable, meaning they wouldn't have to worry about running out of water. From this perspective, the ability was quite good. Moreover, Lin Yaifei's own ability transformation was also quite impressive, changing from single target freezing to group freezing. This was incredibly powerful, especially in team battles. After dealing with the 6th tier zombie, Yang Bin led the group to continue killing zombies. Although everyone had reached the Yao Guang realm, Yao Guang crystals were never too many. By evening, the group had collected 2 more Yao Guang crystals and dozens of 5th tier crystals. Yang Bin had originally intended to search for mutated beasts so that Skinny Monkey could test his beast-taming abilities. Unfortunately, he searched all day without finding any, which puzzled Yang Bin. Logically, there were quite a few people in Star City who kept cats and dogs, but after the apocalypse, encountering mutated beasts seemed extremely rare. So far, Yang Bin had only encountered Little Orange and a husky, he hadn't seen anything else. These mutated beasts seemed to have all left the city and gone into hiding. Yang Bin had a feeling that mutated beasts would definitely pose a greater threat than zombies in the future, because mutated beasts seemed to know how to develop stealthily. Once they developed, they would be a nightmare for humans. Unfortunately, even knowing this, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't exactly go into the forest to search, that would be suicide. Yang Bin was certain that the major forests were now the domain of mutated beasts, they would be forbidden zones for humans. Yang Bin directly gave 2 Yao Guang crystals to Chen Hao, significantly increasing Chen Hao's strength. Yang Bin didn't like hoarding useful things, turning them into strength was the key. he could always fight for them later if needed. Every bit of strength he gained was equivalent to an extra layer of survival security. Besides the crystals, the group also scavenged a considerable amount of supplies, storing them all in Fang Sija's alternate dimension. Don't let its small size fool you, it could hold quite a lot. That evening, after dinner, the group began packing up. First, the crystals were immediately placed into Fang Sija's alternate dimension, followed by food. Various kinds of rice, dried meat, and other similar items were also collected by Fang Sija. Finally, Fang Sija's alternate dimension was completely full before he stopped. With this much food, they wouldn't have to worry about starving even if they ran out of supplies for the next month. The remaining items were just daily necessities, which could be put in the vehicle later. After packing up, the group rested until midnight, spending one last night on the rooftop stargazing. Unfortunately, Yangbin still hadn't advanced to the 7th rank. Clearly, this step wasn't easy. However, Yangbin wasn't in a hurry. With their team's current strength, they were already capable of returning. The 5th rank zombies in the backyard hadn't advanced to the 6th rank either, so Yangbin had everyone kill all the 5th rank zombies inside, collecting more than 10 5th rank crystals. The iron cage couldn't be taken, but it was no longer of much use. 6th tier zombies can now be easily destroyed, there's no need to spend time and effort cultivating them anymore. Chapter 155 Leaving Star City. The next morning, after breakfast, everyone moved their daily necessities into the troop carrier. This was the vehicle they would use for the return trip. It had ample space in the back for supplies and passengers, eliminating the need for 2 vehicles. After everything was packed, Lin Yifei drove, Yangbin sat in the passenger seat, and the others rode in the back. The car slowly descended the mountain road. Yangbin and Qianhao's hometown was Ru County, a remote mountain city. It was over 400 kilometers from Xinjiang. Before the apocalypse, the drive was mostly on highways, taking about 5 or 6 hours. But after the apocalypse, that time was uncertain. There were still over 10 kilometers to the highway exit, and the road hadn't been cleared, making the journey very slow. The road was littered with abandoned vehicles, and every now and then, hordes of zombies would leap out and attack the car. Fortunately, they were strong enough that the zombies could barely get close to the vehicle. However, after driving 7 or 8 kilometers, they had to stop. Ahead, a dense swarm of zombies blocked their path. Clearly, they were being targeted by high-level zombies. Yangbin frowned as he looked at the sheer number of zombies. There were at least 20 or 30,000. Could it be 2 more level 6 zombies? Or, a level 7 has appeared? Yangbin wondered to himself. Get out and charge. Don't waste time with them, Yangbin ordered. Soon, everyone got out of the car, surrounding it, and slowly charged towards the dense swarm of zombies. Yangbin quickly jumped onto the roof of the car and began searching for level 6 or 7 zombies. Unfortunately, after searching for a long time, he couldn't find any level 6 or 7 zombies, so he had to ignore them for now and focus on getting through. Zhao Kun and Zhong Yuansen led the way, with the others following closely behind. Zhong Yuansen was covered in earth armor, and Zhao Kun's hands were metallic. The 2 of them charged forward with brute force. The others followed behind, each displaying their unique abilities. Chen Hao's dagger was sharpened, easily severing zombie heads with each swing. Hu Wenliang's dark energy constantly pierced zombie heads, while he occasionally observed his nearby teammates, casting healing spells on any wounded. After so much time working together, he could tell how much mental energy to use just by looking at the wounds. With him around, the safety of the entire team was guaranteed. But the truly terrifying damage dealer in the team was Lao He. His fire rain could burn dozens, even hundreds, of zombies to death. However, the fire rain consumed a lot of energy. He had to stop after a few uses, otherwise he would faint again. Fang Sija's light waves and Xiao'erhao's wind blades were also powerful skills. The entire team consisted of ability users, all of whom had reached the Yao Guang realm. The zombies couldn't even get close. Lin Yifei drove behind the group, pushing forward. To force a path through the dense horde of zombies, only they would dare to do that. In the air, Yangbin's Tang sword circled overhead, each strike killing a level 5 zombie. His targets were always level 5 zombies, because only they posed a threat to the team. After killing a zombie, Yangbin didn't forget to split its head open and collect the crystals inside. Those at or below the 4th rank are irrelevant, but 5th rank crystals are relatively rare. On a distant high-rise building, a zombie looked down at the situation, a conflicted expression on its face. It wanted to go down and devour these people. They would be a great source of nourishment. However, its considerable intelligence told it that if it dared to go down, it would likely die, even though it was already at the 7th rank. This group was very strong. It had only recently advanced to the 7th rank and didn't yet have any powerful subordinates. If it could gather a few 6th rank zombies and multiply its forces several times over, perhaps it could completely eliminate these people. Right now, it probably wouldn't. In the end, the zombie could only let out a helpless roar. As its roar resounded, the zombies that had been attacking Yangbin and the others retreated rapidly like a tide. Hearing the roar, Yang Bin quickly looked towards the source of the sound and immediately saw the zombie standing on the distant rooftop. 7th rank. Yang Bin's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, a level 7 zombie had actually appeared. Just as Yang Bin was thinking of going over to kill it, the level 7 zombie swiftly jumped off the building and disappeared from sight. Yang Bin frowned, calculating the distance. If he used teleportation repeatedly, he should be able to catch up. However, while he could catch up, the others couldn't. He wasn't sure if he could defeat it alone, having never fought a level 7 zombie before. Most importantly, there were still many zombies over there. The zombie wouldn't fight him one-on-one. Forget it, I can advance to level 7 myself. I'd better not take the risk. Let's leave Star City first. We'll encounter level 7 zombies again eventually. Yang Bin shook his head, abandoning the idea of chasing after it. The appearance of a level 7 zombie is not good news for the survivors of Star City. Hopefully, they can evacuate as soon as possible. Yang Bin sighed. Let's keep going. The group quickly returned to the car, and it started moving again. After this incident, they didn't encounter any more large groups of zombies. After another half hour, they finally reached the highway toll booth. The toll booth was jammed with cars, and there were still quite a few zombies ahead. Yang Bin used his object manipulation skills to send all the cars flying, while the others quickly dealt with the zombies. The car sped onto the highway. The highway was littered with abandoned cars, and Yang Bin's object manipulation skills became crucial in clearing the obstacles. Yang Bin sat in the hood, and whichever car he looked at flew off the highway. It looked really cool, but it was incredibly taxing. Yang Bin held a handful of crystals and popped them into his mouth one by one like candy. There were many cars on the highway, but not many zombies. Perhaps they had run off the highway to cause trouble. They drove for over 50 kilometers, until, near a service area, a group of people stopped their car. Stop the car. Get out, all of you. Ahead, more than 30 men with thuggish looks, wielding various weapons, blocked their path. Seeing this group, the men's faces showed strange expressions. They were always the ones robbing others. They never expected to be robbed today. Hurry up, everyone get out of the car and hand over all the supplies, shouted a middle-aged man with a full beard, who was the leader. To Yang Bin's surprise, this guy was already at the 5th level. To reach the 5th level in a place like this, he was quite something. No wonder he dared to rob people on the road. Brother, that's a bit ruthless, isn't it? What will we eat if we give it all to you? That's your problem, none of my business. If you dare say another word, believe me, I'll kill you. I don't believe you. Yang Bin shook his head. Damn it, he won't admit defeat until he sees the coffin. Third brother, kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, a man behind him carrying a fire axe walked directly towards Yang Bin. However, he had only gone halfway when a fireball suddenly struck him, instantly turning him into a charred corpse. So you think you've got some underlings? Dare to talk to our boss like that? Believe me or not, I'll burn you all to ashes. Old Hei glared at the other man, clearly annoyed. A superhuman. The 30-odd men opposite him stared wide-eyed at Old Hei. Damn, what bad luck. First job and we've run into a tough nut. The leader grumbled, then instantly adopted a fawning expression. Brothers, you must be tired from your journey. Would you like to rest at a service area? Chapter 156 is a talented person. Seeing the man's instantaneous change in attitude, even Yang Bin had to admire his talent. He was adaptable and resourceful, quite something. Let's go, let's fill up at the service area, Yang Bin said. Okay, everyone, follow us, the middle-aged man said with a fawning smile. He then led the group towards the service area. However, the moment he turned around, his expression turned grim. The group got back into their car and followed behind. Soon, they arrived at the service area. As soon as the car entered the service area, over 100 people suddenly rushed out of the supermarket ahead, instantly surrounding their car. The middle-aged man, who had just been fawning, changed his expression again, looking at the group with a cold smile. So what if you have superpowers? There are more of us, how many can you kill? Get out of the car, you bastard. You dare kill my brothers? I'll kill you. Everyone stared speechlessly at this guy. His change of expression was as fast as an Oscar-winning actor. Get out of the car, Yang Bin smiled. As soon as Yang Bin and the others got out of the car, the leader pointed at Lao Hei. This is the guy who killed Lao San. Break his legs and drag him back to the warehouse for food. As he finished speaking, a group of men carrying various weapons walked towards Lao Hei. You're the one with black skin. Your whole family are black skin. Lao Hei was furious, then looked at Yang Bin and said, Boss, can I kill him? Kill him, Yang Bin said calmly. All right. With Yang Bin's approval, Lao Hei chuckled, then pulled a barbell from the car and charged at the other man. Lately, I've been using my superpowers in fights, and it's been a long time since I felt the impact of a barbell. Seeing Old Black still dare to attack, the group of people immediately swung their bars at him. Old Black swept his barbell around, sending those in front flying, their chests caved in, blood gushing from their mouths. Old Black continued forward, swinging the barbell casually. Anyone hit by it was either dead or severely injured. Seeing this, the leader's eyes widened. Could it be a sixth tier? He himself was a fifth-tier evolver, and judging from the opponent's attack, he was far stronger than him. This situation could only be caused by a sixth-tier evolver. The thought of a sixth-tier evolver sent chills down his spine. The opponent had only thrown a fireball. He didn't know the opponent's exact strength. He knew that a superhuman's mental energy was easily depleted. Once that energy was exhausted, he could easily dominate. However, he realized then that he was wrong, terribly wrong. His opponent was a sixth-tier superhuman. What was the point of fighting? Moreover, this was just one person. There were 8 others watching with their arms crossed. If any one of them was sixth tier, how could the others be weak? Thinking this, the man wanted to slap himself. Stop! It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. I was just joking. The man put on a smile again. Joke my ass. Old Black kicked the man in the chest, knocking him to the ground. The others tried to move, but the man quickly stopped them. He scrambled to his feet, blood trickling from his mouth, but a smile still lingered on his face. Brothers, this is all a misunderstanding. I was blind to your greatness. Damn it, you can still smile. Old Hay was furious and slapped him again. The man was sent spinning through the air before crashing to the ground. But he quickly got back up, still smiling. Brother, it was my fault, please forgive me. This time, Old Hay was speechless. He's got talent. Fang Sija said softly. Yang Bin nodded. This guy must have been someone important before the apocalypse. Then, should we? Chen Hao whispered. Yang Bin shook his head. These kinds of people can't be used. Otherwise, you won't even know when they'll stab you in the back. The men below don't need to be too smart. The simpler, the better. Okay, I understand. Old Hay, kill them. Yang Bin ordered. Hearing Yang Bin's words, the man's expression finally changed. He had initially thought the group was just a bunch of young people, and that a little self-inflicted injury might give them a chance to survive. He hadn't expected them to be so ruthless. Then, the man shoved one of the men next to him towards Old Hay, and quickly darted into the crowd behind him. Thud! A tang sword flashed through the air, piercing the man's neck and freezing him in place. The man looked back with difficulty, a look of resentment in his eyes, before slowly collapsing to the ground. Boss, how could you do this? Didn't you tell me to kill them? Old Hay complained. You're too slow. It takes you forever to kill someone. Remember, even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Giving the enemy an opening is just courting death. Got it. Old Hay lowered his head. As the leader fell, the remaining men wore expressions of fear and confusion. Looking at Yang Bin and his group, they were momentarily at a loss. Make way. Yang Bin said. Hearing his words, the men in front unconsciously made way. Old Sen, you and Akun go to the gas station up ahead and fill up. If the pump doesn't work, just pull out the underground tank and fill your tank. Okay. The two nodded and drove towards the gas station. Let's check out the supermarket inside. Yang Bin led his men directly towards the large supermarket in the service area. The people around wanted to stop them, but were intimidated by their strength and dared not move. Soon, they arrived at the supermarket. The supermarket shelves were completely empty. In a corner, dozens of ragged women stared at the crowd with terrified expressions. It's this again, Chen Hao frowned. It's normal. Women are weaker than men, so in a post-apocalyptic world, they naturally become a vulnerable group again. The faster women's status rose before the apocalypse, the more drastically it will fall afterward. Many men suffered a lot at the hands of women before the apocalypse, and afterward, they'll want to take revenge on them. Yes, that's true. Should we save them? Yang Bin suddenly looked at Lin Yifei. Lin Yifei paused for a moment, then shook her head. Situations like this happen everywhere. We're not saviors, we can't save everyone. These people are considered lucky. At least their eyes aren't lifeless, and they don't have any obvious wounds, proving they haven't been abused. Without those people outside, they wouldn't have survived this long. Since they enjoyed others' protection, they should also give something in return. Hearing Lin Yifei's words, Yang Bin nodded. This woman was truly intelligent. Fang Sija, standing to the side, also glanced at Lin Yifei. No wonder the leader of a group of men agreed to let a woman join, she was indeed different. Chapter 157 7th Order Mutant Tiger. After filling up the gas tank, Yang Bin and the others drove off. There were hardly any supplies left, and nothing left to exploit. As for the remaining people, Yang Bin didn't bother with them anymore, their survival was up to them. The car slowly drove along the highway. They still hadn't seen any zombies, but there were plenty of other vehicles on the road. Yang Bin continued unloading the truck. 2 hours later, the car arrived at a tunnel. It was a tunnel nearly 10 kilometers long. Just as the car was about to enter the tunnel, Yangbin habitually activated his true sight and glanced inside, immediately frowning. Stop! The car screeched to a halt. Everyone out, prepare for battle. Yifei, back the car away, try not to get caught in the crossfire. Okay. The group quickly got out and went to Yangbin's side. Just as they were about to speak, they suddenly saw a large, dark mass of zombies charging towards them. So many? Chen Hao's eyes widened. No wonder we haven't seen any zombies along the way. They've probably all gathered here. Yeah, retreat a bit, fight outside the tunnel. This is the only way through. We need to clear out all the zombies inside the tunnel before we can get through, Yangbin said seriously. Okay. The group retreated several dozen meters, and soon, a horde of zombies rushed out of the tunnel and charged at them. The battle instantly began. Most of these zombies were 3rd or 4th tier, with a few 5th tier. Although numerous, they posed little threat to the group. This kind of battle was already commonplace for them. With their powerful Yao Guang realm strength and the enhancement of their special abilities, the zombies couldn't get close to them. Yangbin, Zhong Yuansen, Zhao Kun, Chen Hao, and others guarded the outer perimeter. Old He, Huwen Liang, Xiao Hao, Fang Sijia, and others with ranged attacks were in the inner perimeter, methodically clearing out the zombies. Little Orange darted through the zombie horde, constantly ambushing lower-ranking zombies, easily snapping their necks with a single claw strike. Lin Yifei reversed the car several hundred meters before rushing over. The Starfall squad's lineup was now incredibly complete. They had tanks, damage dealers, crowd control, healers, and finishers. They could hold their own even against tens of thousands of zombies. The zombies swarmed in, but the squad formed a circle, remaining steadfast amidst the onslaught. After more than 10 minutes of fighting, Little Orange suddenly darted back behind Yangbin, arching its back and its fur standing on end. Seeing this, Yangbin frowned. This was the first time he'd seen Little Orange like this, but he knew it was afraid. But what could possibly frighten Little Orange like this? Yangbin activated his true sight and peered into the tunnel with some confusion, but saw nothing unusual. Then, Yangbin shifted his gaze to the mountain above the tunnel. After searching the mountain for a short while, suddenly, he spotted a pair of bloodthirsty eyes in the grass. Seeing those eyes, Yangbin felt a chill run down his spine. When his gaze pierced through the grass and he saw the owner of those eyes, his heart sank even further. No wonder Little Orange was so afraid. It was a gigantic South China tiger. Even from a distance, its massive body exuded immense pressure. Most importantly, the tiger's strength. 7th rank. Tigers were terrifying even before their mutation. Their strength after mutation was unimaginable, let alone a 7th rank mutated tiger. Brother Bin, what did you see? Seeing Yangbin's pale face, Chen Hao quickly asked. We think we're in trouble, Yangbin said in a low voice. Everyone be careful, there's a 7th rank mutated tiger on the mountain. A 7th rank mutated tiger? Hearing Yangbin's words, everyone was shocked. A mutated tiger, and a 7th rank one at that. How strong must it be? Old He swallowed hard. I don't know, I only know that if I fought it, I'd probably be torn to shreds, Yangbin said in a low voice. Hearing Yangbin's words, everyone else fell silent. Even their leader said so. It was obvious that this tiger was incredibly terrifying. Meow. Little Orange meowed softly, its voice trembling, clearly a warning to everyone that this guy was strong. Seeing its still arched body, Yangbin patted its head. Go back to the car. It was obvious that Little Orange was no longer able to fight. Meow. Little Orange meowed again, then quickly ran to the back and darted into the car. Boss, what do we do now? Should we retreat? Zhao Kun whispered. We can't retreat. The tiger's speed is beyond our capabilities, Yangbin shook his head. Our only chance now is to stick together. With 9 of us, we might be able to put up a fight. But we need to clear out these zombies first. Luckily, this guy isn't with these zombies. Judging from his appearance, he's probably waiting for us to weaken each other before reaping the benefits. Holy crap. That's insidious? Normal. A 7th tier mutated tiger shouldn't be any less intelligent than a human, Fang Sijia said. That's right. Don't make a sound yet. Keep killing zombies. Try to use your abilities as little as possible and save your energy, Yangbin said. Okay. The battle continued. Under the group's powerful combat strength, the zombies died extremely quickly. However, in this high-intensity battle, everyone's stamina was also being depleted rapidly. Seeing this situation, Yangbin frowned immediately. If it were just these few zombies, it wouldn't be so bad. Even if there were more, they could grit their teeth and clear them out. However, a significant threat lurked in the distance, and expending too much energy in this situation would be suicidal. Unfortunately, zombies kept pouring out of the tunnel, and he had no idea how many remained. If these zombies were the first or second tier type from the beginning, it would be easier, they could simply block the tunnel with their corpses. But these zombies were at least tier 3, with many reaching tier 5. These zombies were highly intelligent and knew exactly how to clear the passage. The previous methods were no longer effective. Brother Bin, this won't do. Shouldn't we just run? These zombies shouldn't be able to catch us. If the tiger does catch up, we can take it down together first, Chen Hao suggested. Yang Bin shook his head. No, that tiger is incredibly fast. We probably won't get very far before it stops us. If we can't kill it quickly, we'll be in a situation where we're surrounded by both tigers and zombies. That would be terrible. Right now, it's just watching the show. We only have to deal with the zombies, so the danger isn't too high. But isn't this like slowly boiling a frog? Once we're exhausted, we'll be at its mercy. Yeah, so we need to leave a few people to conserve their energy and specifically deal with the tiger. Chapter 158. The mutant tiger makes its move. Huzi, Asen, Xiaohao, Yaifei, you guys go to the back and rest. The rest of you keep killing, Yang Bin said in a deep voice. Okay. Without hesitation, those whose names were called upon immediately retreated, while the others took their places. With half the number of zombies, the pressure on the others increased dramatically. However, no one said anything at this point. The 5 of them held back the zombies that kept rushing out of the tunnel, giving those behind them enough time to rest. The battle continued for over an hour. They had killed at least tens of thousands of zombies, and the entire highway was covered with a thick layer of corpses. Many more corpses fell into the valley below the highway. The mutated tiger on the mountain, however, was remarkably patient, still lying in the grass, silently watching the battle below, like a skilled hunter, waiting for its chance to strike. Yang Bin and the others were exhausted by this point, basically just gritting their teeth and persevering. Chen Hao and the others wanted to come and relieve them, but Yang Bin stopped them. Their mission was to conserve their energy, the battle ahead depended on them. After fighting for a few more minutes, a figure suddenly appeared in the tunnel, rapidly charging towards the group of zombies. By the time Yang Bin spotted it, it was already upon them. A glint flashed in Yang Bin's eyes. He pulled 2 4th-tier crystals from his pocket and popped them into his mouth. Then, his tang sword suddenly flew out, instantly thrusting towards the figure. At the crucial moment, the figure suddenly rolled to the ground, dodging the attack. Then, it reached directly for Zhao Kun's head, who was not far away. Kun, retreat! Yang Bin shouted. However, it was too late. Zhao Kun, exhausted from the attack, was slow to react. Although he extended his metal arm to block, he was a fraction of a second too late. Just as the figure's claws were about to grab Zhao Kun's head, a shield of light appeared in front of Zhao Kun's head at the critical moment, blocking the attack. Zhao Kun seized the opportunity, landing a punch that sent his opponent flying, while Zhao Kun himself stumbled back a few steps. Thanks, Zhao Kun said to Fang Sijia. No need for formalities between teammates. Luckily, I managed to retain a sliver of mental energy, otherwise it would have been truly dangerous. Yeah, this zombie is at least a peak 6th tier zombie. If he had caught me, he probably would have crushed my head. Zhao Kun said, still shaken. The 6th tier zombie, seeing its attack fail, quickly retreated back into the horde. Yang Bin controlled his tang sword and thrust again, but it was dodged once more. This guy's reaction speed is much faster than an ordinary 6th tier zombie. However, this was also because Yang Bin was in poor condition. The battle had lasted too long, although stamina could be restored with crystals, mental state could not. Leaving aside the others, Yang Bin's own mental state was already extremely poor, greatly diminishing the effectiveness of his object manipulation skills. Otherwise, his speed could have been at least twice as fast, making it impossible for his opponent to dodge so easily. Having dodged Yang Bin's attack, the 6th tier zombie suddenly roared. Then, the horde of zombies, as if possessed, charged madly towards the group, including many 5th tier 6th tier zombies. These 6th tier zombies, who usually preferred to ambush from behind, were suddenly roused by the 6th tier zombies' roar and charged at the group like the others, seemingly without regard for their own lives. Clearly, the zombie hierarchy was extremely strict, and these 6th tier zombies dared not disobey its orders. This action further increased the pressure on the already exhausted group. Damn it, let's fight! Old Hei suddenly gritted his teeth, grabbed a handful of crystals, and threw them into his mouth. Immediately afterward, he unleashed a barrage of fire rain upon the horde. Under the fire rain, zombies of tier 4 and below were almost instantly burned to death upon contact. Tier 5 zombies could hold out for a while, but if they didn't retreat quickly, they too would suffer the same fate of being burned alive. Old Hei's frenzied attack instantly killed a large number of zombies. In just a few minutes, at least 1,000 had perished under the fire rain. Just as everyone was about to praise him, Old Hei's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. Old Hei, he's ruthless. Hu Wenlian sighed. Yeah. Yang Bin nodded, then glanced at the tunnel, his eyes suddenly lighting up. Everyone, hold on a little longer. there are no more zombies coming out of the tunnel. Hearing Yang Bin's words, everyone mustered their strength again. In that case, I'll give it my all. After saying this, Zhao Kun activated his acceleration skill and charged into the horde of zombies, his metal arm slamming wildly at the nearby zombies. Any zombie hit by his attack was basically killed instantly, even 5th-tier zombies. Seeing him do this, the others also fought desperately. They stuffed crystals into their mouths like they were free, unleashing bursts of supernatural power at the zombies. After this wave, they estimated that they would all be incapacitated. But they had no choice, their condition was dire, and they couldn't afford to linger. They had to fight to the death. Yang Bin, too, forced himself to endure the aching pain, relentlessly slaying zombies with his barbell. Meanwhile, a level 6 zombie, hidden among the horde, slowly crept towards the fallen Lao He. In a short while, the level 6 zombie reached Lao He and pounced, its claws aimed directly at Lao He's neck. Just then, another shield of light suddenly appeared above Lao He's neck, blocking the attack, infuriating the level 6 zombie. Immediately afterward, a dark beam shot towards the zombie's head at incredible speed. Clearly, although everyone was fighting desperately, their eyes hadn't left Lao He. At the crucial moment, the level 6 zombie twisted its body, the dark beam grazing its cheek. Undeterred, the level 6 zombie reached for Lao He's neck again. Just then, Zhao Kun, who had been charging through the zombie horde, suddenly accelerated and slammed his metal arm down on the 6th-tier zombie's head. Forced to defend itself, the 6th-tier zombie could only raise its hand to block Zhao Kun's attack. Bang! With one punch, both sides staggered back a few steps. Suddenly, a beam of light and a dark ray simultaneously shot towards the 6th-tier zombie's head. The 6th-tier zombie rolled on the ground again, thinking it had dodged the attack, but at that moment, a tang sword accurately pierced its head. Finally, the 6th-tier zombie froze in place, then collapsed to the ground in resentment. Just as everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a gigantic figure suddenly leaped down from the mountain, lunging straight at Yang Bin, who had just killed the 6th-tier zombie. Yang Bin instantly felt his hair stand on end, an extremely dangerous feeling washed over him from behind. Without any hesitation, he used his remaining mental energy to teleport away from where he stood. Chapter 159 Battle against a 7th-order mutant tiger. Just as Yang Bin teleported away, a gigantic tiger pounced on the spot where he had been standing. Its powerful front paws smashed a large crater in the highway. Seeing this, Yang Bin swallowed hard. Luckily, he reacted quickly. If he had been a second slower, he would have been seriously injured, if not killed. The others finally saw the mutated tiger, and their eyes widened in shock. This thing was larger than an elephant, its weight alone was estimated to be several tons. With the tiger's appearance, everyone felt an intense sense of oppression, making it difficult to breathe. No wonder even their leader was so wary. One look was enough to tell this thing was definitely not to be trifled with. The remaining 5th-tier zombies quietly retreated into the tunnel after seeing the tiger. Only a few 3rd and 4th-tier zombies remained, carrying out the dying orders of the 6th-tier zombies. Just as the mutated tiger was about to pounce on the nearby people again, Zhong Yuansen and the others, who had been conserving their strength, acted decisively. A spike suddenly appeared from the ground, aimed directly at the mutated tiger's abdomen. But the mutated tiger reacted extremely quickly, leaping away the moment the spike appeared. Then it pounced directly at Fang Sijia, who was closest to it. Fang Sijia, however, didn't panic too much. He endured the zombies' attacks and charged into the zombie horde. The moment the mutated tiger pounced on him, he rolled on the ground, successfully dodging the attack, while the mutated tiger plunged directly into the zombie horde. The zombies didn't care whether it was a human or a mutated tiger. Seeing that someone was attacking them, they immediately charged at the mutated tiger. Fang Sijia seized this opportunity to quickly return to the group and rejoin them. "Brother Bin, you guys step back, leave the rest to us." Chen Hao and the others blocked Yang Bin and the others. "Okay, be careful, we'll rest for a bit and then come help." Yang Bin nodded, not refusing. Then, the group quickly retreated, carrying Old Black. Yang Bin's decision to have Chen Hao and the others conserve their energy was strategic. Zhong Yuansen's earth armor provided extremely strong defense. He was the only one in the team capable of withstanding the tiger's attacks. Chen Hao's edge was the sharpest. The 7th-tier mutated tiger's defense was absolutely terrifying, and probably only Chen Hao's dagger could pierce its hide. Lin Yifei's absolute freeze was the strongest control ability in the team. The tiger was too fast, and without control, it was impossible to hit it. As for Skinny Monkey, Yang Bin naturally wanted to see if his beast-taming ability could control the mutated tiger. Even if he couldn't control it, he could at least have some impact on it, plus Skinny Monkey's wind blade damage was not weak. These few were the most suitable to deal with the mutated tiger. Besides them, even Yang Bin himself wouldn't be very effective against the mutated tiger. Compared to the others, he didn't actually have a particularly powerful attack method. His object manipulation ability seemed strong, but it relied too much on the objects themselves. With his current Tang sword, he probably couldn't even pierce the tiger's skin. Therefore, Yang Bin simply chose to deal with the zombies. However, his strength was significantly greater than the others. Not only was he already at the peak of the 6th rank, but even just looking at the stars every day gave him 20 kilograms more strength than the others. This number might seem small at first glance, but it becomes quite significant over time. Right now, everyone else is practically exhausted, but he still has the strength to fight. However, he didn't stay there to fight with Chen Hao and the others. Someone needed to protect them here too, otherwise, if the mutated tiger abandoned Chen Hao and the others and attacked here, Zhao Kun and the others would be in danger. The mutated tiger's battle against the remaining 3rd and 4th tier zombies was a complete one-sided affair. With a casual swipe of its claws, a whole bunch of zombie heads instantly exploded. A flick of its tail, and another bunch of zombie heads were severed. Judging by its technique, it was clear it was quite skilled at killing zombies. Neither the zombies' claws nor their teeth could harm it. It rampaged through the zombie horde, easily dispatching the remaining hundreds of zombies in no time. Seeing this creature's strength, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. This is really fierce. After dealing with the remaining zombies, the mutated tiger looked at the group again. Without any further movement, it pounced directly on Chen Hao and his companions. Zhong Yuansen, covered in earth armor, immediately stood in front of them. Chen Hao had already concealed himself to the side, waiting for his chance. Skinny Monkey and Lin Yifei also immediately prepared for battle. Bang! The mutated tiger was too fast. Zhong Yuansen didn't have time to react before a claw struck him in the chest. Puffed! His earth armor shattered instantly, and Zhong Yuansen was sent flying, sliding several meters across the ground, spitting out blood, his eyes filled with horror. The others were equally startled. Although they had guessed their opponent might be strong, they never expected it to be this strong, that even Zhong Yuansen couldn't withstand it. However, there was no time for their shock now. The instant Zhong Yuansen was sent flying, Lin Yifei immediately unleashed her freezing power. Soon, the mutated tiger's body was encased in a layer of extreme ice. However, the mutated tiger shuddered, shattering the ice. But at that moment, a black-edged dagger suddenly appeared from the mutated tiger's back, piercing its neck. Roar! The mutated tiger let out a painful roar, its tail sweeping across and striking Chen Hao, who was retreating. Puffed! Chen Hao spat out a mouthful of blood, rolling several meters on the ground. The enraged mutated tiger abandoned the others and pounced on Chen Hao. Puffed! A wind blade instantly struck the mutated tiger, leaving only a bloody gash, causing little damage. "You stinking tiger, look at me!" The skinny monkey shouted, his eyes fixed on the mutated tiger. His shout did manage to get the mutated tiger to glance at him. In that single glance, the mutated tiger suddenly stopped. However, it only lasted 2 seconds before the mutated tiger broke free of the skinny monkey's control. But when it looked back at Chen Hao's location, it was empty. Roar! The mutated tiger roared angrily and pounced on the skinny monkey. "Damn, this ability is unreliable." Skinny monkey scoffed and quickly rolled to the side. But this time, the mutated tiger seemed to have its sights set on him. One attack failed, and it pounced again. This time, skinny monkey had nowhere to hide. Just then, a figure slammed into the mutated tiger, successfully pushing it aside and rescuing skinny monkey from its claws. Skinny monkey quickly got up and nodded to his side. He knew that Chen Hao had knocked the mutated tiger away, otherwise, he would have been dead. At this moment, everyone's faces were incredibly solemn. This mutated tiger was incredibly strong, even with its neck pierced, it was still full of energy. "What do we do?" Skinny monkey asked gravely. "You guys hide behind me, I can hold out a little longer." Zhong Yuansen had already gotten up and stood in front of everyone again. "Ah, send tanks, Fei Mei controls, I'll ambush." Chen Hao's whisper echoed in the air. "Monkey, aim your wind blades at the wound I created." "Okay." The group nodded. Chapter 160 Testing Perseverance. The mutated tiger, inexplicably knocked aside and failing again, felt deeply humiliated. Then, it let out a roar at Chen Hao and the others. The deafening sound deafened everyone. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the mutated tiger pounced on the group again. Zhong Yuansen immediately erected an earthen wall in front of him, his entire body covered in earthen armor, arms crossed. Bang! The earthen wall was useless against the mutated tiger, shattering instantly. Then, the tiger's claws slammed into Zhong Yuansen's arm. The powerful force sent Zhong Yuansen flying once more. Lin Yifei cast her freezing spell again, but this time, the mutated tiger was prepared. Sensing the surrounding cold, it quickly leaped away. Seeing this, everyone sighed inwardly. Indeed, this creature's intelligence was extremely high. After dodging Lin Yifei's freezing attack, the mutated tiger gave her a cold look before pouncing on her. Puffed! A wind blade precisely struck the mutated tiger's neck wound, causing it to bleed profusely again. But the mutated tiger ignored it and continued its attack on Lin Yifei. "Beautiful Lin, dodge!" the skinny monkey shouted. Lin Yifei's expression was grave, she knew she couldn't dodge the attack. Then, Lin Yifei gritted her teeth and unleashed a wave of water. Unfortunately, the water wave didn't stop the mutated tiger's momentum, not even slowing it down. By this time, it was too late for the others to come to her aid. Just as the mutated tiger's claws were about to strike Lin Yifei, the water droplets on the mutated tiger rapidly froze into ice, instantly freezing the tiger in place. This time, the freezing speed was so fast that even the mutated tiger couldn't react. Beautiful. Everyone was delighted, they hadn't expected that wetting before freezing would be so effective. Lin Yifei seized the opportunity and quickly rolled away. Chen Hao seized the opportunity, his dagger aimed fiercely at the tiger's eyes. Unfortunately, at the crucial moment, the mutated tiger broke free of its restraints, its head quickly tilting to the side, causing Chen Hao's attack to miss and instead strike the tiger's neck. Chen Hao dared not be greedy for an attack. After his strike, he instantly retreated. As soon as he retreated, the mutated tiger opened its massive jaws and lunged at him. Had he been even half a second slower, a single bite would have been fatal. Missing Chen Hao, the mutated tiger angrily pounced in the direction Chen Hao had retreated. Unfortunately, Chen Hao was no longer in that direction. Wounded again, the mutated tiger became completely enraged, then shook off the ice shards from its body and roared at Lin Yifei, who was not far away. The terrifying sonic waves made Lin Yifei dizzy. Immediately afterward, the mutated tiger pounced on Lin Yifei again. However, at this moment, Zhong Yuan, who had been knocked away, rushed over again, once more shielding the mutated tiger with his body. Bang! Zhong Yuan was knocked away again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Yifei splashed water all over the mutated tiger again, and then froze it once more. But perhaps the mutated tiger's body had developed resistance, or perhaps Lin Yifei's continuous use of her powers had exhausted her. This time the freeze time was greatly shortened. So much so that Chen Hao's dagger had barely pierced the opponent's body before he was swatted away by a claw. Puffed. Chen Hao rolled several times on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, unable to get up for a long time. Clearly, the blow was extremely powerful. If Chen Hao hadn't consumed 2 extra 6th tier crystals, bringing his strength close to the peak of the 6th tier, the single attack would have been enough to send him to meet his maker. The mutated tiger gave Chen Hao no chance, instantly pouncing on him. It knew that this person posed the greatest threat and had to be killed immediately. Puffed. The skinny monkey's wind blade struck the opponent's neck again, widening the wound. However, the mutated tiger ignored it, leaping high into the air, charging straight at Chen Hao. Just then, a car suddenly flew by, crashing into the mutated tiger in midair, sending it flying several meters away. Yang Bin finally arrived. Boss. Seeing Yang Bin intervene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that with him there, no danger was too great to fear. Yang Bin immediately went to Chen Hao and helped him up. Brother Bin, don't talk. You've done very well, Yang Bin comforted him. Chen Hao had indeed given his all in this fight. The mutated tiger glared angrily at Yang Bin, almost driven mad by being repeatedly interrupted. Then it charged at Chen Hao again. Today, this guy had to be dealt with first. Yang Bin shielded Chen Hao behind him, gripped the barbell tightly, and slammed it down on his opponent. Bang! The barbell was slapped away by the mutated tiger, and its other paw struck Yang Bin's head. Yang Bin instantly raised his arm to block. Bang! A deep sound rang out, and Yang Bin was instantly thrown back more than 10 steps, his arm bones breaking. However, the mutated tiger was also in bad shape. A tang sword pierced into its neck wound with lightning speed. Roar! The mutated tiger roared in pain, its eyes bloodshot as it glanced at Yang Bin. However, it didn't immediately pounce on Yang Bin, but continued searching for Chen Hao. However, Chen Hao had already recovered and disappeared again. After searching in vain, the mutated tiger glared angrily at Yang Bin again. Then, it pounced directly at Yang Bin. Having experienced the terror of this mutated tiger, Yang Bin naturally wouldn't foolishly fight it head-on again. He instantly teleported away from his spot, causing the mutated tiger to miss its target. Then, he controlled the tang sword to pull it out of the mutated tiger's wound, drawing a large amount of blood. It then lunged at the opponent's wound again. However, the mutated tiger was now on guard, and with a single swipe of its claw, it snapped the tang sword in two. Seeing this, Yang Bin sighed helplessly. This guy was too strong. Seeing it couldn't reach Yang Bin, the mutated tiger glanced at Lin Yifei and the skinny monkey, then abandoned them and pounced on Zhao Kun and the others in the distance. Damn it, that old bastard. Yang Bin cursed, then teleported in front of the tiger, the barbell flying back into his hand. Although the battle seemed to have taken a lot of time, only a few minutes had actually passed, and Zhao Kun and the others were still recovering. If it pounced, they would be in real danger. Seeing Yang Bin blocking its way, the mutated tiger's eyes flashed with ferocity, and then it swung its paw directly at Yang Bin. Yang Bin raised the barbell to block. Bang! With one swipe, the barbell bent, and Yang Bin was forced back more than 10 steps. At this moment, Skinny Monkey, Lin Yifei, Zhong Yuansen, and the others also arrived, blocking the mutated tiger again. Everyone was in extremely poor condition, but they were fighting, testing their willpower against the mutated tiger. Although they were in bad shape, the mutated tiger was in equally bad shape. Chen Hao's 3 daggers and Yang Bin's knife had both pierced the tiger's neck. Even with the mutated tiger's large size, the neck was still a fatal spot. Moreover, it keeps bleeding, so I believe that if it just perseveres a little longer, it will definitely be the one to lose in the end. Chapter 161. The situation improves. You two can't withstand its attacks. Retreat behind me, Yang Bin said to Skinny Monkey and Lin Yifei. This tiger's strength definitely exceeds 10,000 kilograms. So far, only Zhong Yuansen has withstood 3 blows thanks to his earth armor, but he's already seriously injured. Chen Hao took a tail strike and a slap. The tail strike wasn't too bad, but the slap almost sent him to his death. He lay on the ground, unable to get up for a long time, and still hasn't recovered, barely managing to recover while hiding in stealth mode. Ignoring his special abilities, Chen Hao's strength is second only to Yang Bin. He was the second to advance to the Yao Guang realm, and also consumed 2 extra 6th tier crystals, bringing his strength close to the peak of the 6th tier. But even with such strength, he couldn't withstand a single slap from the mutated tiger. Skinny Monkey and Lin Yifei would likely be sent dead with a single blow. At this point, only Yang Bin can still withstand it. His strength was approaching 8,000, still significantly less than the mutated tiger, but not enough to send it flying with a single slap. However, his left arm was fractured and he was already using it, leaving only his right hand still functional. Lin Yifei and the Skinny Monkey, aware of the situation, didn't insist and quickly retreated behind Yang Bin to provide support. Zhong Yuansen covered himself with another layer of earth armor and didn't retreat. Although his injuries were severe, the earth armor could reduce most of the damage, and he felt he could withstand a little more. After all, he had already withstood several slaps and felt confident. Yang Bin glanced at Zhong Yuansen but ultimately didn't let him back down. He definitely needed help, he couldn't hold out alone. The mutated tiger coldly watched the group, approaching them step by step. The wound on its neck continued to bleed, making it feel dizzy. But it ignored them. It knew very well that if it could devour these people, its strength would increase dramatically. If not the 8th rank, then the peak of the 7th rank was a certainty. As the mutated tiger approached, Yang Bin led the others to retreat, adopting a wait-and-see approach. He needed to buy time. The longer the time dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for them. Finally, the mutated tiger couldn't resist and launched the first attack, lunging towards the group. Water and ice appeared almost simultaneously, and Lin Yifei immediately used her signature move. The lunging mutated tiger had no chance to dodge and was instantly frozen. However, it was only frozen for a moment before breaking free. And in that instant, a huge rock crashed down towards the mutated tiger's head, while at the same time, a military bayonet pierced towards the wound on the mutated tiger's neck with lightning speed. Bang! The rock shattered instantly upon impact with the stubborn mutated tiger, but this obstacle also allowed the bayonet to pierce the tiger's wound, penetrating more than halfway into it. Roar! The mutated tiger roared, its front paw slamming towards Yang Bin. Yang Bin tried to teleport away, but suddenly remembered there were 2 people behind him. Left with no choice, he gritted his teeth and used his right hand to block the tiger's massive paw again. Bang! Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out. Yang Bin's right hand snapped again, and his body was sent flying. Just then, Zhong Yuansen grabbed the bayonet stuck in the mutated tiger's neck and twisted it violently. Roar! The mutated tiger roared in pain, swatting Zhong Yuansen away with a paw. Puffed! Zhong Yuansen spat out another mouthful of blood, then collapsed to the ground unconscious. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Skinny Monkey unleashed several wind blades along the wound, widening it further. Instantly, blood spurted out. Roar! The mutated tiger roared, pouncing on the Skinny Monkey and opening its blood-red maw to bite at his head. Seeing the ever-approaching, enormous mouth, despair flashed through the Skinny Monkey's heart, but he refused to give up. His eyes were fixed on the mutated tiger, his beast-taming ability activated to its fullest extent. Perhaps due to the close proximity, the mutated tiger suddenly stopped just as its sharp teeth were about to bite the Skinny Monkey, a look of confusion in its eyes. Bang! A car flew by, slamming into the mutated tiger and throwing it aside. At the crucial moment, Yang Bin intervened, but he was now in a terrible state, his arms hanging limply at his shoulders, his body covered in blood. The Skinny Monkey quickly got up and ran behind Yang Bin. Lin Yifei also quickly came to Yang Bin's side. Now only the 3 of them remained. Lin Yifei popped a few crystals into her mouth. Freezing the mutated tiger required a tremendous amount of mental energy. Having frozen it so many times in a row, her mental energy was completely depleted, and her face was now deathly pale. "Give me a few," Yang Bin said. The attack just now had completely exhausted his mental energy, both his arms were now useless, and he couldn't even take out the crystals. Lin Yifei quickly stuffed the remaining few 4th-tier crystals into Yang Bin's mouth. Brother Bin, I feel like I have a chance to control it, the skinny monkey suddenly whispered in Yang Bin's ear. Are you sure? Yang Bin looked at the skinny monkey in surprise. Yeah, but I might need to cripple it. I have to strike when its will is weakest. This is a bit difficult. Yang Bin said helplessly. They're in terrible shape right now, they might not even survive. The mutated tiger staggered to its feet. Yang Bin's thrust directly rammed into the bayonet embedded in its body, plunging it deep into its neck, causing its injury to worsen rapidly. The mutated tiger was furious, but its eyes also showed some panic. It hadn't expected killing a few 6th-tier humans would inflict such severe injuries. With such injuries, if it didn't return to rest soon, it might very well die. But having fought to this point, how could it willingly let it leave? Seeing that the humans were also in dire straits, the mutated tiger gritted its teeth and pounced on them again. At this moment, Yang Bin and Lin Yifei were both depleted of their mental energy, and the skinny monkey's wind blades couldn't stop the mutated tiger's advance. Just as the mutated tiger was about to pounce on them, a fireball suddenly flew over and struck the mutated tiger. The fireball didn't cause much damage to the mutated tiger, but its innate fear of fire made it quickly halt its charge. Then, the group of people who had been resting in the distance gathered around. This made the mutated tiger immediately cautious. You've recovered. Skinny Monkey's face lit up with joy upon seeing them. The fighting here was so intense, even if we weren't fully recovered, we had to come, Zhao Kun said helplessly. Exhaustion doesn't heal easily, but people were on the verge of death, they couldn't afford not to come. Although my stamina hasn't recovered much, I consumed quite a few crystals, and my mental strength has improved considerably, so I can still use my abilities, Fang Sija said. Yes, you came just in time, Yang Bin smiled. Just then, a beam of light fell upon Yang Bin, rapidly healing the broken bones in his arm. Feeling the bone repair, Yang Bin's face lit up with joy. Wen Liang's healing was truly amazing. Chapter 162 Finally victorious. Feeling his arms return to normal, Yang Bin instantly felt confident. Wen Liang had recovered, so the battle was basically won. This was the sense of security brought by the strongest healer in the Starfall squad. Liangzi, go treat Asen quickly. Yeah, but I need to rest a bit, I haven't recovered much. Wen Liang said awkwardly. Okay. Don't fight, recover as quickly as possible. Yang Bin took the barbell from Wen Liang and stood in front of everyone again. His barbell had been ruined by the mutated tiger, so he had to borrow Wen Liang's. The mutated tiger hesitated when it saw so many people. Although it knew these people were all bark and no bite, it was no different. Its injuries were getting worse. Finally, the mutated tiger gave everyone a fierce look, then turned and ran up the mountain. Damn it, you beat us up so badly, and you still want to run. Yang Bin sneered, instantly teleporting in front of the mutated tiger and hurling a barbell at it. Bang! The barbell bent sharply, but it successfully slowed the mutated tiger's advance. The mutated tiger slapped Yang Bin with its claw, sending him flying. However, perhaps because the mutated tiger was in poor condition, Yang Bin only coughed up blood, rolled a few times on the ground, and quickly got up again, still blocking the mutated tiger's path. The others quickly rushed over. The mutated tiger glanced at the others, then suddenly pounced on Yang Bin. Since this guy is courting death, let's kill him first. Seeing the charging mutated tiger, Yang Bin's expression turned serious. He crossed his arms, preparing to take the pounce head-on. A casual slap and a powerful pounce are completely different things. This pounce could seriously injure him. Yang Bin didn't retreat, because if he did, the mutated tiger would definitely escape. His mental energy was no longer sufficient for him to teleport again. Given the tiger's speed, he wouldn't be able to catch it if it ran. Just as the mutated tiger was about to pounce on Yang Bin, a shield of light suddenly appeared in front of him. Although the mutated tiger shattered the shield, it successfully slowed its momentum, allowing Yang Bin to block the attack and stagger back more than 10 steps. The mutated tiger tried to pounce again, but at that moment, Zhao Kun, whose hands had transformed into metal arms, grabbed the tiger's tail and pulled it backward, causing the tiger to stumble back several steps. Reacting, the tiger swung its tail forward, carrying Zhao Kun towards the tiger's gaping maw. At the critical moment, a dark energy hand suddenly appeared, grabbing Zhao Kun and preventing him from falling into the tiger's jaws. The mutated tiger wanted to press its advantage, but a beam of light shot directly into its eyes, forcing it to retreat. Brother Kun, I'm truly impressed. You dare to grab a tiger's tail. Old Hei looked at Zhao Kun like he was an idiot. I was prepared to punch its mouth in half, why did you pull me down? Zhao Kun roared. Are you sure you're not just going to be delivered to the slaughter? Old Hei asked suspiciously. Do you think my metal arm is just for show? A tiger's strongest asset is its bite force. I don't think your metal arm can withstand that, Fang Sija said seriously. Lin Yifei and the skinny monkey also arrived, and the 6 of them surrounded the mutated tiger. Seeing this situation, a hint of worry finally appeared in the mutated tiger's eyes. It then roared at Yangbin, as if warning him to leave, or else no one would be happy. Unfortunately, Yangbin wasn't having any of it and remained standing in front of it, refusing to back down. Seeing that Yangbin was unmoved, the mutated tiger became enraged and pounced on him again. A black energy hand suddenly appeared and grabbed one of the mutated tiger's legs. Although the mutated tiger quickly broke free, the ensuing wave of water and ice froze it in place again. Immediately afterwards, a beam of light shot into the mutated tiger's neck wound, making the wound much worse. The mutated tiger had just broken free of the ice when it was met with Zhao Kun's spiked metal arm, a punch slamming into its head. Even a mutated tiger as strong as it was still somewhat dazed by the impact. At that moment, a sharpened barbell, covered in black steel, suddenly appeared and plunged into the mutated tiger's head through its neck wound. Clearly, Chen Hao had recovered, or Hu Wenliang had treated him first. This blow would have been absolutely fatal even for the mutated tiger. The barbell was 1.8 meters long, and thanks to Chen Hao's sharpness, it pierced the tiger's head by a full 60 to 70 centimeters. Roar! The mutated tiger let out a miserable roar, whipping its tail at Chen Hao and simultaneously slapping Zhao Kun away. Then, it staggered, trying to escape. Unfortunately, this time, its injuries were too severe. It didn't get far before its massive body collapsed to the ground. Phew! Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground. This battle was undoubtedly the most brutal since the Starfall squad was formed. Is it dead? Zhao Kun asked softly. Not yet, its belly is still contracting, it should still be breathing, Yangbin said. Boss, should I try? Wait a minute, you can't handle its last-ditch effort. Let's rest for a while and get ourselves back in shape before we consider it. Okay. Then, everyone sat down to rest. A short while later, Hu Wenliang and Zhong Yuansen arrived. Zhong Yuansen's injuries had almost healed. With Hu Wenliang there, anyone who wasn't dead could be saved. The group rested for more than 10 minutes, during which time Hu Wenliang treated those who still had some injuries. After more than 10 minutes, everyone stood up. At this point, aside from some exhaustion, they had mostly recovered. Meanwhile, the tiger's belly, not far away, was barely heaving, it was clearly nearing its end. The group cautiously approached. The mutated tiger slowly opened its eyes and looked at them, its gaze filled with anger, resentment, and a hint of regret. The skinny monkey walked directly to the mutated tiger, staring intently into its eyes, his beast-taming ability activated to its maximum. The mutated tiger's eyes suddenly struggled, fear appearing for the first time. Unfortunately, it was now on its last legs and utterly powerless to resist. The mutated tiger's eyes shifted between struggle and confusion, the two states constantly changing. Meanwhile, sweat poured down the skinny monkey's forehead as he gritted his teeth and persevered. This was the Starfall team's chance to rise to the top. Once they controlled this tiger, the Starfall team's strength would instantly double. He would no longer be the weakest member of the team. The others watched him nervously, barely daring to breathe loudly, afraid of disturbing him. Chapter 163 Subjugation. Finally, after 2 or 3 minutes of struggling, the struggle in the mutated tiger's eyes slowly faded, replaced by a somewhat dazed look. When it looked at the skinny monkey, this dazed look quickly transformed into docility. Phew, it's done. The skinny monkey plopped down on the ground, wiping the sweat from his brow, his face beaming with excitement. It really worked. The others also looked at him with excitement. It's done. I can feel the connection between my mind and it. As long as I give the command, it can't refuse, even if it wants to die. That's amazing? Yes, but this thing in my mind is constantly draining my mental energy. The rate of consumption is already exceeding my recovery rate. If I don't consume the crystal, with my current strength, my mental energy will be completely depleted in 24 hours at most. I don't know what will happen then. Then you'd better make sure you keep your mental energy sufficient, okay? Don't let it suddenly betray you at a crucial moment, and we'll be in big trouble. Yeah, I'll be careful. I didn't expect controlling it would consume mental energy. It seems impossible to control a legion of mutated beasts. Skinny Monkey said regretfully. Come on, this tiger is already fierce enough, okay? You want a legion of mutated beasts? What, do you want to fly to the heavens? Zhao Kun slapped Skinny Monkey on the head. You have to have dreams, right? Skinny Monkey said awkwardly. Hey Monkey, are you sure your pet doesn't need some treatment? Hu Wenliang asked. Oh, right, Brother Liang, hurry up and heal it, it'll die if you don't. Skinny Monkey suddenly realized. Healing is fine, but I can ride it after it's healed. No problem, it's so big, several people can ride it. Alright then, Brother Bin, take the bayonet out of its body. Okay. Yangbin nodded, then slowly pulled the bayonet out of the mutated tiger's body. As the bayonet was pulled out, the mutated tiger convulsed, and a large amount of blood flowed out. Hu Wenliang quickly threw down a beam of light. Soon, the wounds on the mutated tiger healed rapidly, and the bleeding stopped. However, because he was worried that the mutated tiger might suddenly become aggressive and kill, Guan Liang didn't heal it completely, only partially. Fortunately, Skinny Monkey's ability was relatively reliable. After recovering somewhat, the mutated tiger didn't suddenly become aggressive and killed, but instead lay docilely beside Skinny Monkey. Not bad, not bad. Although we paid a high price, the gains were huge. This tiger is enough to double our team's strength, Yang Bin laughed. That's right, it's practically invincible. We fought so hard, let alone the others. If we let it out, it could easily slaughter a city, Skinny Monkey said proudly. Yeah, let's rest for a while and eat something before we go. We'll let this tiger clear the way. I need to rest too. Okay, no problem. Afterwards, Fang Sija took out a lot of beef jerky, bread, and other things from the alternate dimension, and everyone sat down on the ground and began to wolf them down. The battle had left everyone exhausted, their bodies severely depleted and in dire need of replenishment. After eating, the group returned to the highway and began mining for crystals. They had killed over 10,000 zombies this time, and there were plenty to mine. Crystal consumption was still quite high. Everyone had consumed a considerable amount of crystals in this battle, so they had to mine every last drop to avoid waste. While Yang Bin was using his telekinesis to rapidly mine for crystals with his bayonet, Fang Sija approached him. Captain, aren't you worried at all? Worried about what? Skinny Monkey? Well, this mutated tiger is too strong. With it, he's already the strongest in the team. Plus, he's in the same group as Zhao Kun and the others. What if they have ulterior motives? Yang Bin smiled, then suddenly looked at Fang Sija. If one day your strength surpasses mine, will you betray the Starfall squad? No. Fang Sija shook his head decisively. I, Fang Sija, am not that kind of person, and besides, that day will never come. My strength will never surpass yours. That's settled then. You won't, and neither will they. They're people I've mentored step by step from the school. I know them better than you do. Even if they really have ulterior motives, do you really think this tiger can handle me? I have teleportation. If I don't fight it, it can't do anything to me either, but if I want to kill it, that tiger won't be spared either. Yang Bin said confidently. Hearing Yang Bin's words, Fang Sija nodded, somewhat admiringly saying, I finally understand why you didn't choose a powerful offensive ability, but instead chose teleportation. It's so versatile. Sija, while your concerns are valid, you still need to learn to trust your teammates, otherwise it'll be difficult to integrate into the team. At least for now, the Starfall squad is still trustworthy. Yeah, on the other side, Monkey, how does it feel to have a super powerful pet? Zhao Kun asked casually. Awesome, so awesome. I feel like I could slaughter any zombie horde with this. Skinny Monkey exclaimed excitedly, patting the mutated tiger's head. Don't you feel like you're even tougher than the boss now? Damn, Brother Kun, you can't just say things like that. If the boss hears me, I'm doomed, Skinny Monkey said nervously. Seeing his reaction, Zhao Kun nodded, then said seriously, Monkey, I hope you remember, our lives were saved by the boss. We owe everything we have today to him, including our superpowers. Without him, we would have died long ago, and we wouldn't be living this well. Brother Kun, I know, why are you suddenly telling me all this? Damn, you don't think I've got ulterior motives just because I got a mutated tiger, do you? Skinny Monkey's eyes widened. Honestly, Brother Kun, don't you know what kind of person I am? Even if I were crazy, I would never have such thoughts. Well, that's good. I was just worried you'd get arrogant. Zhao Kun breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Kun, do I look like I've lost my mind? With boss's teleportation and Hao's invisibility, they could take me down in a heartbeat. This thing can't protect me. Besides, this thing is only strong now. In a few days, everyone's at level 7, and it'll only be good for intimidating others. Brother Kun, don't dig a pit for me, it'll kill me. Hee hee, it's okay, I'm just giving you a little warning, don't be too high profile. Okay. Chapter 164 Reality is Cruel. It took the group over an hour to dig out all the crystals. There were over 12,000 crystals in total, including over 5,000 Tier 3 crystals, over 6,000 Tier 4 crystals, over 400 Tier 5 crystals, and 1 Tier 6 crystal. Yang Bin gave the Tier 6 crystal to Chen Hao, and Fang Sija kept the rest. After consuming another crystal, Chen Hao's strength was almost at the peak of Tier 6. Upon reaching the Yao Guang realm, he began self-cultivation. Perhaps due to his lower cultivation level, his cultivation speed under starlight wasn't actually slow. He could reach the peak of the Yao Guang realm in about 7 or 8 days, and with the crystals, the speed would be even faster. However, it was unclear how many days it would take to light the first star of the Kaiyang realm after reaching the peak of the Yao Guang realm. They would only know after Yang Bin lit it. While they were processing the crystals, the mutated tiger went and ate the corpse of a Yao Guang realm zombie. Seeing this, Yang Bin's face lit up with joy. Yangbin had initially worried that this creature, with its enormous size, would consume half a month's worth of their food in a single day. Now that they discovered it could even eat zombie corpses, things were much easier. In this world, there were plenty of zombies, if not many others. However, this creature seemed quite picky. It ate the corpses of Yao Guang realm zombies, but wouldn't even glance at other zombies. Yangbin guessed that the other zombies were probably rotting. Although there weren't many Yao Guang realm zombies, their numbers would increase over time, enough to satisfy this creature's hunger. After dealing with the crystal, the group set off again. This time, the mutated tiger, Huang, cleared the road ahead, giving Yangbin a rare moment of leisure. Huang was the name the skinny monkey had given the mutated tiger because most of its fur was yellow. While the others were speechless about the name, they had no say. After all, it was its master. The mutated tiger probably disliked its name too, taking its anger out on parked cars along the way, smashing and throwing away vehicles it could have simply pushed aside. The rest of the journey was uneventful. The occasional zombie they encountered was easily killed with a slap from Big Yellow, requiring almost no effort from them. Aside from Lin Yifei and Zhao Kun taking turns driving, the others mostly slept and played cards in the back. By evening, the group had covered approximately 200 kilometers. This was already considered fast, considering the significant time lost on the road. Nighttime wasn't suitable for traveling, so the group drove to a service area, intending to spend the night there. The service area was deserted, but there were quite a few zombies. However, these zombies posed no threat to the group. Big Yellow easily dispatched them all without anyone lifting a finger. Afterward, the group went into a supermarket. The supermarket was a mess, but they could still find some items. It's estimated that there were people inside originally, but they were dealt with by the zombies when they arrived. After looting whatever was usable, the group rested behind the service area until midnight before getting up to look at the stars. Perhaps the arrival of Big Yellow made Little Orange feel its status was in jeopardy, because tonight it actually broke through to the Yao Guang realm, growing even larger and appearing considerably more powerful. However, it still kept its distance from Big Yellow, perhaps due to bloodline suppression. Anyway, when they fought Big Yellow, the guy simply didn't dare to come out. After stargazing, the group rested for another 3 hours. At 8 o'clock in the morning, after eating, they resumed their journey home. Having rested overnight, Big Yellow was in much better condition today, resulting in a significantly faster pace than yesterday. Big Yellow ran, smashing through cars in the road to clear a path for those behind. Lin Yifei drove closely behind Big Yellow. They encountered almost no problems along the way. The occasional small waves of zombies had little impact. Until they encountered another tunnel 7 or 8 kilometers long, they faced another large group of zombies, including another Yao Guang realm zombie. This time, with Big Yellow by their side, the group dealt with all the zombies in just over an hour, acquiring another large pile of crystals. The 6th tier crystal was given to Hu Wenliang. Chen Hao no longer needed it. Hu Wenliang's strength was crucial to everyone's safety, so it had to be improved first. Wang devoured the corpse of the Yao Guang realm zombie again, then continued leading the group on their journey. Finally, around 5 p.m., the group arrived in Ru County. The car slowly drove off the highway, and a fierce battle ensued at the Ru County toll station. There were also thousands of zombies gathered there. It could be said that they had fought their way back. Without sufficient strength, they wouldn't have made it back. Upon returning to Ru County, Yangbin instructed Lin Yifei to bypass the county town and drive directly to Chen Hao's hometown. He didn't want to go back to his hometown. After his parents' passing, there was nothing there for him to cherish. However, Chen Hao's parents had treated Yangbin fairly well, and he wanted to know about their situation. For a long time, Chen Hao used the excuse of Yangbin tutoring him to bring Yangbin home. Because Chen Hao's studies had indeed improved significantly after studying with Yangbin, his parents were very welcoming to Yangbin, always preparing delicious meals for him whenever he visited. The car bypassed the county town and headed towards a rural road. The rural road was narrow, but there were few cars and zombies, allowing the car to travel quite quickly. Along the way, Chen Hao frequently looked outside, his face betraying his nervousness. He hadn't felt anything before, not thinking about returning, but now that it was here, his heart was filled with unease. Yangbin patted Chen Hao on the shoulder to comfort him. Finally, as darkness was about to fall completely, the group arrived at Chen Hao's village. However, when they saw the state of the village, everyone sighed. It was clear that the village had fallen. The entire village was filled with collapsed houses, and zombies roamed the surrounding area. Under these circumstances, the chances of anyone surviving were extremely slim. Chen Hao got out of the car, staring blankly at the scene. Then he picked up his weapon and headed towards his house. The others followed. They cleared the way and soon arrived at Chen Hao's house. However, seeing the damaged door and the half-collapsed house, Chen Hao's heart sank to the bottom. Although he had guessed this would happen, seeing it in person was another matter entirely. He rushed into the house, shouting for his parents. They searched the entire house, but couldn't find him. Chen Hao stood blankly in the living room, tears streaming down his face. Yang Bin sighed, walked over, patted Chen Hao on the shoulder, and then stood beside him without saying a word. The others, seeing this, also fell silent. Perhaps their own homes were in the same situation. Reality is cruel. Perhaps some things are better left unseen than seen. Chapter 165, 7th rank. Go check if there are any other survivors in the village, and while you're at it, clear out the zombies. We're staying here tonight, Yang Bin said to the men behind him. Okay. Soon, everyone else left the house. Only Yang Bin and Chen Hao remained in the living room. Brother Bin, my parents. Chen Hao leaned on Yang Bin and burst into tears. At this moment, this assassin from the darkness seemed exceptionally vulnerable. Only in front of Yang Bin could he let down his guard and cry freely. Yang Bin patted Chen Hao's shoulder, comforting him. Try to look on the bright side. At least we haven't seen any bodies yet, and there's no blood in the room. Maybe Uncle and the others escaped. Hearing Yang Bin's words, Chen Hao suddenly seemed to grasp at a straw, excitedly saying, yes, there's no blood in the room. My parents might have left the village and gone to some survival base. Soon after, Zhao Kun and the others returned, shaking their heads at Yang Bin. There are no survivors left in this village. However, we found quite a few signs of a battle and zombie corpses. The zombies here have been cleared. It's possible that rescuers came here, or perhaps the villagers organized their own team to fight the zombies. Really? Chen Hao's face lit up with hope again. Yang Bin sighed at this situation. He was afraid that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. However, he couldn't afford to discourage Chen Hao now. He believed Chen Hao understood, he just needed time to accept it. Alright, let's rest here tonight and look for a survival base nearby tomorrow. Okay. Then, the group found a few decent houses and settled in. Living conditions in the countryside aren't bad these days. Many houses are just as nicely furnished as those in the city, and often even more comfortable. They ate something and went to bed early. At midnight, everyone got up to look at the stars and stayed up all night. Just as the Big Dipper disappeared and everyone was preparing to go back to sleep, an unusual energy fluctuation suddenly appeared around Yang Bin. Seeing this, everyone exchanged glances, then realized the same thing. The energy fluctuation came and went quickly. After about 2 minutes, everything returned to normal. Yang Bin sat up, his face beaming with excitement. Brother Bin, you've broken through to the 7th rank? The group exclaimed excitedly. Yeah, stuck for 3 days, finally broke through. Yang Bin smiled, the first horn of Qiang's star has lit up. Do you feel anything special? Yang Bin sensed the changes within his body and then spoke. My strength has increased by about 2,000 kilograms, my physical attributes have improved significantly, and my mental strength is much stronger than before. 2,000 kilograms? So, Brother Bin, your strength has reached 10,000 kilograms now? Yeah, about that. A normal 7th tier human should have around 9,000 kilograms of strength. I had an extra 1,000 kilograms of strength boost, so it's exactly 10,000. Then, boss, isn't your strength about the same as Big Yellow's? Skinny Monkey asked. Yang Bin shook his head. Big Yellow is a tiger, and among mutated beasts, its strength is top tier. Within the same realm, humans are almost certainly no match for a mutated tiger. Not only is its strength far greater than an average human, but its defense and speed are also unmatched. Humans' only hope lies in their special abilities, perhaps that's their only hope for survival. At 8 o'clock in the morning, everyone ate something and got up to leave. Most of the country roads are narrow, so we won't be using the troop transport vehicle today, Yang Bin said. Leave the troop transport vehicle and its contents here. Little Orange and Big Yellow, you two don't need to come, stay here and guard the supplies. Meow, Little Orange protested, clearly not wanting to be alone with Big Yellow. Don't worry, it won't eat you. You two should get along well, Skinny Monkey laughed. Little Orange wanted to resist again, but Yang Bin didn't give it the chance. They were going to find someone, not to fight, taking the two of them along wouldn't be convenient. The group found 2 drivable vehicles in the village and drove away. Their purposes were twofold, to find a nearby survival base and to gather information about the situation in Ru County. As they drove, they saw one dilapidated village after another, each overrun by zombies, without a single survivor in sight. This scene weighed heavily on everyone's spirits. Fortunately, after driving for half an hour, Yang Bin suddenly spotted a group of evolved individuals carefully picking vegetables in a field. This group of evolved individuals numbered about 20, all at the 4th tier. Now, more than a month into the apocalypse, 4th tier zombies were everywhere, and 5th tier zombies were not uncommon. Their strength was only average. Going out with such limited strength was extremely risky, even a random encounter with a group of zombies could be fatal. The sound of the vehicles quickly attracted the attention of the evolved individuals. The group of evolved individuals' eyes widened in shock. Who's so reckless as to drive like that? Doesn't they know the noise attracts zombies? Soon, the 2 cars stopped, and several people got out and walked towards them. Brothers, I have a question. do you know where there's a survival base around here? Yang Bin asked politely in his hometown dialect. The young man in the lead gave Yang Bin and his group a scrutinizing look, then asked, "Where are you from?" "We're from that village over there. We barely escaped and are looking for a survival base for shelter." "Do you think we're stupid? You don't look like you escaped at all." "Fine, forget about where we got here. Just tell me where there's a survival base around here." "There isn't one around here. You'll have to look elsewhere." Brotherly, judging from their accents, they're from around here too. They're just kids. Let's not make things difficult for them. If they can't get into a base, they'll be eaten by zombies, a middle-aged man in his 40s behind the young man said. "What do you know?" Without Lee's permission, who would dare tell anyone who doesn't know the details about the base? "If Brotherly finds out, he'll skin us alive." Hearing his words, the middle-aged man involuntarily trembled, then dared not speak further. Yang Bin observed everything, then said, "This place isn't that big. Do you think I wouldn't find it if you didn't tell me?" "Finding it is your skill, as long as it's not something we told you," the man called Brotherly said indifferently. Yang Bin nodded. It seemed this Brotherly was a ruthless character. Chapter 166 Wrath. Can I ask if there's someone named Chen Dongming at your base?" Chen Hao couldn't help but ask. "Old Chen?" Hearing his question, the uncle who had just spoken exclaimed in surprise. "You know him?" Chen Hao rushed over excitedly and grabbed the uncle's shoulder. There is indeed someone named Chen Dongming at the base, but I don't know if he's the one you're looking for." "Then, can you tell me how old he is? What does he look like?" Chen Hao asked cautiously. "Hey, speaking of appearance, you really do look a bit like him. You're not his son, are you?" Yes, I'm his son. My dad is really at the base?" Chen Hao said excitedly. Old Zhu." Brotherly suddenly interrupted the uncle. Bang! A deep sound rang out, and Brotherly's body flew out. Puffed. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Brotherly fell heavily to the ground, staring in horror at Yang Bin, who had attacked him. "Speak again, and you're dead," Yang Bin said coldly. He had already been very lenient with this guy, yet this guy had still gone too far. "Brotherly." The others quickly rushed over to help Brotherly up, their eyes filled with anger as they glared at Yang Bin. Fortunately, Brotherly had some sense, he didn't let the others attack. He looked at Yang Bin and the others, a strange glint in his eyes. "Uncle, it's alright, don't worry. Tell me, what happened to my dad?" The uncle looked at Brotherly, and seeing that he didn't stop him, he sighed. "Old Chen is indeed at the base. He's a good person and has helped many people. Unfortunately, he offended some people inside the base because he meddled in others' business, and now he's having a hard time." "What about my mom?" "I haven't seen your mom at the base. When I found out, only your dad was there." Chen Hao took a deep breath. "Where is your base?" Tell them." At this moment, Brotherly suddenly spoke up. Although the uncle was puzzled by Brotherly's change, he still spoke up. "It's in town, where the old middle school used to be. It's been converted into a survival base." "Okay." Chen Hao nodded, then looked at Yang Bin. "Let's go," Yang Bin said. Then, the group walked back to the car. "Young man, if you go to the base, remember, if you want to survive, never get into a conflict with Brotherly's men. Just do whatever they tell you to do." "Got it," Yang Bin replied casually, and then the group drove towards town. At this moment, the man called Brotherly staggered over. "Brotherly, why did you suddenly tell them?" the uncle asked, puzzled. "If I didn't tell them, wouldn't they be able to find us?" Yeah. Brotherly watched the departing car, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Originally, he didn't tell them because he didn't want these young people to follow in their footsteps. Now it seemed these people were not simple, perhaps they could change the base. Let's go back too." "But we haven't finished our mission yet. Let's go back first." "Okay." Inside a small base in town, construction was still underway at the base, and many men were busy working inside. At that moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s was carrying a bag of cement from a vehicle, preparing to leave, when another bag of cement was thrown onto his shoulder, making him instantly slump. However, the man gritted his teeth and struggled to his feet. "Chen the cripple, can't even handle 2 bags of cement? I was going to give you another one," a young man mocked. "Don't crush him to death. The base is still short-handed. If you kill him, Brotherly will yell at you." "I know, we're only giving him 2 bags, aren't we? Actually, this guy is quite pitiful. Why did you have to meddle in other people's business, even involving Brother Hai? That's why, in today's society, minding your own business is the most important thing." The man didn't say a word, carrying 2 bags of cement, limping towards the construction site ahead. Crack! A leather whip suddenly lashed out at the man, and a cold voice rang out. "Hurry up, stop dawdling." The man still didn't dare to reply, gritting his teeth to keep from collapsing, and then struggled to walk towards the construction site. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that the man not only had a limp, but one of his arms had also been broken. Along the way, the foreman would whip him every now and then, but the man silently endured it without uttering a sound. The other workers around him looked on with pity at the sight. However, they had no voice. People had spoken up for him before, but they were all whipped, so now no one dared to speak up for him. Arriving at the construction site, the man laboriously threw the cement on the ground and prepared to continue carrying it. "Old Chen, why don't you sneak a break? You'll collapse like this," a cement mixer whispered. "Do you think they'll let me rest? Hey, why can't you control your mouth? Don't say anything. What's done is done, there's no use regretting it now. If it weren't for my son, I would have gone with his mother long ago." "Ouch, Chen the cripple, you dare to slack off." The two had only exchanged a few words when a young man noticed. He walked over, picked up a whip, and began to lash the man mercilessly. "I'll teach you to chat. I'll teach you to slack off." The young man became more and more excited with each beating. This man was someone High GE had specifically instructed to take good care of. He finally got his chance, he had to teach him a lesson. Soon, the middle-aged man was whipped until his skin was torn and bleeding. "Brother, stop whipping him. You'll kill him if you keep going," the man who had been talking to the middle-aged man pleaded. "What, you want to be whipped too? No. If you don't want to, then get lost." The man ultimately didn't dare to argue with him, only watching with some pity as the middle-aged man rolled on the ground. The young man, however, showed no sign of stopping, continuing to whip the middle-aged man on the ground. As long as he wasn't beaten to death, it was fine. At that moment, 2 cars pulled up outside the base, and 9 people got out. "This should be it," Yang Bin said. "Yeah, Brother Bin, let's go straight in," Chen Hao said impatiently. "Okay." Yang Bin nodded, habitually activating his true sight to survey the base. Upon entering, he saw a scene of beating. The victim seemed vaguely familiar. When he focused his attention on the other person's face, he instantly flew into a rage. Go! Chapter 167 Uncontrollable Rage. "Who are you? Where did you come from?" Seeing a group of people rushing towards the base, the gatekeeper shouted loudly. Thump, thump. 2 muffled thuds rang out, and 2 gatekeepers were instantly sent flying, collapsing unconscious to the ground. The group didn't even glance back, charging directly into the base. Soon, a team of evolved humans maintaining order noticed the situation and rushed towards them. "Who the hell dares to cause trouble in the base? Are you looking for death?" a man who appeared to be the team leader shouted. However, before he finished speaking, a tang sword pierced his neck instantly, the powerful force pinning him to the wall behind him. Yang Bin was in a state of rage. Coming to provoke him at this moment would be suicidal. The others were startled by this scene and hesitated to approach. Yang Bin ignored them and led his group quickly towards the scene of the incident. Soon, the group arrived at the construction site and immediately saw a young man whipping a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had disheveled hair, tattered clothes, and his body was already covered in cuts and bruises from the whipping. He was curled up in a ball. "Dad!" Even though the man's current disheveled appearance was completely different from the father he knew, Chen Hao recognized him at a glance. The man being beaten was his father. Chen Hao's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and he rushed over with superhuman speed. "Fuck your mother!" A furious punch smashed the young man's head open. The once arrogant young man didn't even have time to react before he became a headless corpse. Blood splattered everywhere, startling everyone around. Seeing the headless body lying on the ground, the surrounding workers quickly backed away, staring at Chen Hao in shock. The other supervisors were also frightened by the scene and quickly ran back. Chen Hao ignored the others, quickly squatted down, and helped the man up, calling out in a trembling voice, "Dad!" Hearing Chen Hao's voice, the middle-aged man struggled to open his eyes, looking at Chen Hao so close to him with disbelief. "How, Hazi? Yes, it's me, Dad. I'm late. Is this, really?" The man reached out and touched Chen Hao's face, still unable to believe it, even feeling the warmth of his hand. "Dad, really, I'm back. I've come back to find you." Chen Hao grasped the man's hand, making sure he could clearly feel his presence. "Really, it's Hazi back. You're alright, that's so good." A look of relief appeared on the man's face, but he quickly remembered something and said anxiously, "You need to leave quickly. Don't stay in this base. They know you're my son, they won't let you go." The man tried to get up after saying that, but he couldn't manage it after several struggles. "It's alright, Dad, I'm here. Everything will be alright." Chen Hao comforted his father with some heartache. "You child, why won't you listen? They are all powerful evolved beings, we can't fight them. Knowing you're still alive, Dad is so relieved. Hurry up, if they come, you won't be able to leave." The man anxiously tried to push Chen Hao away. "Leave? You think you can just walk away after killing someone? Do you think that's possible?" Just then, a large group of people suddenly rushed out from behind, surrounding everyone. Seeing these people, fear immediately appeared on the faces of those around them, and they all lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Chen Hao's father, Chen Dongming, looked ashen-faced. "Oh, so it's you, Chen the cripple. Are these the people you called? What, are you dissatisfied with life in the base?" The young man at the head of the group looked at Chen Dongming and sneered. "No, brother Hai, don't misunderstand, I don't know them, they were just passing by. Please, let them go." Chen Dongming pleaded anxiously, trying to get up, but Chen Hao held him down. "Let them go? Haha, are you kidding me? Daring to kill someone in the base, do you think he has any chance of survival?" The young man laughed loudly. "You two look quite alike. This wouldn't happen to be your good-for-nothing son you keep talking about, would he?" "No, really not." Puffed. Chen Dongming tried to explain, but suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, then his eyes rolled back and he fainted. "Dad! Liangzi, come quick!" Chen Hao shouted anxiously to Hu Wenliang. Hu Wenliang didn't hesitate and immediately rushed over, checking the man's injuries. Then, beams of white light fell on the middle-aged man. Yang Bin and the others also gathered around, their faces grim as they looked at Chen Hao's father's injuries. Chen Hao's father was covered in wounds, clearly the result of long-term beatings, old wounds accumulating new ones before they healed. Moreover, one of his arms and one of his legs were broken. It wasn't hard to imagine the torture he had suffered in this base. Everyone could feel the barely suppressed rage in Chen Hao's eyes. Even Yang Bin was completely enraged, his extremely calm expression told them that their captain was utterly furious. A superhuman. A healing superhuman. The young man called Hai Ge's eyes lit up as he looked at the white light in Hu Wenliang's hand. A healing superhuman. That's more precious than a national treasure. If the base had a healing superhuman, wouldn't that be incredibly awesome? Hai Ge didn't rush to act, he wanted to see how effective the superhuman's ability was. Under Hu Wenliang's healing, Chen Hao's father's injuries quickly healed, including the reattachment of his severed hands and feet. Seeing this, Hai Ge's eyes widened even more. This was practically a miracle. "Quick, notify Li Ge. There's some incredibly good news here. Tell him to come back immediately," Hai Ge whispered to his underling. "Okay." The underling obeyed and quickly left. Over here, Chen Dongming's injuries had healed, but he hadn't woken up. "Liangzi, what happened? Why hasn't my dad woken up yet?" Chen Hao asked anxiously. "It's probably due to exhaustion. He'll be fine after a rest." Perhaps because he'd been a stay-at-home dad for so long, Hu Wenliang noticed Chen Dongming's problem immediately. "Oh, that's good, thank you, Liangzi." Chen Hao breathed a sigh of relief. "What are you saying? Do we need to talk like this?" "Yeah." Chen Hao nodded, then handed Chen Dongming to Hu Wenliang. "Liangzi, could you please take care of my dad for me?" Chen Hao's voice was very calm, but Hu Wenliang could sense that he was about to lose control. "Okay." Hu Wenliang nodded and took Chen Dongming from Chen Hao. Chen Hao slowly stood up and looked at Yang Bin, saying, "Brother Bin, can I vent a little?" "Okay." Yang Bin nodded, then looked at the others and said, "Don't do anything for a while, let Hezi handle it himself." "Okay." Chapter 168 He's my dad. You, all deserve to die. Chen Hao glanced at the other party, then vanished from the spot. An ability user? Hai Ge stared wide-eyed at the suddenly disappeared Chen Hao. He then drew his weapon, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Unfortunately, it was useless. A sharp pain suddenly shot through his arm, and one of his arms flew off into the air. "Ah!" Hai Ge screamed, quickly clutching his arm, glaring angrily at the man who had suddenly appeared before him. "Kill him!" As Hai Ge's words fell, the evolved humans behind him charged towards Chen Hao. Chen Hao showed no fear, his figure appearing and disappearing like a phantom, his attacks extremely ruthless, each strike resulting in a head falling to the ground. This group numbered about 200, mostly 4th-tier evolved humans, with a dozen or so 5th-tier evolved humans. However, such strength was nothing more than cannon fodder in front of Chen Hao. The battle unfolded in a massacre. One by one, heads rolled, sending chills down the spines of those around. A 6th-tier ability user? Hai Ge's face showed shock. How could there be a 6th-tier evolved being here? At this moment, Hai Ge's heart sank. A 6th-tier ability user was far beyond their capabilities. Hai Ge then gave a few of his men a look, signaling them to capture Chen Dongming. The men nodded and slowly approached Chen Dongming. However, just as they got close, a tang sword suddenly flew past, instantly slitting their throats and leaving them on the ground. Seeing this, Hai Ge was completely stunned. How could there be another 6th-tier ability user? At this moment, Hai Ge was utterly terrified, stealthily taking a step back. However, after taking only 2 steps, a tang sword grazed his body and embedded itself in his foot, freezing him in place. The battle continued. Chen Hao slaughtered like a rage, killing anyone touched by his bayonet without injury. Some died without even seeing Chen Hao, their deaths shrouded in mystery. Soon, the evolved humans lost their will to fight and began to scatter and flee. Chen Hao clearly had no intention of letting them go, relentlessly pursuing and killing them. Yang Bin gave Zhong Yuansen a look. Zhong Yuansen nodded, then pressed his hands to the ground. Instantly, the ground collapsed, and a ring of earth rose up, trapping all the fleeing people inside. Another superhuman. Hai Ge's voice trembled. Finally, all 200 plus evolved humans were killed by Chen Hao before Zhong Yuansen restored the floor to its original state. Then, Chen Hao slowly walked up to Hai Ge. Hai Ge was so frightened that he sat down on the ground with a thud. It's not my fault, they were the ones who did it. Really? Really, I swear, I really didn't lay a hand on him. Young man, don't believe him. Your dad got into this mess because he offended him. The co-worker who had been chatting with Chen Dongming suddenly spoke up. Hai Ge glared angrily at him, immediately shutting up in fear. Don't believe him, it didn't happen, Hai Ge said. However, his response was to have another arm fly off. Ah! Hai Ge screamed again. Just then, a large group of people rushed back from outside the base. Hi, I heard you have good news to tell me. What is it? The young man in the lead asked excitedly. However, he froze on the spot after speaking. Looking at the heads and corpses scattered on the ground, the man's face immediately darkened. Brother Li, save me! Hai Ge cried out as if he had grasped a lifeline when he saw the man. This is the great news you were talking about. Brother Li said, his face ashen. Brother Li, let me explain. Alright, stop explaining. I'll deal with you later. Brother Li finished speaking and looked at Yang Bin and the others, coldly saying, Who are you? Where did you come from? How dare you kill people in my base? You're the leader of this base? Chen Hao looked coldly at Brother Li. Yes, I'm the boss of this base. Everything here is under my control, Brother Li declared proudly. Very good. Chen Hao snorted coldly, then vanished from his spot. An invisibility type ability user? Brother Li frowned, waved his hand, and a shield appeared on his body. He then said to the people behind him, You guys go and control the others. The opponent is invisible, so just capture these people and force them to reveal themselves. Hearing his words, hundreds of people behind him instantly rushed towards Yang Bin and the others. Boss, can we fight back? Old Hei asked hesitantly. They've already come all this way. Aren't we just waiting to be killed if we don't fight back? Huzzy should have vented enough. Kill these people. Alright. Old Hei finished speaking and immediately unleashed a rain of fire, causing screams to erupt. Another one. Brother Hai shouted in despair from behind. What? Another one? Brother Li frowned. Brother Li, these people all seem to be ability users, and they're all at level 6. What the hell are you talking about? Brother Li roared. However, his anger quickly subsided. As Lao Hei made his move, the others followed suit. Zhao Kun's hands transformed into metal arms, one punch after another. Zhong Yuansen's ground spikes repeatedly pierced the backsides. Lin Yifei's freezing attack, Skinny Monkey's wind blades, Fang Sija's light waves, Huwen Lion's dark light. Except for Yang Bin, everyone else made their move, and their actions completely terrified their opponents. Brother Li stood frozen in place. How is this possible? They're all at level 6. Brother Li's voice trembled. Brothers, we might have a misunderstanding. How about we stop and talk it out? Misunderstanding my ass. A voice suddenly rang in his ear. Immediately afterward, a flash of black light and a dagger shattered his shield, severing an arm in the process. Under Chen Hao's sharp edge, Brother Li's shield was like paper, utterly useless. Brother Li's face was filled with shock. He couldn't understand how his shield could be broken so easily. However, this Brother Li was no ordinary man. He gritted his teeth and refused to utter a sound. I don't know where we've offended you all. I apologize on your behalf. If you need compensation, just go to the warehouse and get it, we still have some supplies there. Where have we offended you? Chen Hao revealed himself and pointed to Chen Dongming beside him. You know him, right? Brother Li looked over and quickly recognized the man as one of the workers in the base. He recognized him because he had seen the man beaten horribly. However, he didn't care. In their base, his men had the power of life and death. The lives of these servants were none of his concern. However, Chen Hao's next words were like a bucket of cold water poured over him. He's my father. Chapter 169 Chen Hao's Ruthlessness. Hearing Chen Hao's words, Brother Li felt as if the sky had fallen. He had initially thought it was just a minor conflict, something that could be resolved with some compensation. Now he realized the hatred was deeper than a blood feud. Brother Li, I know this guy. Apparently, it's because when Brother Hai took a fancy to a woman and forcibly brought her back, he said something to Brother Hai, and then Brother Hai ordered people to take good care of him, a henchman whispered. Brother Li instantly glared at Brother Hai, his eyes filled with murderous intent. You fucking bastard, you're really asking for it. You son of a bitch, I'll kill you. Brother Lee grabbed a machete and charged at Brother Hai. No, Brother Lee, I was wrong, don't kill me. Bang! With a kick, Brother Lee was sent flying. Stop playing the victim here, Chen Hao said coldly. At this moment, everyone else stopped. Seeing that this group was all 6th-tier ability users, none of them dared to move. It was ridiculous to continue in this situation, it was tantamount to suicide. Chen Hao approached Hai Ge again. I heard you were the one who arranged for my dad to be looked after? Brother, I was wrong. I was really wrong, I'll never do it again. Hai Ge was completely terrified. He thought Hai Ge was just an ordinary farmer. Who would have thought he had such powerful backing? You should have said you had such a powerful son earlier. If you had, would I have dared to treat you like this? I would have treated you like royalty. Unfortunately, his pleas for mercy were doomed to fail. Chen Hao squatted down, his bayonet plunging directly into Hai Ge's thigh. Since you like to take care of people so much, then I'll take care of you too. With that, Chen Hao slowly pulled the bayonet down. Ah! Hai Ge's scream echoed throughout the base, sending chills down everyone's spine at the sight. Soon, one of Hai Ge's legs was cleaved vertically in two, the pain causing him to faint. However, quickly, the dagger plunged into the thigh of his other leg, instantly waking him from the agony. Similarly, it was pulled down, cleaving his other leg in two as well. Ah, you fucking dare kill me! Hai Ge roared. Don't worry, you'll definitely die, but it won't be easy, Chen Hao said coldly. Then, the military dagger relentlessly struck Hai Ge's body. Sharpened by its edge, the knife was incredibly sharp, each swing tearing away a chunk of flesh from Hai Ge's body. Ah! Ah! Hai Ge's screams grew increasingly agonizing, until finally, he could no longer utter a sound. The surrounding workers, witnessing this scene, showed expressions of terror on their faces, some even turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight. Li Ji and the evolved humans behind him were all pale-faced, but no one dared to speak up and stop them. Even Li Ji himself had decisively shut his mouth. Under Chen Hao's torture, Hai Ge finally succumbed to the pain in less than 10 minutes. At this moment, most of his body was just bone. Seeing this, even the members of the Starfall squad frowned. Yangbin looked at Chen Hao with some worry, concerned that his mental state might be affected. Seeing that Hai Ge was no longer breathing, Chen Hao stood up and turned to look at Li Ji. Seeing Chen Hao's gaze, Li Ji felt a chill run down his spine. Brother, this was indeed Hai's fault, and he's already received his due punishment. How about we just let it go? Let it go? Do you think that's possible? Chen Hao said coldly. Then what do you want, brother? How about this, we still have a lot of supplies in our warehouse, I'll compensate you with them all, what do you think? No good. Chen Hao shook his head, then walked step by step towards Li Ji. Brother, this has nothing to do with me. It was all that bastard Hai's doing. I really didn't know. Li Ji's voice was trembling with tears. This happened in your base. As the leader of the base, without your support, this wouldn't have happened. So, you deserve to die too, Chen Hao said coldly. Brother, isn't this a bit unreasonable? Reasonable? Ha! You're talking to me about reason. In this world, might makes right. As the leader of the base, you can't be so ignorant? Hearing Chen Hao's words, Brother Li's face darkened completely. Is there really no room for maneuver? No, today, you are going to die. Of course, you can choose to run away. If you can escape, perhaps your life will be spared. Brother Li's expression kept changing, clearly considering the chances of escape. However, when he glanced at Yang Bin and the others, he immediately abandoned the idea of running away. Their opponents were all 6th-tier ability users. How could he, a 5th-tier peak user, possibly escape? Watching Chen Hao approach step by step, Brother Li's face showed even more struggle. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he knelt down. Big brother, don't kill me. I'm still useful. I'm a superhuman, I can do anything for you. Having enjoyed a life of luxury, he feared death more than anyone else. What did face matter? Living was the only truth. He truly didn't want to die. He was a superhuman, one day he would soar to the heavens. How could he die here? Li Ji's kneeling left everyone speechless. In this base, Li Ji was like an emperor. His words were like imperial edicts, no one dared disobey. Anyone who disobeyed was beaten to death. Especially when the base was first established, many people hadn't yet adjusted. During that time, Li Ji's ruthless methods were terrifying. Even now, everyone in the base was terrified of him. No one expected that this domineering ruler before them would kneel on the ground so utterly without dignity. At this moment, many workers felt incredibly relieved. Indeed, the wicked must be punished by the wicked. The evolved individuals following Brother Li felt their beliefs crumble one by one. Is this still the Brother Li we know? Yang Bin also glanced at the other man with some surprise, but only for a moment. This kind of trick won't work on Chen Hao. Sure enough, seeing the other man kneel down, Chen Hao only paused for a moment, then walked up to Brother Li and sneered. Ability users, are they that powerful? Sorry, the last thing we lack is superhumans. After saying that, Chen Hao didn't hesitate and swiftly brought down his knife, sending Brother Li's other arm flying. Chapter 170 Taking over the base. Ah! Brother Li screamed and collapsed to the ground, his eyes fixed on Chen Hao. Both arms were gone, meaning he had no chance of ever recovering. You're ruthless. Thanks, Brother Bin will love it when you praise me like that. Chen Hao remained unmoved, raising his bayonet again to stab the man's thigh, preparing to use the same method he used on Brother Hai. He didn't know anything about torture, he was just doing what he thought was right. Alright, Huzzy, don't stab him anymore. Save his abilities for your dad. It wouldn't be good if you accidentally killed him, Yang Bin said. Okay. Chen Hao nodded, stopping his actions, then looked at the survivors behind Brother Li. Seeing him, the other evolved humans turned ashen-faced, their legs trembling, clearly terrified by Chen Hao's methods. However, Chen Hao ultimately didn't attack again. After venting his anger, his fury gradually subsided. Although his father had suffered greatly, at least he had survived. Without this base, it was uncertain whether his father would still be alive today. In a sense, this base had saved his father's life. Therefore, with his anger subsided, Chen Hao refrained from killing. Seeing that Chen Hao hadn't made a move, Yang Bin nodded with some relief. Whether or not to kill these people was secondary, his concern was whether Chen Hao's temperament had been affected. Now it seemed he was alright. Then, Yang Bin looked at Fang Sijia and said, "This location is good. Let's take over this base directly." Yeah, I think it's good too. It's spacious enough, surrounded by mountains, but with sufficient safety distance. Plus, there are fields and land nearby. If we encompass the entire town and the surrounding fields, we can achieve self-sufficiency in no time. Okay, let's settle here then. Later, we'll clear out the zombies in town and expand the base to cover the entire town. Alright, Fang Sijia nodded. As for the remaining evolved humans, do you think we should kill them all or utilize them? Yang Bin asked. I think it's better to utilize them. With us around, they can't cause any real trouble. Besides, I reckon they're all scared of Hezi and wouldn't dare have any other ideas. The base is expanding now, and we're desperately short-handed. These people are perfect for us. Yeah, that's what I thought too. But we can't guarantee their character, so you'll probably have to put in a lot of effort. Don't worry, Captain, I'm good at this. Alright, as long as you're confident. Also, these survivors are probably farmers from the surrounding area. We'll be relying on them for farming from now on, so we need to make good use of them. These people are easy to handle. Judging from their appearance, they must have had a tough time at the base before. Today they witnessed our iron blood side. I just need to improve their living conditions a little, and it should be relatively easy to win them back. Alright, then I'll leave it to you. I won't get involved much in the base's affairs. I'll continue leading the Starfall squad to kill zombies and improve our strength. Don't worry about your strength, I'll leave you enough crystals to ensure your strength keeps up. Thank you for your trust, Captain. I will definitely live up to your expectations. I believe in you. After talking with Fang Sijia, Yang Bin went to Chen Hao's side and patted him on the shoulder. Feeling better? Yeah. Chen Hao nodded, then looked at Yang Bin and said, Brother Bin, was I really scary just now? With your skills, how scary could you be? You're overthinking it. Let's go. Take Uncle to the room inside and let him get a good night's sleep. Judging from his appearance, he probably hasn't had a good night's sleep in a long time. Okay. Then, Chen Hao carried Chen Dongming on his back, while Yang Bin had Hu Wenliang drag Brother Li along, and the group headed towards the house inside the base. The rest of the group stayed behind to cooperate with Fang Sijia. The base wasn't large, with a total population of less than 2,000. Besides the few hundred evolved humans under Li Ji's control, there were over 1,000 survivors. These survivors had all fled from nearby villages. Within the base, the polarization was extreme, evident even in the living quarters. The houses near the center were newly built, with better environments and larger spaces. The houses on the outer perimeter were temporary structures, just piles of stones and mud, barely providing shelter from the wind and rain. The environment was dark and damp, and each room was tiny, much smaller than the ones they had seen at the official base in Star City. What frowned on Yang Bin most was that while he could see some elderly, weak, and disabled people at the official base, he hadn't seen any here after several searches. The biggest reason was probably that the elderly, weak, and disabled couldn't escape here. But there must have been strong and healthy people who had escaped with their families. The absence of the elderly, weak, and disabled in the base most likely meant they had been eliminated by Li Ji. After all, these people couldn't work and would only waste food. Yang Bin couldn't help but sigh. This Brother Li was ruthless enough. Given enough time, he might truly become a powerful figure. The group arrived at the largest house in the very center. This, without a doubt, was Brother Li's house. Upon arriving, several women dressed as maids came out, about to bow in greeting, but they realized it wasn't Brotherly. Then, seeing Brotherly being dragged along like a limbless stick by Yuan, the women's eyes widened in shock. Although the fighting had been loud, they hadn't gone to investigate and didn't know what was happening. As Brotherly's personal maids, they weren't allowed to leave the house without his permission, otherwise, if he found out, he would definitely break their legs. They harbored a deep-seated fear of Brotherly. However, suddenly seeing Brotherly as a limbless stick, the women were momentarily stunned. Seeing these women, Yang Bin and the others couldn't help but sigh. This Brotherly certainly knew how to enjoy life. They had fought their way up, and their strength was considerable, but when it came to lifestyle, they really couldn't compare to this guy. However, personal preferences differ. Yang Bin and his group prioritized strength. Women would only hinder their ability to draw their swords. You can leave now. This place is ours to live in from now on. We don't need your service, Yang Bin said. The women, still somewhat dazed by Yang Bin's words, looked at Brotherly, seemingly awaiting his orders. It wasn't hard to imagine that these women were absolutely terrified of Brotherly. You think this guy can command you? Yuan kicked the ashen-faced Brotherly. But, he has so many subordinates. One of the women mustered her courage and said tremblingly, do you think his subordinates can still cause trouble when he's in this state? Get out of here, or you'll all be serving me tonight. Yang Bin said impatiently. Okay. The women lowered their heads and whispered, but did not leave. What do you mean? What's so good about it? Didn't you say we were to serve you tonight? Damn it, you guys only heard the second half of what he said? Didn't you hear me tell you to leave? The women exchanged bewildered glances. They had assumed the first part was just a prelude, and the second part was the main point. But it seemed they had misunderstood. Aren't you going to leave? Do you want to end up like him? Yuan chimed in from the side. At that moment, the women finally realized that he was indeed telling them to leave. Then, the women bowed to the group and quickly departed. Chapter 171 Incorporation. After Yang Bin and the others left, Fang Sija approached the remaining 200-odd evolved humans. Originally, there were over 500 evolved humans in the base. Chen Hao killed about 200, and the others killed over 100, leaving only these 200-odd. At this moment, these 200-odd evolved humans were terrified, yet dared not flee, and could only stand there awaiting judgment. Do you want to live? Fang Sija suddenly asked. Yes. The evolved humans nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice. Alright, I can give you a chance to live, but it's only once. Whether you seize it or not is up to you. From now on, you'll stay at the base and work. I'll observe your performance to see if it's necessary for you to remain. Of course, you can choose to resist or escape. If you manage to escape, that's your own skill. However, I must remind you that all members of the Starfall squad are tier 6, the captain is even higher, and they are all ability users. Before you choose to resist or escape, consider whether you're confident you can escape from us. If you choose to escape and fail, the consequences will be like his. Fang Sija pointed to High Ge, whose body was half skeleton, not far away. All the evolved beings involuntarily shuddered. Clearly, High Ge's fate was their nightmare. After all, they had witnessed how that skeleton was formed. Don't worry, we absolutely won't run away. We'll definitely work diligently. The group of evolved beings quickly declared their stance. Just kidding, who could escape from a group of tier 6 evolved beings? They had no doubt about the truth of the other party's words, because they had witnessed their strength firsthand. All of them were 6th tier ability users. As for whether the captain who hadn't yet made a move was above 6th tier, they weren't sure, but since the other party had said so, it must be true. The thought of someone possibly surpassing 6th tier sent shivers down everyone's spines. It was too monstrous. I'm not worried about you escaping. With your strength, even if we let you escape, you wouldn't survive. The zombies outside are not to be trifled with. However, since you've chosen to stay, you'll have to obey me from now on. I'll draft a set of rules later, and everyone must abide by them. Anyone who dares to violate them will be killed. A merciful leader doesn't command troops. With this group, Fang Sija was straightforward and brutal. Everyone trembled inwardly, then quickly nodded. Yes. Don't look so gloomy. This might be an opportunity for you. As long as your performance satisfies me, you'll be members of this base from now on. Following us is better than following that good-for-nothing Brotherly, right? With our strength, aside from everything else, at least your safety in this apocalypse will be guaranteed. And you won't need to fear anyone when you go out. Everyone will have to be wary of you. Hearing Fang Sija's words, everyone present's eyes lit up. Yeah, these people are so awesome. Following them means they'll be awesome too. If you can't beat them, join them. That's the wisest choice. Suddenly, those who had joined reluctantly became volunteers, all thinking about how to gain the other party's approval. It must be said that Fang Sija's strategy of giving a slap followed by a sweet treat was quite effective. The slap was hard, but the sweet treat was also incredibly heartwarming. After all, in the apocalypse, everyone wants to follow the strong. The strength of the Starfall squad was undeniable. After working on the mindset of these evolved individuals, Fang Sijia approached a large group of workers. He was much gentler with these workers. Moreover, they were much easier to handle than the evolved individuals. Since they had already suffered in the base, Fang Sijia simply promised to provide them with better housing and double their daily supplies, and these workers were incredibly grateful. Having endured more than a month of apocalyptic torment, these people had long since accepted reality. Now, all they wanted was to survive and have food to eat. They dared not ask for much more. After communicating, Fang Sijia instructed them to move all the corpses on the ground to a corner. These corpses should provide enough food to feed a considerable number of zombies, so they shouldn't be wasted. Following this, he sent Skinny Monkey, Zhao Kun, and Old Blackback to bring Little Orange and the others, and also to retrieve the troop transport vehicle. Inside a room in the central building of the base, Chen Dongming had woken up and was recounting his post-apocalyptic experiences to Chen Hao. Yang Bin and Hu Wenliang silently watched the heartwarming scene between the father and son in our living room. Brother Bin, once the base stabilizes, I want to go back for a visit, Hu Wenliang suddenly said. Okay, we'll go with you then, but you should be mentally prepared. Huzi is already doing quite well, Yang Bin said. Hu Wenliang nodded. A short while later, Chen Hao and Chen Dongming emerged. Chen Dongming, who had previously appeared dejected, looked much better. He had persevered until now because of his deep concern for Chen Hao. Now that his son had finally returned safely, nothing could make him happier. Chen Dongming recognized Yang Bin immediately upon exiting the building and excitedly grasped Yang Bin's hand. Xiao Bin, it's so good to see you again. Huzi said he would have died long ago if it weren't for you. Uncle really doesn't know how to thank you. Uncle, what are you saying? Huzi and I have been best brothers since childhood. We help each other, there's no question of one relying on the other. If it weren't for him, I would have died long ago too. Please don't mention thanking me. Okay, it's alright as long as you're alive. Chen Dongming's eyes welled up with tears. He had always liked Yang Bin. It was because of him that Chen Hao's character became stronger, and his grades improved dramatically. Therefore, when Chen Hao often brought Yang Bin home, he and Chen Hao's mother were always very happy to see him. Dad, this is Wen Lian, our roommate. He's a healing type ability user. He's saved my life countless times along the way. He even healed your injuries, your hands, and your feet, Chen Hao introduced Hu Wenliang to Chen Dongming. Hello, uncle, Hu Wenliang quickly greeted him. Yes, thank you, Wenliang. Uncle, you're welcome. It's what I should do. Huzi is truly blessed to have teammates like you, Chen Dongming remarked. Huzi, go to Sijia's place later and get some crystals. Let's raise uncle's strength to the peak of the 5th rank first. I'll transfer uncle's power tonight. Okay. Remember, start from the 1st rank. Don't skip ahead, or he won't be able to handle it. Understood. Let uncle manage those workers at the base from now on. I think uncle has good interpersonal relationships, it should be easier for him to manage them. Okay. I'm just a farmer, I don't know anything about management. Chen Dongming quickly waved his hand. Don't worry, uncle. With Sijia there, you don't need to do anything. Just keep an eye on things occasionally. Huzi and I are often out, so we don't have much time to stay at the base. Consider this a favor to us, Yang Bin said. All right. Yes, but uncle, this is the apocalypse, different from before. So if you encounter any disobedient children, they still need to be punished. If you don't know how to handle it, just tell Sijia, and he'll take care of it. Okay. Chapter 172 Steady Progress. Inside the base, Fang Sijia was arranging various matters. The base needed to expand to encompass the entire town, including the surrounding farmland, and many facilities needed improvement. The workload was enormous. Besides the regular workers, the evolved individuals had also joined the construction. These people had plenty of strength and were far more efficient than the ordinary workers. Previously, they didn't have to do these tasks at the base, they only needed to watch. Now, at Fang Sijia's request, they had to do everything. However, these people dared not voice any objections and worked extremely hard. They were all now hoping to perform well and gain his approval. Originally, Fang Sijia had wanted Zhong Yuansen to use his supernatural abilities to build houses. However, he discovered that Zhong Yuansen only built mud houses. They were fine for short periods, but uncomfortable for long-term living. Moreover, because he lacked experience in building houses, what he built were more like boxes than houses, truly unsightly. In the end, Fang Sijia had to give up. However, Zhong Yuansen's seemingly effortless construction of a house on the spot severely shocked everyone present. Sure enough, none of these people were simple. Just as everyone was busily engaged in their tasks, a troop transport vehicle slowly drove into the base. When everyone curiously looked over, their expressions changed drastically. A tiger. Holy crap, such a huge tiger. It's a mutated tiger. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. This tiger exuded an incredibly terrifying sense of oppression. Although it hadn't attacked yet, they were certain that if it did, it would be one-shotted, even if they were evolved beings. Everyone looked at Fang Sija and his group, hoping they could handle the tiger. However, what happened next left them utterly astonished. The vehicle stopped, and the three people who had just left got out. One of them petted the enormous tiger, and the tiger obediently lay down on the ground. This scene left everyone momentarily stunned. "You're back," Fang Sija greeted them. "Let me introduce you all. This is Yuan, a 7th-tier mutated tiger, and a member of the Starfall squad. From now on, it will protect everyone's safety within the base." 7th tier? Everyone's eyes widened. 6th tier was invincible to them, and there was a 7th tier? And a mutated tiger at that? No one doubted the combat power of a mutated tiger. A 7th-tier mutated tiger was definitely beyond the reach of a 7th-tier evolved human. The strength of the Starfall squad was already astonishing enough, but now they realized they had only seen the tip of the iceberg. The terrifying power of the Starfall squad was simply unimaginable. A moment later, Ziojuzi also got out of the car. Fang Sija introduced it as well. "This is Ziojuzi, a 6th-tier mutated cat, also a member of the Starfall squad. From now on, it will basically be staying at the base permanently. With it here, I believe there shouldn't be any rats in the base." By now, everyone inside the base was numb with shock. They automatically filtered out Fang Sija's double entendre. They couldn't muster any other thoughts. All they wanted was to work diligently within the base, clinging tightly to the Starfall squad, a leg as thick as it could possibly be. No, a leg that was incredibly strong, a leg that couldn't be thicker. "Alright, you guys continue working. Big Yellow and Little Orange stay here." "Yes, sir." Everyone didn't dare hesitate and worked even harder. Fang Sija and his team drove the troop transport vehicle into the base. Soon, the vehicle stopped outside the central building. Yang Bin and the others came out upon hearing the vehicle. "You're here. Is everything arranged?" Yang Bin asked Fang Sija. "Yes, it's mostly arranged, but surrounding the entire town is a huge undertaking. We still have too few people, it'll probably take quite a while." "It's alright, no rush. Take your time. We'll get more people eventually. If we find suitable ones when we go out, we'll bring them back. I plan to divide the personnel into combat and support staff. The combat staff will mainly be responsible for combat and will help you deal with large numbers of zombies. The support staff will mainly be responsible for construction and production within the base, ensuring sufficient logistical supplies." That makes sense. Some of the older men can be support staff, Uncle Chen can manage them. The younger ones can be combat staff, but we need to ensure their character. We'll observe them within the base for a period of time to confirm their feasibility before considering providing them with resources. Okay, let's agree on this for now. From now on, you're in charge of things at the base. You don't need to consult me. I need to ensure the Starfall squad's strength remains at the forefront, so I probably won't be at the base most of the time. Okay, let's go. Get some food. After we eat, I'll take them to clear out the zombies near the town. You stay at the base to supervise them. Okay. The group returned to their room. Fang Sija retrieved some food from the alternate dimension. After a simple meal, Yang Bin led the group away from the base. There weren't many zombies in the town. The town's population was small to begin with, and with Li Ji and the others clearing out the zombies, they didn't see any even after walking quite a distance. Yang Bin and the others headed directly to clear out the villages near the town. Generally speaking, rural areas are indeed much safer than cities. A village only has 100 or 200 people, and even larger villages only have 500 or 600. It's difficult for zombies to form a large-scale horde. Even if a high-level zombie gathered all the zombies from several nearby villages together, the number would only be 1,000 or 2,000 at most. Most bases could withstand a zombie horde of this size. Therefore, Yang Bin's strategy of returning to the countryside to develop his influence was correct. However, the countryside also has its disadvantages, such as a lack of various resources and a small population that hinders the expansion of his influence. But Yang Bin isn't planning on large-scale expansion right now, he just wants a safe place to settle down and enough food to be self-sufficient. His goal remains always to increase his strength. Once he's strong enough, influence will simply be icing on the cake. If they really want to develop, they can simply retake the county seat. Ru County has a total population of just over 300,000. But the number of zombies is estimated to be over 200,000. Given time, they can wipe them all out. However, the population density in the county seat is much higher, so Yang Bin plans to clear the villages one by one first. Once the zombies in these villages are cleared, their strength might even increase, and then they can consider attacking the county seat. A steady and methodical approach is the way to survive in the apocalypse. Chapter 173 Cleanup. For the next period, Fang Sija was in charge of the base's affairs, while Yang Bin led the others to clear out the zombies village by village. As time went on, the number of Tier 6 zombies gradually increased, with 1 or 2 encountered each day. Moreover, due to the sparse population in rural areas, Tier 6 zombies didn't have many subordinates. They typically gathered zombies from nearby villages, sometimes numbering 2 to 3,000, sometimes as few as 7 or 800. The villages in Ru County weren't as large as those in the plains. Due to the terrain, the villages were quite scattered. A village with 1 or 200 households was considered large. Within a 10-mile radius, there were usually only a few villages, making it difficult for zombies to gather a large force. This made clearing easier for Yang Bin and his team. With their team's strength, 2 to 3,000 zombies were no problem at all. Basically, any Tier 6 zombie they saw had no chance of escape. Besides killing zombies outside, Yang Bin also had Zhong Yuan build a large pit behind their housing inside the base, creating a cage-like structure similar to the Wang family's. This area was designated a restricted zone. No one else was allowed to approach, including their warehouse, which was also built here and personally guarded by the Huang. When they encountered stronger Tier 5 zombies outside, they would break their limbs and bring them back, then throw the corpses of the previously evolved humans at them. Under these circumstances, Tier 6 zombies would spawn every few days. During this time, they had amassed a considerable amount of Tier 6 crystals. While clearing out zombies, they also scavenged for supplies. Rural households generally stockpiled grain, especially farmers. It was normal for their warehouses to hold thousands of kilograms of rice. Sometimes, when clearing out a larger village, the troop transport vehicles weren't enough to hold everything. They had to have Zhao Kun and his team transport one load back first, then bring Fang Sija over to continue transporting the rest using his alternate dimension, sometimes even making several trips. In this respect, the city simply couldn't compare. There were also pickled vegetables, dried vegetables, and cured meats, things rarely seen in the city but quite common in the countryside. It's fair to say that after the apocalypse, the survival rate in rural areas was far higher than in cities. Even while clearing zombies from various villages, they found quite a few survivors. These people had survived for over a month in the apocalypse, a situation unimaginable in the city. However, these survivors were mostly hiding in cellars. Ru County ginger is quite famous. Almost every household grows ginger, and many families dig cellars to store it. After the apocalypse, some people with enough food reserves escaped by hiding in cellars. However, the moment the people emerged from the cellars, Yang Bin and the others almost vomited on the spot. These people had eaten, drunk, and relieved themselves in the cellar for over a month. The smell was indescribable. Lin Yifei, in particular, vomited on the spot. This wasn't the kind of vomiting one feels upon seeing blood. This was vomiting from the stench. Yang Bin let the rescued people go to the base on their own. They had cleared out most of the zombies along the way, so the journey was relatively safe. The base was still expanding rapidly and needed manpower, and these people needed shelter, so they naturally didn't refuse. Besides ordinary survivors, Yang Bin and his group also encountered some evolved individuals. These evolved individuals weren't very strong, nor did they have any ambition. Their sole aim was survival. These were basically groups of villagers who dared to kill zombies, hiding in secluded spots within the village to ambush and kill lone zombies. Upon meeting Yang Bin and his group, they were all awestruck by their immense strength. Yang Bin also invited them to the base. Most were happy to go, but some didn't want to be restricted, believing that as evolved individuals, they could survive. Yang Bin didn't bother with these people. They could go if they wanted. If the base weren't short-staffed, Yang Bin wouldn't have bothered calling them. Everything proceeded steadily according to Yang Bin's plan. However, there were some unexpected developments. While there were far fewer zombies in the countryside than in the city, there were far more mutated beasts. Most of the mutated beasts had actually entered the forest. Perhaps this was simply animal instinct. Perhaps it was because there were too many zombies outside, forcing them to retreat into the forest. After all, zombies and mutated beasts are natural enemies. Encounters almost always result in mutual destruction. However, there are still quite a few low-intelligence mutated beasts outside. For example, rats. Yang Bin and his team were once attacked by a large group of rats during a field operation. That battle, facing the swarms of rats, exhausted them considerably. Fortunately, these rats weren't very strong, and after 2 or 3 hours of attrition, they killed tens of thousands of them before finally driving them back. This made Yang Bin realize that he still needed to be wary of these little creatures. In fact, it wasn't just rats, mosquitoes, cockroaches, and many other insects had also undergone some degree of mutation. However, because they were so weak, their improvements were minimal. For example, a mosquito bite used to feel almost no pain, just an itch and a swelling. A mutated mosquito bite might feel like a needle prick, and be itchier and have a larger swelling, but there wasn't a qualitative change. Their inherent weakness limited their potential. However, these weak creatures were often incredibly numerous. If countless mosquitoes were swarming an ordinary person, it would be unbearable. But evolved beings didn't need to worry, their thick skin made them impervious to mosquito bites. Therefore, the combat strength of mutated creatures still depends on their premutation strength. Things like ants and mosquitoes aren't too much of a concern. However, creatures that could harm humans before mutation will only become more terrifying after mutation. For example, tigers, lions, and crocodiles are difficult for humans to defeat within their own level. Fortunately, these large animals have returned to the forest, that's their home. They don't necessarily need to eat humans, countless animals in the forest are their food source, so they rarely come out. Big Yellow probably just happened to be out foraging when it saw a group of people fighting zombies. It thought it could pick up some easy prey, but instead, it got itself killed. After the apocalypse, the law of the jungle is even more severe. Previously powerful creatures will become even stronger because they can devour other creatures to improve themselves. Weaker creatures, to survive, can only unite and overcome through numbers. The world is now divided into 3 kingdoms. Mutant beasts dominate the forests, deterring both humans and zombies from entering. Zombies have taken over the cities, making them virtually their domain. Humans have retreated to the countryside, barely surviving. Of course, there are exceptions. For example, Kyoto, and other cities with large military presence. Some of these cities may still be under human control. After all, the military advantage is significant in the early stages. If they react quickly, they can eliminate the zombies before they mature. Chapter 174 Getting on the right track. Time passed day by day, and everyone, zombies, mutated beasts, and humans alike, was striving to improve. The Starfall base developed rapidly. Under Fang Sija's command, the walls continued to expand outwards, growing ever larger. With Yang Bin and his team sweeping raids, the population of the Starfall base was also slowly increasing. Aside from the first few days, Yang Bin took the initial group of evolved humans from the base out to clear out the zombies. Mainly, Yang Bin felt that mining crystals was too time-consuming, so he had these people help mine them. These evolved humans, after several days of training by Fang Sija, were all very obedient and cooperative. What Yang Bin didn't expect was that the leader of this group of evolved humans was actually Brother Li, whom they had met on the road earlier. The leader of the group that had told them the location of the base. However, although Yang Bin was surprised, he didn't say anything. He trusted Fang Sija. There must be a reason why this person was chosen as the leader. Sure enough, in subsequent interactions, Yang Bin discovered that Brother Li's loyalty was remarkably high. Later, Yang Bin learned from Fang Sija that Li Jiyi's wife had been forcibly taken by Li Jiyi because of her looks. She was one of the maids who came from Li Jiyi's house. For any man, such humiliation is unbearable. But Li Jiyi endured it, staying at the base to seek revenge. That day, when Yang Bin and the others questioned him, he initially didn't tell them because he didn't want these young people to enter the base. But later, discovering that these young people were extremely strong, he had Lao Zhu tell them, and then he even followed them back. He witnessed Yang Bin and his group destroy the entire base, even dismembering Li Jiyi into a human stump. From that moment on, Li Jiyi became determined to follow this group. He then proactively sought out Fang Sija to pledge his loyalty. After several days of observation and testing, Fang Sija confirmed Li Jiyi's stance and made him the captain of this group of evolved individuals, further elevating his strength to the peak of the 5th rank. Li Qinjui, also known as Brother Li, did not disappoint Fang Sija. Even Yang Bin found him quite handy. Orders were always carried out flawlessly. This saved Yang Bin a lot of trouble, otherwise, it would have been a waste to assign a member of the Starfall squad to supervise these people. With over 200 evolved humans helping to mine the crystals, Yang Bin and his group's sweeping speed increased significantly. On the 9th day, when the group arrived at a large village more than 10 kilometers away, Yang Bin unexpectedly discovered a 7th-tier zombie in the village. This 7th-tier zombie had only gathered over 3,000 subordinates, including 2 6th-tier zombies. At this time, Yang Bin, Chen Hao, and Huan Liang were already at the 7th tier, and the others were at the peak of the 6th tier. It could be said that this 7th-tier zombie was practically easy prey. However, this 7th-tier zombie had not yet realized the seriousness of the situation. Upon seeing people arrive at its stronghold, it became extremely excited, and a large horde of zombies rushed towards them. Yang Bin and the others, undeterred, charged straight at them. At this moment, everyone's weapons had been replaced with extra-large rebar. As their strength increased, the barbell was no longer sufficient, and tang swords or bayonets were equally inadequate, becoming useless after a short time. Later, the group discovered a large pile of rebar in a factory. A sudden inspiration struck. Lao He used his fire-based abilities to start a fire, while Zhong Yuansen used his earth-based abilities to create a mold, melting down over 10 extra-large pieces of rebar, each thicker than an arm and 1.8 meters long, with specially pointed ends for easy stabbing. Although their thickness made them somewhat uncomfortable to hold, they were incredibly satisfying to use, whether smashing or stabbing. Even the beautiful Lin Yifei was quite satisfied, though her way of using them was a little odd. The group charged into the horde of zombies, smashing everything in their path, leaving a trail of corpses in their wake. Meanwhile, Chen Hao stealthily approached a level 7 zombie. Chen Hao was the fastest at dealing with such high-level zombies. Killing Yang Bin wouldn't be difficult with his current strength, but it would still take some effort, especially with 2 level 6 zombies nearby, which could cause some trouble. But Chen Hao was different. He stealthily approached, imbued with a sharp edge, and launched a surprise attack. He had now mastered the ability of invisibility to perfection. Almost no one could detect him, except for Yang Bin. The 200-plus evolved humans behind him immediately joined the battle. With these powerful figures around, they only needed to pick off any stragglers from behind. They didn't need to charge in at the front. Because of their good performance recently, Yang Bin had given them some level 5 crystals, bringing their strength to the peak of level 5. Therefore, there was almost no danger in this battle. This strengthened the evolved humans' resolve to follow Yang Bin and the others. They hadn't killed zombies so comfortably in all the time since the apocalypse. The battle didn't last long. In just over 10 minutes, all 3,000-plus zombies were dealt with by the group. Chen Hao dealt with the 7th-tier zombie and 2 6th-tier zombies. With stealth and sharpness, survival was nearly impossible. Soon, the battlefield was cleared, and Chen Hao approached Yang Bin with a 7th-tier crystal and 2 6th-tier crystals. "Boss, you should eat the 7th-tier crystal. We're all at the peak of 6th tier, and we'll advance in 2 or 3 days. No need to waste this crystal, it will speed up your advancement," Zhao Kun said. Zhao Kun is right. Now that everyone's at 6th tier, let's continue with our previous method. Use the crystals you need first, and we'll consider using them when you're done, Chen Hao added. Okay. Yang Bin nodded, not refusing, and swallowed the crystal. Reaching the peak of 7th tier normally takes half a month, 6 or 7 days longer than reaching the peak of 6th tier. Relying solely on cultivation, it becomes increasingly difficult as you progress, but with the crystals, this time is significantly reduced. Therefore, humanity still has hope of surpassing the zombies. Soon, the others finished cleaning up the battlefield, handed the crystal to Yang Bin, and began scavenging supplies and searching for survivors house by house. They had been doing these things for days, and they were quite adept at it. This made Yang Bin truly appreciate the advantage of having more people. If it were just the few of them doing this, it would have taken an unimaginable amount of time. After looting the supplies, the evolved individuals returned them, while Yang Bin told them where to go next, and they could drive there. With everyone working together, their efficiency was extremely high. Half a month later, Yang Bin and his team had practically cleared out all the villages within a radius of dozens of kilometers, killing 50 to 60,000 zombies and obtaining 50 to 60,000 crystals, including more than 40 tier 6 crystals. Adding the zombies they had cultivated themselves, they had a total of more than 50 tier 6 crystals. The entire Starfall squad was now at tier 7, and Yang Bin had reached the peak of tier 7 2 days ago, and was expected to break through to tier 8 soon. The base now had more than 5,000 people, including more than 1,000 evolved individuals, all at the peak of tier 5. Among them, more than 10 evolved individuals that Fang Sijia had selected for focus training were given tier 6 crystals, allowing them to reach tier 6 in strength. The reason their numbers increased so rapidly was because Yang Bin and his team encountered 2 small shelters while clearing zombies, which they then absorbed. Regarding supplies, after this period of scavenging, the base's warehouses have been expanded 7 or 8 times. These supplies are enough to feed them for 1 or 2 years without any problem. Meanwhile, the base's area has expanded to encompass the entire town, including the surrounding fields. Next spring, they can start farming, and then they won't have to worry about going hungry. Fang Sijia is also gradually improving other facilities. Everything is on track. Chapter 175 Situation in the county town. Inside a room in the center of the base, the entire Starfall squad was chatting on the sofa in the living room. After more than half a month of relentless, high-intensity zombie killing, everyone was exhausted, so they decided to rest for the day. Anyway, there weren't any zombies to clear within a radius of dozens of kilometers. "Sijia, have you encountered any problems with the base's development?" Yang Bin asked Fang Sijia. "No, just minor issues, I can handle them," Fang Sijia replied. "Haha, I love your confidence. Indeed, letting you manage the base was the wisest choice," Yang Bin laughed. Although he wasn't directly involved in the base's affairs, they had been returning to the base daily and could see that everything was well organized and everyone was fulfilling their duties. The smiles on the faces of those in the base showed that they were quite satisfied with their current life. The base now had over 5,000 people, and they must face many problems every day. Fang Sijia's ability to manage the base so well was evident, and he seemed to handle it with ease. The biggest reason was Fang Sijia's skill in using people, or rather, his ability to win people's hearts, a skill even Yang Bin had to admire. The dozen or so people he had focused on training were exceptionally capable and loyal. It was unclear what kind of spell he had cast on them. "But Captain, although there's no immediate trouble, there might be a potential problem," Fang Sijia frowned. "What kind of problem?" "Mutant beasts. This place is surrounded by mountains, and nobody knows how many mutant beasts live on them. If one day they suddenly charge down, it could be very troublesome. Yes, that's something to consider. But don't worry too much. Just focus on defense. The mutant beasts will fight amongst themselves, and with Guang around, he should be able to keep most of them under control. Yeah, that's true. The zombies in the vicinity have been almost completely cleared out. I plan to go to the county town tomorrow, Yangbin said. Yeah, we really should go to the county town. Although there's no shortage of food at the base, we're short on seasonings and other ingredients. We need to go to the county town to get them, Fang Sija said. Brother Bin, your aunt's family lives in the county town, right? Chen Hao suddenly asked. Yangbin stiffened, then nodded. They bought a house in the county town. But they're probably gone by now. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. It's a rare day off, let's play mahjong. Yangbin seemed unwilling to continue the conversation. Okay. Everyone noticed Yangbin's odd behavior and stopped talking. Soon, the room became an entertainment area. Fang Sija had a lot of work to do at the base and didn't join in, quickly leaving the room. Lin Yifei, not knowing how to play, went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. The group played mahjong, 4 people, and do dizu, 3 people, again. Work hard when you need to, relax when you need to. A balance between work and rest is best. Ruxian County Town. Amidst this zombie-infested town lies a massive survival base. Ruxian is divided into an old town and a new town. The old town is densely populated, and zombies are swarming everywhere. The new urban area had a significantly smaller population, but it was much larger than the old urban area. At this time, a massive base stood in the former government office building within the new urban area. This base was initially established by the government. At the beginning of the apocalypse, the Ruxian Armed Police Squadron, together with county leaders and the public security organs, quickly launched rescue operations and soon established the base. Therefore, many survivors in the new urban area of Ruxian survived. However, the old urban area was too densely populated, resulting in a huge number of zombies, making the rescue mission extremely difficult. Ultimately, the county leaders and the armed police squadron leader discussed and formulated a policy of comprehensive evolution. Thus, the survivors in the base became evolved individuals in batches, and the armed police led these evolved individuals to quickly clear the zombies. During the clearing process, they unexpectedly discovered that 3 of the evolved individuals were superhuman. This discovery greatly excited the leaders, so they focused on training those 3 superhumans. However, they were too complacent, assuming that in the apocalypse, everyone would unite for survival. Or perhaps, having lived in peacetime for too long, they had greatly underestimated human nature. During a rescue operation, the rescue team was besieged by a horde of zombies. At the critical moment, these 3 suddenly betrayed them. Ultimately, the entire rescue team was wiped out, with only the 3 returning to the base. Subsequently, the 3 killed the base's leader and, using their superior abilities, forcibly seized control of the base. Therefore, the Ruxian base is now under the control of these 3 superhumans. They are living the life they've always dreamed of within the base. One of these 3 is Yangbin's cousin, Zhang Liqiang, a good-for-nothing who drifted through life after failing his college entrance exams. However, times have changed. Now, this good-for-nothing has risen to prominence, becoming one of the base's 3 giants who dares to look down on him. Correspondingly, Zhang Liqiang's mother, Yangbin's aunt Yang Huan, has also risen in status, becoming virtually untouchable within the base. Previously, the neighbors had heard rumors that their house purchase money was illicit, and many gossiped about them. Coupled with Zhang Liqiang's incompetence, she suffered a lot. Now, she finally had her moment of triumph. Yang Huan was a vengeful woman. Those neighbors who had spoken ill of her before, if still alive, were all tortured to death by her. After that, no one in the base dared to mess with her. In a large house in the center of the base, Yang Huan lay on a sofa, 2 women massaging her, one her shoulders and the other her feet. These 2 women had been forcibly taken by Zhang Liqiang, forced not only to provide him with sexual services but also to serve this difficult woman, Yang Huan. But what could they do? Resistance meant death. The apocalypse was incredibly cruel for ordinary people. Slap. A slap rang out. Didn't you eat? You're all limp. I'm sorry, madam, I'm so sorry. The woman quickly knelt down and apologized. Alright, hurry up, continue. Yes. The woman, with tears in her eyes, quickly stood up and continued the massage. Just then, footsteps sounded upstairs, and the thin Zhang Liqiang walked down with a satisfied expression. Qiangzi, you can't do this every day. You need to be more moderate with this kind of thing, Yang Huan said reproachfully. Mom, don't worry about it. I'm a 6th level ability user. What's this? Don't you want to have a grandson soon? Alright, Mom won't interfere. My Qiangzi is doing well now. Let's see who dares to say you're inferior to that bastard. Yang Huan laughed. Comparing himself to me? He's not even worthy. I hope he doesn't die. If I ever see him again, I'll let him know that even if he gets into a top university, so what? He's still at my mercy. Zhang Liqiang sneered. Chapter 176 Entering the Base. The next morning, Yang Bin and the others got up, ate some breakfast, and set off for the county town. Their small town was only about 40 kilometers from the county town, not very far. They had cleared out almost all the zombies along the way in the past few days, so the car traveled quite quickly. This time, Fang Sijia also came along. The base was under the management of his men. Anyway, there wasn't anything major happening at the base right now, and with Little Orange and Big Yellow around, there wouldn't be any problems. Fang Sijia came along mainly because there were many things the base was lacking that needed to be scavenged in the county town. Moreover, with him reaching the 7th rank, his alternate dimension had grown from over 10 cubic meters to 20 cubic meters, allowing him to hold quite a lot. The car drove along, and due to numerous obstacles on the road, it took them more than 2 hours to finally reach the county town. As soon as they entered the county town, the sound of the car quickly attracted a large horde of zombies. Looking at the densely packed zombies rushing towards them, Chen Hao sighed. Looks like the county town has fallen. Not necessarily. This is the old town, it's normal for it to be overrun by so many zombies. There might be survivors in the new town. Boss, should we kill them? Old Hei was eager to try. Don't get entangled with them. Let's get out and clear a path. Yaifei, park the car further away, don't damage it. There aren't many cars left these days. Okay. Everyone got out of the car, each pulling out a huge spiral club to meet the onrushing zombies. Lin Yaifei backed the car to a safe distance. Now, apart from some newly spawned ones, the zombies outside are at least level 4, with level 5 already making up half, and there are quite a few level 6 zombies as well. Level 7 zombies are occasionally encountered. However, zombies of the same level are actually independent of each other. For example, if several level 6 zombies appear in an area at the same time, they are likely to act independently, each with their own faction. But if a level 7 zombie appears in that area, then these level 6 zombies and their factions will all be subordinate to the level 7 zombies. The zombie hierarchy remains quite strict. More than half are level 5 zombies, making the current horde far more terrifying than before. Even level 6 evolved beings dare not roam freely. Fortunately, the entire Starfall squad is level 7, so they aren't too afraid. The group ran towards the new city area, occasionally stopping at supermarkets along the way to loot them. Some condiment bases are currently experiencing shortages, and these were Fang Sijia's objectives in entering the county town. The old city area seemed largely untouched by looting. The group found a considerable amount of goods in several supermarkets, a boon for them. Zombies constantly attacked them along the way, but the group didn't engage in prolonged fights, focusing solely on the new city area. Finally, after more than an hour of breaking through, they reached the new city area. Approaching the new city area, the number of zombies noticeably decreased, even some residential areas were devoid of zombies. The bloodstains and signs of a battle on the ground indicated that the area had been cleared, suggesting a high probability of survivors in the new district. The group dealt with the pursuing zombies and then headed towards a large building materials market. Fang Sijia needed to find a considerable amount of materials there. Upon arriving at the building materials market, they bumped into a group of evolved individuals. This was a group of about 200 people, all 5th-tier evolved individuals, including 2 6th-tier evolved individuals and 1 6th-tier ability user. It had to be said, this group was quite strong. However, there were quite a few 6th-tier zombies now, and with so many 5th-tier evolved individuals and ability users, obtaining 6th-tier crystals wouldn't be difficult. And once a faction had 1 6th-tier ability user, it wouldn't be difficult to produce a second. You don't seem to be from the base. Did you escape from the old city? The 6th-tier ability user at the head frowned. Yes. Yang Bin nodded. I didn't expect there to be survivors in the old town. Since you managed to escape, you must be quite strong, probably all at tier 5, the man guessed. As for tier 6, he wouldn't even consider that possibility. They paid a considerable price when they killed their first tier 6 zombie. There were only a few of them, it was impossible for them to reach tier 6. Yes, Yang Bin nodded again. In that case, come back to the base with us. We need evolved humans there, so you won't have to worry about zombies anymore, the man said directly, giving Yang Bin and the others no chance to refuse. Alright, let's go then. Yang Bin didn't refuse, he also wanted to see what the situation was like at the county base. Then, led by a large group of people, they headed off into the distance. Along the way, they could see that the zombies had been cleared very cleanly. It seemed these people cleaned it regularly, since the old town wasn't far away and zombies often came to this area. Along the way, Yang Bin subtly inquired about the situation inside the base. He quickly learned that the base housed over 20,000 survivors, more than half of whom were evolved beings, some at lower levels, but there were still 700 or 800 at the 5th tier. Furthermore, the base contained 3 ability users, all at the 6th tier, and 5 other 6th tier evolved beings. It was safe to say that this base was quite powerful. If Yangbin wasn't mistaken, it was likely established at the beginning of the apocalypse. However, he was puzzled as to why it wasn't an official base established at the start of the apocalypse, but a private one. Was the RU County government doomed from the start? Yangbin wanted to find out more, but the other party wouldn't say anything, only focusing on how powerful the base was, seemingly trying to intimidate Yangbin and his companions and make them loyal to him. After walking for more than half an hour, they finally saw a massive base. The city wall was 5 meters high, covered entirely in spikes, and a moat had been dug outside. Patrols were constantly on the wall. Seeing the group approach, the guards quickly opened the gate. The second in command is back. Entering the base, the scene inside made Yangbin and the others frown. The situation inside this base was very similar to the one where Brotherly had been. Many people were emaciated and looked pale, their eyes almost lifeless. However, what puzzled Yangbin was that the base's layout and planning were quite good, and the living quarters weren't bad. If the base leader were someone like Brotherly, they shouldn't have been given such nice houses. Or is the base leader a good person, and this is just due to a lack of supplies? Let's go, I'll take you to see Big Brother, and we'll see how he allocates resources to you later. Okay. Yangbin nodded. Then, Yangbin and the others followed the second-in-command deeper into the base. However, they had only gone halfway when they suddenly saw someone walking towards them. Second brother, you're back. The person greeted the second-in-command. Upon seeing this person, Yangbin's face immediately darkened. Chapter 177 Grudges. Hey, second brother, why did you bring people back? Zhang Liqiang approached the second-in-command, then looked at Yangbin and the others. His eyes lit up immediately when he saw Lin Yifei, the only woman in the group, ignoring the others. Second brother, why don't you leave these people with me? I'm short-handed, Zhang Liqiang said, his eyes gleaming. Don't be silly, I know what you're thinking. These are all 5th tier evolvers. How they're arranged depends on what Big Brother says, the second-in-command said, knowing Zhang Liqiang's character well. 5th tier evolvers? Zhang Liqiang became interested, then looked at the others. When he saw the leader, Zhang Liqiang froze, then his face lit up with excitement. Hey, isn't this my promising cousin? You actually showing up here? This really surprised me. Aren't you studying in Xingcheng? What, you ran out of money and got kicked out? Yangbin looked at Zhang Liqiang, his expression incredibly complicated. Scenes he didn't want to recall flooded his mind. His parents had an accident, and his aunt and uncle had been incredibly kind to him, handling the funeral arrangements and applying to become his guardians. Because his grandparents had passed away early, his father only had this aunt, so it was natural for her to become his guardian and bring him to their home. Initially, Yangbin was very grateful to his aunt, because his parents and aunt didn't have a good relationship and rarely interacted. But after his parents' accident, his aunt's help made him wonder if his parents had misunderstood her. However, he later learned that everything has a reason. At first, his aunt and uncle treated him very well, offering much-needed comfort to his wounded heart after losing his parents. So, when his aunt offered to keep the compensation money for him, the naive boy didn't think much of it and handed it over directly. The nightmare began from that moment. After receiving the money, his aunt's family completely changed their attitude towards him. They made him do all sorts of chores, and if he didn't do them well, he would be scolded or beaten. His uncle would take his anger out on him when he was drunk, his aunt would take it out on him when she lost at mahjong, and their arguments would always end with him being blamed. In their family, he was completely a servant, or rather, a slave. And this cousin in front of him cast a shadow over his childhood. Most of the time, this cousin was the one who bullied him the most. This cousin seemed to think he was superior to him, humiliating and beating him in every way, and he couldn't fight back. If he did, he would face a brutal beating from the other two. At home, he was always the one to bear the blame for all his mistakes. If the other man even mentioned it to the other two, they would whip him without hesitation. He would never forget how this man had smashed his most cherished gift from his parents, the only thing he kept hidden in his room to remember them, right before his eyes. All he had done was push the man in anger, and the man had sat on the floor and cried. Then, he was whipped with a belt by his uncle for half an hour, and finally locked in the bathroom overnight. That night, covered in bruises, he silently wept in the bathroom, clutching his broken gifts. He would never forget the morning he was dragged from bed by his uncle for not getting up to make them breakfast because he was sick, his head slammed against the floor until he nearly passed out, yet he still couldn't escape a beating. He had called the police, but when they arrived, they only gave him a verbal warning, because they were his legal guardians, and he had agreed to be their guardian. After the police left, he was beaten black and blue and locked in the cellar for 2 days and 2 nights without food or water. From that moment on, he knew that to escape this hell, he had to survive on his own. Later, he escaped home during summer vacation and never returned. At 12, he began to wander, searching for work everywhere, but no one would hire him because he was too young. He could only scavenge for food and bottles to sell, sleeping under bridges at night for 2 months. At first, the family searched everywhere for him. Later, they used his parents' death compensation to buy a house in the county town and moved there, abandoning him. Later, his homeroom teacher saw him by chance, allowed him to continue his studies, and helped him with the paperwork for junior high school. At that time, he understood that only education offered a way out, so he returned to school. Later, he met Chen Hao at school. With Chen Hao's occasional help, things gradually improved. As he grew older, he started doing various part-time jobs and successfully entered university. This was his childhood he never wanted to recall. He had thought this family would perish in the apocalypse, but unexpectedly, they were still alive and had even appeared before him. Looking at the still incredibly arrogant Zhang Liqiang, Yang Bin's murderous aura grew stronger. Sensing Yang Bin's murderous aura, Chen Hao and the others coldly stared at Zhang Liqiang. For their usually composed leader to be so murderous, this person's identity was self-evident. "You know them?" the second-in-command asked in surprise. "Yes, of course I know them. This is my cousin, isn't he?" Zhang Liqiang looked at Yang Bin with obvious delight. "Why the look on your face? Are you going to eat me? I'm so scared." "Haha, a bastard is a bastard. You're still as cowardly as when you were a kid. Let me tell you, I'm a 6th level ability user, one of the controllers of this base. You used to be my dog, and after coming here, you'll still be my dog." "Dog my ass." Chen Hao was the first to lose his temper. He couldn't stand anyone insulting Yang Bin, and he kicked him directly. Zhang Liqiang, as expected of a 6th level ability user, reacted quickly, and sharp spikes instantly sprouted from his body. Chen Hao quickly withdrew his foot. Zhang Liqiang sneered, about to say something, when he realized that the other party had switched to a huge spiral rod and was coming at him. Puffed. With a single blow, Zhang Liqiang's spiked armor shattered, and he was instantly sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he crashed more than 10 meters away, unable to get up for a long time. Seeing this, everyone stared wide-eyed at Chen Hao. "You're a 6th-tier cultivator?" The second-in-command looked utterly incredulous. "No," Chen Hao immediately denied. "Impossible. How could someone who's not at the 6th rank break through Kiang's thorn armor?" Puffed. Zhang Liqiang, lying on the ground, coughed up blood again, staring at Chen Hao in horror. "Second brother, he's at the 7th rank. How is that possible?" Zhang Liqiang didn't want to believe it either, but he knew best the power acting on him. With the thorn armor on, even a peak 6th rank cultivator couldn't have beaten him so badly, it could only be a 7th rank. Chapter 178. Are you teaching me how to do things? Seeing the fight break out, the surrounding evolved beings swarmed in, surrounding the group, while others in the distance curiously watched. "Huzzy, step back. I'll handle this myself." Yang Bin finally managed to suppress his murderous aura. "Okay." Chen Hao nodded and retreated behind Yang Bin. Seeing this, Zhang Liqiang suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. This 7th-tier evolved being actually listening to this bastard? His second-in-command beside him also frowned and quickly told the person next to him, "Go and inform the leader." Yang Bin walked towards Zhang Liqiang step by step, and the surrounding evolved beings immediately blocked his way. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A rain of fire suddenly appeared, and the evolved beings blocking Yang Bin's path instantly turned to ashes. "All of you, get the hell out of my way. Anyone who dares to block my boss's path, I'll turn them to ashes." Old Hei roared angrily. Everyone around was terrified by his move and quickly backed away. At least a peak 6th tier. Or 7th tier. The second-in-command's face showed shock again. He was also a fire-type ability user, and he possessed the Fire Rain skill, but he knew very well that his Fire Rain was far less powerful than this, capable of turning a 5th-tier evolved being to ashes. At this moment, the second-in-command felt like dying. What kind of monsters had he brought back? Yang Bin, however, acted as if nothing had happened, slowly walking towards Zhang Liqiang. At this moment, Zhang Liqiang finally showed some panic when he looked at Yang Bin. Although he didn't want to believe that this person he had always looked down upon was stronger than him, his subordinates were all so strong, how could he himself be weak? In the apocalypse, no one would follow the weak. Wild. "Yang Bin, what do you want to do? This is my base. If you dare to act recklessly, you will die a horrible death," Zhang Liqiang said nervously. "Is that so?" Yang Bin stopped, coldly sweeping his gaze across the densely packed group of evolved beings around him. "You dare to move." The group of evolved beings all looked at the second-in-command. The second-in-command's expression shifted rapidly. If those two were both 7th tier, then could the others also be 7th tier? Wouldn't this captain be even more terrifying? Thinking this, the second-in-command trembled, not daring to move an inch. "Heh." Yang Bin chuckled coldly, walking towards Zhang Liqiang again. They weren't actually far apart. Chen Hao's blow had only sent Zhang Liqiang flying a dozen meters. Yang Bin could reach him instantly. But Yang Bin didn't walk over immediately, instead, he slowly approached him. He wanted to psychologically crush his opponent, make him despair, make him break down. Xiang. Suddenly, a voice that Yang Bin knew all too well rang out. Immediately afterward, a middle-aged woman pushed through the crowd, rushed to Zhang Liqiang's side, and helped him up. Xiang, how are you? Who the hell beat you up like this? Yang Huan's voice was choked with tears. He. Zhang Liqiang pointed at Yang Bin. Yang Huan followed Zhang Liqiang's finger and froze for a moment. Then, she suddenly became incredibly angry. So, it's you, you bastard, back. You dare beat Xian like this? I'll skin you alive today. Yang Huan charged at Yang Bin after saying this. Blinded by rage, she had completely forgotten that things weren't the same as before. Slap. Yang Huan, who had just reached Yang Bin, was sent flying by a slap, crashing to the ground, blood trickling from her mouth, a clear handprint on her face. Yang Huan covered her face, staring at Yang Bin in disbelief. Perhaps the image of Yang Bin, who never fought back or retaliated when she was a child, was deeply ingrained in her mind, so she didn't react for a long time after being hit by him. Ah, you heartless bastard. I raised you all these years, and you dare hit me. Yang Huan suddenly roared, then lay on the ground, throwing a tantrum. Look everyone, this man is worse than an animal. He even hit his own aunt. I fed and clothed him when he was little, and now he's got some nerve, hitting me like this. However, her words only fueled Yang Bin's barely suppressed rage. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Huan, grabbing her by the neck and lifting her up. You swindled my parents' death compensation money, treated me like a slave, and you still dare to say you fed and clothed me. You have the nerve to say that. Thump. Yang Huan's body was slammed heavily to the ground. Puffed. Yang Huan spat out a mouthful of blood, yet continued to roar. You bastard. If I hadn't taken you in, you'd be dead somewhere like your short-lived parents, and we wouldn't even know where you are. And you dare hit me. Thud. A tang sword suddenly fell from the sky, piercing Yang Huan's palm and pinning it to the ground. Ah! Yang Huan screamed in agony, her face deathly pale. Mom! Yang Bin, you beast! You'd even laid a hand on your own aunt like this. Zhang Liqiang roared in fury. Didn't you send your mother to me to be killed? Yang Bin suddenly looked at him. You should know your mother's personality. When she came, you wouldn't let her run away, and even told her I hit you. Were you betting I wouldn't dare lay a hand on her? Heh, someone who schemes against even their own mother. When it comes to being a beast, I wouldn't dare compare to you. You're talking nonsense. It was clearly you. All right. Stop denying it. Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? Even if I killed your mother, it would be you who delivered her to my hands. After saying this, Yang Bin pried open Yang Huan's other hand, which was drawing a tang sword, then stomped it on the ground. Immediately afterwards, another tang sword fell from the sky, pinning her hand to the ground as well. Ah! Yang Huan's scream was incredibly loud, almost audible throughout the entire base. You damned bastard, you'll die a horrible death. Yang Huan was still cursing wildly. Yang Bin, are you even human? Have the guts to let my mother go. Fight me. Zhang Liqiang roared. Fine, Yang Bin sneered, then walked towards Zhang Liqiang again. The previously defiant Zhang Liqiang suddenly panicked. Just then, the crowd parted to create a path. A young man, around 27 or 28 years old, walked in from outside. Boss, big brother, save me. Seeing the man, Zhang Liqiang felt a surge of hope and shouted. The man walked straight inside, glanced at the scene, and frowned. Then he looked at Yang Bin and said, Brother, once you're at the base, we're all family. Let's sit down and talk things over. Why resort to violence? Yang Bin glanced at him and said coldly, Are you trying to teach me how to do things? Chapter 179 A Chance to Survive. Upon hearing Yang Bin's words, Hiyu, the leader who had been all smiles, instantly turned grim. He was the boss of this base, a peak 6th tier ability user. With over 20,000 people in the base, everyone bowed and scraped before him. He hadn't expected this young man to show him such disrespect. Just as he was about to explode, the second-in-command quickly approached and whispered a few words in his ear. Hiyu's expression changed, looking at the second-in-command with disbelief. Are you sure? Sure. The second-in-command nodded solemnly. Hiyu's expression shifted several times before finally settling on a smile and looking at Yang Bin. Brother, if my third brother has offended you in any way, I'll apologize here. If he needs compensation or anything, just tell me, and I'll try my best to satisfy you. What do you say? Upon hearing this, the expressions of those around Hiyu became strange. Was this still the boss they knew? When did their boss become so easy to talk to? Yang Bin looked at Hiyu with a half-smile. You really want to get involved in this? Look at what you're saying, brother. He's my third brother, and this happened on my base. How can I stand idly by? Wouldn't that chill the hearts of my brothers? You tell me, right? Very well, since you've come to me of your own accord, then I'll have no choice but to grant your wish. Huzzy, and arm. All right. Chen Hao smiled, then walked towards the other man. Don't resist, my knife is very fast. He Yu's face darkened again. Are you brothers really planning to fight to the death? A fight to the death. Sorry, we're the Iron Net. Chen Hao finished speaking, pulled a dagger from his waist, and quickly charged towards He Yu. Since that's the case, then today I'll see the strength of a 7th tier. He Yu finished speaking and instantly unleashed a lightsaber towards Chen Hao. His lightsaber attack was incredibly powerful. Their first 6th tier zombie had been pierced through the neck by this very lightsaber. Now at the peak of the 6th tier, he was confident that even if his opponent was truly 7th tier, he would be severely injured if not killed. Just as the lightsaber was about to pierce Chen Hao's body suddenly vanished. He Yu's expression changed. An invisibility type ability user? Then, a light shield instantly appeared around him, and he nervously looked around. The lightsaber, which had originally been aimed at Chen Hao, instead stabbed towards Zhao Kun and the others behind Chen Hao after missing him. Zhao Kun's hand transformed into a metal arm, casually shattering the lightsaber with a single punch. The second in command, watching from a distance, twitched his lips again. Another one. His heart sank. Just as he'd predicted, these people were likely all 7th tier. Puffed. A deep sound rang out. Even with his shield, He Yu couldn't withstand Chen Hao's sharpness. A dagger flashed, and an arm flew high into the air. Just as Chen Hao had said, his blade was fast. Ah! He Yu screamed, clutching his arm and roaring, attack. Kill them all. The surrounding evolved beings quickly drew their weapons. Don't move. Big brother. Don't be impulsive. The second in command hurriedly stopped them. I've already had one of my arms chopped off, and you expect me not to act impulsively? He Yu roared angrily. They're all 7th tier fighters. Even if we all went at it, we wouldn't be a match for them. The second in command said anxiously. These words were like a bucket of cold water poured over He Yu's head, instantly sobering him up. At this moment, Chen Hao reappeared in his original spot. Luckily, my boss only wanted your arm. If he wanted your life, you'd be head over heels now. You still want to fight? Go ahead and try. He Yu had never been treated like this before. His face turned a purplish red, but he gritted his teeth, desperately suppressing his rage. Yangbin ignored him and looked at Zhang Liqiang again. Your boss seems too scared to save you. What other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Zhang Liqiang's face panicked, and he looked at He Yu with hopeful eyes. However, He Yu dared not intervene at this moment. He wanted nothing more than to slap Zhang Liqiang twice. What kind of monster had he messed with? Seeing He Yu ignore him, Zhang Liqiang finally became afraid. They never expected that the person they had treated like a slave would be so powerful. Watching Yangbin walk towards him step by step, Zhang Liqiang suddenly knelt down. Cousin, don't kill me. We're family. I was ignorant when I was young. Please be magnanimous and don't take it to heart. Ignorant? Heh. Yangbin sneered. Huzzy, lend me the dagger. Yangbin usually carried 2 tang swords besides his main weapon for manipulation. Now both tang swords were stuck in Yang Huan's hands, leaving him without a weapon. All right. Chen Hao tossed the dagger up and then, as if it had a mind of its own, it flew automatically into Yangbin's hand, leaving the surrounding people astonished. Yangbin approached Zhang Liqiang with a dagger. Since you're so ignorant, as your cousin, I need to teach you a lesson. With that, Yangbin aimed the dagger directly at Zhang Liqiang's mouth. This mouth was the one he'd hated most since childhood. Die! But at that moment, a sharp spike suddenly appeared in Zhang Liqiang's hand, lunging at Yangbin. However, Yangbin seemed to have anticipated this, grabbing Zhang Liqiang's wrist and ripping it off sharply. Thud! Zhang Liqiang's arm was ripped off by Yangbin. Ah! Zhang Liqiang screamed in agony, his face turning deathly pale. Yangbin kicked him to the ground, then stepped on his other hand, plunging the dagger deep into his palm and into the ground. Ah! Zhang Liqiang's screams became even more agonizing. Everyone around watched in utter terror, but no one dared to move. He Yu's face was ashen. He could only watch helplessly as someone tortured him right before his eyes in his own base. It was obvious that even if he survived this ordeal, his prestige within the base would be severely damaged. Yangbin, you bastard, come at me if you dare. Don't touch Qiang. Yang Huan, pinned to the ground, shouted loudly upon hearing Zhang Liqiang's screams. Heh, what a touching display of motherly love. It's a pity your almost pathological pampering has only yielded an ungrateful child. You're talking nonsense. Qiang isn't an ungrateful child. Is that so? Yangbin smiled, then looked at Zhang Liqiang and said, I'll give you a chance to live. Go kill her, and I won't kill you. Hearing his words, hesitation appeared in Zhang Liqiang's eyes. After seeing his older brother, who didn't dare utter a sound even after having his arm cut off, he was utterly desperate. The brief exchange just now had shown him that this person's strength absolutely crushed everyone present. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was the truth. Thinking of everything he had done to him before, Zhang Liqiang was filled with fear. He knew that the other party would definitely not let him go. But unexpectedly, there was still a chance to live. Why should I believe you? Zhang Liqiang asked. However, as soon as he said this, a commotion suddenly arose from the surroundings. Since he asked this question, it meant he had this thought. This changed everyone's gaze towards him. Would he even harm his own mother to survive? Qiang. Yang Huan was the one who couldn't accept it the most. At this moment, she turned her head to look at Zhang Liqiang, her face filled with disbelief. Chapter 180 Solution. You have no right to doubt me. Either you kill her and I won't kill you, or I'll kill you both. Yang Bin said coldly. Zhang Liqiang's expression shifted rapidly. He was selfish, he would do anything to save his own life. He didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Everyone looks out for themselves. But he wasn't sure if the other party would let him go after he made his move. But, as the other party said, he had no right to doubt. Either they both died, or he took a gamble. Finally, Zhang Liqiang gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll kill." Hearing his words, everyone looked on in disbelief. He actually agreed. Yang Huan closed her eyes in anguish, tears streaming down her face. Even when Yang Bin tortured her like that, she hadn't shed a tear. But at this moment, she wept, her heart aching to the point of suffocation, regretting it for the first time. This act was 1,000 times more painful than torture itself. Yang Bin pulled the dagger from Zhang Liqiang's hand. Then he stepped aside, watching his performance. Zhang Liqiang struggled to his feet and looked at Yang Huan, still pinned to the ground. "Mom, I'm sorry, one dead is better than two, right? You've always indulged me, and this time will probably be no exception." Yang Huan didn't speak, tears streaming silently as she watched Zhang Liqiang. She wanted to see how this son, whom she had never dared to hit since childhood, would actually harm her. Zhang Liqiang slowly walked towards Yang Huan. Everyone watched him intently, wanting to see if he would really kill his mother. Finally, Zhang Liqiang reached Yang Huan. A sharp dagger reappeared in his hand. "Mom, don't blame me. Blame yourself for spoiling me like this. When I was little, you knew it was my fault, yet you still blamed everything on him, beating and kicking him every day, but you wouldn't even hit me. That's why I'm selfish and afraid of death. You've let me get away with so many things, so let me get away with this one more time." After saying this, Zhang Liqiang suddenly plunged the spike into Yang Huan's neck, piercing it completely. Yang Huan didn't utter a sound until her death, her eyes fixed on Zhang Liqiang, refusing to close until the very end. Everyone was shocked by the scene before them. They never expected that someone would actually kill their mother. Even He Yu's expression changed slightly, as if he were seeing Zhang Liqiang for the first time. The members of the Starfall squad also showed shock on their faces. Indeed, the world is full of wonders, such a person's existence is a waste of air. Zhang Liqiang sat down heavily on the ground, then looked at Yang Bin. "Now, can you let me go?" "Fine, I won't kill you. Huzzy, help me clean this up." "Okay." Chen Hao nodded, then walked directly towards Zhang Liqiang. You broke your promise." Zhang Liqiang roared. "I only said I wouldn't kill you, but I never said anyone else wouldn't." Yang Bin said coldly. I'll fight you to the death." Zhang Liqiang charged at Yang Bin. However, he had just charged when Chen Hao kicked him to the ground. "Brother Bin, do you want a human pig or rags? Suit yourself." Yang Bin handed Chen Hao the dagger back to him. "All right." Chen Hao took the dagger and plunged it directly into Zhang Liqiang's thigh, then pulled it down. Clearly, he still preferred the rag, as this was a feat only he could accomplish. Without his sharpness, no one else could do this. "Ah!" Zhang Liqiang's scream chilled everyone to the bone. "Yang Bin, even as a ghost, I won't let you go." "Oh, you can still speak?" Chen Hao plunged the dagger into his other thigh, then pulled again. "Ah!" Zhang Liqiang screamed until he lost his voice, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Those around were horrified by the scene, clearly terrified by Chen Hao's methods. Finally, Zhang Liqiang died after being tortured by Chen Hao for more than 10 minutes. Looking at the mother and child lying on the ground, Yang Bin's eyes were filled with complex emotions. This family had been his nightmare for a long time, waking him up in the middle of the night in terror. Now, this grudge was finally resolved, and the resentment that had been weighing on his heart for over a decade could finally be released. Having dealt with Zhang Liqiang and his son, Yang Bin turned to He Yu, instantly making the man's body tense. "Zhao Kun, you and old black monkey go find out about the situation at this base from the survivors," Yang Bin said. "Okay." Zhao Kun nodded, then led old black and skinny monkey outside. The surrounding evolved beings quickly made way for them. He Yu's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. "Gentlemen, now that you've settled your scores, why don't you come to my place? I have plenty of wine, meat, and food. How about we sit down, eat, and chat? It was my fault for not disciplining Zhang Liqiang properly, which allowed him to offend you. I'll prepare a generous gift for you as compensation later, how about that?" The people outside are starving and emaciated, yet you have wine and meat at your place. Not bad, not bad, Yang Bin said with a half-smile. Yu, however, showed no embarrassment and replied earnestly. It's the apocalypse now, it's normal for those with means to live better. Before the apocalypse, the rich lived a life of luxury, with expensive cars and beautiful women, while the poor toiled away just to survive. A month's hard work might not even cover a single meal for them. What's the difference between that and now? It's just that the apocalypse has reshaped society. The poor can rise above their circumstances if they dare to work hard, whereas before the apocalypse, even with their best efforts, they couldn't. Now that I have the means, why should I live like those people? Ask those rich people before the apocalypse if they'd be willing to share some of their money with you so you could live like them. Hearing this, Yang Bin found himself speechless. It was the first time he'd been rendered speechless by such a retort. He had to admit, this guy had a point. At this moment, Zhao Kun and the others returned. Clearly, they had already found out everything. With Skinny Monkey around, there was nothing they couldn't get information about. Boss, this base was originally established by the government. Your government here is quite reliable. They launched a rescue operation and established the base immediately after the apocalypse, which is why there are so many survivors here. Moreover, they implemented a system of universal evolution, so many survivors there are low-level evolved beings. But later, a few of them killed the high-ranking officials in the base and seized control. Chapter 181 Zhao Hai. Hearing Zhao Kun's words, Yang Bin nodded. No wonder he always felt this base wasn't very harmonious, now he understood. Then, Yang Bin turned to Fang Sijia. Should we incorporate another base? Fang Sijia glanced at the base and said seriously. It's not a question of needing or not needing, it's a must. A county only has so many resources, only one force is allowed to exist. If we want to develop, we need to integrate the resources of the entire county. The remaining people in this county should all be here. After integration, we won't have to worry about personnel and resources for a while. In that case, let's take it over. Yang Bin nodded. The two of them discussed this in front of everyone else, completely disregarding their presence. Hearing their words, Hiyu's expression was predictable. What do you mean? Nothing much. We're taking over this base. Yang Bin said calmly. I haven't agreed yet. Whether you agree or not is none of my business. Besides, do you even have the right to refuse? This is outrageous. Attack. I refuse to believe that so many of us can't kill a few of them. Hiyu was frantic. How could he possibly hand over the base he had worked so hard to seize? The surrounding evolved beings, however, didn't immediately attack. Instead, their faces showed hesitation. Having witnessed the strength and methods of this group, frankly, they were terrified. Seeing this situation, Hiyu's face turned ashen with anger. Yang Bin smiled and said, those who want to attack can attack, but I guarantee that anyone who attacks will die. Don't believe me, you can try. Hearing Yang Bin's words, many of the hesitant individuals gave up. This group was simply putting too much pressure on them. Don't listen to his nonsense. There are only 9 of them. We have thousands of evolved beings here, we can wear them down. Hiyu was starting to panic. However, his words had no effect. In fact, they terrified the surrounding evolved individuals even more. To be worn down to death? Wasn't that tantamount to using human lives to pay the price? They weren't fools, who would willingly throw their lives away. At this moment, Fang Sijia suddenly stepped forward and looked at the surrounding people, saying, don't worry about it. We're taking over the base, not massacring the city. For you, it's just a change in leadership, there are no other impacts. If there are any, they're all for the better. Of course, if you want to fight to the death for them, feel free. I can tell you very clearly, we are all 7th tier ability users. Even if you fight to the death, you'll only be throwing your lives away. Hearing Fang Sijia's words, all the surrounding evolved individuals showed shock on their faces. Although they had some guesses, hearing it in person still sent chills down their spines. All 7th tier, and all ability users. That's terrifying. At this moment, everyone was secretly thankful that they hadn't made a move. Impossible. Even I'm only at the peak of the 6th rank, how could you all be at the 7th rank? Hiyu clearly still couldn't accept it. Although the second in command had also guessed the same thing, he still couldn't believe it, it was too unbelievable. TCH, who do you think you are, daring to compare yourself to us? Old Hei sneered. You! Alright, I've made myself clear. Now, those who don't want to fight, step back. Those who want to fight, or want to test if what I said is true or false, may fight. Fang Sijia said again. Hearing his words, the evolved beings surrounding them quickly retreated, clearly unwilling to fight. What he said was right, they were just taking over the base, not massacring the entire city, so why risk their lives? To them, it was just a change of leadership, not a big deal. Besides, Hiyu and his group hadn't treated them well, it wasn't worth their risking their lives. Soon, only Yu and the second-in-command were left standing there alone. At this moment, the second-in-command's face didn't change much, as if he had expected this situation. Yu, however, wasn't as composed as the second-in-command. His face was full of anger. "Akin, break his arms and legs. I need to do experiments tonight," Yang Bin said. "All right." Zhao Kun's arms transformed into metal as he walked towards Yu. Unconvinced, Yu raised his hand and unleashed a light sword at Zhao Kun, only to have it shattered by a single punch. Zhao Kun then activated his speed boost and charged forward, delivering a powerful punch. Yu's light shield instantly materialized. Bang! One punch, the light shield shattered, and Yu coughed up blood, staggering back more than 10 steps. Zhao Kun swiftly pursued, raining down blows with both fists. Although Yu fought back desperately, how could he withstand Zhao Kun's onslaught? Soon, his remaining arm was also broken by Zhao Kun, followed by both legs, and he was knocked unconscious. Then, Zhao Kun walked towards the second-in-command. The second-in-command's face was ashen. He offered no resistance, simply standing there with his eyes closed. He knew that against a group of 7th-tier ability users, any resistance would be futile. Just as Zhao Kun was about to make his move, Fang Sijia suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute." Then, Fang Sijia looked at Yang Bin and said, "Captain, how about I take over this guy?" "That's possible, but this guy is one of the 3 giants. Are you sure you're okay with it?" Yang Bin naturally knew what Fang Sijia was thinking. This guy was indeed smarter than the other 2, and Fang Sijia probably wanted to recruit him. After all, the other party knew the situation of this base better than he did. To quickly take over the base, having the other party's assistance would be faster. "Don't worry, Captain, I know what I'm doing," Fang Sijia said confidently. "All right, then it's yours." The second-in-command, who had originally been prepared to die, opened his eyes upon hearing their words, looking at Fang Sijia with a complicated expression. "Don't look at me like that. I'm just trying to give you a chance. Whether you live or die depends on your performance." "Thank you," the second-in-command said sincerely. "What's your name?" "Zhao Hai." "Okay, go and calm down the evolved beings and survivors first, then give me a detailed summary of the situation inside the base." "Okay." Zhao Hai nodded, then walked away. "Hey, AG, aren't you afraid he'll run away?" Old He frowned. "Don't worry, he's a smart man. He knows he can't escape, and he also knows how rare his chance of survival is. So, not only will he not run, he'll also do a great job. I've pretty much figured out the personalities of these 3 people. If I'm not mistaken, he's the one who truly gets things done in the base. With him here, taking over this base will be much easier and will reduce a lot of trouble," Fang Sijia said with a smile. "Aren't you afraid he'll betray you one day? He'll have to be capable of that. Unless one day his strength surpasses the combined strength of all of us, he won't." Chapter 182 New Base Concept. "I must say, Sijia, your control over people is far superior to mine. With you at the base, how could it not be strong?" Yang Bin exclaimed. "Captain, don't tease me. You're just too lazy to manage things. If you really wanted to, you'd be no worse than me." "Alright, let's not discuss this anymore. Have you thought it through? If the 2 bases merge, will you take our current base, or this one?" Yang Bin asked. "Neither. I plan to build a big one." Fang Sijia's eyes revealed a determined look. "Rebuilding is much more difficult than using an existing one," Yang Bin said with some concern. "Indeed, but for long-term considerations, reconstruction is the best option. This place is alright, but there's no farmland. Even if we smash up the concrete slabs and manage to plant something, the harvest won't compare to real farmland. And over there, there's land, but it's still too small, limiting development. So, I plan to encompass the county town and all the surrounding farmland to build a super large base. When we came here, I saw a hydroelectric power station not far from the county town. I'm thinking of including the power station and reservoir entirely. With water, fish, electricity, and farmland, plus the county town's resources, we can develop without any worries." Fang Sijia's eyes gleamed with excitement. "This is no small project. Are you sure you want to do this?" Yang Bin asked. "Yes, this is the best way to build it for long-term development. Besides, it doesn't need to be built all at once, we can take it slowly. With the people here and those from our side, there are over 25,000 people. This project shouldn't be a problem. The most troublesome thing is the zombies in the old city. If we can clear them out, many things will be much easier." "Okay, then we'll start clearing out the zombies there. Conservatively speaking, there are at least 70,000 to 80,000 zombies there. It'll take some time. Looks like we'll have to stay here for the next few days. We'll consider moving the people from there after we clear the zombies in the old city. I wonder if the base over there will be in chaos while we're all gone." "Don't worry, Captain. I guarantee it won't be chaotic for at least 10 days to 2 weeks, Fang Sijia said confidently. "The people I chose are all reliable, capable of managing the base well. Even if things don't go smoothly, there's still big yellow and little orange, right? Who would dare to jump ship? That's true. Okay, then you coordinate with Zhao Hai on the base matters. I'll take a look around the base. By the way, see if you can find a reliable peak 5th tier revolver. I need to do an experiment tonight. Okay. After agreeing on the terms, Yang Bin had Zhao Kun and the other two follow Fang Sijia, while he, along with Chen Hao and the others, dragged the unconscious Hiyu around the base. The base was huge, easily over 1 million square meters. Along the way, they saw many people, all showing fear on their faces. Especially when looking at Hiyu dragging on the ground, their expressions were incredibly interesting. Most of these people were sallow and thin, but many were 1st or 2nd tier revolvers, and there were quite a few 3rd tier revolvers as well. This was probably the result of the official nationwide evolution program. However, this gave Yang Bin an idea. They no longer lack high-level crystals, they have plenty of 4th and 5th tier crystals, but the 1st and 2nd tier crystals remain the same as before, with no increase. The main reason is that it's now extremely difficult to find 1st and 2nd tier zombies, and 3rd tier ones are almost non-existent. However, they've discovered that there are nearly 10,000 low-level evolved beings within the base. This means they could easily equip a team of over 10,000 5th tier evolved beings. This force would be formidable, capable of completely sweeping away the zombies in the old city. This way, they wouldn't need to work themselves to the bone, they only need to deal with 6th tier and above. However, this requires establishing a certain level of trust among these individuals. It's not that they're afraid of betrayal. 5th tier evolved beings are no match for them, but rather that they're worried about wasting resources. As for 6th tier beings, absolute loyalty is essential. Once they reach 6th tier, they can cultivate independently, which is equivalent to graduation, eliminating the need for further crystal training. As for the survivors who hadn't evolved, they could only wait and see if there was a way to cultivate later, otherwise, they would forever remain ordinary people, forever inferior. Of course, they could also artificially create low-level zombies, letting ordinary people be captured by them. After being captured, they would become low-level zombies, and then obtain low-level crystals. However, this was too cruel. Fortunately, Yang Bin and his group had some low-level crystals, so at least they didn't have to consider this problem for the time being. After checking the situation at the base, Yang Bin and the others went to the largest house in the base. If they weren't mistaken, this should be Hiyu's house. Zhong Yuansen dug a pit in the backyard and threw Hiyu in. Then, several large rocks fell down to cover it, leaving only a crack for ventilation. It was very late when Fang Sijia and the others returned, looking exhausted. Taking over such a large base was no small matter, which was why Yang Bin was reluctant to manage it. Besides them, a peak 5th tier revolver also arrived. Is this guy reliable? Yang Bin asked Fang Sijia in a low voice. Yeah, this guy's situation is similar to Li Qinjui's, both were severely persecuted by the base. I specifically had Skinny Monkey charm him once, and there were no problems. That's good then. Afterward, Yang Bin looked at the 5th tier evolved human and asked, "What's your name?" Lu Jian. The 5th tier evolved human answered, his gaze towards Yang Bin seemingly fanatical, making Yang Bin feel uneasy. He wasn't persecuted by that Zhang Liqiang guy, was he? Yang Bin whispered. Yes, his wife and sister were ruined by that guy Zhang Liqiang. Then how did this guy reach the peak of the 5th rank? You probably wouldn't give him resources, right? He was already at the peak of the 5th rank when the official forces were still around. You thought he was a powerful force, so he kept him around. Anyway, as long as he doesn't reach the 6th rank, he's no threat to them. I understand. Yang Bin nodded, then looked at Lu Jian again and said, I brought you here for an experiment. There's no danger to your life, just cooperate. Okay. Lu Jian looked at Yang Bin somewhat excitedly. Alright, go down now. I'll call you later. Yang Bin couldn't stand the other man's gaze. Yes. After Lu Jian left, everyone ate something quick and rested. At midnight, everyone got up and went to the yard behind the house. Zhong Yuansen dug Hiyu out. He was awake, but his limbs were broken, preventing him from crawling. Upon seeing Yang Bin and the others, Hiyu was utterly terrified, all his previous defiance gone. I was wrong. I'll give you the base, please, don't kill me. Too late. Ah Sen, do it. As Yang Bin finished speaking, a sharp spike shot out from the ground, instantly piercing Hiyu's neck. Hiyu's body stiffened abruptly, then he lost consciousness. Chapter 183 Experiments reveal the truth. As Hiyu died, 2 points of light quickly floated out from his head and flew rapidly upwards. 2. Yang Bin was taken aback. However, he quickly realized that one was likely his innate ability, and the other was probably a skill he acquired at level 6. With Yang Bin's true sight, he quickly learned the information from the 2 points of light. His innate ability was light-based, and he currently had 2 activated skills, a lightsaber and a light shield. His level 6 skill was somewhat useless, a hearing enhancement, no wonder he hadn't used it in battle. Yang Bin's object manipulation could only control one point of light at a time, so he decisively chose his innate ability. Then, Yang Bin controlled the point of light to fly towards his head. Soon, the point of light reached in front of his brow, but just as it was about to merge, it encountered a strong sense of repulsion and couldn't merge at all. Just as I expected. Yang Bin wasn't surprised. He had sensed before that a person could only possess one innate ability, otherwise, he would have already concentrated a whole host of abilities into himself. Since he couldn't, Chen Hao and the others obviously couldn't either. Then Yang Bin looked at Lu Jian. Lie down. Okay. Lu Jian quickly laid down on the ground. Then, Yang Bin controlled the light point to fly towards Lu Jian's brow. However, just as the light point was about to merge with Lu Jian's brow, Lu Jian suddenly trembled, as if enduring immense pain. Yang Bin frowned. It won't work either. It seems that his Yao Guang realm ability has advanced. A 5th-tier evolver can't withstand the advanced ability. I wonder if it can still be transferred at the 6th tier. Or, if it is transferred, will it still be considered an innate ability? Never mind, let's try. Yang Bin controlled the light point to leave the other's brow. Sija, give him a 6th tier crystal so he can advance to 6th tier. Okay. Fang Sija nodded, then handed a 6th tier crystal to Lu Jian. Lu Jian's eyes reddened as he looked at the 6th tier crystal. He had reached the peak of 5th tier long ago, and a 6th tier crystal was something he had always dreamed of. If it were Yuan and the others, they would never have given him a 6th tier crystal. He had thought he would never reach 6th tier in his life. But unexpectedly, this group of people had given him a 6th tier crystal so easily. Thank you, Brother Bin, thank you, Brother Ji. Lu Jian trembled with excitement. Alright, hurry up and eat it, the experiment isn't over yet. Yang Bin urged. Oh, okay. Lu Jian quickly swallowed the crystal. 5 minutes later, he opened his eyes with a look of surprise. Brother Bin, I have a special ability. Lu Jian exclaimed excitedly. Alright, that's just a normal skill. Lie down now. Yang Bin urged. Controlling the light spot wasn't difficult, but maintaining it for 5 minutes straight was tiring. Oh, Lu Jian replied obediently, though he was puzzled. Yang Bin moved the light spot to Lu Jian's brow again. This time, the light spot smoothly merged into Lu Jian's brow. Phew. Yang Bin breathed a sigh of relief, having roughly figured out some of the details. It seems that the abilities of those at the Yao Guang realm aren't entirely untransferable, they simply can't be transferred to those below that level. Thinking this, Yang Bin regretted killing Zhang Liqiang so soon. If he'd kept him until tonight, perhaps he could have gotten another ability user. However, thinking of Zhang Liqiang's appearance, Yang Bin shook his head. It's better to kill this kind of person sooner rather than later. Keeping him around for a few more hours would only cause him trouble. Get up, feel what's changed in your mind. Yang Bin looked at Lu Jian lying on the ground. Oh, okay. Lu Jian quickly got up, then sensed the situation in his mind, and his eyes widened immediately. Then, he reached out, and a lightsaber appeared in his hand. This is Yu's ability? Yes, I transferred his ability to you. Now you're an ability user too. You can do that. Lu Jian's face was filled with disbelief. Nothing is impossible here, Yang Bin said calmly. This opportunity was secured for you by Sija. Go and assist him well. If you perform well, I'll consider letting you join the Starfall squad. Ah, yes. Thank you, Brother Bin. I'll go through fire and water, without hesitation. Lu Jian was so excited he was almost incoherent. There were just too many surprises, it was like a dream. Not only had he reached the 6th rank, but he had also become an extremely rare ability user. And, he even had the chance to join the Starfall squad. This was an insane squad where everyone was a 7th rank ability user. The overwhelming surprise made Lu Jian's face turn bright red. Alright, you can go back now. Yes. After Lu Jian left, the group lay down in the backyard to look at the stars. The next morning, after breakfast, they prepared to go to the old town. However, as soon as they stepped outside, they saw Zhao Hai running towards them with an extremely grave expression. Captain, something's wrong. The zombies from the old city are heading this way. Don't zombies from the old city come here all the time? Why are you so nervous? Old Hai rolled his eyes. This time it's different. This time, it's estimated that all the zombies from the old city have come, Zhao Hai said gravely. What exactly is going on? How come they all suddenly came? Fang Sija frowned. I don't know either. The guard on duty just now told me that when he was observing through his binoculars, he saw countless zombies leaving the old city and approaching this way. Conservatively speaking, the number is no less than 60 or 70,000. Has this ever happened before? Fang Sija asked. No, since the base was established, the largest number we've seen is a little over 10,000. Back then, the official firearms played a big role, and with the large number of evolved humans in the base, we managed to hold them off. But this time it's completely different. I suspect that all the zombies from the old city have come. Zhao Hai's voice trembled slightly. Hearing his words, everyone's heart sank. If I'm not mistaken, there should be level 8 zombies appearing in the old city. Yang Bin suddenly exclaimed. Level 8? Everyone stared wide-eyed at Yang Bin. Yes, only an 8th tier zombie could possibly rule over all the zombies in the old city. This base is too close to the old city. The reason it's been stable so far is probably because the zombies are fighting for power. But once an 8th tier zombie appears, this era of power struggles will end. An 8th tier zombie could directly rule the entire old city. Once the zombie forces are unified, this base will be the first to suffer. Yang Bin said helplessly. What do we do? There are 70 or 80,000 zombies in the old city, plus an 8th tier zombie, and there should be quite a few 6th and 7th tier zombies too. How are we going to defend it? Everyone was worried. Let's go check it out first, Yang Bin sighed. Okay. Chapter 184 Zombie Siege. The group quickly made their way to the city wall. Along the way, they saw panic on the faces of everyone in the base. Clearly, everyone already knew about the situation. Upon reaching the city wall, they looked up and felt a chill run down their spines. In the distance, a dense horde of zombies was slowly approaching, less than 2 kilometers from the base. Seeing the scale of the horde, Yang Bin knew Zhao Hai was right. All the zombies from the old city had probably arrived. It seems an 8th tier zombie has truly emerged, Yang Bin sighed. A normal 6th tier zombie can usually gather around 10,000 followers, a 7th tier around 40 to 50,000, but for 70 to 80,000 zombies to move at once, it could only be an 8th tier zombie. Yang Bin had thought his advancement was fast enough, but he hadn't expected zombies to still be lurking in front of him. However, thinking about it, it made sense. After advancing to 6th tier, he hadn't consumed many crystals, only one 7th tier crystal, relying entirely on cultivation the rest of the time. Humans' normal cultivation speed is still slower than that of zombies, only through crystal acceleration can they catch up. After so much time, it's understandable that a few exceptionally talented zombies in the entire county have reached the 8th rank. Furthermore, zombies can not only absorb starlight for cultivation, but eating humans also accelerates their progress. However, just like humans, high-ranking zombies have little effect on low-ranking evolved beings. But understanding is one thing, the problem still needs to be solved. Zhao Hai, have all evolved beings assemble at the main gate, including low-ranking evolved beings of the 1st and 2nd ranks. Yang Bin said. Okay. Zhao Hai quickly ran off to make the arrangements. Brother Bin, are you planning to fight? Chen Hao whispered. Yes, now that we've taken over the base, we must shoulder the responsibilities. These people are probably the last survivors of RU County. If they're gone, it will be much harder for us to develop our power. The captain is right. This battle is unavoidable. If we win, it will be more effective than all my words. Their loyalty will skyrocket. If we can't win, we can just retreat. These zombies won't let us stay, Fang Sija said. But, with the base's current strength, it's almost impossible to win against a zombie horde of this level, Lin Yifei said. If we can't build up the strength, then we'll build up. Yang Bin said directly. Raise all the evolved beings to the 5th rank. Sija, see if there are any worth training, and raise them to the 6th rank. This battle might waste a lot of crystals, but if we win, we'll gain even more. Okay. Fang Sija nodded seriously. Soon, Zhao Hai brought all the evolved beings over, including low-level evolved beings, totaling over 12,000. Yang Bin glanced at the approaching zombies, then looked at the panicked evolved beings in front of him and shouted loudly. Everyone knows the situation now, right? That's right, all the zombies from the old city have arrived, at least 70 or 80,000 in number. Hearing Yang Bin's words, the already panicked crowd turned even more ashen-faced. Yang Bin ignored their expressions and continued, I don't know whether to say you're lucky or we're unlucky. If we hadn't come to this base yesterday, I can assure you, everyone here would be dead, without exception, because an 8th tier zombie appeared among the horde. What? Hearing Yang Bin's words, everyone's eyes widened. 8th tier, that was something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. So, you're really lucky. Perhaps it's not your time to die, but we just happened to arrive at this moment. I'll handle the 8th tier zombie, and we can also handle the 6th and 7th tier zombies. I only have one question, do you dare to fight anything below 6th tier? Yes, everyone below shouted. At this moment, they themselves felt fortunate. These people were their light. If they hadn't come, wouldn't that good-for-nothing EU have been wiped out? But besides the high-level zombies, there are at least 70 or 80,000 of them at level 5 and below. Even if we dared to fight, we couldn't possibly defeat them all. An evolved being suddenly spoke up, instantly extinguishing everyone's hopes like a bucket of cold water. Yes, 70 or 80,000 zombies, how could they, with just over 10,000 evolved beings, possibly fight them? These 70 or 80,000 zombies were mostly level 4 or 5, while they only had a few hundred level 5 zombies and a little over 3,000 level 4 zombies. The rest were all low-level evolved beings. How could they possibly fight them? This isn't a situation where you can just back down if you can't win. If you can't win, you die. We're all 7th tier, we can just run. Those zombies can't stop us. But you can't escape. The reason we stayed is to give you a sliver of hope for survival. Now that we've taken over this base, we have to be responsible for you. If you dare to fight, I'll provide you with resources so you have the means to fight these zombies. But if you don't even dare, then we'll have to abandon you. There's no need to waste these resources. No, Captain. No. City Lord, don't abandon us. We dare to fight. Yes, City Lord, from now on you are our only City Lord. As long as you don't abandon us, we dare to fight. Everyone tensed up, afraid that Yang Bin and his group would run away and abandon them. They knew Yang Bin was right. If they wanted to run, these zombies couldn't stop them, but they couldn't. Faced with this situation, death was the only outcome. Fang Sija looked at Yang Bin, admiration flashing in his eyes. The captain always praised his ability to win people's hearts, but wasn't he the same himself? Just a few words were enough to make these people grateful to him from the bottom of their hearts. He could imagine that if they won this battle, the loyalty of these evolved beings would definitely be high. If they performed even better in the battle, these people might just turn into loyal fans. As for whether they would perform well in the battle, that goes without saying. Alright, since you dare to fight, then I'll lead you to survival. If your strength isn't enough, then I'll improve it for you. Sija, give them the crystals. Yang Bin looked directly at Fang Sija. Okay. Fang Sija quickly retrieved a large pile of crystals from his alternate dimension. Crystals were relatively important and didn't take up much space, so Fang Sija had kept them in his dimension. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the mountain of crystals. How many zombies had they killed? They were actually giving away so many crystals to boost their strength, just to give them a better chance of survival. So touching. Many people's eyes were red with emotion. All squad leaders, come up and distribute the crystals quickly, the zombies are coming soon. Okay. Soon, dozens of 5th tier evolved humans quickly came up, each carrying a handful of crystals, and ran to their respective teams. Fang Sija had already divided the evolved humans into teams yesterday for easier management. Remember, each person eats the corresponding number of crystals. Eating more won't help. If anyone is found eating more, throw them out to feed the zombies. Yes, everyone responded loudly. Everyone now knows that consuming more crystals is ineffective. Who would be foolish enough to risk everything for something useless? Soon, those who received crystals quickly sat down and began consuming them one by one. Low-level crystals are relatively easy to absorb. One crystal is generally absorbed within 10 seconds, after which a second crystal can be consumed. However, the increase in combat power gained this way might be somewhat weak, but at this point, there's no time to worry about that. The priority is to increase power first, and the surge will be gradually absorbed through battle. Chapter 185 The Battle of the City Defense. Outside the base, swarms of zombies drew ever closer. Inside the base, everyone was frantically improving their strength. Above the city wall, the members of the Starfall squad watched the zombies ahead with grave expressions. They weren't entirely confident about this battle either, given the vast difference in numbers. However, they had an advantage: the terrain. The people who built this base had considered everything thoroughly. The city wall was 6 meters high and 1 meter thick, constructed of stone and concrete, making it very sturdy. A 5-meter wide moat had been dug beneath the wall, with water estimated to be over 2 meters deep. The 5-meter wide moat wouldn't pose much of a problem for a tier 5 zombie. They could easily leap over it. But the key was that there was no foothold below the wall, it was simply the river. Even a tier 5 zombie couldn't jump directly from 5 meters away onto a 6-meter high wall. Therefore, if a tier 5 zombie tried to jump over, it would only crash into the wall and fall into the moat. The moat was over 2 meters deep, offering no foothold for the zombies to jump ashore. Therefore, as long as they held the walls, it wouldn't be easy for the zombies to break through. At least, zombies below level 6 would have a very difficult time getting up there. Unfortunately, they had already used up all their ammunition in the base. Otherwise, standing on the walls and firing machine guns would have been quite satisfying. Now, they could only rely on their level 6 evolved individuals with ranged attacks to attack from above. Fortunately, besides the Starfall squad, there were 4 other level 6 evolved individuals in the base. Originally there were 5, but one was unruly and was killed by Fang Sija, leaving 4 who were obedient. Adding Zhao Hai and Lu Jian, 2 level 6 ability users, made a total of 6 level 6 individuals. However, this number was clearly not enough, so Fang Sija was now thinking of raising a few more to level 6. He still had over 20 level 6 crystals left over from the Starfall squad's consumption. Now that the entire Starfall squad is at tier 7, they're naturally no longer needed. However, he'd only just taken over the base and wasn't sure which individuals were worth training. Tier 6 isn't like Tier 5, one has to be cautious with Tier 6. But special times call for special measures. Fang Sija wasn't one to dawdle. He quickly summoned over 10 peak Tier 5 evolvers. These were the ones he felt good about. Then, Fang Sija directly handed them Tier 6 crystals, without asking them to make any guarantees or oaths, simply instructing them to do their best. The dozen or so people trembled with excitement as they looked at the Tier 6 crystals in their hands. They never expected such a tremendous surprise to suddenly befall them. They were incredibly grateful to Fang Sija, all pledging their undying loyalty. However, Fang Sija never cared too much about such verbal pledges of loyalty. He always sensed things for himself. If he was unsure, he'd have Skinny Monkey subtly influence them to understand their true thoughts. Therefore, he could control everyone under his command. More than a dozen people sat down on the ground and began consuming crystals to advance their ranks. Everyone else watched them with envy. However, along with envy came a sense of excitement. Since the other party was giving these people 6th-tier crystals, could they one day have the chance to obtain 6th-tier crystals themselves? Thinking this, everyone suddenly felt a surge of energy. As long as they could demonstrate their efforts and loyalty, one day they too could become a 6th-tier evolver. While everyone was frantically improving their strength, the zombies in the distance quickly reached the other side of the river. There was a bridge, or rather, a road, across the moat. Because the moat was dug, only the area in front of the main gate wasn't, creating a 3-meter wide road. At this moment, the zombies began to rush onto this road, scrambling towards the base. The countless human flesh and blood within the base excited them. Old Hei, Sija, Zhao Hai, Lu Jian, you guys take the other 6th-tier evolvers with ranged skills and unleash your abilities from the top of the city wall. The rest of you, come down with me and block the road. Yangbin finished speaking and jumped down, the others following suit. The group quickly charged towards the zombies on the road, and the two sides clashed immediately. Yangbin swept his spiral staff, instantly exploding the heads of the zombies in front of him. The others followed suit, their spiral staffs, combined with the immense strength of a 7th-tier warrior, making them virtually invincible in this battle. The 3-meter wide path was clearly insufficient for many zombies, so many 5th-tier zombies attempted to leap over the moat to attack those on the city wall. Unfortunately, as expected, these 5th-tier zombies crashed into the wall and fell into the moat. In the more than 2-meter deep water, these zombies thrashed about, unable to climb the wall. Meanwhile, on the city wall, Lao Hei and his group also joined the fray. A barrage of fire rain, lightsabers, and light waves rained down on the zombies below. Instantly, these zombies, severely hampered in the water, were swiftly eliminated. Before long, the dozen or so peak 5th-tier warriors had advanced to 6th tier and quickly climbed the wall, joining the battle. The speed at which zombies were killed increased even further. Apart from the 6th-tier cultivators, all the evolved beings who had completed their advancement had ascended the city walls. Lacking ranged attacks, they could only guard the walls, preventing the zombies from reaching them. At this moment, these evolved beings watched in utter shock as Yangbin and his group below. They had already fought their way to the other side, each wielding a massive spiral club, slaughtering the zombie horde with ferocity. The clubs wielded with terrifying power, any zombie struck exploded instantly. Each cultivator was surrounded by a near vacuum, preventing zombies from getting within 2 meters of them. Compared to Fang Sija and his group unleashing their skills from above, Yangbin and his companions' fighting style was clearly more exhilarating. The sheer power, the explosive effects of anything touched, and their domineering figures moving through the zombie horde as if it were nothing. It was as if everyone present was activating their fighting spirit. Incredible! Is this the Starfall squad? Terrifying! My god, yesterday you actually wanted us to fight the city lord and the others. That was practically sending us to our deaths. Thank goodness we were rational. If we had fought, I doubt we'd even be a piece of flesh. Yeah, looks like they were just playing around yesterday, not serious at all. Just then, a group of evolved humans suddenly saw 2 tier 6 zombies approaching Yangbin. Startled, they shouted, "City Lord, watch out! 2 tier 6 zombies are approaching you." 6 tier zombies are significantly different from other zombies. Their faces are no longer rotting, resembling humans, except for their red eyes. Zombies below 6th tier have rotting faces, with the rotting becoming more severe at lower tiers. Besides this, 6th tier zombies walk and behave very much like humans, clearly distinguishing them from other zombies. Therefore, anyone can recognize a 6th tier zombie upon seeing one. However, it becomes indistinguishable from those above 6th tier. For example, it's impossible to tell a 6th tier zombie from a 7th tier zombie by appearance alone, and the consequences of mistaking one for another are predictable. Chapter 186 8th tier zombie. As everyone watched tensely as 2 tier 6 zombies lunged at Yangbin, Yangbin remained unfazed, smashing his spiraling staff down with tremendous force. Bang! One tier 6 zombie tried to block with its arm, but it was futile, its arm and head were crushed. The other tier 6 zombie was about to grab Yang Bin's neck when Yang Bin suddenly vanished, reappearing behind the zombie. The tip of his spiraling staff pierced the zombie's head, killing it instantly. Seeing this, the people on the city wall were utterly astonished. This was a tier 6 zombie. It was that easy? At this moment, Yang Bin's invincible image was firmly established among all the evolved beings in the base. Now, all the evolved beings were filled with fighting spirit, seemingly dispelling the fear brought by the dense hordes of zombies below. With such a powerful city lord, what did they have to fear? On the city wall, a group of tier 6 evolved beings continuously unleashed their skills, expending considerable energy. Fang Sij especially brought out a bunch of 4th tier crystals to restore everyone's mental energy. Don't ask why he used 4th tier crystals, it's because he had the most, and there were currently many 4th tier zombies, so there was no need to worry about a shortage. With the crystals replenished, everyone fought even harder. However, as the number of zombies killed increased, everyone's expressions became serious. Because as the zombie corpses piled up, the water in the moat below began to overflow. Once the corpses filled the moat, the 5th tier zombies could jump directly onto the city walls and fight them head-on. But there was nothing they could do. Even if they didn't kill, the enemy could fill the moat with live zombies, since zombies aren't afraid of drowning. Therefore, everyone could only try to kill as many as possible while they could. The battle continued, the number of zombie corpses in the moat increased, and the water level in the moat decreased. Finally, a 5th tier zombie leaped up from the corpses and pounced directly at the people on the city wall. However, he was immediately beaten to death by a group of people. By this time, everyone had completed their advancement, and the city wall was filled with 5th tier evolved beings. These 5th tier evolved beings had been idle for a long time and were eager to show off their skills. Once the first one appeared, another would follow. One after another, 5th tier zombies leaped towards the top of the city wall, but facing the large group of 5th tier evolved beings above, they couldn't break through in a short time. The two sides were once again locked in a stalemate. However, as more and more corpses piled up below, more and more 5th tier zombies jumped up one after another, increasing the pressure on the evolved beings above. Yang Bin glanced at the city wall and, seeing that they were still holding their ground, didn't go back. He continued to frantically kill zombies in the horde. The more they killed, the less pressure there would be. However, just then, he suddenly caught a glimpse of an extremely fast figure rushing towards him out of the corner of his eye. Yang Bin was startled and quickly activated his true sight eye to look over. An 8th tier zombie. Yang Bin muttered to himself. You guys help me clear out the zombies around here, that big guy is coming. Yang Bin shouted to the others. Okay. The group quickly moved towards Yang Bin and swiftly cleared away the zombies near him. The 8th tier zombie was incredibly fast, reaching Yang Bin in the blink of an eye and raising its fist to smash down. Yang Bin raised an eyebrow. The zombies he'd encountered before either clawed or bitten, this was the first time he'd seen one punch him. Yang Bin didn't dare underestimate it and quickly used his spiral staff to block in front of his chest. Bang! One punch sent Yang Bin staggering back 7 or 8 meters, his arm tingling. 15,000. Yang Bin thought to himself, as expected, it just advanced to the 8th tier. Looks like it's not invincible after all. He was already at the peak of the 7th tier, with a peak 7th tier strength of 12,000 kilograms. After all this time, Yang Bin now had an extra 1,800 kilograms. That means he possessed a strength of over 13,800 kilograms. Although lower than his opponents, the difference wasn't significant, he could fight back. However, he had just fought for so long and was quite exhausted. Fighting in this state was somewhat disadvantageous. The zombie clearly only attacked because of the situation. It probably would have waited longer if they hadn't been so ruthless. These zombies, the higher the level, the more cunning. Unfortunately, you may be cunning, but I'm not stupid either. I have teammates. Who wants to fight you one-on-one? Huzzy, let's kill it together. Okay. Chen Hao immediately went invisible, looking for an opportunity, while the others continued to block the zombies rushing at them from all sides. The level 8 zombie, having missed its punch, charged at Yang Bin again. Yang Bin grabbed the spiral rod and slammed it down. Bang! Yang Bin retreated a few steps again, but the zombie only swayed. Just as the zombie was about to attack again, it seemed to instinctively sense danger, its head suddenly tilting. A pitch-black dagger suddenly pierced its shoulder. If it had reacted even a fraction of a second slower, the dagger would probably have been stuck in its neck. The shoulder wound had no effect on the zombie. Chen Hao retreated quickly after his failed attack. However, the zombie reacted swiftly, throwing a powerful punch. At the crucial moment, Chen Hao used his spiral staff to block the blow to his chest, but was still sent flying more than 10 meters. Chen Hao wasn't yet at the peak of the 7th rank, his strength was only around 11,000, a significant difference compared to his opponent. This punch caused his blood and chi to surge. As the 8th rank zombie tried to continue its pursuit of Chen Hao, Yang Bin's spiral staff came crashing down. Forced to fight back, the zombie could only parry Yang Bin's spiral staff. Fist and staff collided, and Yangbin staggered back a few steps again. Although the difference in weight was only a little over 1,000 kilograms, the difference in strength was substantial. Furthermore, Yangbin wasn't at his peak, so a direct confrontation was naturally no match for his opponent. However, he was only slightly at a disadvantage. Taking him down wouldn't be easy. Chen Hao quickly seized the opportunity to disappear again, continuing to search for an opening. The two exchanged blows twice more, and Chen Hao managed to strike again, but his opponent still managed to dodge his attacks from vital areas. Yangbin frowned, then called out towards the distance, "Yifei, come here too. Since we can't kill two people, let's call for reinforcements." Lin Yifei instructed Zhong Yuansen to take over her assigned area, then quickly ran towards them. Seeing this, the 8th tier zombie's face twitched, clearly speechless at Yangbin's 6th brother's actions. Then, it roared at the sky. Instantly, Yangbin saw several figures rushing towards them from afar. Seeing these figures, Yangbin's face darkened. "Damn it, ruthless. Hurry up and kill it first," Yangbin urged. Lin Yifei acted immediately, sending a wave of water towards the zombie. However, the 8th tier zombie retreated directly, disappearing into the horde of zombies. Clearly, it wanted to avoid the onslaught and wait for reinforcements. Damn, sure enough, the higher the tier of the zombie, the smarter it is. Chapter 187 The Stalemate. The opponent hid in the horde of zombies, leaving everyone helpless. Yangbin could teleport to catch up, but his attack methods were too limited. He couldn't kill the opponent alone. This made Yangbin desperately want a powerful offensive skill. Once I reach the Qiang realm, I must choose a powerful offensive skill, Yangbin thought resolutely. Soon, reinforcements from the 8th tier zombies arrived. 7th tier zombies quickly positioned themselves behind the 8th tier zombie. In addition, a group of 6th tier zombies charged towards Zhao Kun and the others, clearly trying to block their way and prevent them from providing support. It must be said that the intelligence of the 8th tier zombies was almost on par with humans. Seeing the reinforcements arrive, the 8th tier zombie grinned at Yangbin. That smile sent chills down Yangbin's spine. He hadn't expected that an 8th tier zombie could actually smile, and such a lewd smile at that. "Let's see if you can still smile later," Yangbin said unhappily. Then he looked at Lin Yifei. "Yifei, can your group freeze them all?" Lin Yifei shook her head. "No, I only recently reached the 7th rank. They're 1 8th rank and 4 7th rank, the strength difference is too great. Even if I could freeze them, it would only be for a moment, and I couldn't do anything." "All right." Yangbin nodded helplessly. Controlling only one wouldn't be very effective. Even if he controlled the 8th rank zombie, the 4 7th rank zombies would definitely break the freeze immediately, not giving them a chance to ambush. "Looks like we can only rely on strength." Yangbin sighed. "I'll hold off the 8th rank one, and you guys can handle the 4 7th rank ones, okay?" "Sure, I should be able to freeze 4 7th rank zombies, but probably not for very long." "Chen Hao, you need to act quickly," Lin Yifei said seriously. "Okay." While they were discussing, the 8th rank zombie, along with 4 7th rank zombies, pounced on them. Yangbin grabbed his spiral staff and swung it at the level 8 zombie. The zombie retaliated with a punch. The fist and staff collided, and Yangbin staggered back a few steps. The level 8 zombie pursued relentlessly, raining blows on him. Yangbin used his spiral staff to parry the zombie's onslaught, then suddenly unleashed a tang sword, aiming with lightning speed for the zombie's eye. The level 8 zombie, undeterred, threw a punch at the tang sword. But at that moment, the tang sword swerved to dodge the punch, then circled behind the zombie and thrust at the back of its head. Simultaneously, Yangbin's spiral staff thrust towards the zombie's neck. Just as the tip of the spiral staff was about to pierce its neck, the level 8 zombie suddenly grabbed Yangbin's staff, then tilted its head, dodging the tang sword's attack. As expected of a level 8 zombie, it's got some skills. Yangbin sighed. Yangbin tried to pull the spiral rod back, but the other person held on tightly, refusing to let go. Finally, Yangbin wielded his tang sword and thrust it sharply at the other person's wrist, finally forcing them to release their grip. Then, the two sides resumed their exchange of blows. Meanwhile, for level 7 zombies swiftly pounced on Chen Hao and Lin Yifei. Chen Hao didn't use invisibility, because if he did, the 4 level 7 zombies would target Lin Yifei, and she definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. For level 7 zombies required 2 people to face. Just as the 4 zombies were about to reach them, Lin Yifei unleashed a wave of water, soaking them completely. The zombies didn't seem to care and continued charging, but suddenly, the water on their bodies rapidly froze. By the time they reacted, it was too late. They were quickly turned into 4 ice sculptures. Beautiful! Chen Hao was overjoyed. The tip of his spiraling rod, sharpened with a razor-sharp edge, swiftly charged forward and plunged it deep into the neck of one of the level 7 zombies. With the added sharpness, the tip of the spiraling rod pierced the zombie's neck without resistance, killing it instantly. Chen Hao didn't hesitate, quickly pulling out the spiraling rod and preparing to stab another, when suddenly Lin Yifei's startled cry came from behind him. Retreat! Chen Hao's heart skipped a beat. He quickly retreated, but he was still a fraction of a second too slow. One of the zombies broke free of the freeze and ripped a large chunk of flesh from Chen Hao's shoulder. Chen Hao endured the excruciating pain and retreated rapidly. At this moment, the other two zombies also broke free and pounced on Chen Hao. However, Chen Hao had already reacted. He slammed his spiral staff into one of the zombies, while Lin Yifei arrived and forced the other zombie back with a single blow. Hiss! Chen Hao gasped, looking at the wound on his shoulder. Ms. Lin, your freeze time was too short. I'm sorry, controlling 4 level 7 zombies at the same time is indeed quite difficult, and that guy should be at the peak of level 7. Lin Yifei said somewhat helplessly. Sigh, Chen Hao sighed, there are still 3 left. Can we control them one more time? We'll have to wait a while. Freezing their bodies continuously for a short period will create resistance, making it less effective. You'll probably break free before you even make a move. Alright, looks like we'll just have to tough it out. I'll deal with the other 2, you handle the peak 7th tier one. When they're almost dead, find an opportunity to freeze them again. Killing just one more will make things much easier. Okay. At this moment, 3 7th tier zombies pounced on them. Chen Hao grabbed his spiral staff and faced 2 of them, while Lin Yifei faced the peak 7th tier zombie. Chen Hao was stronger than most 7th tier zombies, so fighting 2 wasn't a problem. However, he couldn't use one arm, which reduced his combat power. Lin Yifei was the last member of the Starfall squad to advance to 7th tier. Fortunately, she had been watching the stars with everyone, which gave her an extra boost. Combined with her weapon, she could barely hold her own against the peak 7th tier zombie. The battle suddenly reached a stalemate. Yang Bin was locked in a fierce battle with the level 8 zombie. While the zombie was stronger, Yang Bin's spiral staff, combined with his controlled Tang sword, held its own. Meanwhile, Zhao Kun and his group tried to provide support, but a group of level 6 zombies, along with surrounding level 5 zombies, launched a frenzied attack, keeping them constantly on the defensive. Across the city wall, as more and more zombies died, their corpses piled higher and higher. Some zombies had already scaled the city wall, and close combat ensued. However, the city wall had limited space and was already teeming with evolved beings, making it difficult for these zombies to gain a foothold. Below, many zombies were frantically ramming against the city wall. Although the wall was covered in spikes, the zombies seemed impervious to pain, their impact causing the wall to shake violently. At this rate, the wall would surely collapse soon. Then, close quarters combat would be the only option. Chapter 188 8th rank. The battle continued for several minutes. Suddenly, Lin Yifei slammed her staff back, forcing back the 7th tier zombie she was fighting. She then swiftly unleashed her power towards Chen Hao, instantly freezing the 2 7th tier zombies he was battling. However, in the instant she used her power, the 7th tier zombie she had forced back pounced, leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound on her body. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Hao thrust his spiral staff forward, killing another zombie. He then swiftly withdrew it and stabbed at the other. But by this time, the zombie had broken free, quickly rolling on the ground to dodge Chen Hao's attack. It then ran rapidly towards the horde of zombies. Clearly, it knew it was no match for Chen Hao. However, Chen Hao naturally wouldn't let it escape, immediately becoming invisible and giving chase. Just as the zombie was about to charge into the horde, the spiral staff pierced its neck from behind. Without hesitation, Chen Hao pulled out his spiraling rod and rushed towards Lin Yifei. Lin Yifei, injured, was struggling against the 7th tier peak zombie. Chen Hao stealthily approached, and while the zombie was preoccupied with attacking Lin Yifei, he thrust out the spiraling rod. The zombie seemed to sense something and tried to dodge, but it was too late. The tip of the spiraling rod pierced the zombie's neck, slaying another. Phew! Lin Yifei let out a heavy sigh of relief. I must say, your sharpness ability is really strong. If it were me, even if I froze it, I wouldn't be able to kill it instantly. Everyone has their own strengths. Without your control, I couldn't kill it either. It wouldn't just stand there and let me stab it. Yeah, that's true. Let's go help the captain. Okay. The two quickly headed towards Yang Bin. At this moment, the 8th tier zombie seemed to realize that its 4 subordinates were gone and was enraged. Then, decisively abandoning Yang Bin, this troublesome opponent, it ran towards the horde of zombies behind hesitantly. However, Yang Bin wasn't about to let it escape. He instantly teleported in front of it, raising its spiraling staff to strike. Forced to defend, the 8th tier zombie could only raise its fist. Bang! Yang Bin staggered back a few steps, but successfully blocked its opponent. At this moment, Chen Hao and his companion arrived. Lin Yifei immediately unleashed a wave of water at the zombie. But the zombie was very cautious, even sensing the water wave posed no threat, it quickly dodged. Then, it clenched its fist and slammed it towards Lin Yifei. Yang Bin teleported again, blocking its path and swinging its spiraling staff. The two clashed once more. Yang Bin was again knocked back, but he managed to stop his opponent. As the man and the zombie clashed, Lin Yifei swiftly intervened, sending a wave of water crashing into the 8th tier zombie. Immediately, the 8th tier zombie's body froze, turning into an ice sculpture in less than a second. Just then, a black, spiraling rod suddenly appeared beside the 8th tier zombie, piercing its neck. However, unlike the 7th tier zombie, which was pierced through, Chen Hao's spear only penetrated a small section before being grabbed and unable to advance any further. Then, the level 8 zombie suddenly pulled, dragging Chen Hao's body away, and then its other hand slammed down towards Chen Hao's head. At the critical moment, a tang sword suddenly flew in, stabbing towards the zombie's neck wound with lightning speed. Simultaneously, Yang Bin appeared beside Chen Hao and kicked him away. Chen Hao's body slammed into the ground. The level 8 zombie's fist struck Yang Bin's foot, which he couldn't retract in time, while the tang sword pierced deep into the zombie's neck through the wound. Roar! The level 8 zombie roared in pain, and the zombies that had been frantically attacking Zhao Kun and the others rushed towards them. Ignoring his broken leg, Yang Bin swung his spiral club again at the zombie. The heavily wounded level 8 zombie still clashed fists with Yang Bin. Yang Bin, with his broken leg, sat down heavily on the ground, and the level 8 zombie also staggered back a few steps. Just then, Chen Hao reappeared, grabbing the tang sword stuck in the zombie's neck. Instantly, the sword glowed black, and he yanked hard. Instantly, most of the zombie's neck was severed, its head drooping. However, the zombie also punched Chen Hao, sending him flying. The zombie swayed, then fell straight to the ground. Seeing this, the group breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Indeed, the higher the level of the zombie, the harder it was to kill. At this moment, a large horde of zombies charged in. Lin Yifei immediately rushed forward to meet them. Yang Bin and Chen Hao also gritted their teeth and scrambled to their feet to fight back. Fortunately, Zhao Kun, Hu Wenliang, and the others arrived at this time. Hu Wenliang then waved his hand, and a beam of light fell on Yang Bin, quickly restoring his broken leg to normal. Immediately afterward, 2 more beams of light fell upon Chen Hao and Lin Yifei, rapidly healing their injuries. Yang Bin swiftly cracked open the head of the 8th tier zombie and retrieved the 8th tier crystal. The 8th tier crystal wasn't very large, about the size of a cherry, similar to a 6th tier crystal, only its color was purple. Actually, crystals started turning a light purple from the 7th tier onwards. The 8th tier crystal didn't increase in size, only the purple was more intense. Yang Bin looked at the 8th tier crystal in his hand, thought for a moment, and decided to eat it first. Although he had been at the peak of the 7th tier for 3 days, he still hadn't felt any breakthrough, and estimated it would take at least 2 more days. Now was a time to race against time. Every day faster was precious, and there was no point in wasting time. You guys guard me for a while, I'll eat the crystal first, Yang Bin said to the others. Okay. The others surrounded Yang Bin, keeping the surrounding zombies at bay. Yang Bin sat cross-legged and swallowed the crystal. Soon, powerful energy instantly flowed into his body, and the second horn of Qiang's star was instantly illuminated. An even greater amount of energy flowed into his body, rapidly enhancing his physical attributes. 2 minutes later, Yang Bin opened his eyes, clenched his fist, felt the powerful force within him, and a smile appeared on his face. 8th rank. Or rather, level 2 of the Yao Guang realm. Some people said the realm system wasn't clear enough, so I've attached a diagram to make it clearer. There are 9 stars, each with 5 points. Lighting up all 5 points and then the center completes the lighting of a star. Lighting up each star activates a skill, allowing you to randomly choose one, though the protagonist can choose their own. The higher the star level, the stronger the skill, and naturally, the greater your strength. Currently, the protagonist and his companions name their cultivation realms after the stars, but later everyone else will follow suit. 6th rank, Yao Guang Realm, 7th rank, Yao Guang Realm Level 1, 8th rank, Yao Guang Realm Level 2, 9th rank, Yao Guang Realm Level 3, 12th rank, Kaiyang Realm, and so on. This explanation should be clear now. Chapter 189 Forming the Yao Guang Army. As Yang Bin advanced to the 8th rank, a thunderous roar echoed from the distant city walls. The sturdy walls, battered by a horde of 5th rank zombies, finally succumbed and collapsed. Following this, countless zombies swarmed into the base. Inside the base, more than half of the evolved humans, unable to climb the walls due to the crowd above, were already prepared for battle. As the zombies poured in, these evolved humans did not retreat, grabbing their weapons and charging forward. This battle was a matter of life and death. They had no way out. The great melee officially began. At this moment, humanity no longer had the advantage of terrain. It was a battle of strength and unwavering resolve. Although Yang Bin and his group, along with those on the walls, had killed over 20,000 zombies, the number still exceeded 60,000. The evolved humans within the base numbered only slightly over 12,000. The difficulty of the battle was unimaginable. Fortunately, half of the 60,000 plus zombies were tier 4, while the evolved humans were all tier 5, with over a dozen tier 6. The zombies surged towards the base like a tidal wave, but the evolved humans steadfastly blocked their advance, preventing them from breaking through, because behind them lay over 10,000 defenseless ordinary people. Many of these were their relatives. Humans are remarkable creatures. When faced with dire circumstances, they often unleash combat power far exceeding their usual strength. Fang Sija had initially worried that these hastily advanced tier 5 evolved humans wouldn't be able to unleash their true combat power. However, he hadn't expected that these evolved humans, when fighting for their lives, were no less formidable than tier 5 zombies. Over here, Yang Bin, who had just advanced to tier 8, had no time to rejoice at the sight of this situation. "I'll go back first, you guys come too." Yang Bin finished speaking and vanished from his spot with a teleportation. Chen Hao and the others immediately charged towards the city wall. Yang Bin's figure instantly appeared amidst the horde of zombies within the base. He swept his spiraling staff around, clearing a space. Then, he swept through the horde with ferocious speed, slaying wave after wave of zombies. His 8th tier strength was akin to a dimensional reduction attack against a horde of 4th and 5th tier zombies. Any zombie touched by Yang Bin's spiraling staff exploded instantly. The city lord is back. Seeing Yang Bin's sudden appearance, all the evolved beings were overjoyed, their gloom vanishing. Watching that invincible figure moving through the horde as if it were nothing, they, who had initially worried about losing the position, suddenly felt a surge of power. The 8th tier and 7th tier zombies are all wiped out, and the 6th tier zombies are almost gone too. The remaining low tier zombies are nothing to fear. "Keep it up, everyone," Yang Bin shouted. "Yes, the city lord is awesome," everyone shouted excitedly. At that moment, that figure became their light, giving them unwavering faith. Not long after, Chen Hao and the others returned. The 9 members of the Starfall squad stood at the forefront of all the evolved beings, providing immense reassurance to those behind them. In addition, the dozen or so 6th tier evolved beings within the base also fulfilled their responsibilities as 6th tier beings. The battle continued. Although the zombies' attacks were fierce, they were unable to break through the defenses. Layer upon layer of corpses covered the ground. Many were already severely wounded, yet they persisted with unwavering resolve. Finally, after more than an hour of brutal fighting, the zombie onslaught slowed. At this point, only a little over 10,000 of the original 60,000 zombies remained, and only a little over 8,000 of the original 12,000 evolved humans survived. If Yang Bin and his group hadn't withstood most of the onslaught, the casualties would have doubled. But then, the zombies suddenly split into 2 groups. The 4th tier zombies continued to charge towards the group, while the 5th tier zombies began to retreat. Seeing this, Yang Bin wasn't surprised. These 5th tier zombies had clearly realized they couldn't break through and were sending the 4th tier zombies to their deaths while they fled. Yang Bin didn't give chase, instead, he let them go. There were already enough 5th tier zombie corpses on the ground. 5th tier crystals wouldn't be lacking for a while, but 6th tier crystals were in dire need. After this battle, there are probably very few zombies left in Ru County. These 5th tier zombies can be kept alive and fattened up before slaughtering. Without the 5th tier zombies, the remaining few thousand 4th tier zombies obviously pose no threat. With everyone working together, they were all dealt with in less than 10 minutes. At this moment, the entire base, inside and out, was littered with corpses, both zombies and evolved humans. The remaining evolved humans hugged each other, tears streaming down their faces. "We held on. We held on. Wah, I can't believe it. So many zombies, and we actually held on. That's all thanks to the city lord and the others. They probably killed tens of thousands of zombies. Yeah, and they even killed the 8th tier zombies, and cleared out the 6th and 7th tier ones too. Otherwise, how could we have held on? They're amazing. I've decided, from now on, I'll follow the city lord's lead." "Me too. +1. +1. As Fang Sija predicted, although the battle was fierce, it was more effective than any amount of persuasion he could muster. The loyalty of the evolved humans in the base was immediately maxed out. "Zhao Hai, tally the casualties. Then gather all the seriously wounded evolved humans together. The rest of the evolved humans rest in place for 10 minutes, then start mining crystals." Fang Sija looked at Zhao Hai. "Yes," Zhao Hai answered loudly. This battle not only shocked the other evolved beings, but even he was stunned. He knew very well that this victory meant that nothing in Ru County could stop the base's development from now on. With this team of freaks, this base would definitely become a regional hegemon in the future. At this moment, he only wanted to cling to this powerful figure. Perhaps in the future, he too would be a figure revered by thousands. After Zhao Hai left, Yang Bin and the others immediately collapsed to the ground. They were also exhausted from this battle. "These people's performance has truly impressed me," Yang Bin exclaimed. "Yes, I was surprised too. I thought it would be good if half of them survived, but I didn't expect them to be so fierce," Fang Sija exclaimed. People often unleash extraordinary combat power when they are fighting desperately. Perhaps this is what my dad often refers to as human potential, Lin Yifei said. Yang Bin nodded, then looked at Fang Sija and said, although this battle resulted in significant losses, the gains were even greater. I saw fervor in the eyes of these people. It seems we can consider forming the Yao Guang army. Yes, many people probably already consider you, Captain, a faith. With a little maneuvering, I can practically make them follow us wholeheartedly. However, forming the Yao Guang army won't be easy. 6th tier crystals are too scarce. It's alright. Crystals? We'll just fight for them. Didn't we let a few thousand 5th tier zombies escape? You can kill them slowly later. We'll bring back any Yao Guang crystals we find when we go out to hunt. I look forward to the day when I can lead an army of tens of thousands of Yao Guang soldiers to sweep across the world. Don't worry, Captain, that day won't be long. Chapter 190, Exploring the Mountains and Forests. The battle casualties were quickly tallied. In this battle, over 4,000 evolved humans died, over 2,000 were seriously wounded, and almost everyone else was injured. Although it seemed easy for Yang Bin and his team to kill the zombies, that was because they overwhelmingly outnumbered them. Normal people would struggle even against zombies of the same level, let alone when there were far more of them. This casualty figure far exceeded Yang Bin and his team's expectations. Afterwards, Fang Sija arranged for people to clean up the battlefield and collect crystals. Yang Bin also retrieved 4 7th tier crystals, giving 2 to Chen how to raise his strength to the peak of the 7th tier, and the remaining 2 to Huwen Liang. Then, Huwen Liang began treating the seriously wounded evolved humans. Since they were now on their side, they naturally couldn't be allowed to die. The lightly wounded were fine, they were all 5th tier evolved humans, and most minor injuries would heal in a few days. 2,000 or so severely injured evolved beings were a huge challenge for Huwen Liang. Even with the replenishment of crystals, he couldn't hold out. Fortunately, as a 7th tier cultivator, healing 5th tier evolved beings didn't consume too much energy. He could heal dozens or hundreds and then rest for a while. As Huwen Liang continued to act, some severely injured and dying evolved beings quickly became energetic again. This made the evolved beings, who already idolized the Starfall squad to the extreme, regard them as gods. This was practically snatching lives from the jaws of death. With such monstrous ability users around, their lives would be protected like never before. What's there to be afraid of in fights now? Fear nothing. As long as they don't kill me, I can go back to the fountain and revive fully healed. At this moment, they suddenly realized that every member of the Starfall squad, besides being incredibly strong, seemed to possess unbelievable abilities. This further strengthened their belief in following them. Subsequently, Fang Sija used the collected crystals to raise the strength of these evolved individuals to the peak of the 5th tier. Next, he further elevated dozens of evolved individuals who had performed exceptionally well in the battle to the 6th tier. These consecutive actions instantly maximized the goodwill of all the evolved individuals, causing their sense of belonging to soar. Afterward, Fang Sija began planning and constructing the new base. Meanwhile, Yang Bin and the others returned to their base in town, preparing to relocate everyone there. This relocation project was no small undertaking. Although the town base wasn't large, it contained a wealth of supplies, filling hundreds of square meters of warehouse space to capacity. Yang Bin found more than 10 mechanics at the base who could repair large trucks. He then led these mechanics out to find more than a dozen trucks that weren't severely damaged. After repairs by the mechanics, they were ready to operate. Then everyone at the base began working. Some loaded the trucks, others packed up their belongings. It took 2 days to complete this massive relocation. With the two bases combined, the total number of people returned to over 20,000. As for the evolved individuals, there were over 8,000 in the county seat and over 1,000 in the town. Fang Sija then selected several hundred survivors to bring the total to 10,000, and trained them all to the peak of the 5th tier. In terms of weaponry, everyone was equipped with large-sized rebar. While not as large as their specially made kind, it was still the largest rebar they could find at the county steel mill, enough for at least Tier 6 use. Besides Tier 5 evolved beings, there were over 50 Tier 6 evolved beings. With such combat power, while they might not be able to sweep everything away, at least the zombies within Ryu County were no longer a threat. In the following days, Fang Sija divided the evolved beings into several teams to sweep away the zombies around the county, while the ordinary survivors began constructing the new base. The base housed over 20,000 people, with diverse talents. Perhaps high-tech experts were few, but farmers, construction workers, and plumbers were plentiful. Fang Sija planned to establish the base as quickly as possible, restoring production and electricity, so that the base could achieve self-sufficiency as soon as possible. Although the base currently had ample supplies, the increased personnel meant greater consumption. Unlike other base controllers who cut back on food for their personnel to conserve rations, Fang Sija's first priority was ensuring that everyone in the base was well-fed and clothed. This fostered a strong sense of belonging among the base's personnel, making them even more dedicated to their work. While Fang Sija was incredibly busy every day, Yang Bin and his team weren't idle either. The day after relocating the people from the other base, Yang Bin led the Starfall squad to the territory of the mutated beasts, the densely wooded mountains. Ru County is mountainous, surrounded by mountains. The mutated beasts in the mountains were always a dagger hanging over everyone's heads, so Yang Bin decided to investigate and see how many mutated beasts lived there. Originally, Yang Bin planned to bring De Huang, but then decided against it. De Huang was already at level 8, and the aura of an level 8 mutated tiger was too powerful. He figured if it came along, the other mutated beasts would hide and dare not come out. Therefore, Yang Bin brought Xiao Ju Zi instead. On the mountain, it was still necessary to have a mutated beast present, because mutated beasts naturally have a greater sense of danger than humans. Especially in the mountainous environment, it's easy to be ambushed, and Yang Bin couldn't keep his true sight active indefinitely. That would be too mentally taxing. Just as they reached the top of the mountain, they saw rustling grass in the distance. Yang Bin quickly activated his true sight and looked over, then saw a huge rabbit dart into a burrow. Yang Bin's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "Perhaps this mountain isn't necessarily a forbidden area, maybe it's a treasure trove." "Why?" Everyone looked at him with puzzled expressions. "We probably have enough rice and vegetables from our crops, but we seem to be lacking in meat. Isn't this mountain a natural meat market?" "Brother Bin, are you sure they're not just delivering goods?" There's definitely danger, but it's relative. If you're stronger than them, they're your food. Conversely, if you're weaker, you're their food. Although the animals on the mountain have all mutated, their numbers haven't changed. There are still far fewer strong ones and many weak ones. That rabbit we just saw was only at level 4. These mutated beasts probably make up the majority of the animals on the mountain. With our base's strength, hunting on the mountain should be very fruitful, as long as we don't encounter any ferocious beasts. Besides, zombies don't reproduce, but these mutated beasts can. They should be able to produce low-level mutated beasts, which would solve the problem of the shortage of low-level crystals, right? Hearing Yang Bin's words, everyone's eyes lit up. "Boss, listening to you say that, this mountain really is a treasure trove." "Yeah, let's go, let's continue exploring." Then, the group continued deeper into the area. Chapter 191 Wild Boar. Perhaps due to the resurgence of spiritual energy, the trees on the mountain grew exceptionally fiercely, with large trees, some 50 or 60 centimeters in diameter, scattered everywhere. While such trees existed before, they were not numerous. Besides the large trees, the ground reeds grew wildly, some reaching 2 or 3 meters in height, severely obstructing the group's vision and significantly increasing the danger level on the mountain. Along the way, they frequently encountered mutated beasts such as rabbits and squirrels. These mutated beasts did not attack the group, quickly hiding upon seeing them. This was perhaps an animal's instinctive perception of danger. If the group's strength were lower, they might have pounced directly. Yang Bin and the others did not attack them either. Their main purpose was to assess the situation on the mountain, and they were in no hurry to take action. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they suddenly felt a slight tremor in the ground. Just as everyone was wondering about this, Little Orange suddenly bent over. Seeing this, everyone became alert. Having spent so much time with Little Orange, they naturally knew that her reaction meant a powerful enemy was approaching. Yang Bin quickly activated his true sight and looked in the direction Little Orange was staring. What he saw made his eyelids twitch. "Alright, I take back what I just said. Ordinary people shouldn't come here casually, they might just end up delivering themselves to your door." "Boss, what is it?" everyone asked quickly. "Wild boars. 3 wild boars bigger than cows." "Wild boars? Wild boars are good. Wild boar meat is delicious." Old Hei licked his lips. "I'm afraid you won't be able to chew them." Chen Hao smiled, then looked at Yang Bin and said, "Brother Bin, these wild boars are quite strong, aren't they?" "Not bad, they're all 7th tier." The group shuddered, and Old Hei's face darkened. He said somewhat awkwardly, "These things are probably a bit hard to chew. What's there to be afraid of? We can just stew them a little longer." Chen Hao laughed. Soon, as the thatched roof collapsed, 3 enormous wild boars charged out, heading straight for the group. "Get out of the way!" Yang Bin shouted, then quickly dodged to the side. Although he was already at the 8th rank, wild boars possessed immense charging power. If hit, even he probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. This was the innate advantage of mutated beasts. For example, Little Orange's speed, Big Yellow's strength, and Bird's natural ability to fly. These were all things humans couldn't match. Mutated beasts might not necessarily have special abilities, but with their innate advantages, humans would find it difficult to defeat them one-on-one against those of the same rank. The others reacted extremely quickly as well. Seeing the massive bodies of the wild boars charging towards them, they dodged with lightning speed, even without Yang Bin's warning. The members of the Starfall squad had all grown through countless battles, none of them were just flashy. Bang bang bang. 3 loud sounds rang out as the 3 wild boars crashed into the large tree behind the group. Instantly, 3 large trees, each nearly 50 centimeters in diameter, were snapped in two by the 3 wild boars, causing everyone's eyelids to twitch. If that had hit a person, they would probably have been sent flying a great distance. Smashing such large trees seemed to have no effect on the wild boars, who quickly turned and charged at the group again at incredible speed. While dodging the boars' attacks, the group relentlessly unleashed their skills. Old Hei's fireballs, Zhong Yuanson's ground spikes, Hu Wenliang's dark energy, and Skinny Monkey's wind blades ranged attacks rained down on the boar. The boar's wounds multiplied, and it was soon covered in blood. However, the boar's resilience was remarkable. Despite its injuries, it continued its relentless pursuit of the group. Knowing the boar's charging power, the group avoided direct confrontation, opting instead to dodge and whittle down its health with ranged attacks. Old Hei, where's your dark hand? Grab it, and I can kill it with a single blow. Chen Hao, hidden from view, calmly watched Old Hei being chased and leaped about by the boar. Damn, you're really talking without thinking. If I could catch them, would you need to tell me? Don't you see how fierce these wild boars are? My dark hand would probably be torn off before it even gets out of my hand. Old Hei complained, damn it, what did this wild boar ever do to me? It keeps charging at me. Come help me out. I'm here to help you, but I don't have a chance to act if you keep running like this. Why don't you take a hit? If you can make it stop, I guarantee I'll pierce it through. Brother Hao, have I offended you lately? I apologize, okay? Don't make things worse for me. Old Hei said with a mournful face. Look at you. Run this way, I'll take a hit for you. I want to test how strong this wild boar's charge is. Zhong Yuanson said from not far away. Look at him. Old Hei didn't stand on ceremony and ran towards Zhong Yuanson with the wild boar. Zhong Yuanson's body instantly transformed into a layer of earthen armor. He then grabbed his spiral club and swung it at the charging Lao Hei. Lao Hei rushed towards Zhong Yuanson and quickly rolled to the side, exposing the wild boar to him. Bang! Zhong Yuanson's spiral club slammed into the wild boar's head, instantly tearing its skin and flesh. But the wild boar's momentum didn't diminish, and it crashed directly into Zhong Yuanson. Bang! Zhong Yuanson's earthen armor shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying, crashing into a tree behind him and hanging from a branch. Seeing this, Lao Hei swallowed hard and quickly went over to pull Zhong Yuanson down from the branch. Thump! Zhong Yuanson fell to the ground, spitting out blood again. He gave Lao Hei a resentful look, then addressed the others, everyone be careful, don't get hit. I tested it for you, this thing has an incredibly strong impact. The others looked at Zhong Yuanson speechlessly. How stupid do you have to be to try and take it head on? Didn't you see even the boss was too scared to do it? Meanwhile, Chen Hao kept his word. The moment the wild boar knocked Zhong Yuanson away and stopped, Chen Hao instantly struck. The sharp tip of his spiral rod pierced the boar's neck, pinning it to the ground. The wild boar struggled wildly on the ground, screaming in agony. But Chen Hao held on tightly, pinning it to the ground. After a few minutes, the boar's struggles gradually subsided. Phew, that wasn't easy. Chen Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Thump! A heavy thud sounded not far away. The wild boar that had been chasing Yang Bin had also fallen to the ground. Yang Bin had used his immense strength to crush the wild boar to death. Meanwhile, Hu Wenliang, Zhao Kun, Lin Yifei, and the skinny monkey had also dealt with the remaining wild boar. Chapter 192 Leopard. Hu Wenliang approached Zhong Yuanson, who was lying on the ground. With a wave of his hand, a white light descended upon him, and Zhong Yuanson quickly stood up, full of energy. You've gotten addicted to playing with meat, haven't you? You actually tried to tank this? Hu Wenliang said, somewhat speechless. I just wanted to test its power for everyone, Zhong Yuanson said awkwardly. Sen, don't do that again. Since I told you to dodge, it means you can't tank it. Luckily, it was only a 7th tier wild boar. If it were an 8th tier, you'd probably be drinking tea with the king of hell before Liangzi even rescued you, Yang Bin said. Yes, boss, I'll understand next time. Yang Bin nodded, then looked at the 3 enormous wild boars lying on the ground, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. The mountain truly lived up to its reputation as a forbidden zone for humans. They'd encountered 3 7th-tier mutated beasts in just over 10 minutes. It's fortunate it was them. If it were anyone else, even several times the number, they would all perish here. Looks like turning the mountain into a supply depot isn't so easy. Then, the group quickly extracted the crystals from the heads of several wild boars. Hu Wenliang ate 2 more, reaching the peak of the 7th rank, and gave the remaining one to Zhao Kun. Yang Bin then looked at the tusk of one of the wild boars and slammed it down with his club. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. The blow hadn't broken the tusk. Yang Bin's eyes lit up. This thing was quite sturdy. Then, Yang Bin slammed it down again with all his might, finally breaking it off. Holding the tusk in his hand, feeling its hardness, Yang Bin's face showed satisfaction. He'd have Chen Hao carve it into a dagger later. It should be quite good for manipulating objects. The Tang sword was a bit outdated. Looking at the 3 wild boar carcasses on the ground, Yang Bin's eyes gleamed with excitement. These things are truly a treasure trove from head to toe. The boar hide can be made into clothing, probably enough to withstand most attacks from a 6th-tier attacker. The boar bones can be used to make incredibly sturdy weapons. The boar meat can be stewed, eating it might even strengthen the body. It's just that he'll probably have to go back first. Leaving these things here isn't good, and continuing the exploration with them isn't feasible either. However, just as Yang Bin was considering whether to take the 3 carcasses back, Little Orange beside him suddenly cried out anxiously and then climbed up a tree. At that moment, everyone seemed to hear rustling sounds coming from all directions. Holy crap, could it be that thing? Yang Bin's heart tightened, and he activated his true sight to look around. What he saw immediately sent chills down his spine. He saw countless tiny green snakes crawling towards them, clearly attracted by the smell of blood. These creatures didn't seem to have increased in size much, but Yang Bin was certain they had all mutated, because there were not only 4th and 5th tier snakes, but also 6th tier ones. They mutated, but their size didn't increase, so the direction of these snakes' mutation wasn't size, but most likely their venom. In other words, these snakes' venom might be much more potent than before the mutation. Thinking this, Yang Bin felt a little uneasy. Sometimes, these small creatures are more terrifying than large animals. Captain, are they snakes? Lin Yifei asked, somewhat terrified. This was the first time anyone had seen Lin Yifei with such an expression. They had initially assumed this intelligent and powerful woman would be different from others, but they hadn't expected her to have such fears. However, to be honest, the others were also starting to panic. Judging from the sound, there were quite a few. Brother Bin, I'm not sure if my treatment can cure the poison, Huan Liang said worriedly. Go! Abandon the corpses, run up the mountain. Yang Bin decisively ordered. There were too many, even he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't be bitten. Then, everyone quickly ran up the mountain. As soon as they left, countless small blue snakes emerged from the grass below, crawling towards the 3 wild boar carcasses on the ground. Everyone turned to look, and goosebumps immediately rose all over their bodies. Lin Yifei was especially frightened, her face turning pale, and she quickly turned her head away, her chest heaving. However, what happened next sent chills down everyone's spines. After the small snakes crawled onto several wild boars, the boars' bodies visibly shrank, as if melting away. The boar's skin, meat, and even the blood turned black. Indeed, these guys' venom is terrifying, Yang Bin said, a chill running down his spine. Luckily, they discovered it early. If Hu Wenliang had been bitten, he probably wouldn't have survived. This mountain is truly terrifying. Seeing that the green snakes had all rushed towards the carcasses and weren't chasing them, Yang Bin breathed a sigh of relief. Since they weren't chasing them, there was no need to run. These snakes will be a threat sooner or later. Now that we've discovered them, it's best to eliminate them. Then, Yang Bin activated his true sight and looked into the nearby bushes. More and more green snakes were crawling towards the wild boar carcasses. A few minutes later, the green snakes emerged from the grass, and the 3 enormous wild boars were nowhere to be seen, completely enveloped by countless green snakes. Old Black, throw a few fire rain spells, that should wipe them all out, Yang Bin said to Old Black. Okay. Old Black nodded, then cautiously approached. At this moment, the snakes were happily enjoying their easy spoils, oblivious to everything else. Soon, bursts of fire rained down, instantly reducing swathes of green snakes to ashes. Fearing further trouble, Old Black unleashed over 10 more fire rain spells, turning the entire area into a sea of fire. When it was all over, only ashes remained, along with the skeletons of 3 enormous wild boars. In less than a minute, tens of thousands of mutated beasts were wiped out. What do you think of that achievement? Old Black asked Chen Hao. Yeah, you're awesome. Chen Hao gave a thumbs up in agreement. Yifei, put out the fire. Don't let the mountain burn down, Yang Bin said, looking at the raging flames all around. As a good citizen, burning down a mountain is unacceptable. Of course, the main reason is that if the mountain burns down, the mutated beasts throughout the mountain range will definitely riot, and then the base below will be in trouble. Okay. Lin Yifei quickly went over, and waves of water swiftly extinguished all the flames around her. Yang Bin activated his true sight to survey the area, and only after confirming nothing was left behind did he speak. Let's go, continue exploring. Be careful, everyone. The dangers on the mountain are greater than we imagined. Okay. Then, the group continued up the mountain. After this battle, everyone was on high alert. For safety, Yang Bin kept his true sight active the entire way, avoiding engagements with any mutated beasts he encountered. As they climbed higher, the strength of the mutated beasts increased, but their numbers decreased. Finally, when the group reached the halfway point, Yang Bin stopped, a look of hesitation in his eyes. What's wrong, Brother Bin? Chen Hao asked. I saw an 8th-tier mutated beast. I wonder if I can beat it. Damn, boss, you're so insecure. Back when we were 6th tier, half of us could take down a 7th-tier mutated tiger. Now we're all 7th tier, and you're still 8th. You think you can't beat an 8th tier mutated beast? Tell me, is it a tiger or a lion? A leopard. Chapter 193. Let's see if you can run faster or I can teleport faster. Boss, I doubt only you can catch that thing, old Hei said somewhat awkwardly. Yeah, leopards are known for their speed and reflexes, and after the mutation, they're probably even more terrifying. I'm not even sure I can hit it, Yang Bin said gravely. Besides, the terrain on the mountain is advantageous to it but disadvantageous to us. It'll be very difficult to fight. Should we just give up? I feel like even if we fight, we won't be able to stop it. If it runs, we won't be able to catch it, Zhao Kun frowned. Sigh, it's not a question of whether we fight or not now. That thing has spotted us, Yang Bin sighed. Hold your position for now, keep moving. It probably doesn't know I've spotted it. It'll follow my orders from now on. Okay. The group pretended to be nonchalant and continued slowly making their way up the mountain. This place was probably the territory of this 8th tier leopard. After arriving here, they didn't see any other mutated beasts. After walking for a few minutes, Yang Bin suddenly saw the leopard climb down from the tree and slowly approach the group. It wasn't as robust as Big Yellow, although significantly taller than a normal leopard. It maintained its original slender build, presumably to better utilize its speed. The massive body slowly approached the group without making a sound. Yang Bin gave the others a look. The group understood and prepared for battle, though they maintained a relaxed demeanor. The leopard was cautious. Even with its 8th tier strength, it didn't act rashly. Reaching the group, it lay prone in the grass, patiently waiting for its opportunity. The group walked for several more minutes, but the leopard still hadn't made a move. Yang Bin frowned. This couldn't go on, everyone was on edge. After thinking for a moment, Yang Bin gave everyone a look, then used his object manipulation skills to create a slight commotion in another direction, before exclaiming in surprise, "What's that?" Everyone turned to look in the same direction. "What is that?" Just then, the leopard suddenly darted out from behind the bushes, moving with lightning speed. "Attack!" Yang Bin shouted, and the spiral clubs swung backward. The others didn't hesitate. Although they hadn't seen anything yet, following their leader was the right thing to do. 8 spiral clubs swung backward almost simultaneously. The leopard, pouncing forward, widened its eyes in shock. These old foxes, they're playing dirty tricks? Unfortunately, it was too late. Pounced in midair, it couldn't retreat, it could only twist its body to try and dodge the barrage of clubs. Thump, thump, thump. 3 muffled thuds rang out. Yang Bin, Chen Hao, and Zhong Yuan's spiral rod struck the leopard accurately, while the others missed. The leopard was too fast, they hadn't even seen it clearly. They only knew its approximate location from Yang Bin's glances, so they attacked in that direction. Chen Hao and Zhong Yuan's hits were purely by chance, only Yang Bin, with his true sight activated, clearly saw the leopard's trajectory. The leopard's massive body was sent flying, rolling several times on the ground before quickly getting to its feet, glaring angrily at the group. Clearly, it was very unhappy about being tricked. Before the leopard could even react, the moment it got to its feet, everyone attacked, unleashing a barrage of skills. However, the leopard reacted quickly, leaping away with its hind legs and dodging all the attacks. "Yifei, watch out!" Yang Bin shouted instantly. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lin Yifei only had time to raise her spiral staff in front of her head, but the leopard's claws had already gripped her shoulder, instantly tearing it to a bloody pulp and breaking bones. Lin Yifei was ruthless, she didn't shout or retreat immediately, but instead unleashed a wave of water in the direction of the attack. Although the leopard quickly retreated after its attack, it was still partially soaked. Without hesitation, Lin Yifei activated her freezing ability. Frost quickly formed on the leopard's body, slowing it down. Lin Yifei's freezing ability, if used directly, would have a slight delay, and the surrounding temperature would drop rapidly, making it easy for opponents with quick reflexes to dodge. However, if the opponent was wet, she could directly draw out the water, freezing it instantly, making it almost impossible to dodge. Therefore, Lin Yifei now preferred to wet the opponent with water waves before freezing them. Unfortunately, the leopard was too fast, only half of its body was wet, failing to freeze it directly, but it successfully slowed it down. That was enough. Yang Bin instantly appeared beside the opponent, his spiral staff thrusting straight at its neck. Simultaneously, the attacks from the others flew in. Puffed. With immense force, Yang Bin's spiral staff pierced directly into the opponent's neck. Unfortunately, he lacked Shen Hao's sharpness and couldn't penetrate in one strike. The deeper the spiral staff went, the greater the resistance, eventually stopping halfway in. Bang bang bang. The other ranged attacks also struck the leopard, causing considerable damage. However, by the time Chen Hao and Zhao Kun, the melee fighters, arrived, the leopard had already broken free of its frozen restraints and instantly ran a long distance away. Ah, it's a pity Hezi's sharpness can't be attached to someone else's weapon, otherwise this attack could have killed it. Yang Bin shook his head. At this moment, the leopard had already leaped onto a tree, its eyes fixed intently on the group. Just when everyone thought it was going to fight again, the creature suddenly ran off into the distance. Trying to run away only after suffering such serious injuries? Too late. Yang Bin said coldly. I'll see if you can run faster than my teleportation. I'll go after it first, you guys follow. After saying that, Yang Bin teleported in front of the leopard and swung his spiral staff down at its head. Although severely injured, the leopard reacted quickly, its figure blurring as it instantly changed direction and ran off in another direction, causing Yang Bin's attack to miss. However, Yang Bin wasn't in a hurry and teleported again to catch up. The man and the leopard began a chase. The leopard seemed to be the king of this area. Wherever it went, all the mutated beasts hid. The man and the leopard ran further and further apart. The leopard was fast, but how could it possibly outrun Yang Bin's teleportation? Yang Bin caught up with it every time. However, this creature's reactions were remarkably quick, making it difficult for Yang Bin to land his attacks. Even his attempts to use telekinesis were consistently evaded. Yang Bin wasn't worried, though. The creature's neck was bleeding profusely, and such strenuous activity would only worsen its wounds. He estimated it wouldn't be long before it collapsed. Chapter 194 First Encounter with the Void Realm. The leopard seemed to be the strongest in this area. Wherever it went, all the mutated beasts hid, reducing the trouble considerably. Yang Bin took out a 5th-tier crystal and tossed it into his mouth, then teleported away to give chase. Perhaps sensing its impending doom, the leopard ran erratically, eventually ending up on a cliff edge. Yang Bin appeared behind the leopard, blocking its retreat. Run, keep running. Yang Bin looked at it with a half-smile. The leopard looked at Yang Bin ahead, then at the cliff behind, a look of sorrow on its face. It never imagined that it, a powerful overlord, would be driven to this state by a human. Watching the human approach step by step, the leopard gritted its teeth, then suddenly leaped up, attempting to jump to the opposite hilltop. Damn, is this guy stupid? Yang Bin said, speechless at its actions. The two hilltops were at least 100 meters high, even in its prime, let alone now, it couldn't possibly leap that far. This guy's probably trying to gamble on his life, Yang Bin thought to himself. He definitely couldn't beat it in a fight, maybe he'd survive if he fell and got caught on a branch. Good idea, but too bad you've run into me. Yang Bin sneered. However, his smile quickly froze on his face, then turned to shock. Holy crap, what's going on? Yang Bin stared wide-eyed ahead. Now, there was nothing in front of him. The leopard that had leaped towards the other side was gone. Yang Bin rubbed his eyes, activated his true sight, and looked again, but it was still empty. The leopard had simply vanished into thin air before his eyes. Yang Bin quickly went to the edge of the cliff, activated his true sight, and searched everywhere, but still found nothing. Damn, is this some kind of ghost? Or does this guy also have spatial abilities? Yang Bin was incredulous. No, if this guy had spatial abilities, he would have used them already. He wouldn't have waited until now. Besides, if he had spatial abilities, I should be able to tell. Could there be something wrong with this place? Yang Bin activated his true sight to carefully examine the spot where the leopard had disappeared and quickly discovered the problem. About 10 meters from the cliff, there was a space that looked strange, as if it were distorted. Yang Bin deactivated his true sight and looked again, but found nothing unusual. However, when he activated his true sight again, the space was still distorted. What is this thing? Yang Bin was puzzled. After thinking for a moment, he picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at the distorted space. This time, he saw with his own eyes that the stone, upon contact with the distorted space, was swallowed up by the space and disappeared. Holy crap, is this some kind of dimensional space? Yang Bin exclaimed in shock. This situation does seem somewhat plausible. However, this is too bizarre for him to be certain. Just then, footsteps sounded behind them, and the others finally caught up. Hey, boss, where's the leopard? They asked, looking around with some confusion. Gone. Yang Bin shrugged helplessly. Gone? This explanation left everyone bewildered. Did it fall down? Chen Hao asked. No, it just vanished right before my eyes. Yang Bin said, clearly annoyed. He then explained the situation to everyone. Holy crap, boss, this is definitely a dimensional space. Let's go in quickly, maybe it's full of treasures. Lao He said excitedly. You've never died before, you dare to go in without knowing anything? Chen Hao rolled his eyes. Brother Bin, can't even your true sight see through it? I can't. Yang Bin shook his head. This thing is probably not in a different space. I can only see that this space is distorted. Okay, but I also think it's a dimensional space. Although it's a bit bizarre, aren't there enough bizarre things these days? Yeah, my thoughts are similar to yours. Yang Bin nodded. Well, should we go in and take a look? Old He asked, somewhat eager. Actually, it wasn't just him, everyone else was the same, their eyes filled with curiosity as they looked in. People fear the unknown, but curiosity drives them even more. Let's forget it. Curiosity killed the cat. We know nothing about what's inside. Going in rashly might just result in our total annihilation. Zhao Kun said. Meow. Little Orange meowed at Zhao Kun as if to say, you guys are talking, why are you dragging me into this? Yangbin glanced at Little Orange, then suddenly his eyes lit up. I have an idea. What idea? Everyone looked at him. Let's find an animal. Monkey, you control it, then throw it in. Command it to come out after 10 minutes. If it comes out, that proves it can survive in there for at least 10 minutes. We can consider going in to check it out. If it doesn't come out, then we won't go in. Yangbin was also quite curious about the dimensional space and naturally wanted to go in and see for himself. But entering blindly was definitely not an option, otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. Hearing Yangbin's words, the others' eyes lit up. Haha, as expected of the boss, that's a good method. I also think we can try it. Alright, then I'll go catch a rabbit. Skinny Monkey said. Come on, I'll go with you. Old Black excitedly pulled Skinny Monkey and ran down the mountain. Watching the two go down, Chen Hao suddenly spoke up, Brother Bin, what if that leopard is in there? What if we throw a rabbit in and it eats it? I almost forgot about that guy. But it's alright, he's lost a lot of blood. Even if he doesn't die in there, he'll probably be unconscious. Not long after, Lao Hei and Skinny Monkey returned, each carrying a large rabbit. Skinny Monkey, a 7th-tier cultivator, easily controlled a 4th-tier rabbit and soon managed to subdue one. Monkey, if this rabbit dies in there, will you know? Yang Bin asked. Sure, I can sense the presence of each mutated beast in my mind. I just need to give them commands in my head. If any mutated beast I control dies, I'll know immediately. Okay, that's fine. Throw it in. Alright. The Skinny Monkey picked up the rabbit and walked towards the edge of the cliff. The rabbit, unaware of its fate, kept rubbing its head against the Skinny Monkey, making him almost reluctant to throw it in. It would be so delicious to stew it at home. However, the Skinny Monkey ultimately resisted the temptation, picked up the little rabbit, and threw it in the direction Yangbin pointed. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the rabbit's body flew into the air, disappearing halfway up. Chapter 195 Entering. As the rabbit entered the distorted space, the Skinny Monkey suddenly frowned. What's wrong? Yangbin asked. My connection with this rabbit seems to have been severed. I can't give it any commands, the Skinny Monkey said in a deep voice. Can you sense if it's alive? Yes, at least it's alive for now. That's good. Yangbin nodded. It seems there really is an independent space inside. Keep a close eye on it and see how long it can last. Okay. The Skinny Monkey nodded, constantly monitoring the situation in his mind. The others watched him quietly without saying a word. A few minutes later. Is it dead? Old Hei was getting impatient. No. A few more minutes passed. Is it dead? No. A few more minutes passed, and seeing that Old Hei was about to ask again, Chen Hao couldn't stand it anymore. Can't you calm down? Can't you see we're not asking? The monkey will tell if it's dead. Fine. Old Hei shut his mouth. He was impatient. 10 minutes later, the rabbit was still alive, but hadn't returned. This result left everyone uncertain. There were many possibilities. Perhaps the rabbit lost the Skinny Monkey's control after going in and didn't want to come back. Or perhaps it was trapped inside and couldn't get out. Another possibility was that this place was only for entry, not exit. If it was the first possibility, it wouldn't be a problem. But if it was the second or third, it would be troublesome. What do we do, boss? Should we go in? Yangbin's face was also incredibly conflicted. He also really wanted to go in and check, but this was no joke, nobody knew what was going on inside. Wait another half hour and see. If the rabbit is still alive, I'll go in and check. Brother Bin, you're going alone? Everyone's eyes widened. I have teleportation. If it really can trap people inside, it shouldn't be able to trap me. If the rabbit can hold out for half an hour, it proves the danger inside isn't high, so we can give it a try. But what if it's a place where you can only go in but not out? Chen Hao asked worriedly. It shouldn't be. Space is interconnected. If you can go in here, you should be able to go out there, Yangbin pondered. Of course, this is just speculation. After all, we've never encountered this thing before, and perhaps some things are beyond our comprehension. But since we've come across it, we definitely need to explore it. Besides, I have some suspicions I need to confirm when I go in, otherwise I won't feel at ease. What suspicions? Everyone asked, puzzled. A serious look appeared in Yangbin's eyes. This thing has never appeared before, it's very likely that it appeared after the apocalypse. Even the spiritual energy we use for cultivation appeared after the apocalypse. I have a guess that this so-called apocalypse might be because Blue Star connected with other dimensions for some reason, causing a massive influx of spiritual energy from other dimensions into Blue Star. The reason most people suddenly turned into zombies is very likely due to this spiritual energy. For blue star people who have never been exposed to spiritual energy, this thing might be highly poisonous, or perhaps the spiritual energy itself carries harmful substances. Hearing Yang Bin's words, everyone else's eyes widened. Boss, your guess is really bold, Zhong Yuansen swallowed hard. But I have to say, the captain's guess is quite reasonable and well-founded. I think the possibility is quite high, Lin Yifei said. Yeah, it seems we really have to go in and check. Okay. Half an hour later, is he still alive? Yang Bin looked at Skinny Monkey. Alive. Skinny Monkey nodded. Good, I'll go in and check first. You guys wait for me outside. Remember, don't go in until I come out. Yang Bin said seriously to everyone. Don't worry, boss, we won't act rashly, Zhao Kun said earnestly. Brother Bin, be careful. Okay. Yang Bin nodded, then took a deep breath, instantly leaping up and rushing towards the distorted space. Amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, Yang Bin's figure quickly disappeared from their sight. Brother Bin will be alright, right? Hu Wenliang asked worriedly. Don't worry, Brother Bin is so strong, and he has teleportation abilities, he'll definitely be fine, Chen Hao assured him. Yeah. As Yang Bin rushed into the vicinity of that distorted space, he immediately felt an extremely strong pulling force dragging him in, followed by a wave of dizziness. Just as he was recovering from that sensation, a sudden feeling of weightlessness washed over him. Thump! Before he could react, his backside made heavy contact with the ground. Hiss! Yang Bin quickly got up, rubbing his backside, and looked around warily, but what he saw made him freeze in place. Before him lay a desolate wasteland, a scene of utter devastation, devoid of any sign of life. The entire space was permeated with an aura of desolation and death. It seemed as if a terrible battle had taken place here, ruins and rubble were everywhere. Broken stone pillars lay scattered on the ground, seemingly silently recounting a past glory. Yang Bin stared intently at the fallen stone pillars, his eyes filled with shock. Could it be that humans once lived here? Or perhaps, intelligent beings? These stone pillars were definitely the work of humans, and they even looked somewhat like the pillars of an ancient palace. At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through Yang Bin's mind, a mixture of excitement and disbelief. Then, Yang Bin activated his true sight and began to survey his surroundings. This space didn't seem very large, at least, with his true sight, he could see the top of the mountain. He was currently at the foot of a collapsed mountain peak. There must have been many buildings on the mountain before, but now they were all ruins. Yang Bin wanted to see if there were any living creatures here, but after looking around, he found nothing. No, there are still living creatures. Not far away, a leopard lay on the ground, seemingly lifeless. Beside it, a rabbit was hopping and leaping into the air, apparently trying to jump out. These two were naturally the leopard that had escaped and the rabbit they had thrown in. However, they were all wrong. The rabbit wasn't disobeying orders, nor was it trapped, it simply couldn't jump out. Yang Bin looked up at the spatial entrance in mid-air. The entrance was over 20 meters above the ground, so it was normal that the rabbit couldn't jump up. Yang Bin walked to the leopard's side and saw that its belly was still rising and falling slightly. It seemed to be alive. After thinking for a moment, Yang Bin didn't rush to kill it. He turned back to see if the skinny monkey could control another one. The leopard was extremely fast, it would be good for traveling in the future. Then they wouldn't need to drive anymore. They could use Big Yellow and the leopard as mounts. Given their size, they should be able to carry 4 people, which would be much faster than driving. After confirming that the place was safe, Yang Bin planned to call the others in. If they didn't leave soon, the people outside would start to worry. Then, Yang Bin teleported above the spatial entrance and went straight in. Chapter 196 A Dagger. Outside. Since Yang Bin entered, everyone's hearts have been pounding. Faced with the unknown, even with their unwavering faith in Yang Bin, they couldn't help but worry. Time ticked by, and the anxiety on everyone's faces deepened. Is there really any danger in there? Lin Yifei asked worriedly. Don't worry, that rabbit is still alive, it should be fine, Skinny Monkey reassured her. That's not necessarily true, what if that rabbit was just lucky? Old Black chimed in. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he realized everyone was staring at him intently, and immediately knew he had said the wrong thing, quickly lowering his head. Just then, the space ahead distorted, and Yang Bin's figure suddenly appeared in mid-air, then plummeted rapidly down the mountain. Fortunately, he reacted halfway down, teleporting to the edge of the cliff. Phew, why the hell would a spatial entrance be placed right above a cliff? This is ridiculous, Yang Bin complained. If it weren't for his teleportation ability, falling from that height would have been devastating, if not fatal. Boss, you're back. Seeing Yang Bin appear, everyone's faces lit up with excitement. Boss, what's in there? Any treasures or anything? Old Hei asked anxiously. Yeah, boss, what's it like inside? The others were also full of curiosity. It might be different from what you imagine. Let's go, you'll see for yourselves. All right. Hearing they could go in, everyone was thrilled. Following Yang Bin's guidance, they eagerly jumped into the distorted space. Inside the special space, thump, thump, thump. The sounds of heavy objects hitting the ground rang out. Ouch, my butt. Boss, why didn't you tell us beforehand? The group rubbed their butts, looking at Yang Bin, who had landed steadily with resentment. I forgot. Who told you guys to be so slow? Yang Bin said awkwardly. He naturally wouldn't tell them he'd fallen too. Good brothers should share hardships. After their initial grumbling, everyone was quickly stunned by the scene before them. This is ruins? This place, could it have been inhabited before? Holy crap, judging by this, it probably was. Could it be aliens? Old Hei exclaimed, his eyes wide. Doesn't look like aliens. Looking at those fallen stone pillars, it looks a bit like ancient architecture. Maybe this is an independent space created by some incredibly powerful being, who Wen Lion guessed. You've been reading too many fantasy novels. Chen Hao rolled his eyes. I think it might be a secret realm. Maybe there are countless treasures inside. If we find just one, we'll be invincible, Old Hei said, his eyes gleaming. Alright, stop guessing. We'll find out soon enough with a search. Yang Bin shook his head, then looked at the skinny monkey and said, Monkey, see if you can control that leopard. The skinny monkey looked at the leopard lying on the ground, his eyes filled with a mixture of excitement and hesitation. Controlling it is possible, but if I were to control another mutated beast far stronger than myself, the consumption would be even greater. I might have to rely on crystals to survive indefinitely. You also need to consume crystals to survive, right? We can just carry more crystals with us in the future. The main thing is that with it in Big Yellow around, it'll be convenient for us to go anywhere. If I'm not mistaken, as your strength increases, this consumption will gradually decrease, even matching your recovery rate. Then you won't have to worry about it anymore. That's true. The skinny monkey nodded, then walked over to the leopard and kicked it hard on the ground. The moment the other opened its eyes, he stared intently into its eyes and immediately activated his beast-taming ability. Perhaps due to increased strength, or perhaps experience, this time it took much less time than when controlling the Guang, and he quickly subdued the leopard. Then, Wen Lion walked over, and a white light landed on the leopard's neck. The leopard's injuries healed rapidly, completely in a short while. Alright, everyone, split up and search to see if you can find anything. Remember to be careful. Although I haven't seen any living creatures, I'm not sure if there are any potential dangers, Yang Bin said to the group. Alright. Everyone excitedly began searching in all directions. Yang Bin also activated his true sight and began searching the ruins. Perhaps due to the passage of time, most of the items inside had turned to dust. The group searched meticulously, using a screed to dig through the stones and building debris, almost as if they were digging 3 feet into the ground. They couldn't afford to miss anything in this special space. A short while later, Zhao Kun's voice rang out. Boss, come quick, I've found something. Hearing his voice, everyone curiously ran over. What did you find? Look! Zhao Kun pointed to the ground. A dagger was revealed where he had just dug. Everyone's eyes lit up immediately. In this place where everything had been weathered away, this dagger was so well preserved, it was clearly no ordinary object. Yang Bin squatted down and picked up the dagger. It was icy cold to the touch and seemed significantly heavier than an ordinary dagger. Yang Bin examined it closely but couldn't discern its material. The dagger seemed unaffected by time, it still appeared incredibly sharp. After a moment's thought, Yang Bin drew his tang sword, blade against blade, and slashed directly. With little resistance, the tang sword was sliced in two. Seeing this, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Holy crap, this dagger is incredibly sharp. Chen Hao exclaimed, his eyes wide, feeling it could rival his own sharpness. Very sharp. Yang Bin nodded, then tried to bend it with his hands, only to find that the dagger was incredibly hard. Even with his considerable strength, he couldn't break it. A good thing, Yang Bin exclaimed. Kun, how about I take this dagger? I'm using my object manipulation skills and need a good weapon. Boss, you're too kind. If you like it, just take it. You don't need to ask me. Zhao Kun waved his hand. Isn't this something you went through a lot of trouble to find? I'd feel a little awkward taking it directly. It seems there really is treasure here. Everyone, keep searching. Putting everything else aside, if each of us can find a weapon like this trip will be a huge success. Alright. The appearance of this dagger filled everyone with enthusiasm, and they resumed their careful search. Chapter 197 Huge Gains. Inside the special space, a group of people were enthusiastically searching the ground, each brimming with energy. Before long, Lin Yifei also found a weapon. It was a longsword, made of the same material as the dagger in Yang Bin's hand, equally sharp. This spurred the search on. Soon, they found a variety of weapons. These included swords, knives, axes, clubs, and spears. All the weapons seemed to be forged from the same material using a special method, making them not only sharp but also incredibly sturdy. Even Yang Bin couldn't destroy them with a spiral-shaped stick. Seeing this, the group was incredibly excited. Weapons have always been a scarce commodity. They had suffered greatly from weapon shortages along the way, especially Yang Bin. His telekinesis was actually quite strong, but the lack of powerful weapons had prevented him from unleashing the full potential of his ability. Although everyone gained supernatural abilities after reaching the Guang realm, they still preferred close-quarters combat against zombies, as constantly using their abilities was too taxing on their mental energy. The oversized spiral rods they possessed were still usable for now, but would become obsolete if their strength increased a few more levels. If the spiral rods were obsolete, Yang Bin couldn't imagine anything more durable in reality. However, unexpectedly, they ended up here, solving their weapon problem. Looking at these weapons gleaming with a dark luster, Yang Bin was filled with joy. Since these weapons had survived from such a long period of time, it proved that their materials were absolutely incredible. At least with his current strength, he couldn't damage them in the slightest. In that case, these weapons might be able to accompany them for a long time. Everyone, put in more effort. Turn this place upside down. Don't miss anything. Yang Bin shouted to the group. All right. The group searched like bandits, leaving no stone unturned. After a full day of meticulous searching, they finally covered every corner of the entire space. They found over 50 weapons of various kinds, but nothing else. It seemed only these weapons made of special materials had survived. The others, even the valuable ones, had probably weathered away. To ensure nothing was missed, Yang Bin activated his true sight and carefully examined the area again. Just as he was about to look away, something caught his attention. Yang Bin walked over, dug away the dirt, and quickly saw a jet-black ring lying quietly on the ground. Curious, Yang Bin picked up the ring and examined it closely. The ring's material was also unfamiliar to him, but it was different from the weapons. The weapons were cold to the touch, while this ring felt warm. The ring's design was ordinary, just a circle with some strange patterns engraved on it. Brother Bin, what's this? The others approached. It should be a ring, but it hasn't weathered, so it's probably not an ordinary object. I just don't know what it's for, Yang Bin said. Boss, is this some kind of spatial ring? Old Hei stared wide-eyed at the ring in Yang Bin's hand. You've probably read too many fantasy novels, Wen Lion chuckled. I think it's perfectly normal. Sija has a different dimension, so why can't he have a spatial ring? Hearing Lao Hei's words, everyone suddenly realized there was some truth to it. Yang Bin's eyes lit up, and he closed his eyes, trying to communicate with the ring using his mental power. Sure enough, he quickly saw a peculiar space. Seeing this, Yang Bin's face lit up with ecstatic joy. He hadn't expected it to actually be a spatial ring. Its incredible power was beyond description. Especially in the apocalypse, a personal space was more useful than anything else. Every time Yang Bin saw Fang Sija's freely accessible different dimension, he was filled with envy. He even considered choosing such a power next time he had to choose his ability. However, if he chose a different dimension, he would lose a means of control. After all, there were only 9 chances to choose, and each one was extremely precious. Unexpectedly, he'd acquired a spatial ring, which eliminated any lingering doubts. This space was approximately 100 cubic meters, significantly larger than Fang Sija's alternate dimension, and contained several items. Perhaps due to its independent nature, the items inside hadn't weathered and remained well preserved. Besides some clothing, there were dozens of weapons and some materials Yang Bin didn't recognize. The weapons were made of the same materials as those they'd found, but these seemed to be more finely crafted and made with more robust materials. For example, there was a 2-meter-long halberd. The materials used in this one weapon alone were equivalent to those in dozens of daggers. Yang Bin immediately took a liking to this weapon. Accustomed to heavy weapons, he knew he'd feel uncomfortable using swords or knives again. This halberd suited his taste perfectly. He genuinely liked large weapons capable of slashing, smashing, and stabbing, and crucially, its length made it impossible for zombies to get close. Judging by its appearance, this weapon is probably quite heavy and might be a bit difficult to wield. Besides that, Yang Bin also discovered a black box and 2 books. With a thought, the box quickly appeared in Yang Bin's hand. Seeing this, everyone's eyes widened. Boss, it really is a spatial ring? Old Hei exclaimed. Yeah, it really is, Yang Bin smiled. Old Hei, you've finally been reliable for once. I didn't expect spatial rings to actually exist. Even though Yang Bin had confirmed it, everyone was still somewhat shocked. Since there's this kind of ability called extra-dimensional space, it's normal to have a spatial ring, right? Yang Bin laughed. Yeah, that's true. Boss, did you take that box out of your spatial ring? What's it? At this moment, everyone looked at the box in Yang Bin's hand with curiosity. I don't know, let's open it and see. The box wasn't locked, but secured with a clever clasp. Yang Bin easily opened it. As the box opened, a black, round bead appeared before everyone's eyes. Upon seeing this, everyone's eyes widened. This thing looks like a crystal to me, Chen Hao asked, puzzled. Yeah, I think so too, Yangbin nodded. We just don't know what level it is. They've seen two types of crystals so far, those below the Guang realm are red, while those above the Guang realm, especially the 7th tier crystals, are purple. They don't know about anything beyond that, they haven't encountered any of those zombies yet. Chapter 198, A Triumphant Return. The crystal before them was black, pure black, and Yangbin had no idea what level it was, even his true sight couldn't penetrate it. Yangbin tried to sense the energy within the crystal, but he couldn't detect it at all, because his mental energy was instantly absorbed the moment it touched the crystal. It's probably not low level. Looks like we've struck gold, Chen Hao said excitedly. Yeah, I think so too, but we can't use anything too high level. Let's keep it for now and find out when we encounter a zombie with a black crystal. After saying this, Yangbin closed the box and put it back in his spatial ring, then took out 2 books. Looking at the 2 books made of extremely unusual materials, everyone curiously gathered around. Yangbin opened one of the books, and his face immediately fell, because he realized he didn't recognize the characters inside. The others felt the same way. Seeing the characters, they all felt a bit overwhelmed. This looks like ancient writing, Lin Yifei frowned. You know anything about this stuff? Yangbin's face lit up. No, but the library should be able to find a translation. Right, good. Let's look for it after we get out. I feel these 2 books will be really useful to us. Yangbin put the 2 books back into his spatial ring. Let's go, we're out of here. There's nothing left, Yangbin said to the others. Boss, why don't you look again and see if there are any more spatial rings like this? Just in case we missed one? Old Hei looked at Yangbin with envy. Clearly, he also wanted a spatial ring. The others also looked at Yangbin expectantly. It seemed like everyone wanted one. Yangbin shook his head. I've already checked the entire space. There's nothing left here. Okay. The others sighed helplessly, looking at the ring in Yangbin's hand with envy. Don't be envious. This thing is basically just a mobile warehouse. You'll all be throwing your stuff in here when you go out. I'm just a warehouse manager, Yangbin chuckled. That makes sense. Hearing Yangbin's words, everyone quickly understood. Put all the weapons down. I'll put them in my spatial ring. Okay. Everyone placed the collected weapons on the ground. With a wave of Yangbin's hand, all the weapons disappeared. Seeing this, Lao Hei said longingly, I want to be a warehouse manager too. Don't worry, there will be more in the future. If I'm not mistaken, there should be quite a few of these spaces. Maybe we'll even get more incredible things in the future, Yangbin comforted him. Yeah, I think so too. Everyone nodded, their eyes filled with excitement. Boss, what do you think we should call this kind of space? A secret realm? After all, there are definitely a lot of good stuff in there, Zhao Kun said. Yangbin thought for a moment and said, this space feels somewhat ethereal and unreal. I think Void Realm would be more fitting. Void Realm, that's a good name. Indeed, it's good, haha. In the future, while we're killing zombies, we can also look for the Void Realm more often. Maybe we'll find some powerful treasure and take off like a rocket. That's a good idea. Everyone else looked excited. However, Yangbin's face was somewhat solemn. Are there really no living beings in the Void Realm? If there are, how powerful would they be? Yangbin didn't voice his thoughts. These were things they couldn't control, and speaking out would only cause more trouble. Let's go. It's probably getting dark outside, we should go back. Okay. The group arrived below the spatial exit. Zhong Yuansen placed his hands on the ground, and a hill quickly rose from the ground, stopping only after rising more than 10 meters. Then everyone climbed up the hill. Brother Bin, you go out first, Chen Hao suddenly said. Why? Have you forgotten there's a cliff outside? You can teleport, but we can't. Going out would just mean falling off the cliff. Even with the physical abilities of a 7th tier evolved beings, we couldn't handle that height. Okay, I forgot about that. Then I'll go out and get a few big trees. You guys come out one by one in 5 minutes. Okay. Yangbin then directly entered the spatial dimension, and the instant he fell, he teleported to the edge of the cliff. He immediately broke off several large trees and propped them up on the cliff edge. A short while later, the others also emerged from the virtual dimension, grabbing onto tree trunks as they fell. Let's go, it'll probably be dangerous on the mountain after dark. Yeah. The group quickly ran down the mountain. This time, with the leopard with them, they didn't encounter any mutated beasts blocking their way, and soon returned to the base. When the people inside the base saw a huge leopard suddenly appear beside them, they all looked at them with admiration. Big Yellow, who was already inside the base, ran over immediately upon seeing the leopard. The tiger and the leopard faced each other, seemingly poised to fight at any moment. Fortunately, Skinny Monkey kept calming them down, managing to quell the tempers of the 2 mutated beasts. However, they still disliked each other, one going east and the other west. The others were quite helpless about this, but as long as they didn't fight, it was fine. If two 8th-tier mutated beasts were to fight inside the base, they would probably demolish the base that had been painstakingly built. The group returned home, and soon after, Fang Sijia also rushed back upon hearing the news. When everyone excitedly told him about the day's events, even this usually composed strategist showed an incredulous expression. Clearly, the news had greatly shocked him. Then, Yang Bin took out all the weapons and let everyone choose. Like Yang Bin, the members of the Starfall squad seemed to have a particular fondness for long weapons. Except for Lin Yifei, who chose a longsword, the others mostly opted for spears or staffs, with Chen Hao choosing an extra dagger. Yang Bin, naturally, chose the rather unusual halberd. However, the moment he drew the halberd, he immediately felt a heaviness in his arm. This thing must weigh at least several hundred pounds, Yang Bin thought to himself, but he was quite satisfied nonetheless. This thing should be incredibly lethal. With this weapon, he might not be afraid even when facing a level 9 zombie. After distributing the weapons, Yang Bin kept a few as spares and gave the rest to Fang Sijia for developing his power. The base needed some capable individuals, they couldn't rely on everyone. That evening, after dinner, everyone went to their rooms to rest, exhausted from a day of digging. Only Fang Sijia and Yang Bin remained in the living room. "Captain, I don't think the appearance of the Void Realm is necessarily a good thing," Fang Sijia said in a deep voice. "Why do you say that?" Yang Bin asked, looking at Fang Sijia. "According to you, there should be living beings in the Void Realm. Perhaps the Void Realm you entered doesn't have them, but that doesn't mean other Void Realms don't. If one day, beings from the Void Realm appear on Blue Star, it will be a disaster far more terrifying than zombies." I've thought about your idea, but it's not something we can control. Our current goal is to strive to improve our strength. Only with greater strength can we have more confidence to face future disasters. We haven't even dealt with the zombies yet, so don't think too much about the Void Realm. Yang Bin patted Fang Sijia on the shoulder. "Okay. By the way, tomorrow see if anyone in the base understands ancient writing. If so, that would be best. If not, have someone go to the county library to see if there are any materials on it." "Ancient writing? I understand it. You understand this stuff?" This time it was Yang Bin's turn to be surprised. "Yes, I quite enjoy studying this stuff. I studied it for a long time in the library when I was in school," Fang Sijia said somewhat awkwardly. "Damn, you should have said so earlier. Then you're not sleeping tonight, hurry up and translate this stuff." Yang Bin quickly took out the two books. Chapter 199 Cultivation Technique. Fang Sijia's interest was piqued when he saw the books in Yang Bin's hands. "Captain, are these from the spatial ring?" "Yes." Yang Bin nodded. "Then I won't be sleepy anymore." Fang Sijia quickly took the two books and began to study them carefully. He had always been very interested in these kinds of things. After a while, a look of shock appeared on Fang Sijia's face. "Can you figure it out? What are they?" Yang Bin, seeing his expression, was also a little itchy. Fang Sijia took a deep breath and said excitedly, "Captain, we might have struck gold. From what I've observed, one of these books is a cultivation technique, and the other is a body refining technique. They really are cultivation techniques." Yang Bin's eyes lit up, and he was overjoyed. He had initially hoped they were cultivation techniques, and he never expected they actually were. Judging from the contents of the book, it should be a cultivation technique. I'll translate it for you to see." Fang Sijia took out a pen and paper and began translating the contents of the two books. The two books weren't actually very thick, just a few pages long. Fang Sijia translated word by word, thinking through the text in his mind. He left blank any unfamiliar words, intending to translate the rest later and deduce the meaning. It must be said, Fang Sijia truly lived up to his reputation as a strategist. His mind was incredibly sharp. After spending 3 or 4 hours, he finished translating both books and handed them to Yang Bin. Yang Bin took them and examined them carefully. Just as Fang Sijia had said, the book was indeed a cultivation technique, explaining how to mobilize the power of the stars in one's mind to absorb surrounding spiritual energy, thereby increasing one's strength. The content was completely new to Yang Bin. No wonder he had always felt that their absorption of spiritual energy was too slow. It turned out they hadn't grasped the key. Even at the Guang realm, their speed of absorbing spiritual energy still couldn't match that of zombies. Now it's discovered that they've been passively absorbing it. If they mastered a cultivation technique, they could turn passive absorption into active absorption, significantly increasing their speed. With the addition of crystals, their cultivation speed would definitely surpass that of zombies. Moreover, and most importantly, this technique can be used by low-level evolved individuals. According to the book, as long as the star map in one's mind is activated, even just lighting up a corner allows one to absorb spiritual energy and improve their strength through the technique. In other words, with the technique, low-level evolved individuals wouldn't need to rely on high-level crystals to break through. They could directly improve through cultivation. Thinking of this, Yang Bin's face lit up with joy. If this technique became widespread, humanity might truly be able to win this apocalypse. However, this technique seems unsuitable for ordinary people because it requires activating the star map in one's mind, which is not activated in ordinary people's minds. Looks like I'll have to find a way to get some first-tier crystals later, Yang Bin thought to himself. The other book was a body refining technique. To Yang Bin's surprise, the technique described in this book was strikingly similar to their previous experience of stargazing. This body refining technique, like their previous one, required stargazing and harnessing the power of the stars to refine the body. They had actually grasped the basics before, but without mastering the key techniques, their progress was limited. Even with his true sight, Yang Bin could only increase his physical attributes by a little over 30 kilograms per day. This body refining technique, however, detailed how to maximize its effects. Yang Bin guessed that if he followed the methods described in the technique, the effects could be increased by at least 2 or 3 times. Thinking of this, Yang Bin felt his heart pounding uncontrollably. It seemed he had truly struck gold this time. Captain, if these 2 techniques are indeed effective, then we're really taking off. Fang Sijia was equally excited. Yes, no matter what, let's try it tonight. Okay. Midnight. Everyone tacitly got out of bed, a long-standing habit of the Starfall squad. Yang Bin and Fang Sijia explained the 2 techniques to everyone, immediately exciting them all. Then, the group excitedly climbed to the rooftop and began practicing according to the instructions in the techniques. Soon, everyone clearly felt the surrounding spiritual energy rapidly surging into their bodies, at least twice as fast as before. This completely excited them. Next, they tried the body refining technique, with equally excellent results. The key was that the 2 techniques could be used simultaneously. Cultivation involved absorbing spiritual energy by manipulating the stars in their minds, while body refinement utilized the power of the stars in the sky to strengthen themselves. The 2 techniques didn't conflict, they simply required simultaneous focus, but this didn't faze them. Thus, everyone cultivated and refined their bodies simultaneously, completely absorbed, until the Big Dipper disappeared and they felt the effects diminished before stopping. Yang Bin sensed the increase in his strength, his face immediately lighting up with joy. This one night was definitely equivalent to the previous 2 nights. Originally, it would take more than 20 days to advance from the 8th rank to its peak. With the technique, the time was halved, only about 10 days were needed. The additional power boost from the body refining technique made him even more delighted. Originally, he could only gain a maximum of 30 kilograms per night, but last night's extra strength boosted him by at least 100 kilograms. Feel the strength increase brought about by body tempering, Yang Bin said to everyone. I just felt it, and I gained about 40 or 50 kilograms, Chen Hao said happily. Yang Bin nodded. It seemed that even with the cultivation technique, his true sight still held an advantage in utilizing the power of the stars. Sijia, are the 10,000 evolved individuals in the base reliable in terms of loyalty? Yang Bin asked Fang Sijia. Loyalty is not a problem, they can be trusted. Alright, pass on this cultivation technique tomorrow morning and help them improve their strength as quickly as possible. As for this body tempering technique, for now, only a few of us can practice it. Great. I was originally thinking about how to get so many 6th-tier crystals to help them improve, but now it seems unnecessary. With the technique, they can improve their strength on their own, Fang Sijia said happily. Okay, go back and rest first. During this time, you should improve the strength of the evolved humans in the base as soon as possible, and then clear out all the zombies in RU County. We'll take care of the threatening mutated beasts in the nearby mountains for you during this time, so you can focus on developing your base. Okay, Captain, does that mean you're leaving RU County? Yes, there aren't many zombies left in RU County. This is good for your base development, but it's not good for our advancement. Although we can cultivate now, it would be best if we could combine it with crystals. Besides, now that we know about the existence of the Void Realm, we should naturally go and search for it. The more we find, the better it will be for our strength. That's true. Then, Captain, you can go without worry. Leave this to me. Okay, thank you for your hard work. No cultivation, strength is still calculated according to the 9 stars in my mind, still mainly focused on killing zombies and mutated beasts. There may be other content later, but that's for later. Chapter 200 Leaving RU County. The next morning, Fang Sijia didn't immediately reveal the cultivation technique. Instead, he waited about a week, until all members of the Starfall team had reached the 8th level, before gathering the evolved individuals and distributing the technique. Yang Bin roughly understood his intention, he simply wanted the Starfall team to gain an advantage. In Yang Bin's view, this was unnecessary. Their level was already 2 levels higher than the others, and with the body refining technique, unless they became lazy, no one could catch up. Of course, Yang Bin didn't intend to interfere. Fang Sijia probably had his reasons. Anyway, RU County didn't pose a significant threat at the moment, so delaying the advancement wouldn't matter. The group of evolved individuals were initially somewhat incredulous after receiving the technique. However, when they tried cultivating it that night, they were overjoyed. That very night, many peak 5th level evolved individuals advanced to the 6th level. This further solidified the reverence all the evolved individuals held for the Starfall team, making them feel deeply moved. Everyone knew how important this technique was, and the fact that they were given it so readily showed they were truly treated as one of their own. These already loyal evolvers felt an even stronger sense of loyalty, a willingness to die for their confidants. They could all sense that with the strength of the Starfall squad, this base would definitely become a dominant force, and they were lucky enough to be among the first members of the base. As long as they followed the Starfall squad closely, they might also rise to the top. With the technique, the evolvers within the base began to steadily improve their strength. Meanwhile, Yang Bin and his group had been exploring various mountain ranges. The deeper they explored, the more terrifying the mountains became. Even with their strength, they had to proceed with extreme caution. Various mutated beasts roamed the mountains, and some large, social animals were so dangerous that even they had to avoid them. While small numbers of wild boars and wolves were manageable, large numbers forced them to flee. Fortunately, this period wasn't without its rewards. They had at least found 2 8th-tier mutated beasts. The 2 rank 8 mutated beasts were no longer controlled by the skinny monkey, instead, they were slaughtered and their crystals extracted. With powerful weapons, dealing with the rank 8 mutated beasts became much easier for the group, and they killed them without much effort. The 2 rank 8 crystals also instantly propelled Yang Bin's strength to the peak of rank 8. Yang Bin placed the mutated beast's corpse into his spatial ring to use as food later. After exploring the nearby mountains and confirming that there were no higher-ranking mutated beasts, Yang Bin and the others prepared to leave Ru County. The number of rank 6 evolved beings within the base was increasing, making it virtually impossible for the lower-ranking mutated beasts to breach the base. Moreover, these mutated beasts seemed to prefer staying on the mountains and showed no intention of coming down. Therefore, the base should be relatively safe for the time being. Even with cultivation techniques, it would probably take 5 or 6 days to advance from the peak of rank 8 to rank 9. Yang Bin didn't intend to wait that long and wanted to search for rank 9 mutated beasts or zombies. If you have a 9th tier crystal, you can directly upgrade to 9th tier, saving 5 or 6 days. Therefore, leaving Ru County is necessary. In a room at the center of the base, "Captain, have you decided where to go?" Fang Sija asked Yang Bin, who was packing. "Let's go to Liang's hometown first, see if he still has any family there," Yang Bin said. "Liang's hometown is in Jinling City?" "Yes," Hu Wenliang nodded. "That's quite far, probably over 1,000 kilometers." "Right, but we're going to ride Guang and the others. At their speed, they're no slower than the previous vehicles, so it shouldn't take long." "Okay, then Captain, be careful." "Alright, I'm leaving the base to you. Once the main structure of the base is built, we'll rename it Starfall City. I'll be the city lord, and you'll be the deputy city lord. As for the rest of the Starfall team, you can arrange positions for them." "Yes, that's what I was thinking too." "Alright, then we'll be going now." Yang Bin packed some food and supplies into his spatial ring, then led everyone away from the base. It has to be said, having a spatial ring is incredibly convenient, otherwise, carrying so much stuff without a vehicle would have been impossible. The people at the base weren't surprised by Yang Bin and the others' departure, as they went out almost daily. The only difference was that this time they had taken several mutated beasts with them. Fang Sija didn't emphasize anything, and construction at the base continued smoothly. Since the zombies in Ru County had been mostly cleared out, Fang Sija had these evolved humans also involved in the construction. He wanted to give his captain a surprise when he returned. On the Ru County highway, 3 mutated beasts were running wildly. Yang Bin had originally only intended to take to Huang and Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was the leopard. Because of its many markings, the skinny monkey named it Xiao Hua. Everyone was speechless at the skinny monkey's naming abilities, but there was nothing they could do. After all, he was the owner. Dawang and Xiaohua could actually seat 4 people, but it was a bit cramped, and a long journey wouldn't be comfortable with too much space. So, in the end, they brought Xiao Juzi along too. Originally, Lin Yifei was supposed to ride with Xiao Juzi, but Yang Bin was eventually forced to join her. However, given Xiao Juzi's size, 2 people could fit comfortably, though some physical contact was inevitable when running. It was then that Yang Bin realized there was a woman in the group. Luckily, Lin Yifei was sitting in the front, otherwise, her ample figure would probably have caused Yang Bin to rebel. The group sped along, much faster than driving, but the ride wasn't as comfortable as a car, there were no backrests, and their butts were particularly uncomfortable. But in the apocalypse, there weren't so many rules, speed was key. Jinling City. Jinling City possessed a massive base covering hundreds of square kilometers, housing millions of survivors. If Star City was destroyed by Ma Zongguo, then Jinling City was won by Xiao Zhan. Compared to Xinjiang, a city in central China, Jinling's garrison is far larger. Most importantly, Jinling is the headquarters of a war zone within China, and its troop numbers and weaponry are unmatched by Xinjiang. Furthermore, the war zone commander, Xuan, is far superior to Liu Yong. At the start of the apocalypse, most people in the war zone's outpost turned into zombies, but fortunately, the war zone commander, Xuan, did not. He reacted quickly and immediately rallied the surviving troops to fight back. Compared to ordinary people, soldiers had many advantages. At least they wouldn't be terrified at the sight of zombies. In the early stages, the zombies were roughly as strong as ordinary people and lacked intelligence. The soldiers naturally weren't afraid of such zombies, and with a large arsenal of weapons, they quickly cleared the area of zombies. Afterward, Xuan directly established a base within the outpost and began rescue operations. His decisiveness allowed many survivors in Jinling City who hadn't turned into zombies to survive. Subsequently, Xuan used a large amount of weaponry to wipe out the zombies in Jinling City and continuously expand his base. Now, the base in Jinling City is basically on track for development, and he has eliminated half of the zombies in Jinling City, forcing the remaining half to another side. He originally planned to completely eliminate the zombies in Jinling City, but as the zombies became stronger and stronger, the effectiveness of firearms became less and less, so he has not been able to completely eliminate them yet.